In the very center of a self-contained world, a tall young girl stood quietly. She wore a long white dress, the hem embroidered with tiny plum blossoms that swayed gently with the breeze. Her thick, jet-black hair fell over her shoulders like a dark waterfall suspended in the air. Her eyebrows arched gracefully like willow leaves, delicate and beautiful. Beneath those brows was a pair of large dark eyes, clear and bright, like a crescent of still water. In her tender rosy face was set a small, straight, elegant nose. Her small cherry-like lips were lightly pressed together, as though she had encountered some puzzling question. After a long moment, she let out a soft exclamation, her eyes suddenly filled with surprise and delight. "Is this a celestial realm?" the girl murmured in a soft, melodious voice. Song Ziluo blinked as she gazed at the scene before her, a place that looked like an immortal paradise. At the very center lay a circular pool, cradling a clear spring. From the spring, wisps of mist rose in an endless stream, spreading through this world and weaving a shrouding haze. In the pool, a single golden lotus rested quietly upon the surface of the water. Directly ahead stood rows of ancient-style buildings rich with an old-world fragrance. Their carvings were exquisitely intricate. The ground was paved with white jade. The houses, built from golden nanmu and grand redwood doors, exuded a quiet yet unmistakable luxury. Swathed in drifting mist, the buildings appeared hazy and indistinct. Atop each doorway hung a black plaque carved from golden nanmu, inlaid with flowing golden characters like dancing dragons and phoenixes, each plaque bearing a different inscription. On the left, a long, narrow stream stretched so far that neither its source nor its end could be seen. Clear water flowed gently, its surface transparent to the very bottom. Within, countless fish and shrimp of many kinds played and leapt their lively antics, filling the stream with cheerful bustle. To the right lay a field of about 100 mu, its soil dark and rich. The moist black earth seemed so fertile it might almost ooze with oil, a vast expanse of deep, gleaming farmland. Far behind, a mountain range rose into the sky, peak after peak thrusting upward, overlapping and unbroken as they stretched into the distance. The mountains were cloaked in dense shade from lush green trees, their foliage so vibrant it seemed to drip with jade. In the enshrouding mist, the distant peaks appeared and vanished like playful children playing hide and seek. At the foot of the mountains spread a broad meadow and an orchard. The meadow and the orchard stood on opposite sides, divided by a clear boundary line, each undisturbing the other. A dark green lawn spread out like a thick carpet of living jade, dotted with wildflowers of every color blooming in joyous competition. Even from afar, one could smell the fresh scent of grass and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers wafting on the air. Beside it, the orchard held all kinds of fruit trees, each kind planted in its own neat cluster. The sight of the heavy fruits hanging from the branches made one's mouth water. Within the orchard grew a great variety of fruits. Apples, pears, hawthorns, papayas, bananas, peaches, apricots, plums, cherries, pomegranates, grapes, tangerines, oranges, and jackfruit, all thriving together. There was even a strawberry patch and a pineapple field. Seeing all these fruits, Song Ziluo could not stop her mouth from filling with saliva. Strawberries especially. The strawberries were a vivid red, each one small and delicate, irresistibly charming. A sweet fragrance rose from them the moment one leaned in to smell. Song Ziluo's playful voice echoed in the air as she resolved in her heart to go pick strawberries right away. Her goal set, the strawberry patch, she was ready to depart at once. With her heart pounding in excitement, Song Ziluo ran toward the strawberry field, her footsteps tapping briskly along the way. After a while, she finally reached her destination. On each strawberry plant there were about 8 or 9 fruits. They were spotless, their surfaces gleaming with a faint sheen, looking clean enough to eat straight away. Song Ziluo picked a bright red strawberry and held it in her hand. Its shape was uniquely small and delicate, forming a heart-like outline, the flesh plump and full, glowing like a tiny ruby. Around her nose the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of strawberries. She took a gentle bite, exposing the red flesh within. It was sweet with a faint thread of tartness, the juice seeping onto her tongue. The flavor was so wonderful it seemed something one could never tire of. After eating several strawberries in a row, Song Ziluo felt her stomach already half full and stopped. She then thought back to how she had suddenly appeared in this celestial. Song Ziluo was just 18 this year, and today was her birthday. That morning after she got up, her parents handed her a delicate wooden box. Her father solemnly told her that this was the Song family's heirloom to be passed to her when she turned 18. Curious, Song Ziluo had asked what was inside. Her father admitted he did not know that this heirloom had been passed down for so many generations, none could say exactly how many. Her father sighed, and went on telling her, "Luan, now that I have given it to you, you must keep it well. If you can open it, that will mean you are its true owner." He explained that since their ancestors' time no one had ever managed to open the wooden box. He told her to try later. If she could not, she was to pass it on to her own descendants. Her mother gently ruffled Song Ziluo's hair, and said that since they had only one daughter in this life, they were entrusting the family heirloom to her. Her mother went on to say that they wished only for their beloved child to live a life of happiness and health, free of worries. That with them there she needed only to be a carefree little princess. Song Ziluo's eyes grew wide and moist with tears as she gazed at her parents. Deeply moved, she said she loved them and wished to stay with them all her life, never marrying away. Her mother, smiling, tapped Song Ziluo lightly on the head, chiding her with affectionate words. Her father added that if she did not wish to marry out, they could simply invite a son-in-law to join their family. Since their household was prosperous, and his estate would one day be hers, there was no need for her to suffer in someone else's home. In his heart, her father was determined that his daughter would not be sent away to suffer in another household. He gave a faint, satisfied hum. Her mother thought it over and realized she agreed with him completely. Child, her mother said, your father is right. One day this household will all be entrusted to you. If you were to marry out, we would never feel at ease. You are our princess. Only at home can we truly watch over you. Her mother added that when it came time to choose a partner, they would not insist on family background or wealth, only that he truly love her and cherish her like a treasure in his hands. Song Ziluo replied helplessly that she was still young and in no hurry to find a partner. She then excused herself, saying she would go study the heirloom for a while and talk with them later. Finding an excuse, Song Ziluo turned and went into her room, closing the door behind her. She thought to herself that it was a good thing she slipped away, or her parents would have kept pressing the topic. She sat down at her desk, holding the wooden box as she studied it, running her hands over its surface to feel whether there were any hidden mechanisms. Suddenly, she cried out in pain. Her fingertip had just been pricked, and a drop of blood seeped from the tiny wound, instantly absorbed by the box. With a soft click, the wooden box opened. Before her eyes was a piece of dark green hotdrama jade, a lotus-shaped pendant. This pendant was small and exquisite. The entire piece of jade seemed to be steeped in water, moist and lustrous, clearly a top-grade gem. On the pendant was carved an exquisite lotus, and what was even more striking was a spot of bright red at the center of the lotus. Song Ziluo guessed that the red was formed by absorbing the blood from her finger. Then she picked up the pendant and examined it carefully, gently touching the red dot with her index finger. The pendant emitted a golden light, and in an instant the pendant flew into her left wrist along with the golden light. Song Ziluo brought her wrist close to her eyes and looked carefully. There was a golden lotus pattern on her wrist about the size of her thumbnail, barely noticeable. When her right hand touched the lotus pattern, in an instant Song Ziluo disappeared from where she stood. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in this realm of heaven and earth, a world of its own. This was the space from the novels. The memory ended. Song Ziluo raised her left hand, the golden lotus resting quietly on her wrist, its color brighter and more vivid. She stepped forward to the clear spring at the center of the space, and the golden lotus slowly floated towards Song Ziluo. How can there be a golden lotus in this? This golden lotus is so beautiful. Song Ziluo's voice was sweet, mixed with surprise and admiration. She reached out and touched the golden lotus. Why is this golden lotus warm? She was puzzled. Could the spring water be hot? She dipped her hand into the spring, touching it like a dragonfly skimming water. The water was cool, not hot. Then why is this golden lotus warm? Could it be alive? Master, you guessed right. I am the spirit pet of this space, of course I am alive. A voice like that of a 3- or 4-year-old child sounded, a childish, milky voice full of joy. Song Ziluo opened her mouth slightly and asked, you are this golden lotus? Yes, master. The golden lotus answered happily. Song Ziluo asked in confusion, you say you are a spirit pet, but why are you a golden lotus and not in the form of a spirit pet? Master, my true form is the golden lotus, but I can transform into the appearance of a spirit pet. I have been in this space for thousands of years and I was so bored. So I returned to my true form and slept in the spiritual spring water, so time would pass faster and I wouldn't feel so lonely. I have been waiting for my master to appear. This time it was your blood that woke me from my slumber. Song Ziluo listened to what the spirit pet said and understood roughly. The heirloom of the Song family had been passed down for thousands of years, and only in her generation had it received true inheritance. So she was the master of this small world, able to possess a space like a fairyland. Song Ziluo's emotions were complex, yet excited. Master, look. I'm at your feet. The space spirit pet tugged at Song Ziluo's skirt and said. Song Ziluo looked down. In front of her was a spirit pet the size of a basketball, tugging at her skirt with a pair of round, black and bright eyes. Its eyes were watery, staring unblinkingly up at her. Its fur was pure white, so white it could shine, without a single speck of other color. A large head, a round body, a tail like a squirrel's, long and wagging back and forth, looking small and cute. Song Ziluo looked at the fluffy, small and cute space spirit pet, her heart melting with girlish delight. For a girl like her who loved fluffy things, encountering a spirit pet she had never seen before that could speak in a milky voice was irresistible. So the spirit pet was lying in Song Ziluo's arms. She held it with her left hand and gently stroked its fur with her right hand. The spirit pet hummed with pleasure, its eyes slightly closed, its tail wagging non-stop. What's your name? Song Ziluo asked while holding the pet. Master, I don't have a name. Could you give me one? The spirit pet requested. Song Ziluo thought for a moment and said, you are pure white, all over, small and delicate, so we'll call you Xiao. Bye. Xiao Bai Bai was delighted and said great. Xiao Bai Bai thanks Master for the name. Xiao Bai Bai is so happy to finally meet Master. From now on with Master by my side, I will never be lonely again. Xiao Bai Bai's tail wagged even more happily, showing its mood was excellent. Song Ziluo felt a bit sorry for Xiao Bai Bai when she heard its words. It had lived alone in this space for thousands of years. As the saying goes, loneliness can be a weapon and sometimes lethal. Song Ziluo sighed and said, Xiao Bai Bai, from now on I will be with you, you won't be lonely anymore. Master Xiao Bai Bai likes Master so much. Xiao Bai Bai said happily. I like you too, Xiao Bai Bai. Don't call me Master, just call me Sister. Okay, Sister. Watery eyes looked at Song Ziluo, then continued, Sister, let Xiao Bai Bai show you around the space. After speaking, it jumped down from Song Ziluo's arms onto the ground. Xiao Bai Bai's little paw pointed at the spiritual Sister, this is the spiritual spring. The spiritual spring water has the effects of strengthening the body, prolonging life, beautifying the skin, healing wounds, making one immune to all poisons, and relieving fatigue. Song Ziluo, hearing Xiao Bai Bai's description of the spiritual spring water's many effects, broke into a smile, her mood joyful. She thought to herself, with this spiritual spring water, she would give it to her parents every day. In her heart, her parents came first, and whenever she had something good, she thought of them first. Xiao Bai Bai, is this spiritual spring the only pool? Will it run out? Song Ziluo's eyebrows, which had been curved in a smile, now slightly furrowed. Sister, no. This spiritual spring water is inexhaustible and endless. You don't need to worry about it running out one day. That's good. This pool of spiritual spring is truly magical. Now I won't worry about using it up. Song Ziluo's heart, which had been hanging, relaxed. Xiao Bai Bai continued, Sister, above the spiritual spring water floats spiritual energy. Spiritual energy can nourish all the plants and animals in the space. Absorbing spiritual energy can accelerate their growth. The ordinary plants and animals outside cannot compare to those inside the space. Those inside can be called spiritual plants and spirit. Also, Sister, you can absorb more spiritual energy. It is very good for your body. Not only can it make you healthier, but it can also make you more efficient. Whether studying or practicing martial arts, in short, there are many benefits. Sister, you will understand gradually in the future. Song Ziluo smiled and said, Xiao Bai Bai will listen to you. Xiao Bai Bai happily jumped around on the ground, its big, cute eyes blinking, making anyone who saw it feel joyful. So adorable. Little Bai Bai jumped for a while, calming its emotions, and leaped into Song Ziluo's arms. Blinking its eyes while gazing at its sister, its eyes expressed a desire. Song Ziluo looked at Little Bai Bai, its clear eyes reflecting her own image. Perhaps they shared a telepathic bond, as she understood Little Bai Bai's meaning through its gaze. Alright, Sister understands your meaning now. Her hand stroked the top of Little Bai Bai's head, gently rubbing its fur from the top down, caressing it softly. Little Bai Bai felt content lying softly in Song Ziluo's embrace, fully relaxed and stretched out. Song Ziluo looked at the utterly satisfied Little Bai Bai and smiled helplessly. There was no helping it, her adorable pet had to be pampered by her. After all, she simply loved such fluffy companions and affection, she couldn't resist. Because she was a fluff enthusiast. Little Bai Bai, what other places are there in the space? Please introduce them to me, Sister. Sister, I can transmit the Space Jade Classic into your mind, then you will know everything at a glance. Little Bai Bai shook its ears. Little Bai Bai, then please transmit the Space Jade Classic to me. Little Bai Bai took out the Space Jade Classic from its storage bag and handed it to Song Ziluo. Sister, hold the Jade Classic, I will transmit my spiritual power to you. Don't be afraid, your mind will automatically read the contents of the classic. Having said that, Little Bai Bai extended its right palm, touching the hand of Song Ziluo that held the Jade Classic, and a wave of spiritual energy flowed in. Countless characters flew out in Song Ziluo's mind. They were all in traditional Chinese characters, which she couldn't recognize, but somehow. Suddenly she could understand these characters, and even write them out, all of which indicated how powerful and extraordinary this. After a quarter of an hour, Song Ziluo's consciousness returned. Through the Jade Classic, she had learned about the space. The space had been passed down for 6,000 years, created by an ancestor named Song Jihong. 6,000 years ago, when spiritual energy was abundant, it was a world of cultivation. The ancestor sensed that he was about to ascend to immortality and thought to leave opportunities for his descendants. So he refined this space, placing the lotus jade pendant in a brocade box and sealing it with a formation, ensuring that no matter how many years passed, the box would not decay. He then handed it to the descendants of the Song family and advised them to cultivate diligently, stating that the brocade box must be passed down through generations and must be well preserved. If anyone could open the brocade box, the contents within would belong to them. After speaking, the ancestor ascended to immortality. The Song family felt immense pride in having an ancestor who had ascended. They revered the ancestor's words as a holy decree, passing them down through generations. Through the passage of time, none of the descendants of the Song family were able to open the brocade box. As time changed and spiritual energy gradually depleted, the world of cultivation became a thing of the past. until the arrival of Song Ziluo. The space finally welcomed its true master. Little Bai Bai was a spirit pet that had formed over 3,000 years, making Song Ziluo its first master. Aside from the spiritual spring pool and the various houses left by the ancestor, everything else had slowly formed into its current state after Little Bai Bai appeared. There were many items inside the houses that Little Bai Bai added. It was indispensable. Behind the houses lay a misty expanse with a barrier blocking the way. Perhaps in the near future or many years from now, unknown things would emerge. In the forests within the space, some animals resided, and those that were older had developed spiritual intelligence. The younger ones had not yet gained such intelligence, but the animals with consciousness could withstand thousands of troops, exhibiting great might. The space featured a breeding ground, specifically that patch of grassland, where some poultry could be raised. In the adjacent orchard, once the fruits matured, they hung on the trees without rotting or falling. Only after being picked would they produce the next batch of fruit. Of course, the fruits in the space were nourished by spiritual energy, making them not only delicious, but also effective for beautifying and nourishing the skin. Eating more fruits would greatly benefit one's health. The spiritual fields in the space could cultivate medicinal herbs, grains, vegetables, and precious flowers. Anything that could be planted could be grown. The grains and vegetables grown in the spiritual fields were beneficial for the body, helping to eliminate impurities, ensuring good health, and reducing the likelihood of illness. There was a small stream in the space with sweet and palatable water that could be drunk directly. Although it didn't possess the effects of spiritual spring water, it was many times better than the water found outside. The fish and shrimp in the stream had tender flesh, greatly benefiting the body, such as enhancing immunity, strengthening physique, increasing personal strength, and alleviating fatigue. Within the space, there were 8 houses, each with 6 floors. In front of the 8 houses, the plaques read Alchemy Pavilion, Storage Pavilion, Weapon Pavilion, Collection Pavilion, Tool Pavilion, Cultivation Pavilion, Gold and Silver Pavilion, and Gentle Breeze Pavilion. The Alchemy Pavilion contained various medicinal herbs, and some pills marked with their effects where one could refine pills themselves. One of the floors was filled with various precious ancient medical books and alchemy texts. The Storage Pavilion contained a utility room, a temperature-controlled room, a freezing room, a cold storage room, an ice storage room, and the most special floor, the time unchanging room. This meant that if hot items were placed inside, they would neither become hot nor cold. When taken out, they would be exactly the same as when they went in without. As the name suggests, the Weapon Pavilion contained various kinds of weapons neatly arranged in a dense display. Roughly viewing, it included the 18 types of ancient weapons: swords, spears, sabers, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks, whips, flails, hammers, claws, staves, pikes, rods, crutches, meteor hammers, and many other similar weapons. The Collection Pavilion's 6 floors were filled with various books from ancient times to the present, with countless precious ancient books, along with many rare editions, famous paintings, and various poetry and songs. The Tool Pavilion contained tools for various purposes, such as construction tools, farming tools, handmade tools, carpentry tools, weapon forging tools, and modern electric tools. The Cultivation Pavilion was specifically for martial arts training, housing various manuals on ancient martial arts cultivation methods, health strengthening, modern self-cultivation, and martial arts sparring. The Gold and Silver Pavilion was filled with boxes upon boxes of gold, silver, jade artifacts, jewelry, luminous pearls, and countless other treasures. It was overwhelming to behold. She was truly afraid her eyes would be dazzled. The Gentle Breeze Pavilion resembled a modern villa suitable for living, divided into 2 types, 3 floors designed as a modern villa, and 3 floors styled as ancient lofts, each with distinct decor. The modern villa was equipped with complete appliances and facilities without needing to worry about power issues, as the house had its own power supply. The ancient lofts were built in the architectural style of ancient royal aristocracy, featuring built-in furniture, exquisite porcelain ornaments, and a luxurious yet understated architectural style that grew more appealing the more one looked at it. Song Jida, known as Father Song, and Lu Jiaojiao, known as Mother Song, grew up together as childhood sweethearts from well-matched families, and as adults they naturally married and had children. In the first year of their marriage they conceived a child, and in the second year they gave birth to a precious daughter, whom they named Song Ziluo. The name Ziluo was inspired by Ouyang Xiu's poem Lengta Osha. With wine I toast the eastern breeze, let us be free, by the purple paths of the eastern capital willows sway. This name evokes the image of an ancient chivalrous maiden, highlighting the girl's vibrant and graceful qualities. Both Father and Mother Song were only children, and their parents had long since passed away. Father Song inherited the construction company passed down from his forefathers, while Mother Song inherited the family's chain of traditional Chinese and Western medicine pharmacies. After their marriage, they jointly established several large hospitals. Mother Song, a physician by profession, excelled in gynecology, surgery, and traditional Chinese medicine, standing out prominently in the medical field. Father Song was also a leader in the construction industry. His architectural style was highly sought after, and the company's orders poured in faster than they could handle. In the kitchen, Father and Mother Song worked in perfect harmony to prepare lunch. Over 20 years of marriage, they had always been deeply in love and harmonious, often displaying their affection in such a way that their daughter Song Ziluo found it almost too sweet to witness. A family nurtured by loving parents is truly blissful. Song Ziluo was raised like a princess by her parents, yet fortunately, she possessed a good nature and did not become spoiled or arrogant under their doting care. On the contrary, she was kind-hearted, gentle, and polite with others, excelled academically, and was praised by teachers as a role model for her classmates. Besides her academic achievements, Song Ziluo was proficient in calligraphy, painting, music, and chess. Her personality was a blend of quietness and liveliness, and her pure eyes were untouched by the slightest worldly stain, a testament to the excellent protection of her parents. Additionally, she had learned Taekwondo and had already reached the 5th level, a commendable achievement for an 18-year-old girl. At that moment, Song Ziluo, carrying the fruits she had picked from the space, left her room and happily ran to the kitchen door. She poked her head in and said to her parents inside, "Mom, Dad, look what this is, eh?" Hearing their daughter's cheerful voice, father and mother Song turned to look. "Darling Mom, remembers we didn't buy any of these fruits. Did you go out and buy them yourself?" "Mom, Dad, please turn off the gas and stop what you're doing. I have something important to tell you. But don't get too excited when you hear it." Song Ziluo's voice was as sweet and crisp as a lark's, laced with a hint of playful mischief. Father and mother Song gazed at their daughter with affection. In front of them, she never hid her true nature. She was full of boundless energy, lively and adorable, though occasionally a bit mischievous. "All right, Dad will be right there. Luo, go wait in the living room." Father Song turned to his wife and said, Jiao, let's turn off the gas and see what little trick Luo is up to. We can finish cooking afterward." Mother Song gently tapped Father Song's chest with her small fist and said coquettishly, "You spoil your daughter, don't you?" Father Song laughed and took her little fist in his hand, saying cheerfully, Jiao, we both spoil her the same way." Taking Mother Song's hand, they walked to the living room where they saw their daughter had already placed the fruits she had brought into a fruit bowl. Father Song picked a strawberry for his wife, then took one for himself and bit into it. As was expected of a family, their favorite fruit was strawberries. When Father Song took a bite, the juice burst instantly, filling his senses with a sweet aroma. Tender, juicy, and perfectly sweet. He had never tasted such delicious strawberries before, and he ate several more before stopping. Mother Song, in contrast, was more composed. After finishing her strawberries, she asked, "Darling, where did you buy these strawberries? They're so delicious. After eating one, I feel completely relaxed and refreshed." Father Song agreed with her and nodded slightly. Luo, after eating a few strawberries, I feel that my fatigue has vanished and now I'm full of energy. Compared to these, all the strawberries I've eaten in the past don't even deserve to be called strawberries. Hee, Song Ziluo chuckled, then said with a smile, "All right, Mom and Dad, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I want to talk about our family." Hearing their daughter mention the heirloom, Father and Mother Song immediately changed their demeanor, sat up straight, and gestured for her to continue. Seeing their serious expression, Song Ziluo dropped her playful smile and said earnestly, "Mom, Dad, I opened the heirloom box. Inside was a lotus-shaped jade pendant. The jade pendant absorbed the blood from my finger, recognized me as its master, and transformed into a golden lotus imprint on my left wrist. This golden lotus contains a space." Father and Mother Song were astonished, staring at the golden lotus imprint on their daughter's wrist. They marveled silently at the wonders of the world. Such a fantastical occurrence had actually happened in their family. After a while, having calmed down, Father Song asked, Luo, so the fruits you brought out are from this space?" "Yes, Dad. There are many more kinds of fruits inside. Let me show you each one." With that, Song Ziluo used her mind to bring out 3 of each fruit and place them on the table. Fortunately, the living room table was large enough to... Then she took 3 cups, filled them with spiritual spring water using her mind, and handed them to her parents. "Mom, Dad, this is spiritual spring water. Please try it. It has many benefits and is very good for your health if you drink it regularly." After saying that, she also drank from her own cup. Although she had entered the space, she had not yet tasted the spiritual spring water, so she was curious to see what it was like. Mother Song looked at the water in the cup her daughter handed her. The water was emitting a faint mist, and through it she could see the spiritual spring water was transparent and clear, pure as a child's heart. She took a gentle sip. It was slightly cool with a refreshing taste and a sweet aftertaste. As the spiritual spring water entered her intestines, it was like rain after a long drought, cleansing her entire body and mind. After finishing a cup of spiritual spring water, her body felt reborn, like withered wood sprouting new life, and she felt utterly comfortable. Father Song, as if satisfied, leaned back on the sofa and let out a long breath. Song Ziluo finished her cup of spiritual spring water and smacked her lips. How amazing. This was the spiritual spring water, something even the spiritual fruits couldn't compare to. She felt as if a gentle spring breeze had touched her, leaving her mind and body at ease. Then Song Ziluo told Father and Mother Song about the space inside. The effects of the spiritual spring water the animals, plants, streams, farms, and spiritual fields with special emphasis on the 8 pavilions. She also said that from now on the family would eat the spiritual produce from the space and drink the spiritual spring water. Finally, she planned to buy some livestock, various grain seeds, and medicinal herbs to plant in the space. After hearing all this, Father and Mother Song were amazed, their emotions surging like a roller coaster, unable to calm down for a long time. The couple warned Song Ziluo not to reveal the secret of the space to anyone. Only the family should know. To possess a treasure is to invite calamity. The human heart is not to be tested. Song Ziluo reclined on the sofa in the space villa with Ziluo, sitting beside her, nibbling contentedly on beef jerky held in its paws. Ziluo, big sister wants to ask you something. Okay, big sister, what is it? Ziluo asked Song Ziluo, speaking indistinctly while chewing on the beef jerky. I tried to bring Mom and Dad into the space, but they couldn't enter. Only I could come in. Why is that? Does it mean the space can't bring outsiders in? Ziluo thought for a moment, then its cute childish voice chimed in. Big sister, the space can't let others in yet. It's still evolving. After a while it will be fine. Alright, he'll try again later. During this time the space had been stocked with chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and pigs. Father Song had even made a special trip to the Meng tribe to purchase a large number of cattle, sheep, and horses. It was all because his daughter loved beef and mutton and wanted to experience the thrill of riding a horse. A true case of a doting father. After all, the family was well off and his daughter could spend freely. Besides, her space was filled with countless treasures. Even a single item could fetch hundreds of thousands. Father Song waved his hand grandly and said bye. Extremely generous. Mother Song, knowing her daughter wanted to grow crops and herbs, contacted herb merchants and grain wholesalers to purchase a massive quantity of various seeds. She thought these seeds would last her daughter a long time. If the spiritual fields couldn't hold them all, they could be stored in the warehouse without spoiling. Father and Mother Song had taken over the procurement plans, worried their daughter might overwork herself. The main reason was that the couple's eyelids had been twitching lately, a sign they felt something bad was about to happen, so they were eager to prepare everything for their daughter. Big sister, can you bring more snacks next time? Ziluo poked Song Ziluo's arm with its paw, looking up at her with pitiful eyes. Alright, big sister promises. It's not a big deal. They'll bring you an extra large bag of snacks next time. I can't stand your cute act. Song Ziluo dreaded this tactic from Ziluo the most. Whenever it looked at her with those innocent big eyes, she would agree to anything. To be fair, Ziluo was very sensible. It never made excessive demands, only those within her ability to fulfill. Ziluo tilted its head and began counting on its paws in a soft, childish voice. Beef jerky, pork floss, spicy hot pot sour, and spicy noodles, little spicy snacks, potato chips, sandwiches, cake. A long list of treats followed. Song Ziluo watched Ziluo's adorable demeanor and wanted nothing more than to hug it and rub its fur vigorously. Seeing how seriously it was reciting all the things it had eaten recently, she decided not to interrupt and let it continue. What amazed her was that this space spirit pet could even eat snacks. How unusual. Big sister, beef jerky is my favorite. Ziluo finally finished its list, ending with that concluding statement. Ever since it first tasted beef jerky, it would always declare it as its favorite. A sight both amusing and endearing. Song Ziluo thought to herself, my favorite. It had learned that phrase from her. Well, one who stays near ink gets stained black, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and Ziluo had picked up modern slang with remarkable proficiency. Cute as it was, important matters couldn't be forgotten. Ziluo, am counting on you to take care of the spiritual fields in the space. Once the crops are ripe, harvest them and store them in the storage pavilion, then plant the next batch. Ziluo thought to itself that this was its duty as a space spirit pet. For it was incredibly simple. It just needed to use spiritual energy and mental commands. It was a very capable space spirit pet. Big sister, don't worry. I'm very capable. I guarantee you'll get it done. After saying this, it stood up and saluted, a gesture it had learned from watching TV drama. Song Ziluo couldn't stop laughing at Ziluo's adorable antics. She gently poked its chubby little cheek with her index finger. Ziluo, look at you, so full of yourself, she teased in a cheerful tone. That weekend, Song Ziluo felt a faint sting in her heart, as if something important was about to be lost. A heavy feeling of oppression settled in her chest. Jiao, are you tired today? Father Song asked his wife with concern. If you're tired, lie down in the car and rest. This weekend they had planned to visit a temple to burn incense, praying for their daughter's well-being. Their daughter now possessed a space which filled them with both excitement and anxiety. Recently the family had been consuming only the produce from the space, and the most noticeable change was a qualitative transformation in their bodies from the inside out. They looked younger, their skin improved, and the hidden ailments accumulated over the years had vanished. They felt energetic every day. Father Song felt he was no longer 41, but 18. Especially seeing his beloved wife becoming more radiant and beautiful, he felt as naive and infatuated as when they first started dating. Every time he looked at her lovely face his heart would race uncontrollably, a bittersweet feeling. Mother Song didn't hear Father Song's question at that moment. She was lost in her own thoughts, recalling the encounter at the temple. Ever since their daughter acquired the space, both she and Old Song had been restless. So they planned to visit the highly reputed Qingyun temple to offer incense and pray for their daughter's safety and happiness. To show their sincerity, they had prepared a large sum of incense money to donate to the temple. With the wealth accumulated from their own efforts and the family inheritance, they could live comfortably for several lifetimes without working. They didn't care for the luxurious lifestyle of the aristocracy. Despite their immense wealth, they were not extravagant and lived extremely modestly. Their only extravagance was donating substantial sums to public welfare projects every year, helping those in need. Mother Song thought about the master she had met that day. His words were cryptic and she couldn't decipher their meaning, leaving her puzzled. Mother Song recalled the scene of meeting the master. My dear benefactors, I am the monk Kanwu. I see that both of you have extraordinary facial features, so I have come to speak with you. A master with an immortal aura and a kind face, clearly of high virtue and prestige, approached them. Father and Mother Song were momentarily stunned, then quickly greeted him with respect. Both of you are kind-hearted people possessing boundless merit. Ba. The master moved the beads in his hand, his clear eyes seeming to see through to one's soul. He spoke softly. 2 lifetimes of guarding each other, coming and going, are all for peace. Blessings are a gift from heaven, guarding the heart reveals the light. After speaking, he turned and left, vanishing in an instant, as if he had never appeared. Jiao 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 jiao. Father Song called a few more times when his wife didn't respond, turning to look at her in the back seat. At that moment, the unexpected happened. Mother Song snapped back to reality and screamed in terror, Old Song. Bang! A dizzying spin. Zai bye bye, my heart hurts so much so much. Song Ziluo clutched her chest, her expression one of extreme pain. At night in a dark bedroom, a sound broke the silence of the still night. On the exquisite princess bed in the room, a lump formed under the blanket from which intermittent sobs emerged, desperately suppressed, as if searching for an outlet that could never release the anguish. Song Ziluo lay curled up like a bough, her hands tightly clutching the corner of her blanket, as if this alone could grant her a sense of safety. Her upper teeth bit into her lower lip, breaking it, until it bled without her realizing it. Tears hung at the corners of her eyes, streaming down endlessly. Her eyes were swollen and red, and the tip of her nose was tinged with crimson. Her body trembled with each stifled sob, afraid to let out a loud cry. Her eyes, once untouched by worldly taint, were now wide open, bloodshot, and red as a rabbit's. Amidst the weeping, a faint murmur arose, Dad Mom, Dad Mom. The repeated whispers of her parents' names continued, as if this could make them stay by her side. After a long while, the sobs she had forcibly held back finally broke free, a heart-wrenching cry that tore at the soul. Song Ziluo wailed aloud, her cries filling the night-shrouded bedroom and echoing through every room of the villa. The loss of her parents was undoubtedly the heaviest blow for Song Ziluo. A family of 3 had now become her alone. Since their accidental death in a car crash, she had woken and fallen asleep in tears every day. The days when she was a pampered little princess, carefree and cherished under her parents' love, were gone forever. Each day passed in a daze she had taken a leave of absence from school. Counting the days, a month had already passed since her parents. Throughout this month, Song Ziluo forced herself to endure handling her parents' funeral arrangements and taking over the businesses they left behind, keeping herself busy every day. Facing others' concerns, she pretended to be strong, donning a mask of pretense, accustomed to facing everything alone and living by herself. People always yearn for smoothness and comfort. No one desires tormenting trials, yet they come regardless. As a passive bearer, do not fear, do not retreat. Her parents were so outstanding, their daughter must not fall short. Even if the road ahead is long and strewn with thorns, she would tread through and carve out a different world. Song Ziluo comforted herself in this way, encouraging herself to learn independence. The girl who once loved to laugh and act spoiled had vanished, replaced by one with a lovely face, but devoid of smiles, a chilly aura gradually transforming her former charm. Entering the space, Xiao Bai immediately pounced over, leaping into Song Ziluo's arms, clawing at her arm and gently shaking it. Sister, don't be sad. You still have Xiao Bai, who I will always be with you. Looking at Xiao Bai, Song Ziluo felt much better. If not for Xiao Bai accompanying her during this time, she might still be trapped in the shadows. Xiao Bai could not leave the space, but whenever she entered it would comfort her, thinking of ways to make her laugh, helping her move on in its own way. Song Ziluo was deeply grateful to Xiao Bai, a faint smile appearing on her face as she stroked its fur. Thank you, Xiao Bai. From now on, it's just you and me. After speaking, her expression again tinged with loneliness. Xiao Bai scratched its little head with its claws, feeling a bit frustrated. How could it keep its sister from drowning in sorrow? Got it. An idea struck. It clapped its 2 front paws together. What a clever little pet it was. Sister, the alchemy pavilion has marrow cleansing pills, and the martial arts pavilion has many secret manuals. If you take the pill, and then practice martial arts, you'll achieve twice the results with half the effort. Moreover, once you reach a certain level of skill, you can take inner strength pills to boost your internal energy. Hearing Xiao Bai Bei's word song, Ziluo pondered briefly. Undoubtedly, the martial arts secrets were very enticing. Now that she was alone, she had to become strong so others could not bully her. Her mother was a doctor, and she had learned much from her upbringing. Skills never weigh one down as she decided to study both medicine and martial arts. After a month of trial, Song Ziluo had adopted a decisive style. Previously, with her parents backing her, she didn't need to be capable. Now she had no support. She shed her former girlish demeanor, inheriting her parents' unique way of doing things from her bones, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. Song Ziluo left the space, arranged the operations of the family's various businesses, and once everything outside was settled, she began her seclusion for cultivation. In the space, Xiao Bai took a marrow-cleansing pill stored in a jade bottle and handed it to Song Ziluo. Sister, after taking the pill, your body will hurt a lot. You must persevere, endure it, and it will pass. Xiao Bai said to Song Ziluo. After a moment's thought, it added, Sister, don't be afraid. Everything you eat and drink comes from the space, which has already purged most of the impurities from your body. Your current condition is already excellent. Touched by Xiao Bai's comforting words, Song Ziluo said, Okay, sister, won't be afraid. Don't worry about me, Xiao Bai. With that, she swallowed the marrow-cleansing pill. It dissolved instantly on her tongue, and at first she felt a wave of comfort and relaxation. After a while, pain began to course through her body, intensifying with each passing moment. Song Ziluo clenched her teeth tightly, her face pale, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Soon black impurities began to seep from her skin. Half an hour later, the pain suddenly vanished, and all her meridians were unblocked. Song Ziluo looked down at her clothes, now blackened. Xiao Bai trotted over. Sister, I've prepared bathwater in the bathroom, and clean clothes are— Song Ziluo thought how thoughtful Xiao Bai was. Truly her spirit pet. She nodded. Okay, thank you, Xiao Bai. Song Ziluo washed herself several times to scrub off the black mud. She touched her face. Smooth and delicate, her skin fair and firm, without a single visible pore. As a woman who doesn't love beauty, her skin had been good before, but never so transformed. In the mirror, she glowed white with an ethereal celestial aura. She couldn't help but marvel at her skin and appearance, utterly captivating. Even as a woman, she was bewitched by herself. Xiao Bai had brought her a white dress. Wearing it, she appeared even more divine. Wow, what a beautiful sister. Which fairy has descended from the heavens? Might I invite this fairy to join me for a meal? Watching Xiao Bai mimic a young gentleman flirting with a lady, Song Ziluo laughed until tears nearly streamed down her face. Mainly, Xiao Bai didn't just speak, it acted too, puffing up its small chubby body, paws clasped behind its back like a human, its big eyes wide with feigned admiration, mouth agape. Wow, so beautiful. Having finished her playful antics, little Bai leaped into Song Ziluo's arms, seeking a cuddle. Song Ziluo held little Bai, stroking her fluffy fur. Little Bai's body was warm, and its heat transferred to her. Little Bai was her light, illuminating her path and guiding her forward when darkness veiled her eyes. She tightened her arms around little Bai. In a soft, childlike voice, little Bai said, Sister, since you're starting to cultivate martial arts today, it'll adjust the time within the space. The space can adjust time. Yes, it can. Before you appeared, and it recognized you as its master, time flowed the same as the outside world. Little Bai rubbed its chubby cheek against Song Ziluo's arm and continued, Now that the space has acknowledged you as its master, time can be adjusted according to your will. So how is time adjusted within the space? Song Ziluo asked, stroking little Bai. Sister, the current maximum ratio is 1 day to 1 year. The space is still evolving, and the ratio will increase over time. Song Ziluo thought this was excellent, as she could learn more knowledge within the space, while spending less time in the outside world. But would she age within the space, since time flowed differently? The more she pondered, the more frightening it seemed, and she even touched her own face. Sensing her worry, little Bai grinned foolishly, letting out a silly, childish laugh. Sister, don't worry about that. You'll look exactly the same inside the space as you do outside. Little Bai was truly mischievous, teasing Song Ziluo. After speaking, it even shot her a playful wink. Hearing this, Song Ziluo felt a bit embarrassed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Little Bai, don't tease your sister. I was just afraid of losing my youth. After all, it's only natural for a woman to cherish her beauty, how everyone wishes to remain 18 forever. Sensing her sister's awkwardness, little Bai jumped from her arms to the ground and swiftly ran out of the Qingfeng pavilion. It called back to Song Ziluo, Sister, the crops in the spirit field are ripe. I'm going to harvest them now. Song Ziluo watched little Bai's plump little figure move with astonishing agility, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A deep warmth spread in her eyes as she knew this was little Bai's way of cheering her up. From that moment on, Song Ziluo embarked on a path of dedicated cultivation. She practiced martial arts in the morning and studied medicine in the afternoon, her schedule meticulously organized. The martial arts pavilion was densely packed with countless manuals, making it difficult to choose, a classic case of choice paralysis. Since childhood, she had adored the martial arts depicted in ancient dramas, especially the art of lightness, as it appeared graceful and ethereal. It allowed one to scale walls and rooftops, change forms fluidly, and move without a trace. Song Ziluo outright dismissed modern techniques. After all, she was already a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Compared to the inner energy of ancient martial arts, it was far too inferior. She selected a lightness skill suitable for women, the ethereal step, and a lost inner cultivation method, the Bellhard art. These were merely the foundation, she needed combat manuals to complement them. Only by combining both could she ensure victory in every battle. After choosing several more manuals that appealed to her, she began her training. Song Ziluo had some foundational knowledge of medicine. The alchemy pavilion housed a vast array of herbs, and the spirit fields were planted with many varieties, allowing her to study their properties. Hansen. Medicine and poison were inseparable. Since she was learning, she decided to master both. They could heal or kill, all depending on a single thought. One day the forest within the space echoed with the thunderous sounds of animals running and roaring. Run, run. The master's coming again. Help. Hurry up, son, you're too slow. The great demon is here. Why is a tiger's life so hard? A cacophony of beastly speech arose, accompanied by the frantic sounds of their escape. Sigh. It's always like this. Little Bye-Bye, why are they all so afraid of me? Song Ziluo's melodious voice rang out. Little Bye-Bye rolled its eyes slyly. It dared not say that it was because her sister wanted them to be sparring partners. The animals couldn't endure her methods of torment, which were worse than death. Ever since her sister began martial arts training, she had demanded the beast spar with her. At first they held back, afraid of hurting their master, and were hesitant. Later, as her sister learned more techniques and grew more formidable, they couldn't even defeat her. They lost all ability to defend themselves, and became the ones being dominated, each one complaining bitterly. Even more terrifying was her sister's masterful medical skills. She would often poison the beasts without a trace. Then she would slowly research the antidote, and after they were cured, they still had to be sparring partners. The process was excruciating. At the same time, the beasts also had to serve as her sister's subjects for studying human anatomy. Beast anatomy. In short, while the beasts in her sister's hands were not at risk of losing their lives, they had to endure the agonizing process. Well, actually their bodies felt no pain. Her sister would use a single pill to solve that problem with no side effects. What the beasts truly suffered from was the torment of body and mind. Song Ziluo, holding Little Bye-Bye, landed lightly on a treetop and watched the beasts fleeing into the distance. She could have instantly appeared before them to stop their escape, but she no longer wished to. She found it pointless. They were no longer her match. Seeing their pitiful state, she decided she would no longer demand they be her sparring partners. Stop. Don't run anymore. Song Ziluo projected her voice with inner energy, making it heard throughout the entire space. The beasts froze in unison, pricking up their ears to hear their master's command. After a long silence, the master said nothing. The beasts began to murmur. The oldest tiger beast ran to the tree where Song Ziluo stood, its gaze both adoring and fearful. Master, what are your orders? Its voice was utterly reverent. Song Ziluo found this white spirit beast with its silly, adorable appearance quite amusing. It was the leader of the spirit beast group. Big Bye, tell the others that from today onwards, I won't ask you to spar anymore. You don't have to run away when you see me. Yes, Master. Master is so kind. Big Bei's eyes instantly sparkled, its voice brimming with joy and delight, its tail wagging. Song Ziluo had spent 30 years within the space. During those 3 decades, she diligently studied medicine and cultivated martial arts, finally reaching her current level of mastery. A satisfied smile graced her lips. After 30 years of tempering within the space, her temperament was no longer what it once had been. In the space, Xiao Bye-Bye was lying on the blanket, uncomfortably rolling around. Xiao Bye-Bye, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Song Ziluo was very worried about Xiao Bye-Bye. She carefully examined Xiao Bye-Bye's body and concluded that Xiao Bye-Bye was perfectly healthy. So why was this happening? Could it be that her medical skills were insufficient? Song Ziluo began to doubt her own medical abilities. Sister Xiao Bye-Bye is not physically unwell, rather it has sensed something bad and is suffering in spirit. Xiao Bye-Bye was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the space. It could perceive the external situation of this world and possessed precognitive abilities. This condition of Xiao Bye-Bye definitely meant something bad was about to happen. Song Ziluo's expression turned grave. Xiao Bye-Bye, what bad thing have you foreseen? Sister Xiao Bye-Bye foresees that before long, earth-shattering changes will occur in the outside world. This world has already begun to collapse and is heading towards an apocalypse. Apocalypse? Song Ziluo was dazed. Was it what she thought? She had only seen such plots in novels before, never expecting it to happen in reality, and Xiao Baibai sister understands. I will take this matter seriously. Is there any way to alleviate your pain? Song Ziluo was especially worried about Xiao Baibai, who she didn't want to lose it. Sister, don't worry. Xiao Baibai will get better after a while. I need to revert to my original form now, and sleep in the spiritual spring water. Once my soul is healed I can return to normal. Xiao Baibai said in a weak, babyish voice. Xiao Baibai, go into the spiritual spring pool quickly. You must be fine. Sister doesn't want to lose you, you are sister's only companion. Song Ziluo's voice trembled as she urged Xiao Baibai. Xiao Baibai knew this was not the time to be stubborn. It showed a weak smile, and said to its sister, Sister, rest assured I won't leave you. I will stay with you forever. Sister, during the time I am asleep you must take good care of yourself too. Wait for me to wake up. With that it turned into a golden lotus and flew into the spiritual spring pool. Song Ziluo watched Xiao Baibai lying on the spiritual spring water. Besides worry, she couldn't help feeling empty inside, as she had grown accustomed to Xiao Baibai's company. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Her expression instantly turned serious. For the coming apocalypse, she had to make preparations, as she couldn't fight an unprepared battle, or she would inevitably be passive. First she had to stockpile a large amount of supplies. From novels she knew that in the apocalyptic world no crops could be grown, no shopping malls, no food processing plants, nothing. There were only hordes of zombies. The living would fight to the death for a little food, with no humanity left. Although there was a spiritual field in the space for farming, so she wasn't afraid who wouldn't like more things. Besides, she was a hoarding maniac. She never thought she bought too much. And Xiao Baibai loved snacks very much. She had to stockpile more snacks for it, the more the better. In short, no matter what, she would hoard some as preparation, the more the merrier. Song Ziluo made a hoarding plan in her mind, and quickly left the space. First step, she had to liquidate the assets in her hands. So she contacted the auction house to auction off all her properties. She would settle the transfer 3 days later, leaving only the villa she lived in and a warehouse in the suburbs. The warehouse was for camouflage. When buying things in large quantities, she would have them delivered to the warehouse to avoid attracting attention. Otherwise, if she had them delivered to the villa, others might become suspicious. Step 2, she went to her father's construction company, found the general manager, stated her requirements, and asked him to dispatch a top-notch construction team. Use the strongest materials to build a defensive wall around the villa and install defensive measures. She demanded it be completed within 3 days. After hearing Song Ziluo's words, the general manager had no other thoughts. He thought it was just the young lady lacking a sense of security, so she wanted comprehensive safety measures installed. He dared not take Song Ziluo's requirements lightly. After the chairman's death, the girl had used tough methods and acted swiftly, suppressing the old foxes in the company. He couldn't help but sigh. A tiger father does not have a dog son. Song Ziluo left the company, and the general manager immediately arranged the matter. He had to handle the young boss orders properly. Song Ziluo drove to the largest grain wholesale department and asked the boss how much stock he had. She wanted it all. The boss was shocked. How could this girl want so much grain? His various grains added up to over 2,000 tons. The prices of these grains varied, but at least it would cost over 20 million. The girl was really generous. But being able to sell all his inventory at once made him very happy. Song Ziluo paid a deposit, gave the delivery address, and told the boss to deliver all the goods within 3 days, after which she would settle the remaining payment. Leaving the grain wholesale department, she then went to the clothing wholesale headquarters, planning to stockpile a batch of clothes, blankets, and the like. After thinking it over, she decided to buy all types regardless. Now she had to quickly spend the money in her hands, because after the apocalypse it would become. This time Song Ziluo didn't waste words. She directly told the boss she wanted to buy 100 million worth of goods, and she would take everything he had. The boss was extremely excited to have met such a big customer. Song Ziluo paid a deposit, gave the address, and similarly instructed delivery within 3 days. Then she went to the snack wholesale headquarters, and directly said she wanted 500 million worth of snacks. She wanted all the varieties available in the wholesale department. If there weren't enough stock, she told the boss to transfer from other places. Xiao Baibai at home liked snacks, so she had to stockpile more. The same requirement, delivery within 3 days. She calculated the cash in hand, and found there was still some left. She couldn't buy things in bulk like before, as she could only buy in small quantities. For other purchases, she would have to wait until the assets were transferred and funds were credited 3 days later. Song Ziluo was driving a medium-sized van today. This van could hold a lot of things, and was perfect for camouflage. She planned to buy some hot food and put it into the space. The storage compartment in the space was very large, so she didn't have to worry about not having. She began to sweep through the snack street, one shop after another, like a plague of locusts, leaving nothing behind. Well, that was an exaggeration. She packed all the hot food available in each shop, loaded the packed food into the van, and then casually stored it into the space. The van was instantly empty again, and she continued to the next shop. This cycle repeated until she had visited every shop on the snack street. Song Ziluo thought that Xiao Baibai liked cake, so her next target was the cake shop. She drove to a bakery and directly asked for everything in the shop that could be bought. The staff helped load the items into the van. The van was stuffed full. When no one was looking, she stored some into the space, otherwise the van couldn't hold all the items from the shopping makes me happy. That saying was indeed true. She drove on to find the next cake shop. This cycle continued, and she bought food from several more dessert shops. In recent days, Song Ziluo had been staying at the suburban warehouse as goods were arriving at any moment. Sitting by the door awaiting deliveries, she also took the opportunity to place orders on her food delivery app. She ordered from every single merchant on the app, purchasing hundreds of portions of each food item. For those with smaller portions, she ordered even more. For items like steamed buns and mantou, she ordered in the thousands. Fearing that such large orders might overwhelm the merchants, she held back from ordering tens of thousands outright. Song Ziluo had already planned that as long as the apocalypse hadn't arrived, she would order takeout on her phone every single day until it did. If she didn't stock up now, once the supplies in her space ran out, there would be nothing left to eat when craving struck. The delivery personnel, seeing this young girl buying such massive quantities, were puzzled. Though curious, they dared not ask. The girl possessed an extraordinary aura, who despite her youth, her ethereal demeanor unbeknownst to Song Ziluo, it was her unique temperament that intimidated the deliverymen, preventing them from acting presumptuously before her. She had anticipated that someone might question her about the excessive purchases. Already she had prepared excuses to fend off any inquiries. After 3 days, Song Ziluo sorted and stored all purchased items in her space. She then took the documents to the auction house, transferring ownership of her assets and promptly receiving the funds. Next, she planned to spend all the money in hand, having already envisioned the essentials to acquire. Song Ziluo visited 6 grain and oil wholesale depots, purchasing 300 million worth of supplies. She went to multiple pharmacies, buying massive quantities of medicine, including both traditional Chinese and Western drugs. Then she headed to the frozen goods wholesale headquarters, spending 200 million on frozen products. These included frozen meats and quick frozen foods like dumplings and tang yuan. Essentially, she bought everything available at the wholesaler. She also made a point to purchase large amounts of ice cream and popsicles, as she loved them in summer and couldn't do without. As a foodie, her first thought for hoarding was always about food and drink. For beverages, milk tea was a must, as she went to a milk tea wholesaler and bought a vast array of milk tea powders, cups, and tools for making it. At the beverage and alcohol wholesaler, she purchased various types of drinks, including red wine, baijiu beer, cocktails, huangjiu, and rice wine. She also bought a large quantity of purified water, though she drank from the spiritual spring in her space. It was for emergencies. At the seasoning wholesaler, she directly spent 200 million on various condiments. At the vegetable wholesaler, she spent 200 million on vegetables, ensuring she bought every variety available. She almost forgot daily necessities like shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, toothbrushes, tissues, and sanitary pads. She bought large quantities of everything available at the daily necessities wholesaler. Skincare products, cosmetics, electrical appliances, and kitchenware. She purchased large amounts of all these, covering every conceivable item for daily life and consumption. Additionally, she secretly acquired a batch of weapons and ammunition to enhance her self-defense capabilities. Sitting at the warehouse door, Song Ziluo calculated her remaining funds, just over 1 million reserved for ordering takeout. During this period, her purchases had piled up like mountains. She feared the storage pavilion in her space might not hold them all, but to her surprise it had evolved, becoming many times larger than before. This was an unexpected delight. After receiving the final batch of supplies, she headed home. The villa's perimeter had been equipped with top-tier defensive measures. The outer walls were made of diamond, the hardest natural substance known for its excellent wear and corrosion resistance. State-of-the-art artificial intelligence alarm technology was installed. Whenever anyone approached within 20 meters of the villa, it would alert the owner and activate the alarm system. Defenses would then deploy instantly, enveloping the villa's perimeter in electric currents. Anyone coming within 5 meters would be subjected to high-voltage shocks, turning them to charcoal in 3 seconds. Song Ziluo gazed at Little White in the spiritual spring pool, her heart filled with anxiety and worry. The little creature had been in a deep slumber for some time. Ever since Little White fell asleep, she had lived in a state of restless unease, needing to see it the moment she woke up each day. As long as she saw it lying peacefully in the spiritual spring pool, she would let out a long sigh of relief, her tense heart. The weather outside grew unpredictable. Dark clouds gathered, and the sky darkened, shrouding the world in gloom, as if demons and monsters were about to emerge. People across the world lived in panic, each heart filled with unease and confusion. Then a torrential rain poured down. Not ordinary rain, but corrosive acid. It fell on plants and trees, causing them to wither instantly and emit black smoke. The unceasing acid rain eroded roads, buildings, vegetation, and parked vehicles, leaving them pitted and scarred, a scene of desolation. Everything exposed to the open air was corroded into ruin. The air was filled with a decaying, rotting stench that made one. At that moment, the entire world changed color. Not a trace of green remained, only the struggling remnants of what once. The acid rain lasted a full day and night before finally ceasing. Then a piercing, terrified scream rang out, followed by hoarse guttural roars. Chaos erupted outside. People fled in panic, their cries for help, screams, and terror mingling with the horrifying, spine-chilling roars that echoed back and forth. Those who had been soaked by the rain had overnight transformed into zombies. They moved stiffly like puppets, shuffling step by step toward the living, their movements slow and rigid. Their bodies, corroded by the rain, were pockmarked with black holes of varying sizes on their heads, and blood mixed with corrosion slowly trickling. Chunks of flesh on their faces hung loosely, threatening to fall off, dangling like rotting meat, and emitting a foul stench. The stench of death could be smelled from afar. Their clothes were tattered, revealing gray, lifeless skin through the rips. Those who, paralyzed by panic, stood frozen in place, unable to move, were eventually torn apart and devoured by the horde of zombies. Minutes later, the zombies shuffled away. All that remained were broken bodies, bloodied and mangled, with terrified eyes, wide pupils streaked with red veins. Their gaze told of the agony, despair, and fear they had suffered in life. The sight sent chills down one's spine. This was the arrival of the— Captain Song, are you all right? A woman asked with concern, her delicate features suggesting she was around 20 years old. I'm fine. What we encountered today were advanced zombies. A cool voice like an orchid in a secluded valley rang out. The woman opposite her showed a flicker of surprise, her brow furrowing. In these 3 years we have never encountered advanced zombies before. I didn't expect the zombies to evolve so quickly. Oh Haiyang finished speaking, his expression turning grave, his gaze more resolute. As the leader of Hope Base, he had fought countless battles against zombies over the past 3 years. He had long set a goal within his lifetime: he would eradicate all zombies and restore clarity to the world. Before the apocalypse, he had been the supreme commander of a special forces unit. Born into an apocalypse, a hero at the end of his road, he held open-mindedness as his foremost virtue. As a soldier, he had his own faith. In this world of the strong preying on the weak, one either became a predator or a protector. He chose the latter. The base was running low on supplies, and this mission was to gather resources. He led the most elite combat squad from the base, captained by Song Ziluo. He held this young woman in high regard. She appeared aloof yet harbored a gentle heart, and excelled in every aspect. Everyone in the base admired her, especially her squad members. Each of them had received her help, rescued from the brink of death on numerous occasions. Do not underestimate this girl. She was usually quiet and preferred solitude. But at critical moments, she often performed astonishing feats. Song Ziluo shook the large blade in her hand, its edge stained with zombie blood, and frowned. Captain Song used this cloth to wipe it off. Shin Yong from the squad handed a piece of cloth to Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo looked at his expectant eyes and said with some resignation, "Don't prepare cloth next time. Supplies are tight. We must save wherever possible." She took the cloth. "As you command, Captain Song." Shin Yong replied with a grin. In his mind, he would still prepare it next time. What he said and what he did were entirely separate. "Humph," snorted the girl standing beside Shin Yong. She pursed her lips and rolled her eyes at him. She hated how Chun Yong always tried to ingratiate himself with Captain Song. Captain Song was her goddess. Such gestures should be her priority. Alas, she was just a step too late. She turned to glare at Chun Yong, her cute little face. All right, Yuan, give me what you prepared. Next time I want take the lead." "Really? You promise?" Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Chun Yong, glistening, as if she might cry at any moment. Chun Yong's heart pounded at her adorable expression, and he forced himself to stay calm. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, I never break my promises." Yuan looked at his handsome face, his eyes brimming with affection as he gazed. Yuan quickly turned away, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Song Ziluo watched the pair like a doting mother, feeling heartened for the two young people who harbored mutual affection. Their tender bond added warmth to this desolate world. When spring came, it would surely blossom into fruition. The surrounding squad members exchanged knowing glances, teasing them with their eyes. Song Ziluo looked at Oh Haiyang with a serious expression. "Colonel, something is off here. Xiao Song, you're perceptive. Tell us what you think." "Well, follow your lead." Song Ziluo felt the weight of his trusting gaze, as if a burden had settled on her shoulders. He was entrusting the lives of everyone here to her. She sighed inwardly. All she wanted was to be a carefree slacker, but the times would not allow it, pushing her down this path. In the early days of the apocalypse, she had fought zombies alone. Low-level zombies were easy to eliminate. For her, it was effortless. She possessed superb martial arts skills complemented by a large blade. She cut through enemies like a whirlwind, leaving no zombie alive in her wake. Gradually, she awakened a wood-type ability and a strength-type ability, which were like wings to a tiger, icing on the cake. With the emergence of abilities, zombies also began to mutate and evolve. As they upgraded, they became increasingly difficult to deal with. Song Ziluo had met Oh Haiyang a year into the apocalypse. At that time, she saw a large horde of zombies attacking a group of humans. Seeing them struggling desperately, she could not bear to stand by. So she rescued them and killed all the zombies. Her combat prowess astonished everyone. Later, Oh Haiyang repeatedly invited her to join their team. Due to her incredible strength, she was directly appointed. She assembled this squad from the strongest members, also serving as the vanguard. Through continuous battles with zombies, she honed her skills. Learning from each fight, the squad grew stronger. It had been 2 years since the squad's formation, and previously no zombie they encountered could match them. But today's zombies had greatly increased in strength. They were advanced zombies. Based on past experience, this was highly unusual. For her, facing a large group of advanced zombies alone was quite taxing. After a moment of thought, she said to Oh Haiyang, "Colonel, we must not stay here long." She glanced at the surroundings and continued, "We need to leave immediately. This place feels ominous and unsafe." Oh Haiyang saw how serious Song Ziluo was, her voice urgent and tinged with panic, a situation never encountered before. He quickly commanded everyone, "Pack up immediately, we're evacuating now." Upon hearing the order, the team swiftly loaded the supplies into the vehicles. Just as they were about to retreat, an accident occurred. A large horde of advanced zombies surrounded them, and behind them stood a zombie dressed in the black-robed zombie emitted a long string of zombie sounds. As the sounds faded, the advanced zombies agilely pounced toward them. Before anyone could react, Song Ziluo swung her blade at the horde. "Everyone retreat, immediately. This is the Zombie King." Song Ziluo amplified her voice with inner strength. Hearing the command, everyone immediately executed the order, got into the vehicles, and sped away. They all knew Song Ziluo well. When she spoke, they must obey without question, and no one could argue. Listening to her was the best way to help her, not hinder or burden her. Song Ziluo swung her blade at the zombies. Wherever the blade passed, limbs and debris flew. In no time, a large number of zombies lay fallen. Easy. The Zombie King let out a terrifying laugh. Song Ziluo killed the last advanced zombie, panting, heavily drenched in sweat, her face pale, and her hands trembling uncontrollably. She knew her condition. She was utterly exhausted. Steeling herself, she looked at the laughing Zombie King and gripped her blade tightly. The Zombie King stopped laughing, his sinister gaze fixed on Song Ziluo. In an instant, he appeared before her. Song Ziluo fought with all her might, but she was clearly at a disadvantage. If this continued, she would die. But at the most critical moment, her spatial ability failed. She could not enter the space. Song Ziluo took a deep breath. Since death was inevitable, she would take the Zombie King, this great scourge, down with her. Song Ziluo used her inner strength to tightly embrace the Zombie King, ultimately choosing to self-destruct, annihilating both of them. A thunderous boom echoed, leaving only a massive crater and a pile of debris. In the Song family village, Pinggan Town, Qingfeng County, Anqing Prefecture, Nanyang Kingdom, the atmosphere in the clan leader's home of the Song clan was heavy and oppressive, tension building like drumbeats, quickening until it reached a breaking point. Everyone in the household gathered in a room, listening with bated breath, not daring to exhale loudly for fear of missing a single word. Their clenched hands knew not where to rest, and cold sweat beaded on their palms unnoticed. Their eyes were fixed on the little girl lying on the bed, as if she might vanish in the next moment. The girl, about 5 or 6 years old, lay pale, and still, her eyes closed, appearing devoid of life. After a moment, an elderly man's voice broke the silence of the room. How strange, how strange. He resumed, taking her pulse, his mind filled with astonishment. He had never encountered such a pulse before. Moments ago there was no pulse and no breath, yet now it beat so rapidly. He prided himself on his medical skill, though not quite at the level of a divine physician. He was but a step away. This pulse was something he had never heard. He couldn't help but sigh, marveling at the profound depth of medicine, and began to doubt his own expertise. He resolved to delve deeper into his studies, seeking out strange tales and ancient remedies from the folk. The pulse is neither floating nor sinking, gentle yet strong. The body is unharmed. At these words, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, their hearts settling somewhat. Did I misread the pulse? The family's just relaxed hearts tightened again as they stared wide-eyed at the physician. Dr. Zhou turned to the crowd, smiling. "Don't worry. I first took a normal pulse, but then it grew increasingly vigorous, which made me think I dared." Old Master Song Daong hastily asked, "Old Zhou, what's the situation with my bower now?" "Rest assured, your daughter is in excellent health. Her pulse is so strong it proves her body is robust, and her vitality is at a remarkable..." Everyone finally let their hearts rest easy, dispelling the earlier gloom, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Old Master Song continued, "Old Zhou, does my bower need any medicine now?" Dr. Zhou stroked his beard and replied slowly, "No need. The little girl is perfectly healthy. Medicine is unnecessary. Remember, every medicine has its toxicity, and overconsumption does more harm than good." He glanced at the girl on the bed and added, "Your bower should wake soon. If you're so worried, buy her some nourishing food once she's awake." His heart filled with pity for the little one, he sighed. Such a young child enduring such hardship. Surviving a great calamity brings future blessings. Bower's fortune will be splendid. With that, Dr. Zhou took his leave. Seeing this, Zhou Taohua, Old Master Song's wife, quickly handed over the consultation fee. "Brother Zhou, thank you so much. Here is your fee, you've worked hard." Zhou Taohua looked at him gratefully. Dr. Zhou's expression soured at the money, his tone turning displeased. Taohua, what are you doing? Do we need to be so distant? He shot a glare at old Master Song. Fuming, he continued, I've watched Bauer grow up, she's like my own granddaughter. Being so formal breaks my heart. He stormed off with his medical kit, his back a picture of indignation. Zhou Taohua watched him go, her emotions a tangled mess. Their history, Dr. Zhou named Zhou Rufing had grown up with her in the same village. Childhood sweethearts, one might say. His family had practiced medicine for generations, and he inherited their legacy of born healer with extraordinary talent. At 10, a skilled old physician noticed his gift, and moved by admiration took him as an apprentice. Thus began Zhou Rufing's journey of travel, learning, and healing, shaping his free-spirited nature. Before leaving, he sought her out, and earnestly told her never to forget him, repeating it several times. She remembered, smiling and promising him, assuring she would never forget, and urging him to take care of himself on the road. At just 7, she was too young to grasp his meaning, taking it as a child's farewell. Only at 15 did she understand those words held the budding affection of youth. That same year, she and Song Daong developed feelings, and their families arranged their betrothal. It was then that Zhou Rufing returned from his travels, bearing lavish gifts with his parents, and asked for her hand in marriage. Already betrothed, and without feelings for him, she saw him only as a brother. She was shocked that he harbored such intentions. Blunt by nature, she refused him outright, confessing she loved another, and was engaged with a wedding date to be set. Even after all these years, she vividly recalled his reaction, a memory etched forever. The handsome 18-year-old, upon hearing her words, stood as if struck by lightning, his youthful vigor drained, replaced by a desolate air. Despair written on his face, his eyes reddened as tears streamed down, carrying an inexpressible agony. It took him a long while to compose himself. In a choked voice, he wished her happiness, adding that if her husband ever mistreated her, he would take her back and never let go. He turned and stumbled away, his heart aching, hurrying out. On her wedding day, she received a lavish gift from him, a gesture she understood as his way of blessing. She thought he would soon forget her and find his own happiness. Yet to her surprise, he remained single to this day, all these years later. She felt she would carry this guilt toward Zhou Rufing for the rest of her life, until her dying breath, when it would dissipate, like smoke returning. Zhou Taohua snapped back to the present, clutching the consultation fee tightly. Taking a deep breath, she turned to her eldest daughter-in-law. Eldest daughter-in-law, go prepare a meal. Have the eldest son slaughter a hen to nourish our bower. She then called out to her eldest son, go kill a chicken, the biggest old hen in the coop. Song Zicheng, the eldest son, quickly replied, yes, mother. I'll slaughter the red-feathered one, oh, it's the fattest and most nourishing. He hurried to the backyard coop, swiftly catching the red hen. The red hen, sensing its end was near, struggled violently, letting out a desperate cackle in a bid for survival. Thank heavens! Our bower has survived this great calamity, exclaimed Li Qianro, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Song family, as she bowed repeatedly to. Wiping the tears from her eyes with her sleeve, she turned to her sister-in-law beside her, and said, second sister-in-law, could you go to the fields, and pick some greens for me? Wang Xiaoxiao, the second daughter-in-law, replied, cheerfully, sure thing, eldest sister-in-law. He'll pick plenty of greens. Today is a day of joy, and our family should eat to our heart's content. Li Qianro smiled wryly, teasing her, second sister-in-law, don't worry, I'll make sure you have your fill today. She then turned to the third sister-in-law, and said gently, third sister-in-law, come with me to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Of course, eldest sister-in-law, replied Huang Wanxin, the third daughter-in-law, in a soft voice. Grandma, when will little sister wake up? Yes, Grandma, why hasn't she woken up yet? Two anxious boys' voices rang out, as they stared worriedly at the little figure lying on the bed. These two boys were the twin sons of the third Song brother, identical in appearance so much so that those unfamiliar with them could hardly tell them apart. Enough, you two don't crowd around here. Go outside and play, don't hover around your sister. Song Zicheng, the eldest son of the first Song brother, said sternly to the twins, his face serious. Standing beside Song Zicheng were several younger boys. Seeing their eldest brother's stern expression, they immediately swallowed the words they wanted to say, dared not speak, and looked at him with fearful eyes. At home, they were mischievous and fearless, but they feared their eldest brother above all. A single look from him was enough to rein them in. After all, defying the eldest brother never ended well. Thinking of this, they instinctively touched their backsides. Song Zicheng felt gratified by his brother's obedience. They were teachable, he thought. With the reinforcement of the rod, he believed they would become even more disciplined. He decided that this method, the rod, would be his approach to molding his brothers. He was confident they would not disappoint his expectation. A faint smile curled at the corners of Song Zicheng's mouth, his face brimming with pride. He turned to look at his brothers, his smile, seeming both kind and ominous, deepening with each passing moment. Seeing their eldest brother like this, the younger boys felt a shiver run down their spines, sensing that something unpleasant was about to happen. Their palms were cold with sweat, and their backsides seemed to ache in anticipation. They had already sensed that the days ahead would be far from easy. Mother help! Who could save them from their eldest brother's clutches? Zhou Taohua watched her grandson's interactions with amusement. Your sister is fine now. All of you go outside. The room is too small, oh don't crowd in here. Song Zicheng turned sharply to Zhou Taohua, hope shining in his eyes. Grandma, I want to wait for my sister to wake up. I hope she sees me first when she opens her eyes. As he spoke, he swept a fierce warning gaze over the younger boys in the room. Big brother, well go now, they stammered. Yes, big brother, we won't take up space here. We're leaving right now. Eighth brother, little brother, hurry up, let's go quickly. Seventh brother, wait for me. A flurry of voices erupted, and in an instant the 9 younger brothers had vanished from sight. Song Zicheng was quite satisfied with this result. Seeing his brothers so obedient, he decided to ease up slightly on their education. Yes, just a little. Just a tiny bit, no bigger than a fingernail. Zicheng, you go out too. You're not needed here. The authoritative voice of Old Master Song rang out from the room. Song Zicheng's smiling face froze, a crack appearing in his composure. He twitched his lips and turned stiffly to Old Master Song. Grandfather, it's okay if I stay here, right? His voice was weak and uncertain. Old Master Song glanced at him and said crossly, what use are you here? You can't eat or drink. With your big frame, you're just in the way. Get out. Song Zicheng immediately deflated. He knew this would happen. Whenever grandfather was around, he could never get his sister to himself. Grandfather's authority was too overwhelming. Before his brothers, he was the boss, but before his grandfather, he was like a mouse before a cat. A perfect case of one thing subduing another. Alas, he might as well leave rather than risk grandfather's displeasure. Song Jiming, the second Song brother, and Song Jue, the third, exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts, and also turned to leave. The 2 brothers were twins, inseparable since childhood, as close as 2 peas in a pod. A single look or word from the other was enough for them to understand each other's meaning. Zhou Taohua shook her head in disapproval and looked at Old Master Song with a hint of reproach. At your age, why must you bicker with the younger generation? You're becoming more childish as you grow older. Aren't you afraid of losing your dignity before the juniors? Old Master Song pouted, unconcerned. Grandsons are nothing but a nuisance. Granddaughters are the true treasures in my heart. He continued with a beaming smile. With a granddaughter, grandsons can step aside. I only want my granddaughter. He then glanced at his wife. Seeing her displeased expression, he looked around to ensure no one was watching, then leaned close to Zhou Taohua. Whispering in her ear, he said, Huar, you are the most precious treasure in my heart. Hearing this, Zhou Taohua's face flushed. Despite their age, she still grew shy whenever her husband whispered such sweet nothings. She shot Old Master Song a glare and murmured softly, Old Lecher. Old Master Song was delighted by his wife's bashfulness. He adored her like this. If not for the presence of their sons and daughters-in-law in the room, he would have hugged and kissed her. Oh, he couldn't dwell on that thought. It only made him more restless. Seated on the edge of the bed were a man and woman, the youngest son and daughter-in-law of Old Master Song, and the parents of the little girl lying in bed. The couple sat there in a daze, their eyes fixed on the little figure on the bed. Their vacant gazes made onlookers tense with worry. No one knew what was going through their mind. Zhou Taohua tugged at Old Master Song's sleeve and gestured with her eyes toward their son and daughter-in-law. Old Master Song looked up and saw the dazed pair. Fortunately, he knew they were of sound mind. A stranger seeing them like this might well think them fools. He sighed and said, Fourth son Bauer will wake up soon. Don't be like this. She wouldn't want to see you like this. He stepped forward and patted the fourth son's shoulder. Your father knows you're worried about Bauer, but she's fine now. You can rest easy. You must understand Bauer surviving this great calamity is a blessing from heaven. Zhou Taohua added, Bauer's accidental fall into the water was a responsibility shared by our whole family. Don't take all the blame upon yourself. If I ever find out who caused Bauer to fall into the water, I'll make sure they pay dearly. Our precious treasure being bullied by outsiders. That I cannot. Old Master Song said angrily, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Did they think he was clan leader for nothing? Zhou Taohua nodded in agreement, her eyes also filled with indignation. She silently prayed to the Bodhisattva, thanking her for returning their Bauer to them. The entire family knew that when Bauer was pulled from the water and carried home, she had already stopped breathing. After exchanging a few words, Old Master Song and his wife left the room, yielding the space to the fourth couple so they could spend time alone with their daughter. The quiet room was utterly silent, devoid of any sound, while outside the house was bustling with lively commotion, a stark contrast between 2 entirely different worlds. On the other side, the household of Song Daju and Songjia village was also in an uproar. Grandfather, please don't hit me anymore. I was wrong. Grandmother, save me. Father, mother, wah. It hurts. I know I was wrong. The cries and pleas of a boy about 11 years old filled the air. His eyes were swollen from weeping and large teardrops streamed down his face without cease. At that moment, within the little girl's consciousness, 2 souls stood on opposite sides. The larger soul drew closer to the smaller one, slowly merging together. Finally, the two souls fused into one, becoming a true whole. The memories of both worlds also merged, and a golden lotus mark gradually appeared on the little girl's left wrist. Within her consciousness, Song Ziluo absorbed the memories of two worlds, no longer able to distinguish which world she truly belonged to. She thought perhaps she belonged to both. In her former life, she had perished alongside the zombie king, a complete and utter death. Recalling the battle, she remembered being exhausted and attempting to escape into her space, only to find it inaccessible and utterly dysfunctional. In this world, she was the granddaughter of Song Dayong, the patriarch of the Song family in Songjia village, and had just turned 6 years old. From birth, this body had been unable to speak, and was also afflicted with idiocy. Mute and simple-minded, the so-called dumb little fool, in others' words. She had never imagined she would become a child. Heavens! In the apocalypse, she was 21, now she was a little girl barely 6 years old. From a grown woman to a little girl. How thrilling was that? In this world's extended family, the patriarch was grandfather Song Dayong, married to Zhou Taohua, and the couple had 4 sons. The eldest son, Song Zhitsong, married Li Qianro, and they had 3 sons: Song Zicheng, 15, Song Zishir, 13, and Song Ziyong, 11. The second son, Song Jiming, married Wang Xiaoxiao, and they had 2 sons: Song Ziren, 14, and Song Ziwen, 11. The third son, Song Zhirue, married Huang Wanxin, and they had 3 sons: Song Ziji, 13, Song Zitian, 9, and Song Ziyu, 9. Song Zitian and Song Ziyu were twins. The second son, Song Ziming, and the third son, Song Zhirue, were twin brothers. The fourth son, Song Zhida, married Lu Jiaojiao, and they had 2 sons and 1 daughter: Song Zicheng, 12, Song Xiling, 9, and Song Ziluo, 6. These were the basic circumstances of everyone in the family. Song Ziluo mused that her parents in this life shared the same names as those in her previous life, and couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of fate. Among the grandchildren, she was the only girl. Counting the numbers, she now had 2 biological brothers and 8 male cousins. Wow, had she been encircled by her brothers. Little Song Ziluo remembered clearly that even though she was simple-minded and mute, she could distinctly feel that everyone in the family doted on her and never disdained her. On the contrary, they treated her as the apple of their eye. All the delicious food, fun toys, and beautiful things would first come to her mind. The family was already large, totaling 21 members, with the majority being boys. As the saying goes, growing boys can eat a father out of house and home. What's more, with so many boys and so many adults above, the entire family had to support the education of 10 boys. Thus life was quite tight. Song Ziluo suddenly realized she had forgotten something very important. After thinking for a long while, she recalled. How could she have forgotten Xiao Baibai? She wanted to slap herself. In her previous life, at the moment of death, she had wondered how Xiao Baibai was doing. During the 3 years of the apocalypse, Xiao Baibai had never awakened. Before falling asleep, Xiao Baibai had said it would wake up after a while, and she had spent every day in anticipation, only to end in disappointment. Xiao Baibai was her light, she couldn't lose it, and she didn't know if the space had followed her. Xiao Baibai, are you there? Song Ziluo called out loudly in her consciousness. After a long while, Xiao Baibai's voice finally came. Sister, I'm here. Sister, Xiao Baibai missed you so much. The adorable, soft, childish voice was uniquely Xiao Baibai's. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Song Ziluo was too moved to speak, tears streaming uncontrollably. After calming her emotions, she slowly said, Xiao Baibai, you're awake. That's wonderful. Sister is so happy. I missed you too, every single day. Sister, why have you become a little child now, eh? Xiao Baibai asked in confusion, thinking that her sister's voice had also become soft and childish like its own. Song Ziluo, upon hearing Xiao Baibai's question, didn't know how to answer. The whole matter of transmigration was bewildering to her as well. Xiao Baibai's sister has transmigrated to another world, and is now only 6 years old. Ah! Xiao Baibai was astonished. Sister, what's this other world about? How did you become like this? Xiao Baibai asked in surprise. Alas! Song Ziluo sighed and explained, in the apocalypse, sister perished together with the zombie king, so I transmigrated here. And this is a dynasty that never existed in history. It can be called an alternate dynasty. Xiao Baibai suddenly understood, and said remorsefully, Sister, I'm sorry. This might be my fault that caused your transmigration. Song Ziluo frowned, puzzled. Xiao Baibai, why do you say that? Xiao Baibai, even more self-reproach, said, Sister, while I was sleeping I suddenly sensed a strong killing intent, so I activated the space's self-protection and switched the location. Xiao Baibai thought it would just move to another place, but it ended up directly transmigrating to this world. Song Ziluo nodded after listening. So that's how it is. That means you brought me here. Alright Xiao Baibai, don't blame yourself anymore. My past life soul has merged with the soul of this world, so I feel that little Song Ziluo of this world is myself. Moreover, I really like it here. It feels like I've found a sense of belonging. I should thank you for bringing me here, giving me so many family members. Song Ziluo was genuinely happy. She believed that everything was destined. Take things as they come, find peace in the present, and follow the will of heaven. By the way, Xiao Baibai, how did you wake up? In the apocalypse, you slept for 3 years, and I was so afraid of losing you. Hearing Song Ziluo say she was afraid of losing it, Xiao Baibai's self-reproach instantly turned into joy. Sister, the aura of the apocalypse is a bane for space spirit pets. I tried to wake up many times, but I couldn't until I arrived here. After saying this, Xiao Baibai patted its little chest in relief. So that's it. Sister doesn't like the apocalypse's aura either. No wonder you were sleeping all. Song Ziluo felt fortunate. If she had remained in the apocalypse, would Xiao Baibai never wake up? She didn't want that. How fortunate that she had come to this dynasty. Little White, are the supplies I collected in the space still there? Yes, they are, sister. Little White gazed at the densely packed supplies within the space piled up like numerous towering mountains. Little White wondered how sister had managed to gather so many supplies. It imagined the process must have been exceedingly difficult, and its heart ached for. Wow! Little White spotted its favorite beef jerky jumping up and down with excitement. Sister, beef jerky. I want to eat the beef jerky. Song Ziluo found it amusing. A Little White was truly a little foodie. Go ahead and eat. There are plenty of delicious things in the space. Feel free to eat whatever you like without asking for my permission. Sister, you're the best. I absolutely adore you. With that, Little White ignored Song Ziluo entirely, dashing off to indulge in its Song Ziluo felt a tinge of sadness abandoned by Little White. In the face of beef jerky, Little White had resolutely chosen the snack over her. Humph, what a fickle-minded spatial spirit pet. Inside the house, Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao, seeing tears at the corners of their daughter's eyes, hastily took out a handkerchief to wipe them away. Old Song, what's wrong with our precious? Lu Jiaojiao asked worriedly, her heart filled with anxiety. Jiaojiao, not sure. I think our precious must have had a dream. A beautiful one. Look, although she's crying, her face shows happiness. After hearing Song Zida's words, Lu Jiaojiao nodded and suddenly said, I miss my precious so much. Song Jida froze for a moment, sighed inwardly, and turned to Lu Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, I miss our Luoluo too. This Luoluo was not that Lua, yet the longing was etched on both their faces. Their thoughts drifted vividly, recalling the scene of their transmigration into this era. 3 years ago. Lu Jiaojiao opened her eyes, lying in bed and staring at the ceiling, greeted by an unfamiliar environment. The ceiling was supported by several beams covered with tiles, and the walls were made of mud. Had she been rescued? Where was this? Why was she here? Where had Old Song gone? A series of questions echoed in her mind. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through her head, as if it were about to explode. My head hurts so much. Lu Jiaojiao clutched her head in agony, cold sweat pouring down her body. Strange memories flooded her mind, and it took a long while for the pain to subside. Oh my God, have I transmigrated? Lu Jiaojiao exclaimed in shock. How could such a fantastical thing happen to her? Where had her Old Song gone? Jiaojiao, where are you? Startled by the sudden voice, Lu Jiaojiao turned to look at the person lying beside her, the husband of this life. She wondered if her Old Song had also transmigrated along with her. So testing the waters, she said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The person beside her, eyes still closed and brows furrowed, replied without hesitation. Going up the mountain to hunt tigers. The tiger's not home, so catch a... After speaking, he slowly opened his eyes and turned his head. Jiaojiao, it's me. Lu Jiaojiao cried out excitedly. Old Song, I thought we would have gone straight to the afterlife, but instead we've transmigrated here together. This is wonderful. Song Jida was overjoyed too. Reuniting as husband and wife was the most thrilling moment. He held Lu Jiaojiao tightly, afraid she might vanish. Ouch, Old Song, ease up. You're squeezing the breath out of me. Lu Jiaojiao said, coquettishly pushing against Song Zida's chest. Song Jida quickly let go and apologized. Jiaojiao, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just too excited and couldn't control my strength. He looked at Lu Jiaojiao, anxiously relieved to see she wasn't hurt. Then he embraced her gently, this time careful not to harm his beloved wife's delicate frame. Lu Jiaojiao organized the memories of this life and said, Old Song, the couple we've transmigrated into has 2 sons and a daughter. And we've become Song Jida sighed about the extra sons and daughter. Indeed, in our past life we only had Luoluo as a daughter. In this life we have 2 sons, and the daughter is also named Song Ziluo. Song Jida paused, a flash of insight striking him. He guessed, Jiaojiao, do you think this live's daughter could be our Luoluo? Lu Jiaojiao pondered for a moment. She felt it was possible, but... Old Song, although this live's daughter shares the same name as our precious, that doesn't necessarily mean she's our child. But it's possible. We can test it out later. Song Jida thought about the little daughter in his memories. Jiaojiao, this little girl is not yet 3 years old. She's very young, and she still can't speak. She seems quite simple-minded. What should we do? Hearing this, Lu Jiaojiao sighed. Old Song, since heaven has given us a second chance at life, we must treat the family here as our own. We must cherish this identity. We can't despise our little daughter, we have to love and pamper her just like we did with our precious. Jiaojiao, even if you hadn't said it, I would treat this live's family well, and dote on our little daughter, Song Jida said solemnly. Old Song, have you noticed that our little daughter looks exactly like our precious did when she was little? They are identical. Lu Jiaojiao exclaimed in amazement. An old song. Do you remember the master we encountered when we went to burn incense at the temple? Song Jidao replied. I remember. That master was otherworldly and unfathomable. I still recall the words he spoke to us. Lu Jiaojiao had a sudden epiphany. At the time she had found those words mysterious, but didn't understand their meaning. It wasn't until they transmigrated here that she grasped their significance. She murmured, 2 lifetimes of togetherness coming and going in peace. Blessings are heaven sent. Guard your heart to see the light. Guard your heart to see the light. Guard your heart to see the light. So that's what it means. I understand now, Lu Jiaojiao said excitedly. Song Jidao was puzzled. Why had his wife become so cryptic? Jiaojiao, what do you understand? Song Jidao asked his wife, but for a long while he received no reply. He looked down and saw his wife's face first showing shock, then a wide smile that slowly faded, her whole body trembling with emotion, unable to speak. Song Jidao was full of questions. What had happened to his wife? Why such drastic mood swings? He asked cautiously, Jiaojiao, what's wrong? Lu Jiaojiao gradually calmed down and said, her voice trembling with excitement. Old Song, our little daughter, is our precious. The master's last line was guard your heart to see the light. Song Jidao was sharp-witted, not dull. Otherwise he wouldn't have built their family business so large. With Lu Jiaojiao's hint, he understood the meaning and beamed with joy. He said happily, Jiaojiao, this is our Luoluo. Then he cupped Lu Jiaojiao's face and gave her several hearty kisses. As their lives slipped away, they thought it was the end. In their final moments, their only thoughts were of their daughter, the one they worried about. The little figure on the bed let out a soft sound, snapping the couple back to their senses. They exchanged a glance. This was a sign of waking. Leaning in, they stared unblinkingly at the tiny child. Song Ziluo opened her eyes to find 2 faces looming close. Oh my, she yelped, startled. She was only 6 now, so she had to play the role of a proper little baby. After scrutinizing their features, she realized these were the parents of young Song Ziluo. Wait, no? These were unmistakably her mother and father, but in their younger years. Comparing them, the parents of little Song Ziluo looked exactly like her own mother and father, only far younger. Song Ziluo's mouth fell open in disbelief, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao kept their gazes fixed on their little girl, not missing a single expression. From the moment she opened her eyes to the widening of her mouth and every flicker across her face. The couple exchanged a look. Lu Jiaojiao signaled to Song Jidao with her eyes, and he understood, returning a silent message. Then a man's voice, soft as a kitten's, gently asked, What do you? Do you recognize Mom and Dad? The tentative tone carried a hint of anticipation. Song Ziluo's already open mouth gaped wider, her eyes as round as brass bells, a tremor in her heart. Is this? Her voice trembled with barely contained excitement as she exclaimed, Mom, Dad, is it really you? The couple's eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming down. Baobei, it's Mom and Dad. We've finally waited for you. Lu Jiaojiao reached out and pulled Song Ziluo into her arms, speaking with emotion. Song Jidao wrapped one arm around Lu Jiaojiao and the other around Song Ziluo. The 2 most precious people in his life, now held close. In that moment, he felt like the happiest man in the world. Tears streaming down his face, the man said, Well, your mom and I have waited over 3 years. Now we finally got you back. We have no regrets in this life. Song Ziluo's eyes filled with tears. She was no longer an orphan, her mother and father had returned to her side. The tears finally spilled over, rolling down in large heavy drops. Tears of exhilaration and joy. Her life had known great ups and downs, and she thought only Bai would be with her. Little did she expect that after weathering countless storms, a path through blooming flowers would emerge, leading to a brighter vista. From now on, the dark days of her past life were behind her. Now back with her parents and surrounded by a large family that doted on her, she felt deeply content. Mom, Dad, what happened? Did you die and transmigrate here too? Song Ziluo suspected their situation was similar to hers, but she had to ask just in case it was different. Baobei, after we died in the car crash, we woke up here, her mother said. Her father continued. Yes, when we transmigrated, your mom and I were utterly terrified. If it weren't for hearing you talk about transmigration novels all the time, we might not have accepted this identity so quickly. Thankfully, your mom and I ended up as this couple together. Otherwise, without her, I'd have lost all will to live. Song's father shuddered at the thought, grateful that heaven had allowed him and Jiaojiao to be husband and wife in 2 lives. His daughter was his treasure, but his wife was his greatest gem. Song's mother heartily agreed. Like her husband, she couldn't bear the crushing blow of losing him. In this unfamiliar dynasty, she would have no courage to go on. Song Ziluo knew how deep her parents' bond was, and she believed her father's words about losing his will to live. In her past life, from childhood onward, she was enveloped daily by her parents' sweet affection. Sometimes she felt like the odd one out, unable to wedge into their two. In short, she was nothing but an overly bright light bulb. Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps. As someone who had never been in love, she truly didn't understand her parents' romance. She wanted to ask, didn't they get tired of being glued together every day? But she dared not voice it, fearing her parents would slay her with their eyes. Anyway, she would never be like that. In the apocalypse, she was a total tomboy, suddenly acting all lovey-dovey. Ugh, unbearable. Alright, back to the point. From now on, she was just a 6-year-old girl, and with such a big family, she was genuinely happy. She decided that from now on she would be a soft, adorable little girl in front of her family, but in front of outsiders. Humph. Baobei, how did you transmigrate? Song's mother asked with concern. Oh, it's a long story. Song Ziluo spread her tiny hands and sighed. Seeing her daughter's childish demeanor paired with expressions and gestures beyond her years, Song's mother found it quite endearing. Song's father was taken aback by his daughter. Though he loved her no matter what, this wasn't their past life. So he said earnestly, Luo, from now on you're just a 6-year-old girl. You can't act so mature. It's fine to be like this only in front of mom. Yes, it's really odd. You need to learn to act like a little girl, whine, and be cute. Song's mother believed that since they had transmigrated to this dynasty, they must adapt to its ways and not do anything out of the ordinary to arouse suspicion. Song Ziluo nodded her little head and said helplessly, all right, mom and dad, I get it. Not wanting them to dwell on the topic, she quickly changed the subject. Mom, dad, after you left, the modern world ended, and a few months later the apocalypse came. What? The apocalypse? Both parents exclaimed, guessing their daughter must have had a hard time. They said with concern, Baobei, you've suffered. It must have been tough. Song Ziluo didn't find it hard at all. She actually enjoyed the thrill. With her space life was quite comfortable. She just disliked the apocalyptic atmosphere and the stench of decay from zombies when she killed them. She had a mild case of, Mom, dad, I didn't really suffer. Don't forget I have my space. Before the apocalypse hit, I sold off the family assets. I bought a ton of supplies and stored them in the space. Whatever you want, I have it. I collected all kinds of resources. Hearing this, Song's parents felt somewhat relieved. They pressed on, Luo, how did you transmigrate? Was it after you died too? Yes, I also died first. My space spirit pet Zibe Bye sent me here. Speaking of Zibe Bye, a smile spread across Song Ziluo's face. Song Ziluo was truly overjoyed, grateful to Zibe Bye for bringing her to her parents' side. Now her life had reached a perfect conclusion. Father-mother Zibe Bye is very adorable. I believe you will love it once you see it. Really? Hearing you say that, mother is looking forward to meeting Zibe Bye. Huh. And father, I too am eager to see Zibe Bye. When we do, your mother and I will properly thank it. Father Song sincerely thanked Zibe Bye. His daughter only shared good news, never the bad. He knew well that she must have endured countless unseen hardships. The apocalypse, he dared not even imagine it. How had his daughter managed to survive 3 years in such a world? She said she ultimately perished alongside the Zombie King. Heavens! The Zombie King. Though he had never seen one, he knew it was a formidable foe. The more he thought, the more distressed he became. His Luo had truly suffered. Seeing her father, a man of 7 feet, weeping so pitifully, Song Ziluo felt a pang in her heart. She comforted him, Father, please don't cry. I know you feel for me, but those days are over. To me, it wasn't a great calamity. Instead, it honed my skills, and in the end, a blessing in disguise. Don't you think so? Father Song nodded, embarrassed, and burst into laughter through his tears. Wiping his eyes, he choked out, Right, Louis, you're right. Our family are all kind-hearted people. Because we did good deeds, heaven granted us this bond across 2 lives. From now on, we must continue to do good and never forget our original intentions. Mother Song nodded in agreement. Their family of 3 must do more good deeds to be worthy of heaven's blessings. Then she glanced at her husband. What an eyesore. A tall, burly man, now crying like a little child. Usually so mature and steady, but when it came to his daughter, he turned into this. Oh dear. It was unbearable to watch. Whoever wanted him could take him. All right, Father, I'll listen to you. Do good deeds and have a clear conscience, Song Ziluo said earnestly. She was no naive saint. If anyone bullied her, she would not be merciful. My precious, from now on you must call us Dai Dai and Nyangqin. We must adapt to local customs, Mother Song instructed. Okay, Mother, I meant Nyangqin. Song Ziluo quickly covered her mouth. She couldn't change her habits overnight and hadn't fully adjusted to the Father and Mother Song, seeing their daughter finally acting a bit like a child, smiled even more deeply. Father Song teased, Loa, I love seeing you like this. You always thought yourself an adult and rarely acted cute around us. I rather regretted that. Now that you're a child, I can finally hold my little soft girl. Mother Song rolled her eyes at him, exasperated, as if their daughter was just for him to cuddle. Song Ziluo shook her little head. Deity, I don't want you to hold me. I want my brothers to hold me. With that, she cast a slightly disdainful glance at her father. Her brothers were handsome youths. Dai should stay for Nyangqin. Hearing this, Father Song clutched his chest, striking a pose of abandonment, looking at his daughter as if she were a faithless lover. Mother Song watched the amusing father-daughter duo, her smile unwavering. She thought this is indeed a blessing in disguise. The room was filled with warmth. Outside, 2 boys quietly crept up to the window, glancing around cautiously. Seeing no one nearby, they stealthily peeked inside, watching their parents and sister laughing and talking. They exchanged glances, eyes brimming with excitement. Great! Sister is awake! Sister is awake! Grandpa, Grandma, Sister! They shouted loudly, their voices echoing through the Song residence. These were Song Ziluo's 2 elder brothers. Sister, great, you're finally awake. Do you remember me? I'm your 5th brother, Song Zicheng said happily. Sister, I'm your little brother. Do you remember me? Song Ziling asked, holding Song Ziluo's small hand. Song Ziluo looked at her 2 elder brothers, her face beaming. She called out loudly, 5th brother, little brother. Song Ziling's eyes widened in disbelief, then he exclaimed, heavens! Sister, you can speak. Song Zicheng was equally astonished, though more reserved. He didn't shout like Song Ziling, but his shock was evident, and even more so his joy. Song Jidao, father, Song scolded. Enough, don't shout so loudly. Your sister's ears can't take it. Father, I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. I can't control myself, he said, leaning toward Lu Jiaojiao, mother Song. Lu Jiaojiao knew her husband only had eyes for their daughter. The sons were always second. What are you saying? Ziling is worried about Bao Bao. Why scold him? She pulled Song Ziling close. Song Jidao, scolded by his wife, immediately wilted. He dared not say more to his younger son, but shot him a sharp glare. Song Ziluo felt sorry for her little brother. Her father treated her and her brothers like 2 extremes. Her little brother had fair, tender skin, big eyes, thick brows, and dimples when he smiled. Now he looked pitiful, staring fearfully at Song Ziluo thought, oh dear. This is bullying the young. No, she must rescue her little brother from father's clutches. A sense of mission filled, little brother, I want a hug. Oh heavens. An adult like her saying something so childish made her want to vomit. Does sister want little brother to hold you? Song Ziling asked, foolishly grinning widely. Song Zicheng strode directly toward Song Ziluo, and before Song Ziling could react, gently lifted her into his arms. Sister, let 5th brother hold you. Your little brother is too small, he can't carry you. Song Ziluo gazed at the handsome face before her, thick jet black hair, fair skin, long slightly curled lashes framing clear dew-like eyes, and lips as pink as rose petals. She couldn't help but marvel at her parents' excellent genes. Look, such a beautiful young man was her own brother. Oh my. She would have a feast for the eyes from now on. 5th brother, you're so pretty. Song Ziluo felt shy speaking like a child, but she seemed to be a... Song Zicheng laughed softly at his sister's compliment. His smile was comforting, warm as the sun. Sister brothers can't be called pretty. That's for girls. Song Ziluo blinked, feigning ignorance. Then how do you describe pretty for a brother? Song Zicheng looked down at his sister, her big watery eyes fixed on him. Through her gaze he could clearly see his own reflection. In the past his sister had been dull and mute. His favorite thing to do was carry her around. Now, thanks to a blessing in disguise, she was no longer foolish and could speak. He felt even more fond of her. His recovered sister was even... 5th brother, give me our little sister to hold. She clearly wants me to hold her, but you're taking her away. Song Ziling shouted, standing on tiptoes and gazing eagerly at Song Ziluo, who looked a bit embarrassed. Little brother, let 5th brother hold me for now. He'll let you hold me later, okay? Song Ziluo's soft, sweet voice rang out as she blinked her big sparkling eyes at Song Ziling, flashing a sweet smile. Huh. Oh. Okay, little sister. He'll listen to you. Song Ziling thought, heavens. Oh earth. Her voice was so pleasant, her appearance so lovely, her eyes so bright, her lips so... Little sister boy should be described as handsome, not pretty. You should say 5th brother is very handsome. Song Zicheng had no intention of handing the little sister he had just held over to this silly younger brother. If anyone was to hold her, it would be him. Song Ziluo blinked her eyes as if she understood, then said in a naive tone, 5th brother, you are so handsome. Bauer really likes the way you... After speaking, her little hands reached out to touch Song Zicheng's cheeks, behaving like a little rogue. Song Ziluo thought 5th brother's skin is so... How could it be so soft? Song Zicheng blushed, a faint pink hue spreading across his face. Ah, little sister, feel my face. I'm much better looking than 5th brother. You can't just say you like his appearance, you have to say you like mine too. Song Ziling shouted discontentedly, standing on tiptoes and leaning his face close to Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo looked at her little brother's adorable face with its chubby cheeks and felt an irresistible urge. She reached out and pinched Song Ziling's cheek. His plump cheeks were soft to the touch and quite satisfying. Song Ziluo couldn't help but scold herself inwardly for behaving more and more like a little rogue. Little brother Bauer also really likes the way you look. Little sister, I like you too. No, I love you the most in the world. Song Ziling said excitedly. His little sister said she liked him, and he was overjoyed. His little sister was the best in the world, and he truly adored her. As he thought about it, his smile grew wider and wider, his mouth stretching open to reveal 2 small canine teeth. Father Song thought, my daughter has her brothers now and doesn't need me anymore. How sad. Mother Song mused, Bauer is playing the fool to hide her cunning. I feel a bit sorry for the boys. Bauer, Grandpa's precious granddaughter, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. Old Master Song's voice boomed, reaching them even before he entered the room. He strode over in a few large steps toward Song Ziluo, who was in Song Ziking's arms. He reached out and took Song Ziluo into his own arms, casting a disdainful glance at Song Ziching. Bao, you're awake. Do you feel? Song Ziluo looked at her grandfather before her. A towering, robust figure with slightly receding temples, wrinkles etched by time on his forehead, thick and neatly trimmed eyebrows, and bright, spirited eyes. At that moment his eyes were filled with nothing but deep concern, which deeply touched her heart. In her past life, she had only been part of a family of 3. Before she was born, all her elders had already passed away, so she had only ever known the love of her parents. Deep down she had always yearned for the affection of elders, and now her wish had come true. Here she had grandparents who loved and doted on her, uncles and aunts, and many brothers who adored her. Her heart was filled with immense contentment. Grandpa Bauer is fine. Imperfectly well now, with no discomfort at all. Bauer, you're better. Old Master Song looked at his precious granddaughter in disbelief, silently questioning the 4th son and his wife with his eyes. Only when he saw them both nod did his emotions surge like turbulent waves unable to settle. His hands holding his granddaughter trembled violently. He was speechless for a moment before finally crying out, "The heavens have eyes. Thank the heavens, thank the ancestors of the Song family for restoring our Bauer to normal." Then seeing his old wife entering the room, he said excitedly, "Old woman, hurry, prepare the incense burner. Our whole family will kowtow to thank the heavens and the ancestors of the Song family." Zhou Taohua, upon hearing her husband's instructions, quickly went to prepare the items, summoning a few daughters-in-law to help. She thought that since they usually offered incense in the main hall, which was too small for the entire family to kowtow together, they would set up the ceremony in the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, they placed a table with a pair of candles on each side. In the middle, they set the incense burner, and in front of it they arranged 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. Once everything was ready, they called the whole family to prepare for the kowtow ceremony. Before bowing, everyone washed their hands to show their utmost. The family lined up in order of seniority: Old Master Song and his wife, Zhou Taohua, at the front, followed by the 4 couples of sons and daughters-in-law, and finally, all the grandchildren arranged from eldest to youngest, left to right. Old Master Song lit the pair of candles on the table, then took 3 incense sticks, lit them, and raised them to brow level. Silently reciting words of gratitude, he then inserted the incense into the burner. Next came the kowtow. The entire family, along with Old Master Song, knelt on both knees, pressed their palms together, raised them above their heads, lowered them to their mouths, paused, then spread their palms open, facing upward. They bowed forward, touching their heads to the ground 3 times, completing the ritual. The whole family kowtowed with hearts full of gratitude, believing that the heavens and the ancestors had felt their deepest thanks. "My precious granddaughter, after surviving a great disaster, there is bound to be good fortune. See, hasn't fortune already arrived? Grandma hopes you will live a life free from illness and misfortune, smooth and peaceful from now on." Zhou Taohua sat on a stool, holding Song Ziluo in her arms, speaking to her gently. Song Ziluo gave Zhou Taohua a sweet smile. "Thank you for your blessing, Grandma. Bauer has received it. You'll be fine from now on, Grandma. Don't worry about me." Hearing Bauer's milky voice comforting her and telling her not to worry, Zhou Taohua's heart melted with tenderness for such an understanding granddaughter. She kissed Song Ziluo several times. Good. Our Bauer will surely be fine. Grandma adores you just the way you are." Old Master Song pouted, pretending to be angry. "Humph. Bauer, have you forgotten your grandpa?" Song Ziluo saw her grandfather acting like a child and found him utterly endearing. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure, she thought, and her grandfather was that treasure. So she reached out her little hands, asking to be held by him. Old Master Song's face immediately lit up with a smile as he took her and placed her on his knee. "Grandpa, lower your face a bit." Old Master Song was puzzled. Why did his granddaughter want him to lower his face? Was she going to hit him? Well, never mind. If his granddaughter wanted to hit him, he would just take it. A slap or 2 wouldn't matter. Mwah. Old Master Song thought this. She's kissing me. Scared this old man to death. His old face instantly bloomed like a flower, his wide grin revealing white teeth, rivaling Song Ziling's smile. Truly they were grandparent and grandchild. In the main room, the 4 daughters-in-law placed the dishes on the table. "Father, mother, dinner is ready. Good. Eldest daughter-in-law, all of you come sit down and eat." 2 tables were set in the room. At the head table sat Old Master Song and his wife, with Old Master Song holding Song Ziluo, along with the 4 Song brothers, Song Jida and his siblings, and the 4 eldest grandsons. At the lower table sat the 4 daughters-in-law and the remaining 6 grandsons, filling both tables to capacity. The entire family numbered 21 people. Bao, here, have this big drumstick." Old Master Song picked out a large drumstick, placed it in a bowl, and set it before Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo looked at the drumstick in her bowl, her heart warming. The family lived frugally and rarely slaughtered chickens. Yet every time they had chicken, the family gave her the best pieces. Whether it was her grandparents, parents, uncles, aunts, or cousins, none ever begrudged her eating too much. They only worried she might not have enough. What had she done to deserve so many family members who doted on her? In the future, she would repay them well, and become the one who cherished them all. Grandpa Bao Bao doesn't want the drumstick, please take it. Song Ziluo looked up at Old Master Song, her eyes clearly conveying that if he didn't accept she would cry. Old Master Song, seeing his beloved granddaughter's expression, felt a pang in his heart. He quickly swallowed the words he had intended to say. Grandpa doesn't eat, Bao Bao should have it. Fearing that his little granddaughter would cry, for he had no idea how to comfort her. He, the undisputed head of the family, feared nothing under heaven or earth except his little granddaughter's tears. Inwardly he scorned himself as a useless man. Alright, Grandpa will eat it. Grandpa will eat the drumstick that our Bao Bao gave me. It's delicious. He took a bite. Song Zhou, the grandmother, saw that her granddaughter had given the drumstick to her husband, so she picked another drumstick and placed it in Song Ziluo's bowl. Bao Bao, you've just recovered from illness. You must eat well and nourish your body. Song Ziluo felt a bit helpless. Having her family dote on her so much was sometimes troublesome. She didn't crave the meat, she simply wanted the adults to have the best portions. Grandma Bao Bao doesn't want the drumstick. Please don't give it to me. You should eat it. With that, Song Ziluo pushed the drumstick back to Song Zhou. Song Zhou looked at her granddaughter's clear eyes, which seemed on the verge of tears. She dared not refuse her granddaughter's filial gesture. Her nose tingled, and her eyes grew moist, thinking that she, an old woman, now had a granddaughter who cared for her. Alright, Grandma will eat it. Grandma will eat the drumstick our Bao Bao gave me. Zhou Taohua's voice choked as she spoke, her eyes rimmed. Old Master Song was deeply moved as well. He exchanged a glance with Song Zhou, and both saw the redness in each other's eyes. Song Jitsung noticed that his little niece had given away both drumsticks to her grandparents, leaving her bowl empty. He picked a chicken wing root and placed it in Song's. He said with eager expectation, Bao Bao, this is a special piece from your eldest uncle. You must eat it. If you don't, he'll be angry and never talk to you again. Song Jitsung put on a mock-angry face, his eyes fixed on Song Ziluo. He wanted to see his little niece eat the chicken before he could relax. Song Ziluo felt helpless, but relented. She knew her eldest uncle meant well, and couldn't refuse his kindness. Though he might not truly get angry, he would thank you, eldest uncle. The chicken you gave me is so delicious. Song Ziluo took a bite. The fake anger on Song Zikong's face instantly vanished, replaced by a smile full of affection as he looked at her. If it's good, eat more. When it's finished, he'll give you more. Eldest uncle. Bao Bao will serve herself. You should eat too. Song Ziluo was afraid he would threaten her with the same trick again to make her eat more meat. She wriggled free from her grandfather's embrace. Being too short to reach the dishes on the table, she stood on the bench between her grandparents and reached for the chicken. Everyone watched her with fond indulgence, assuming she was serving herself. But they were all wrong. Song Ziluo picked a large piece of chicken from the bowl and placed it in front of Song Jiming. Eldest uncle, this is specially for you. You must eat it. If you don't, Bao Bao will be angry and never talk to you again. A ripple of laughter broke out. The eldest has been outsmarted. Big brother, you've met your match today. Dad, Bao Bao's hand is getting tired. Sister, I want some too. I want the meat you pick. A chorus of voices rose and fell, filling the room with lively cheer. Song Jitsung, seeing his family tease him and his little niece acting precociously, felt a moment of awkwardness for the burly man. But a second later he burst into laughter himself. Song Ziluo blinked, puzzled why her family was laughing so uproariously. She didn't think she had said anything wrong, but she was just speaking her mind. Eldest uncle, take it quickly. Bao Bao's hand is sore. Eldest, take it. Our Bao Bao's hand is hurting. You have no sense of propriety, laughing like a fool. Old Master Song chided. Song Jitsung hastily took the chicken from Song Ziluo and echoed her words. Thank you, Bao Bao. The chicken you picked is so delicious. Everyone burst into laughter again. The image of a burly 30-something man with a gruff voice mimicking a little girl's tone, affecting an exaggerated, affected manner, was beyond imagination, absolutely comical. Song Ziluo laughed heartily too. She thought her eldest uncle was a natural drama queen who would be great at acting. After a while the laughter subsided, and everyone returned to the business of eating. Song Ziluo stood on the bench again, picking out pieces of chicken from the bowl to give to her second uncle. Song Jiming was flattered. Thank you, Bao Bao. You are so thoughtful. Second uncle is very happy. The meat you picked must be especially fragrant. He'll eat every bit, even the bone, until it's clean. Song Ziluo's hand paused. Her second uncle was too literal. He even wanted to eat the bone. Second uncle, bones are too hard to chew. Don't eat them, they're hard. Alright, I'll listen to Bao Bao. Second uncle won't eat the bone. Song Jiming understood that his little niece was worried about his health, and quickly promised. Song Ziluo then served chicken to her third uncle, who received it with deep emotion and repeated thanks. Next she picked a chicken claw and placed it in front of Song Jida, not giving him a chance to speak. She continued serving chicken to each of her brothers at the table, then jumped down and ran to the other table, determined to give meat to every family member. Song Jirue, sitting next to Song Jida, glanced at the chicken claw in Song Zida's bowl and teased him with a sly look. Song Jida thought, boo-hoo. My daughter has changed her heart. I'm only worthy of a chicken claw. So sad. Gossip, no matter when or where, there are always those who love to gossip. Hey, have you heard? The patriarch's granddaughter is no longer simple. Yes, I've heard that too, dear neighbor. You're wrong. Ooh, I heard the patriarch's granddaughter can speak now. Oh, you're all wrong. It's that her idiocy has been cured and she can speak. Under the large banyan tree in the village, a crowd of women sat chattering endlessly, all discussing old Master Song's granddaughter Song Ziluo. On the second day of Song Ziluo's arrival, the news of her becoming normal spread like wildfire throughout the entire Song family village. Little sister, let big brother carry you. Walking on your own is too tiring. Song Zicheng held Song Ziluo's left hand. Big brother, little sister says she wants to walk on her own, no need for you to carry her. Song Ziren held Song Ziluo's right hand. Like a queen, Song Ziluo led the way, her hands held by her two elder brothers, followed by 8 little attendants. The group of 11 passed majestically under the village's large banyan tree. Big brother Bauer wants to see Grandpa. Bauer, Grandpa is at the clan elder's house now. He'll take you there. Okay, big brother. Bauer. The once noisy area under the banyan tree fell into utter silence. Every woman stared in astonishment at the passing group of Song Ziluo and her brothers, their eyes following them closely. Suddenly Song Ziluo broke free from her brother's hands and walked up to the gossiping women, revealing an extremely cold smile. Dear aunties and grannies, do you enjoy gossip so much? But I really dislike people whispering behind my back. If you ever talk about me again, do it to my face. Her sharp gaze swept over each of them, then she spoke in a childish voice. Grannies and aunties, please remember what I said. Also, I've remembered every single one of you. Bye-bye now. I have things to do today, so I can't chat. I'm off to find Grandpa. She waved her small hand, turned, and ran back to her brothers, taking their hands and continuing forward. Only after they had gone far did the gossips snap out of it, staring in disbelief at the direction Song Ziluo's group had disappeared. Oh my, that scared me. My heart is still pounding. One woman clutched her chest, speaking with lingering fear. Dear, if your heart stopped, you'd be 6 feet under by now, teased another woman nearby. Go on, I'm still alive and well. If anyone's getting buried, it'll be my old, huh? The others burst into laughter. It seems the patriarch's granddaughter is truly healed. The way she spoke just now had quite some spirit. A woman with delicate features remarked. I heard she was nearly gone when they pulled her from the river yesterday. Dr. Zhou's skill is remarkable. He brought the little girl back from death's door. An elderly woman around 50 praised Dr. Zhou's medical expertise. As they say, a narrow escape brings great fortune. Look at her now. She's no longer mute or simple, and seems even smarter than other children her age. A stout woman sighed. I think that girl, now that she's better, is quite adorable. Yes, I agree. She's become so spirited, echoed a younger woman. She's truly beautiful. I've never seen such a lovely little girl. A woman recalled the girl's cute face just now and praised her. Before, when I saw her in the patriarch's arms, she was dull and vacant like a lost soul. Now that she's changed, she looks completely different, far more beautiful than my own daughter. Seeing Song Ziluo's new appearance, the woman began to disparage her own child. An older woman disagreed. How can you be such a mother, calling your own daughter ugly? No matter how plain, she's still your Oh, Auntie, I was just saying. She's my daughter, of course I love her. Only I, as her mother, can say she's not pretty. If anyone else said it, I wouldn't stand for it. Alright. A child born from your own body. Of course a mother cherishes her. No matter how good another's daughter is, she's still someone else's. Another woman intervened. A discordant voice chimed in. Humph, what's there to praise? After 6 years of idiocy suddenly getting better. Who knows if it's some water ghost possessing her? The speaker was a woman in her 50s, short and thin, her face gaunt and lined with bitterness. The women nearby moved away, sitting far from her. Everyone in Song family village knew this woman was a formidable character, caustic, miserly, and disliked by all. She couldn't bear to see others better off than herself, and was always sneering. She had 2 sons and a daughter. Her husband died early. Once her daughter grew up, she sold her to the local landlord. She doted on her sons excessively, found them wives, and then tormented her daughters-in-law, endlessly beating and scolding them as a matter of course. She despised girls. Recently she planned to sell her eldest granddaughter. Most villagers were kind-hearted and disapproved of old Mrs. Song's actions, but they could do nothing as it was a family matter. Old Mrs. Song was like a rotten apple in the village, loathed by all. Why raise daughters? They can't carry on the family line, just waste food. Better to sell them for silver. Isn't money sweet? Old Mrs. Song continued. Hearing this, the gossips quickly took their leave. They wouldn't argue with the madwoman. If they couldn't confront her, they could at least avoid her. They hurried away to avoid trouble. In moments, only old Mrs. Song remained under the banyan tree. She spat on the ground. Pa. A bunch of ignorant fools. Sons are treasures, daughters are just a loss. Her sharp, bitter face beamed with smugness. She believed her ways were right. Weren't girls meant to be sold for money? She had raised them with so much food. Now that they were grown, it was time for them to repay her. Not selling them to brothels proved she was still kind-hearted. A cold glint flashed in Song Ziluo's eyes. Old Mrs. Song, don't you dare cross me, or you'll see how I deal with you. She liked kind people, but she loathed venomous women like old Mrs. Song. She hadn't expected to encounter such a heartless hag so soon after arriving. Humph. She was Song Ziluo who hated evil as much as she loved good. If that old woman continued her insolence, she wouldn't hesitate to take her wretched life. Grandpa, are you in there? Song Ziluo stood outside the home of the Song clan elder Song Yuxing alongside her brothers and called out loudly. After a moment, the elder's gate opened, revealing a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Taohua. Upon seeing Song Ziluo standing at the doorstep, her eyes lit up with excitement. She strode over swiftly and embraced Song Ziluo tightly in her arms. "Oh, my heavens be praised. My precious darling, you've finally recovered." Song Ziluo gazed up with wide eyes at the woman holding her, thinking to herself, this must be the grand Zhou Lihua that fifth brother mentioned, Grandma's younger sister, which explained their resemblance. "Greetings, Grandaunt. Bao Bao has finally met you." Her little voice was sweet and soft, instantly endearing. "Oh my precious child, I've seen you often and held you many times. But back then you... Oh, let's not dwell on the past." Zhou Lihua felt like slapping herself. How could she be so careless with her words? Bao Bao's recovery was a tremendous blessing, and she shouldn't have brought up those old matters. What a blunder. "My precious child, how did you recognize me?" Zhou Lihua marveled at how clever Bao Bao was recognizing her at first sight. "Grandaunt fifth brother told me about you. He said you have a kind and benevolent face, warm and approachable, and that you look just like Grandma. That's how I knew you were my grand... Oh my, our little Bao Bao is so clever. I simply adore you." With that, she planted several kisses on Song Ziluo's fair cheek. Song Ziluo's face stiffened momentarily. To be honest, she still wasn't accustomed to being kissed, but she had no choice. She had to adapt to her role. Indeed, Grandaunt and Grandma were true sisters. Their affection was expressed through cheek kisses. Oh dear. Inside she was a grown young woman, and at this moment she felt utterly bashful, yet also somewhat delighted. "Are you looking for your grandpa, my precious? Let me take you to him right now." With that, she carried Song Ziluo into the house, but not before casting an appreciative glance at Song Ziqing. "Song Ziqing, what is Grandaunt up to? I don't deserve this praise. I only told my sister that you resembled Grandma. The other 9 brothers, excellent. Song Ziqing, you have successfully ignited our wrath." The twins Song Zitian and Song Ziyu squeezed past Song Ziqing as he was about to enter, dashing inside, while making faces at him. Song Ziji and Song Zishur exchanged a glance, then shoved Song Ziqing aside, even further casting a challenging look before striding away with aplomb. Song Ziwen and Song Ziyong shot fiery glares at Song Ziqing, both letting out a synchronized humph, before turning and walking inside. "Ah, fifth brother, how could you do this? You told me last night that our sister was asleep, so I didn't go see her. Did you secretly visit her behind my back later?" "Humph. I'm angry." Song Xiling grumbled indignantly, then without another word to Song Ziqing turned and ran inside. "Fifth brother, you need some discipline today. You're being a disobedient little brother." Song Zicheng shook his head. "The fifth brother has been rebellious lately. I'll have to use my rod method to teach him a lesson. I'm sure after this he'll be much more obedient." Song Xiren watched his brothers and younger siblings enter along with his thunderstruck fifth brother outside. A cold, devilish smile flickered across his clear face, and with a light flourish of his sleeve he stepped inside. "Thunderstruck Song Ziqing, sister, you've doomed your fifth brother. Who can save me? Mother, your son is terrified. Come rescue me, sob." "My precious child, this is your great-grandfather. Come greet him properly." Zhou Lihua said to Song Ziluo. "Greetings, great-grandfather." Song Ziluo called obediently. "Ah, Bao Bao, take this malt candy." Song Yuxing grabbed a handful of malt candy from the table and stuffed it into Song Ziluo's tiny hands. "Thank you, great-grandfather. Bao Bao loves you so much." Song Ziluo's 2 hands were so full of candy that it was about to spill out. "Ha, Bao Bao's little hands can't hold it all. Let Grand and put the candy into your little pouch. You can take it out whenever you want to eat." As she spoke, Zhou Lihua transferred the candy from Song Ziluo's hands into the pouch hanging on her chest, and even swept the remaining candy on the table into it. Song Ziluo raised her face with a sweet smile, and said, "Thank you, Grandad. Bao Bao loves you too." Then she planted a kiss on Zhou Lihua. "Mwah. Oh my goodness, my precious Bao Bao, how can you be so adorable?" Zhou Lihua truly adored Song Ziluo. The little one was dainty and petite, much smaller than a normal 6-year-old child. She suspected it was a result of her previous mental condition. She loved holding this little bundle who smelled of a milky fragrance. Her own 2 granddaughters were already grown and too old to be carried like this. Besides, when they were little, they had been somewhat afraid of her and rarely acted spoiled in her presence. "Bao Bao, don't you love Grandpa anymore? Grandpa is so sad." Old Master Song puffed out his cheeks, feigning hurt with a sorrowful expression. Song Ziluo was not a real child. How could she not see that Grandpa was pretending? But even so, she had to indulge her dear grandfather. "Grandpa, hug me. Bao Bao doesn't want Grandpa to be sad." She reached out her arms toward Old Master Song. Zhou Lihua looked helplessly at her brother-in-law, never expecting to see him so childish. She turned to glance at her own husband sitting nearby. His face was stern, devoid of any smile. No wonder children didn't take to him. His own grandchildren were terrified of him skulking around like mice before a cat. Old Master Song took Song Ziluo from his sister-in-law's arms and held her tenderly. Pointing at Song Dawei, he said, "Bao Bao, this is your granduncle. Get to know him and remember to greet him when you see him." "Greetings, granduncle. Bao Bao will remember you and never forget. Bao Bao likes you very much." She flashed an innocent, adorable smile. Song Dawei was smitten by Song Ziluo's charm. His stern expression instantly crumbled, and a smile gradually crept onto his face. Perhaps because he rarely smiled, the sudden change made him look stiff and oddly unsettling. Song Dawei's weathered face flushed red. It took him a long time to finally stammer out, "Bao Bao, granduncle also. Really? Likes." Zhou Lihua wiped a bead of imaginary sweat from her brow. Oh heavens, it was such a worry. She was truly anxious for her husband, afraid he might say something unpleasant and hurt the precious child. After all, her brother-in-law doted on Bao Bao, as if his own life depended on it. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to save him. He would have to fend for himself. Fortunately, her usually taciturn husband had finally seen the light. If he had been like this years ago, their grandchildren wouldn't be so afraid of him. Song Dawei fumbled around his body, patting here and there, and finally produced 2 copper coins. He hastily handed them to Song Ziluo. Forcing what he thought was a kind and affectionate smile, which in reality was quite terrifying, he said gently to Song Ziluo, "Bao Bao, this is a gift from granduncle. Take it and buy some candy." Song Ziluo found her granduncle endearing. Although his smile was a bit, well, his heart was in the right place. It was clear that granduncle truly liked her, but he simply didn't know how to express his feelings. Song Ziluo took the copper coin from Song Dawei's hand and treasured it, placing it carefully into the compartment of her pocket. After putting it away, she let out a long sigh of relief, then looked up at Song Dawei with a sweet and adorable smile, her mouth wide open, revealing 2 rows of white baby teeth. "Thank you, granduncle. I can't bear to spend the copper coin you gave me on candy. Ooh, I will cherish it well." Song Ziluo's voice was soft and delicate, making one feel a warmth in their heart. Song Dawei waved his hand hurriedly, saying, "No need to keep the 2 copper coins, just use them as you like. If I come across something good in the future, I will give it to you." He genuinely liked the little girl in front of him, and knew that his own serious demeanor often frightened his grandchildren, making them reluctant to act cute in front of him. His sons and daughters were better, they weren't as afraid of him. When his wife gave birth to them, he often held them and took care of them. As they grew older, he became increasingly stern with higher expectations of them. After his grandchildren were born, he had never held them and seldom smiled at them, leading to their growing fear of him. It wasn't that he didn't like them, he just didn't know how to express it. He felt helpless. This was the first time he had a granddaughter who wasn't afraid of him acting cute. To be cherished at one's knees, so this is what it feels like. It is truly a marvelous feeling that he really likes. It seems he needs to learn from his cousin how to be kind and amiable to his own grandchildren. Watching his cousin holding his granddaughter, smiling with a face full of wrinkles, to be honest, he felt envious. He hadn't felt anything before, but from today onward, he began to understand. In the room, there were 2 men and 2 women sitting. Old Master Song pointed to one of the older men and introduced, "Bauer, this is your granduncle. He has a son. This is your grandaunt. And this is your second granduncle and second grandaunt. They also have a son and a daughter." Following Old Master Song's introductions, Song Ziluo called out to each of them one by one. It was indeed hard to sort out these familial connections, making her head spin. Song Yuxing, the elder of the Song clan, and Song Daong, Old Master Song, were cousins. Old Master Song's father passed away many years ago due to illness, and he was the only heir, so Song Daong had no other siblings. This relationship is neither too distant nor too close until Zhou Taohua married Old Master Song and introduced her own younger sister to Song Dawei. It was only then that the 2 families became close, as it was equivalent to adding a connection to their kinship. Song Yuxing was 71 years old this year. His wife passed away years ago, and he had 3 sons who had already split off to establish their own families. He lived with his eldest, Song Dawei. Eldest son Song Dawei married Zhou Lihua and had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son Song Tianyou married Li Daiyun, the youngest daughter of Li Hongchang from Songjia village, and had a son and a daughter, son Song Xiaojiang 14 years old and daughter Song Xiaoxi 10 years old. The second daughter Song Tianmiao married Li Daiyun's elder brother Li Dai. The third son Song Tianxing married Zhao Shufan and had a son and a daughter Song Xiaoying 13 years old and son Song Xiaojia 11 years old. Second eldest Song Dali married Lu Xiaoxia and had 2 sons. The eldest son Song Xingqing married Zhou Wan and had a son and 2 daughters, daughter Song Xiaoling 14 years old, son Song Xiaojuan 11 years old, and daughter Song Xiaoman 8 years old. The second son Song Xingshi married Tanning Lan and had 2 sons and 1 daughter, son Song Xiaohua 12 years old, daughter Song Xiaozhu 10 years old, and son Song Xiaoming 7 years old. Third eldest Song Dashu married Lu Li and had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son Song Xingda married Wang Lanlan and had 2 sons, Song Xiaoda 12 years old and Song Xiaofu 10 years old. The second son Song Xingzong married Huang Caoxiang, and had 2 sons, and 1 daughter Song Xiaoyan 15 years old, Song Xiaowei 10 years old, and daughter Song Xiaohua 5 years old. The third daughter Song Painter married Zhou Taohua's 4th nephew Zhou Wenhan. This is the introduction of Song Yuxing's family. Also closely related to Old Master Song's family is Song Yuhai's family. Song Yuhai is Song Yuxing's younger brother. Song Yuhai is 69 this year, and he is also the clan elder of Songjia village. His wife Zhang Yue is 67 this year, and the couple has 2 sons. Eldest son Song Daqiang married Qian Chunxiao, and had 2 sons, and 1 daughter. The eldest son Song Xingwang married Zhou Xiang, and had 2 sons, and 1 daughter Song Xiaolong 14 years old, second daughter Song Xiaoyan 12 years old, and Song Xiaojuan 10 years old. The second daughter Song Xinger married someone in town. The third son Song Xingtong married Wang Lifeng, and had 2 sons, and 1 daughter Song Xiaowang 10 years old, Song Xiaoyang 7 years old, and daughter Song Xiaoya 3 years old. Second eldest Song Daju married Zhou Chuanxing, and had 1 son. The son Song Xinghui married Zhou Wenjing, Zhou Taohua's second niece, and had 3 sons, and 1 daughter. The eldest son Song Xiaolong married Tan Xiaojun, and had 1 son Song Jie, who is 1 year old. The second son Song Xiaoyong is 14 years old, the third son Song Xiaohu is 11 years old, and the fourth daughter Song Xiaoling is 6 years old. This is the introduction of Song Yuhai's family. Grandpa Bauer wants to go down and play with brother. Please let Bauer down. Old Master Song nodded slightly, and gently put Song Ziluo down. She ran out quickly like a horse let loose. Hey, Bauer, run a little slower, don't fall. Old Master Song called out worriedly, and only felt at ease when he saw his granddaughter run up to her elder brother. Continuing the unfinished topic, Granduncle, the weather is getting hotter, and it hasn't rained for more than 2 months. Oh, what should we do? Old Master Song asked with concerned sigh. This seems like a sign of drought. I experienced this once when I was a child. It was a whole year of drought, and when there was no water to drink, the villagers could no longer bear it, and started to flee to the south where there was water to make a living. As he spoke, pain filled his eyes. He had experienced things that the villagers had never gone through. He was only 5 at that time, and had witnessed too many separations and deaths, too many inhumane events. Now when he recalls it, it is vivid in his mind. He truly does not want to experience those things again in his lifetime. Seeing the old man so saddened, the others guessed that he was reminded of some unpleasant memories. Everyone fell silent, waiting for him to calm down. Sigh, let's wait a few more months and see. If it still doesn't rain, we'll have to find another way to survive. Song Yuxing sighed. Old Master Song nodded slightly. All right, no matter what, we must be prepared. The crops in the field have been planted for 2 months, and the harvest won't come until July, or we should prioritize the water in the village river for the crops in the fields. At least it needs to last until we harvest the crops. After all, having grain in hand brings peace of mind. He had already planned to notify the villagers of his intentions so they could prepare in advance. Even if it really comes to fleeing, he would not be at a loss. Bauer, it's getting late. Let's head home now. All right, Grandpa, just a moment. Bauer will be right there. Goodbye, brother Xiao Jiang, brother Xiao Jie, sister Xiao Ying, and sister Xiao Shi. Bauer has to go home now. He'll come play with you all when— Sister Bauer, you must remember to come find me. Song Xiaoxi held onto Song Ziluo's hand tightly. She adored Bauer and couldn't bear to let her go home. Bauer had even shared her malt candy with her, a rare treat. Bauer was truly wonderful. Sobs. Okay, Sister Xiao Shi'll come find you when I'm free. You can also come to my house to play anytime. Song Ziluo genuinely liked this older girl. Alright, Xiao Shi, let go. Sister Bauer needs to go home. Song Xiaoying pried at Song Xiaoxi's hands. Song Xiaoying, why is Xiao Shi so strong? I can't pull her off. I dare not use force, afraid of hurting precious Bauer. My own sister is tough as nails. Enough, stop that fussing. Xiao Shi let go of Bauer's hand. Grandpa is watching. Song Xiaojiang gestured with his eyes towards Song Dao. Song Xiaoxi shuddered and quickly released Song Ziluo's hand. Heaven knew how terrified she was of Grandpa. Mother Sierra is so scared, sob. Watching this little drama unfold, Song Xiaojia smiled faintly, taking no credit. The other brothers also bid farewell and went home. Old Master Song held Song Ziluo. Wherever Old Master Song was, the brothers had to step aside. Upon returning home, they saw a boy of about 11 kneeling in the yard, his upper body bare, with wicker twigs tied to his back. Everyone was astonished. What was happening? Drawing closer, they recognized him as Song Xiaohu, grandson of Song Diju. What was going on? Song Ziran stared at Song Xiaohu, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Song Xiaohu knelt upright. His exposed skin was covered in purple bruises, marks left by a beating. His eyes were swollen red, barely visible through slit. Song Ziqing, look at that, they really went hard on him. There's not a patch of healthy skin. Seems I've been too gentle with my younger brothers. Old Master Song strode into the main room, holding Song Ziluo. Inside stood Song Daz's family, and the table was laden with generous gifts. Zhou Taohua and her sons and daughters-in-law were all seated, their faces etched with fury. No one spoke. The main room was so quiet, only the sound of ragged breaths could be heard. They were evidently waiting for Old Master Song to return and take charge. Old Master Song took the seat of honor with Song Ziluo in his arms. Scanning everyone's expressions, he roughly guessed the matter, and his own face darkened. Daju, what is the meaning of this display today? Old Master Song asked in a harsh tone. Song Daju spoke nervously. Brother Dayong, we are here today, regarding Baoer's fall into the water. He then took a deep breath and said with remorse, Baoer was pushed into the river yesterday by my grandson Xiao. He was terrified after pushing her in. It was only later when he came to his senses that he frantically called for you all, leading you to rescue her. Thankfully Baoer turned danger into safety. She is incredibly fortunate. Otherwise, even beating this grandson to death wouldn't appease your anger. After the incident yesterday, Xiaohu came home, and frightened finally told me. In my rage, I grabbed a stick and beat him until there wasn't a patch of good skin left on his body. He eventually passed out. I intended to drag him here to atone for his crime against your Baoer. Then I heard from Dr. Zhou that Baoer had been pulled back from death's door. I decided to wait for my grandson to wake up so he could come personally kowtow in apology and beg for your forgiveness. Song Daju paused, let out a long breath, and said with firm resolve, Brother Dayong, do with us as you will be at beating or killing. Our family will hold no grudge. The family members standing behind Song Daju collectively gasped, their palms sweating with cold dread. Their hearts ached, but since their patriarch had spoken they could not undermine him. Song Daza's wife, Zhou Chuanxing, and his daughter-in-law Zhou Wenjing had tears welling in their eyes. They clenched their jaws tightly, their hands twisting the fabric of their clothes. Song Daza's son Song Xinghue hung his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. His fists were clenched so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms. Song Xinghui's eldest son Song Xiaolong held his 1-year-old son in one arm and tightly grasped his wife, Tin Ziajuan's hand, with the other. Both trembled uncontrollably. The youngest daughter Song Xiaoling clutched the leg of the second son Song Xiaoyong, her tears welling up. She buried her face in his thigh in fear. Song Xiaoyong bit his lower lip until it bled, unaware of the pain. His eyes were full of pleading as he looked at Old Master Song. The Song family watched this scene helplessly. It felt as though Song Daza's family were the victims. Though Song Daju spoke of accepting beatings or killings, they truly couldn't bring themselves to do it. Seeing Song Zia's body covered in wounds they couldn't bear to killing was absolutely out of the question. They were all relatives with close ties. If they killed him, they might feel momentary satisfaction, but the two families would become eternal enemies. Alas, this matter was truly difficult to handle. Could they simply forgive Song Xiao? No, that wouldn't do. Baoer was their family's treasure. Having suffered such a calamity, they naturally wanted revenge for her. Yet in this situation the whole family was stifled, unable to vent their anger. They couldn't forgive him, but neither could they beat or kill him. What were they supposed to do? Stare at him? What was there to see? He wasn't worth a single hair on Baoer's head. Grandpa Baoer forgives Brother Xiao. Song Ziluo's soft, sweet voice slowly rang out. Everyone was utterly astonished, their eyes wide as they stared at Song Ziluo, wanting to ask her why. Song Ziluo. Having so many eyes on her was a bit overwhelming. Recalling the memory of falling into the river yesterday, Song Xiaohu hadn't truly meant to push her in. As he reached out to push her, her right foot was stepping on a large smooth cobblestone. Losing her balance, she fell into the river with his momentum. Song Zia's strength was nowhere near enough to push her into the river. It was just a perfect storm of events. She was unsteady, and he pushed her at that exact moment. In fact, she was quite grateful to Song Xiaohu. Had it not been for this accident, she would never have transmigrated here. This dynasty had parents, a loving family, kind elders, and fun young companions. Song Ziluo explained, Brother Xiaohu didn't mean it. Baoer wasn't steady on her feet. Brother Xiaohu didn't know, and just gave a light push, so Baoer accidentally fell into the river. Baoer also wants to thank Brother Xiaohu. If he hadn't called the uncles in time to save me, I would likely have perished. The crowd was greatly shocked by Song Ziluo's words, realizing they had wronged Song Xiaohu. However, ultimately, it was his fault that she had fallen into the river, and that remained his responsibility. All members of Song Daza's family let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that Xiaohu was not a ruthless person. The tense atmosphere eased considerably. This matter started with Song Xiaohu, so let him end it. Old Master Song looked at Song Ziluo with tender affection. Oh my dear. Grandfather's precious one, you have suffered. You rascals who allowed you to leave my treasure alone there. Old Master Song said angrily to his grandsons who were standing. The 10 brothers' hearts sank instantly, their bodies tensing. What was coming would indeed come. They knew it was their fault for not watching over their sister, causing her to fall into the river. Each was filled with guilt, feeling they deserved death. Fortunately, their sister was unharmed, which brought them peace. In their hearts, they silently resolved to protect her fiercely from now on, ensuring she would never suffer harm again. Song Ziluo felt uneasy seeing her brothers scolded by grandfather. She couldn't bear to see such wonderful brothers punished. Looking at grandmother, her parents, uncles, and aunts all glaring accusingly at their own sons or grandsons, if there were a cane, she believed they would rush over to beat them. That scene was unimaginable. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, first uncle, and aunt, second uncle, and aunt, third uncle, and aunt. Please do not blame my brothers. I sneaked over on my own. This was entirely my fault, not theirs. If you must blame someone, blame me, not them. Song Ziluo spoke with self-reproach, her voice choked with tears, her eyes misty and brimming with tears. Song Jidao thought Luo is about to cry. In her past life, she never cried. What to do? Lu Jiao thought, my daughter's acting is superb. Look, the whole room is fooled by her. No, she must not laugh, as she had to hold it together. She needed to support her daughter well. As her mother, she couldn't have worse acting skills than her daughter. The brothers thought sister is crying, we truly let her down. The uncles and aunts thought, oh dear. Bauer looked so pitiful. They really wanted to hug her. Old Master Song and Zhou Taohua thought, our little heart, seeing you like this melts our hearts. What can we do? Bauer doesn't want her brothers punished, so we must yield to her. Humph. Old Master Song let out a heavy snort, then cast a sharp gaze at his grandsons. They'll let you off today? If not for Bauer's plea, I would have skinned you alive and not stopped there. The brothers thought. Zhou Taohua glanced contemptuously at her husband, thinking, it's always like this with him. Loud thunder, but little rain. I know you only talk tough. Though you favor the granddaughter, you love the grandsons just as much. With your nature. TSK. The four sons and daughters-in-law thought, Father's words sound terrifying. But, could he change his line next time? Didn't he see the boy's mouths twitching several times? Regarding the matter with Song Xiaohu, now that everything was clear, it could be handled lightly or severely. Both families were relatives, seeing each other often, so going too far was not good. Let it be. Their family decided not to punish Song Xiaohu further. Besides, he hadn't acted viciously, it was just unfortunate. Thankfully, he had called for help, allowing them to rescue Bauer in time. For that they owed him thanks. After all, he was only an 11-year-old child with a good nature. His grandfather had already punished him severely, beating him badly, which they might not have been able to do themselves. Let it be. After this incident, the relationship between the two families would surely grow closer. Let the younger generation resolve it themselves. Old Master Song set Song Ziluo down and said to her, Bauer, go play outside with your brothers. Take your cousin Xiaoyong and cousin Xiaoling out to play too. You boys take good care of your sister, understood? Old Master Song swept a stern gaze over the 10 brothers. Yes, grandfather. The 10 brothers replied in unison with serious expressions. Zhou Taohua pulled her close friend Zhou Chuanxing to sit down, while the 4 daughters-in-law invited Zhou Wenjing and her daughter-in-law to take seats. A group of women began chatting about domestic matters. Old Master Song invited Song Deju to sit in the seat of honor, while Song Jizong also invited Song Xinghui and Song Xiaoling to sit down, starting a conversation about men's topics. The room, once tense, now brimmed with harmony and joy. Outside, the 10 brothers tightly surrounded Song Xiaohu. Song Ziluo held Song Ziling's hand standing before the kneeling Song Xiaohu, while Song Ziling's other hand held her second brother Song Xiaoyong. Song Ziluo stared with her big watery eyes at Song Zai's eyes, searching, but finding none. Truly pitiful, his eyes were so swollen, they had become mere slits. Through the narrow gap of his swollen eyes, Song Xiaohu looked at the little sister before him. At that moment, she blinked her sparkling clear eyes, which were as pure and transparent as a pool of clear water. He felt deeply ashamed, his face burning instantly. How could he have bullied such an adorable and innocent sister yesterday? That was not the act of a true man, and to make matters worse, he had pushed her into the water. He was truly despicable. Slap slap. Song Xiaohu fiercely struck himself a dozen times on the face. The brothers thought, wow. This was a tough guy hitting himself so hard. Look, his face instantly swelled like it had been stung by a bee. Unbearable to behold. Wah, brother. Song Ziling's tears flowed as she stared blankly at her brother, her heart aching for him. Bauer, I'm sorry. I'm not human. I shouldn't have pushed you into the river. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. As he spoke, tears streamed down his voice, choked with sobs. Song Xiaohu looked at the delicate and soft little Bauer, and the more he thought, the more he felt he was inhuman. How could he have done such a thing? He wondered if he was missing a screw in his head. He regretted it so much. Fortunately, Bauer was unharmed, standing alive before him, otherwise he would have had to die to atone for his sins. Slap slap, 2 more loud slaps rang out. As Song Xiaohu prepared to strike again, his hand was caught by Song Ziluo's small hand. Song Xiaohu tried to pull his hand free with some force, but he seemed unable to exert any strength. He couldn't break free at all, and it remained utterly still. He was astonished. How could Bauer be so strong? Looking at her, she seemed completely effortless, as if she had just gently held it. Song Xiaohu pleaded, Bauer, can you let go? Only by hitting myself a few more times can I find peace. I hope this way I can earn your forgiveness. Song Ziluo shook her little head and said softly in her baby voice, I forgive you, brother Xiaohu. Please stop hitting yourself. Song Xiaohu strained his eyes, which were narrowed into slits, and stared at Song Ziluo and shook his mouth wide open. Hey, you brat, could you close your mouth? Really ugly, Song Ziwen said with disdain. He thought Song Xiaohu looked truly hideous like this, too unsightly to bear. For someone who cherished beauty, he really didn't want to see this ugly sight. Song Xiaohu was stunned. He opened his mouth, tried to close it, but after several attempts he couldn't. Panic crept into his expression. What should he? He looked to his second brother for help. Song Xiaoyong was startled by his younger brother's condition and grew anxious, thinking of fetching Dr. Song. The other brothers thought, what's going on? Could this be serious? Song Ziyong's voice was urgent as he comforted, little brother, don't worry. They'll go find Dr. Zhou right now. Just wait for me. Just as he was about to leave, Song Xiaoyong froze in place. Song Ziluo's little hands moved along Song Ziya's jaw. With a crack, his mouth snapped. Song Xiaohu worked his jaw. Hey, it was fixed. Bauer was amazing. The brothers present widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this really their little sister? How could their sister be so skilled? At that moment, 1,000 whys raced through their minds. Bauer, thank you. Thank you for forgiving me, and for fixing my jaw. I've decided from now on I'm yours. Whatever you need me to do, just say the word, and I'll obey. Song Xiaohu declared solemnly to Song Ziluo, his eyes filled with gratitude. He swore that from this day onward, he would be Bauer's little follower protecting her. If she said east, he would never go west. All right, brother Xiaohu, get up. I accept you. From now on you must listen to me. Song Ziluo said with a grin. Song Xiaohu raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. Rest assured, I, Song Xiaohu, may be a bit reckless, but my word is my bond. I will never break my promise. If I do, may the heavens strike me down and grant me no good death. Song Ziluo could see that Song Ziya's words came from the heart. Wonderful. She finally had a little follower in this world. This feeling was actually quite nice. Good, I believe you. From now on I'm your boss, and you're my underling. Rest assured, following your boss won't do you any harm. They'll treat you well too. Song Ziluo spoke with utmost seriousness, shedding her usual petite and adorable demeanor, revealing an aura of authority. Everyone present was stunned by the sight of Song Ziluo. They had never imagined that a 6-year-old child could exude such. It was truly startling. All 10 brothers wondered, is this our sister? How can she have this side to her? In any case, no matter what their sister was like, she was still their sister. They secretly vowed to grow stronger so they could protect her. Song Ziya's heart was unsettled. He thought, I will never regret this decision. Although Bauer was younger than him, the aura this tiny person radiated was not to be underestimated. At first he had decided to dedicate himself to her out of guilt. Wasn't it said in storybooks that one should repay a life-saving grace with devotion? This might not be a life-saving grace, but it was a grace of atonement. He felt that Bauer would surely bring him unexpected surprises. Acknowledging her as his boss, he submitted willingly. The light in Song Ziya's eyes grew brighter, and his heart was filled with excitement. Yes, Bauer, I mean boss. I believe in you. Song Xiaohu stood up shakily. Perhaps because he had knelt for too long, his legs were numb from poor circulation, making it hard to stand. But that didn't dampen the passion in his voice. The 10 brothers thought, Song Xiaohu is such a bootlicker. What do we do? Our hands itch too. Hit him. Song Xiaoyong wondered, is this really okay for our little brother? Isn't he afraid of being scolded? Song Xiaoling thought, wow, Bauer is amazing. I really like Bauer. I want to be her underling too, but I'm a girl, so I should be her little sister instead. Little sister, your little brother can be your underling too. They'll be both your underling and your brother, okay? Song Ziling looked at Song Ziluo expectantly. He didn't want that kid to steal his sister away. With so many brothers at home, it shouldn't be that brat's turn. Song Ziluo's lips twitched at her little brother's words. Little brother, aren't you afraid dad will scold you? Or that big brother will hit you? Little brother, you're my own brother. How could you be my underling? Just be my brother, and he'll treat you well too. Song Ziluo glanced at the expressions of her other brothers. Sigh. Having many brothers was also troublesome. She could only look after one at a time. Brothers, you are all my brothers. I won't take any of you as underlings. That wouldn't be right. It would break the rules. You will always be my brothers. We share a blood bond that can never change. So don't worry that anyone will take me away. You hold an important place in my heart that no one else can replace. The brothers were overjoyed, soothed by their sister's words. Smiles spread across their faces, and then they turned in unison to look at Song Xiaohu, flashing triumphant and provocative grins. Song Xiaohu thought, why are they staring at me like that? It's so scary. How does boss have so many brothers? He felt his future days would be spent struggling in the cracks. Boo-hoo. Song Ziluo found it both amusing and exasperating that her brothers had scared her newly minted underling. This scene was so much like the imperial harem where concubines vied for favor. She was the emperor, and her brothers were like the concubines competing for attention. Oh, each brother had his own charm. In the palace they would surely rank high. Wasn't this a picture of rivalry? The more Song Ziluo thought about it, the funnier it seemed, and she burst into uncontrollable laughter. The brothers wondered, what's up with our sister? Did she think of something funny she could share with them? Wouldn't it be better if everyone laughed together? Song Xiaohu thought, B-boss, please stop laughing. Your underling is a bit scared. Song Ziluo thought, oh no, I lost control. I got carried away. Do my brothers think I'm crazy? Why are they looking at me so strangely? Ahem, I was laughing because of my underling's appearance. I couldn't help it. Sorry about that. Underling, please forgive me. Song Ziluo thought, sorry little brother. He'll use you as a shield for now, and he'll make it up to you later. The brothers didn't suspect Song Ziluo's words. They looked at Song Xiaohu. He really was a sight. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his exposed upper body was covered in bruises like a spotted sow. It was indeed funny. The more they looked, the more they wanted to laugh. Oh no, they really wanted to laugh. Although it was bad and disrespectful, they just couldn't hold. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, Song Xiaohu, you big pighead, ha. Ha ha ha. Song Xiaohu, you really do look hilarious. Ha ha, Song Xiaohu, you really do look hilarious. Boss. Song Xiaohu pleaded with a pitiful expression, seeking help from Song Ziluo. Seeing her little brother's woeful state, Song Ziluo's conscience was pricked. She had truly put him in a terrible spot this time. She thought that today's incident would undoubtedly become an indelible stain on her little brother's past. Extending her small hand, Song Ziluo declared loudly, brothers, you must stop laughing. The laughter ceased abruptly. Brothers, this is my little brother. You cannot bully him. If you bully him, it's like slapping my face, and that would make me very unhappy. Song Ziluo spoke with a serious expression. Hearing this, the brothers knew trouble was brewing. Bauer was angry. They had to quell her temper immediately. Little sister, don't be angry with your eldest brother. I really didn't want to laugh, it was your other brothers who got me started. Alas. It's my fault for not stopping them sooner, which made you angry. Little sister, can you forgive your eldest brother? Other brothers. Brother, are you serious? Please just be human. Don't you realize you're going to lose your brothers? Song Ziluo, oh my. I never thought of my eldest brother as a drama king before, but he's even better than uncle. The genes are truly strong. Song Zisher was displeased his eldest brother was trying to shift the blame. Born of the same root, why rush to harm each other? Eldest brother, you're wrong there. Your laughter was much louder than ours. It should be said that we were led by you. Isn't that right? He turned to ask the younger brothers. The younger brothers nodded in agreement. Yes, eldest brother, your laughter was the loudest. Exactly, and you said you were led. By us. Song Ziyu stammered, his voice trailing off until he couldn't finish a complete sentence. Song Zicheng shot a warning glare at his brothers, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, piercing them fiercely. Brothers, help. Grandparents, parents, eldest brother is terrifying. Our backsides are in for it again. They all shrank their heads, instinctively touching their rears, dreading their eldest brother's discipline. How could they forget that he was a demon? How had they dared to confront him directly today? They regretted it deeply. They shouldn't have indulged in that momentary impulse. Song Ziren and Song Ziji exchanged a glance, suppressing their laughter. It felt wonderful to be the only sober ones in a world of drunkards. Little sister, we brothers were wrong. Don't be angry. From today on, Ziahozi is your little brother, and we'll treat him well and get along peacefully. Song Ziren spoke with a gentle voice. Song Ziluo. She finally saw it. Her second brother was as sly as a fox. He usually didn't show it, but he was truly a hidden master. Alright, second brother. I'm not really angry, I just can't stand to see my little brother wronged. You're the best second brother. Please take good care of my little brother from now on. Don't bully him, okay? Alright, second brother promises not to bully your little brother. As he spoke, a fleeting glint of darkness passed through his eyes, vanishing in an instant. Song Ziluo, oh no, she had inadvertently caused more trouble for her little brother again. She hoped her second brother would show mercy. She really wasn't a worthy boss. She had barely taken on a little brother before stirring up trouble for him. Song Ziluo flashed a sweet smile. Thank you, second brother. I trust you. I value my little brother a lot. Song Ziren's expression froze slightly, and his eyes narrowed a little. Woo. Song Ziluo was on the verge of tears. What a mess this was. She couldn't control her mouth. She had intended to make her second brother go easy on her little brother, but it backfired. It seemed she couldn't talk to her second brother anymore, or she might have to collect a corpse. Little brother, come here. I have something to tell you. Song Ziluo quickly found an excuse to escape the circle of brothers. She led Song Xiaohu to a plum tree in the courtyard, took a pill from the little pouch on her chest, and handed it to him. Little brother, take this. Song Xiaohu took the pill from Song Ziluo without hesitation and swallowed it directly. Song Ziluo was quite satisfied with this gesture. It showed that her little brother truly trusted her without a moment's hesitation and didn't even worry that it might be poison. This. Song Xiaohu was stunned by the pill Song Ziluo had given him. The moment it entered his mouth, it melted, and a warm current flowed through his body. The spots where his grandfather had hit him tingled with a numbing sensation. He lifted his hand to look at his injuries. The bruises had turned from purple-blue to pink, and the pain had subsided. How miraculous! How did his boss come by such a pill? Song Xiaohu clenched his fists, silently vowing that no matter what treasures his boss possessed, he would never reveal them. He would keep her secret. Thank you, boss. Rest assured he'll keep all this confidential and won't tell anyone. Song Xiaohu spoke sincerely, as if ready to swear an oath. Could I trust you? First, put your clothes on. Going out like this would draw too much attention. Once you're dressed, it won't be as obvious. Song Ziluo watched as Song Xiaohu dressed, then continued. Come find me again tomorrow. You'll need another pill, and then your injuries will be fully healed. Song Xiaohu wasn't curious at all about how his boss had such miraculous pills. What moved him was that his boss had generously given him such a wondrous pill without any stinginess. He would follow her for life and be her most loyal follower. Yes, boss. Thank you. You're so good to me. Tears welled up in Song Zia's eyes. Thanks to the pill's effect, he could finally open his. No need to thank me. I told you you're my little brother, and he'll treat you well. I'm never stingy with those I consider my own. Song Ziluo paused, then shifted her tone, speaking gravely. I'm good to you, but you must not overstep or betray me. You need to know what to say and what not to say. If you betray me, I have plenty of ways to make you suffer. Song Ziluo felt that Song Xiaohu wasn't that kind of person, as she could sense it. Still, these words had to be said. At the very least, they would instill fear, keeping his heart tethered constantly, reminding him not to stray from the path. After all, they were still young with a long road ahead. The human heart was the most unreliable thing to test. Song Xiaohu declared firmly, boss, rest assured. I, Song Xiaohu, will recognize you as my boss for life. I will follow you forever. I've sworn a solemn oath I will never betray you until the day I die. Song Ziluo nodded slightly. She wouldn't completely believe his words, but if Song Xiaohu ever betrayed her, she had 10,000 ways to make his life miserable. MML trust that you'll keep your word for now. The road ahead is long. I hope you won't disappoint me. The matter of Song Xiaohu was thus perfectly resolved, ending with Song Ziluo accepting him as her follower. When both families learned that the little girl had taken the older Song Xiaohu as her subordinate, they felt quite helpless, but said nothing more. They merely wondered where the little girl had learned such behavior. Since children enjoyed this sort of thing, they let it be. The adults believed that not interfering was the best way to educate, allowing them to do as they pleased. Besides, what trouble could two children cause? It was no more than playing house. Boss, your follower has come to find you. Are you there? Sister-in-law, just as I said. Third brother guessed that you made this meal, and he was right. Your culinary skills are exquisite and masterful, turning out dishes that are truly delightful. I, your third brother, am full of admiration. Third brother, you flatter me. The meals I used to make were never this delicious. I know my limits. I wonder what's happened these past 2 days. The same ingredients and the same cooking methods, yet the taste is worlds apart. Song Ziluo's little heart skipped a beat. Oh dear, the fault lay in the spirit spring water's potency. She had been careful not to add too much to the water vat these past 2 days, yet it was still. Song Ziluo looked at her mother seeking help. Lu Jiaojiao instantly understood her daughter's gaze. She knew about the spirit spring water added to the household vat, as she had helped cover for her daughter. She hadn't expected that just a small amount of spirit spring water would have such a significant and noticeable effect. She recalled that she and old Song used to drink it by large cups, without any dilution. In the first few days of drinking it, they had been astonished by its powerful efficacy and curious about the spirit spring water. But as they grew accustomed to it, they became less concerned. Sister-in-law, I think it's because of the water. My husband specially fetched this spring water from the foot of the mountain. It's pure and sweet, and using it for cooking elevates the flavor to another level. After speaking, Lu Jiaojiao shot a glance at Song Jida. Song Jida knew he was being set up by his wife and daughter, but he had no choice but to That's right, sister-in-law. I fetched this water before dawn, thinking that the water level in the family well had dropped significantly. Since it hasn't rained, we need to conserve water in the household. So I went to fetch spring water from the mountain foot. Though that spring is small, the water is exceptionally delicious. Everyone suddenly understood after hearing what Song Jida said. The mountain spring water was indeed delicious, but the source was quite distant, so few would travel so far just for a sip of good water. Moreover, each of them could feel that after drinking this water for the past 2 days, they were refreshed, invigorated, and their fatigue seemed to have vanished entirely. Fourth son, it was kind of you to go so far to fetch water. Old Master Song praised Song Jida. Yes, fourth brother, next time you go, we'll join you. You shouldn't bear the burden alone, said Song Jiming. Song Jiming believed that brothers should share both hardships and joys, and none should labor excessively alone. Fourth son, your elder brother finds this water excellent for drinking and cooking. For such fine meals, you and second brother should take on the extra effort. Song Jitsong entrusted the task. Hard work, little brother, Song Zhirui said, patting Song Jida on the shoulder. Song Jida thought, wife Lu, you've doomed me. Is this a scheme to run me ragged? Lu Jiaojiao glanced at Song Zida's pathetic expression. Why the sour face? He truly couldn't control his demeanor. Fortunately, she and their daughter were excellent actresses. It wasn't as if they truly expected him to fetch water from such a distant place, it was merely an excuse. There were plenty of methods, the source of water didn't matter. What mattered was their daughter's spirit spring water. How foolish. Enough. Do you truly think the mountain spring at the foot has an endless supply? With the drought now, no rain falls, and the mountain's water is scarce. There's no need to be so diligent. Fetch it when you have time, if not, the water at home is perfectly usable. Zhou Taohua, seeing her fourth son's reluctant and pitiful expression, felt a pang of sympathy. As the saying goes, the emperor dotes on the eldest son, but common folk cherish the youngest. She held great affection for her youngest son. With their mother speaking, Song the elder and Song the third dared not argue further, fearing her anger would bring their father's Song Ziluo breathed a slight sigh of relief that the matter was concealed. She had considered revealing the secret of the space to her family, but ultimately decided against it. After discussing it with her parents, they firmly agreed it must remain hidden, aligning with her own thoughts. In the future, she would find excuses to share the space's resources with the family. Though everyone in the family adored her, possessing such a rare treasure might breed discord. If conflict escalated, it would be difficult to resolve. Throughout history, how many families have been torn apart over the pursuit of wealth? Although her space could only be controlled by her, and others could not seize it, even if discovered, she could discreetly make that person vanish from the world without a trace. But when it came to her own family, these loved ones who doted on her, she could not bring herself to be ruthless. She would gradually share items from the space with them, but never reveal her true trump card. The world is unpredictable, the future can be dealt with later. With so many treasures in the space, she couldn't bear to let them go unused, or to let herself and her parents suffer. If she only shared the space's bounty with her parents, she couldn't bear to be selfish toward her doting grandparents, uncles, aunties, and brother-obsessed cousins. It was impossible to use the space's items without the family noticing, for they were no fools. Everything from the space was of the highest quality. Forget it. She would take it one step at a time. When the day of discovery came, she would find another excuse. For now, her task was to live in the moment. To be a 6-year-old girl in the eyes of adults, a cute and adorable little sister to her brothers, and to enjoy each day happily. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm done eating. I'm going to play with little brother now. Song Ziluo said, hopping off the stool and dashing outside. Bao Bao, slow down, don't fall. Old Master Song feared his youngest granddaughter might trip in her haste. Grandpa, I'll follow sister, and take good care of her. Song Ziling's heart had already run off with his sister. He was Bao Bao's brother, duty-bound to follow her, protect her, and be a responsible older sibling. Before Old Master Song could speak, Song Jue interjected. No, today you must attend school. Song Ziling, have you forgotten what day it is? Song Ziling knew full well what day it was, but he simply wanted to be with his sister. Besides, he loathed school and disliked studying. Song Ziling's spirits were low, his mood sour. He wondered if anyone else shared his agony over the torment of schooling. The twins Song Zitian and Song Ziyu also wished to skip school, but witnessing their little brother's rebuff from their father, they promptly fell silent, careful not to provoke their father's wrath. They feigned obedience, meekly heeding his reprimands. I don't ask you to achieve scholarly honors, but at least learn to read and write, to understand reason and discern right from wrong. Can you not even fulfill this simple wish from me? Song Jirue was genuinely furious. Among the 10 boys in the family, the most obedient were Song Ziran, Song Ziji, and Song Ziching. Song Ziching, the eldest, also disliked studying, preferring martial arts. Fortunately, under his father's pressure over the years, he had managed to pass the child exam. Song Jirue didn't expect Song Ziching to become a scholar, but he still needed to temper his impetuous nature through more schooling. Song Zishir, Song Ziyong, and Song Ziwen lacked drive. Though clever, they required constant prodding from behind to move forward. As for the youngest 3, they were the most hopeless, always scheming about play and how to accompany their sister, never about their studies. This gave him their minds never lingered on learning. Song Ziling, the youngest, would occasionally apply himself diligently for a few days after a scolding. But within days he would revert to his old ways, just like a toad that only hops when poked. Look at Song Zitian and Song Ziyu. These 2 brothers now put on a facade of obedience, but deep down they were the most mischievous of all. One face in public, another in private, cunning as little foxes. It made him both amused and frustrated, especially since these 2 rascals were his own offspring. Sigh. With sons like these, what could a father do? He could only accept it. Thankfully, his eldest son was sensible and studious, inheriting his academic talent. His legacy would continue through him, and all his hopes rested on the eldest. As for the younger 2, he had scolded and beaten them, but they remained incorrigible. If he continued, they would call for reinforcements. They would summon their mother, who doted on them dearly. Sigh. A doting mother spoils the child, but he was a man who cherished his sigh. It was a long story. As long as they didn't drive him to an early grave, he would let it be, let it be. Song Xiaohu heard his leader's childish voice and turned to see her standing at her doorstep waving at him. He scurried over eagerly, a faint blush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Leader, I'm sorry for coming too early, and it's fine, it's not a big deal. You came to find me so early. Have you had breakfast yet? Song Ziluo was a little worried that her little brother might have skipped breakfast. Although her grandmother had asked him, and he said he had eaten, she was afraid he might have gone without breakfast, too shy to eat at someone else's home. Leader, rest assured I really did have breakfast. Today is a school day, so I told my mother last night to prepare breakfast early. Breakfast had to be early because I wanted to come find you. So our family had breakfast much earlier than usual today. Hearing that her little brother had eaten, Song Ziluo felt relieved. School. Wasn't that just like going to school in the modern era? She had never seen an ancient school before and wondered what it was like. She wanted to go and experience it for herself. Little brother, is school fun? Can girls go? Song Ziluo was curious. Leader, for me school isn't fun because I don't enjoy reading and writing. For those who love learning, the school is a place they yearn for. Song Xiaohu scratched his head, sheepishly afraid his leader would be disappointed in him for not liking to study. Leader, there are no girls in our school. If you want to go, you can ask your third uncle. He is our teacher. Song Ziluo was shocked. Her third uncle was the school's teacher. How had she not known? Oh, was this question foolish? In the past, she barely knew her own family. For someone who was simple-minded, how could she know about things outside the home? Oh, alright, I'll ask third uncle later. If he agrees, he'll go to school with you. Great, leader, I really hope you'll come to school with me. Song Xiaohu was overjoyed at the thought of attending school with his leader. He would surely behave well and not let her down. Song Ziluo took a pill from her small pouch and handed it to Song Xiaohu. Thank you, leader. You're so good to me. With that, Song Xiaohu swallowed the pill. Every creation from the space was exquisite, and the pill's effect was astonishing. In no time, all of Song Zia's injuries healed completely. His skin returned to normal. Song Ziluo looked at the restored Song Xiaohu and silently admired his looks. He had round big eyes, sharp dark eyebrows, fair skin, and a slightly round face. True to his name, he was sturdy and spirited with a robust build. Just then Song Zhiruei and the others came out. Song Ziluo ran to Song Zhiruei and tugged at his robe. Third uncle, can I go see the school? Song Zhiruei had been furious moments before, but seeing his little niece staring at him with wide, unblinking eyes, his heart melted. Alright, Bayer wants to go to school. Then let's go. Third uncle will take you. The 5 older brothers. Song Zhiruei scooped up Song Ziluo, holding her in his arms, and told Song Xiong to inform the family that he was taking Bayer to the school. A group of 8 headed to the school, including Song Ziluo's 5 youngest brothers, Song Xiaohu, Song Zhiruei, and Song Ziluo herself. Song Ziluo's other 5 brothers were not at home. They had gone to the Qingzheng Academy in town the day before. They had been home for the past 2 days because it was their break. In this dynasty, the calendar followed 12 months, a year, 30 days a month, and 12 2-hour periods a day. The academy had 6 days off per month with 2 days of rest after every 8 days of classes. They soon arrived at the school, which was located beside the village ancestral hall. This school had been built by old Master Song's family. Its main purpose was to allow Song Zhiruei, who had earned the title of Shotsai, to serve as a village teacher, giving the boys in the village a chance to learn to read and write. The annual tuition at the village school was 2 taels of silver per student, which was much cheaper than the town academies. At the Qingzheng Academy, where her 5 brothers studied, each student paid 6 taels of silver per year, not including the cost of brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, meals. Calculating this way, each brother would need 7 or 8 taels of silver to cover a year's living and study expenses. This was the minimum estimate, as brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were very expensive in this dynasty, unaffordable for most families. Many children who yearned for learning were forced to give up living their lives in regret. For an average family, supporting even 1 student was considered a great achievement. Old Master Song's family had 10 boys. It was easy to imagine that to support all 10 of them in their studies, the entire family had to live frugally. Fortunately, all 4 daughters-in-law were understanding and contributed their dowries to help the family. Their families were considered above average in this backward town. Thus their household managed to get by. Compared to other families in the village, they were relatively well off. Bayer, this is our family's school. Third uncle will find you a seat. Sit quietly on the stool, and don't talk. If you behave well, third uncle will give you candy. Song Zhiruei coaxed her like a child, making Song Ziluo laugh inwardly. She wasn't a little baby, she wanted to laugh. No, she had to hold it in. She couldn't laugh. Now was the time for acting. Okay, third uncle will be good and won't cause any. Song Ziluo put on an innocent and adorable expression. Seeing his sweet, well-behaved Bayer, Song Ziruo's heart softened. Why couldn't Bayer be his daughter? He truly envied his younger brother. Song Zhiruei arranged a seat for Song Ziluo at the front desk. She sat on the stool and looked at the desk before her. She felt indignant. What was this? Why was she so short? Sitting on the stool, her chin barely reached the height of the desk, leaving only her little head visible. Song Zhiruei stood at the podium about to begin the day's lesson. He paused, deciding to check on his little niece first, and looked over at her. He saw only her little head peeking out, her eyes wide and round, her expression crestfallen. She pouted, her face as red as an apple. The sight was utterly amusing. The students seated in the schoolroom were filled with confusion. What had happened to the master today? In their hearts, the master had always been an exceedingly stern person. Such a situation as today was unprecedented, and they wondered what matter could have caused it. It made the master so delighted. Ahem ahem. Now I will conduct a spot check on recitations to see if you have completed the assignments I set at home. All the students. Master, could you please not do this? What they feared most was the spot check recitation. Song Zhiruei lost his composure. His little niece's appearance was simply too amusing. He couldn't control himself and let out a laugh. He must not laugh anymore. Being seen by the students in such a state was a misstep. It severely tarnished his image. Thus he found an excellent method, the spot check recitation. He thought that in this way he would still be the strict teacher in the eyes of his students. Song Ziluo was startled by her third uncle. She saw him laughing at her. Yes, there was no mistake. Her third uncle was mocking her. Woo! This damn table was so tall. If only she had known, she would never have come to the schoolroom. Filled with curiosity, she arrived, and in less than a quarter of an hour she felt utterly disheartened. She decided never to come to the schoolroom again. Her body and mind had suffered a severe double blow, and she was merely a 6-year-old baby. There was no helping it. She was just a child now, naturally not tall. She didn't want to face this awkward situation either. Alas, height was a fatal flaw. While Song Ziluo called on students to recite, he glanced at Song Ziluo and saw his niece looking dejected and listless, entirely lacking in spirit. When she first entered the schoolroom, she was full of anticipation, her eyes sparkling. But now, oh dear, he had offended his little niece. A sin indeed. He truly hadn't meant it. It was just that his niece's appearance at that moment was so adorable that he couldn't restrain himself. Seeing his niece's pitiful expression, his conscience was pricked. Forgive me, little niece, your third uncle was wrong. After a moment of inner turmoil, Song Ziluo returned to normal. What a joke. She was not a real child after all. She could easily adjust to such a trivial matter. This schoolroom, constructed from timber, comprised 6 rooms. The room she was in was the largest. The schoolroom was furnished with wooden tables and stools. The tables were long, each designed with drawers specifically for storing books. One long table was placed per row, each with 12 drawers. There were 6 rows of tables in the classroom, and the stools were individual. All the students studying in the schoolroom were in this classroom. Counting the number, there were some children from other villages. In total, there were 25 people, including her 5 elder brothers. Subtracting the 5 brothers, there were 20 students, all aged between 8 and 12. After studying for a few years in the village school, those who wished to pursue official positions would go to the town academy. Most families in the village only sent their children to the village school for a few years, just enough to learn to read and write. They had no greater expectations. Parents who could afford to send their children to the academy were few and far between. It wasn't that there were none, but most families were too poor to support a scholar. This dynasty comprised 4 countries: Dongtai, Nanyang, Xie, and Beiyuan. The 4 nations stood in a tetrapod balance, countering one another. Song Ziluo was in the Nanyang kingdom. Within the current imperial court, most officials in power came from prominent clans. They were intricately interwoven, dominating the entire court. There were also some wealthy individuals who secured positions through bribery and connections, while only a very few relied on their true talents to rise. Among this tiny minority were mostly those without power or influence, or those from impoverished families. It was not hard to see the immense effort they had to exert to reach such positions. Even if they became officials, they were merely minor 7th-rank magistrates subject to exclusion by aristocratic families struggling to survive in the cracks. The dynasty was deeply rotten at its core. Those aristocratic families, like vermin, were slowly gnawing away at it. In such a decayed nation, it was always the common people at the bottom who suffered the most. Nowadays in this world, officials were wealthy, but unkind court ministers were greedy for power. Factions vied fiercely for fame and profit, plundering the people's. Even more terrifying was the reigning emperor, who neglected his duties, was utterly fatuous, debauched, and tyrannical, trusted treacherous ministers, and pursued immortality by building temples on a grand scale. The emperor was incompetent, the courtiers were unjust, and the people were mired in deep suffering. The Nanyang kingdom was already on the periphery, destined to collapse eventually. If a righteous person could overthrow the court, abolish the existing system, and establish a new dynasty, only then could the people welcome a new. If a righteous person could overthrow the court, abolish the existing system, and establish a new dynasty, only then could the people welcome a new life. Song Ziluo felt she was overthinking. Regardless of the current state of the world, she had her space which could allow her family to live well. If anyone provoked her family, she wouldn't mind being a little demon. If life here became unsatisfactory, she could take her family to live elsewhere. With 4 countries, she believed she could find a place she liked. Song Ziluo looked at the students in the schoolroom and found it amusing. Most of them were trembling with fear, heads bowed low, dreading being called upon. The student called upon stammered through the recitation, panic written all over his face, and ultimately failed to complete it, receiving 10 strikes on the palm from the master. Looking at his aggrieved and helpless expression, forced to endure the pain, it was much like the students in her past lives classroom, who feared spot check recitations. But she was an exception, her grades had always been at the top. Thus she was never afraid of being called on by the teacher. Whether it was recitation or answering questions, she could handle it perfectly without any fear. Song Ziluo felt quite pleased with herself, basking in self-satisfaction. And her 4th brother was called on. Congratulations to her 4th brother for being honored by the master. But seeing his calm and composed demeanor, Song Ziluo thought it seemed he was very confident. As expected, he recited it completely and perfectly. Well done, 4th brother. She hadn't realized that her 4th brother had such great talent in studies. After the spot check, the master began to explain the day's lesson. Song Ziluo watched her third uncle on the platform, speaking eloquently. She felt he was radiating brilliance, exuding confidence from within, a true scholar of profound knowledge. Under her third uncle's guidance, she believed those students would gain much. Though they might not become accomplished scholars, they would surely understand great principles and be inspired by the master's personal example. This would greatly benefit their future lives. Her third uncle was a true mentor and friend. After half a day at the school, Song Ziluo firmly refused to go there again. Song Jitsung and Li Qianro went to the town after breakfast. Song Jitsung served as the manager of Shifu cloth shop in the town, and Li Qianro also worked there. They only returned home during holidays. After seeing off the last customer, Li Dafu entered the shop from the backyard. Ruer's son-in-law, come eat. Your mother has prepared the meal. Go inside and eat. Father, please go ahead and eat with Ruer. He'll mind the shop. Once Ruer finishes, he'll have my meal. There are still many customers now, and the shop cannot be left unattended. Song Jitsung was a man who cherished his wife. Every mealtime he insisted she eat first while he would eat later, never minding cold food. Li Dafu looked at Song Jitsung helplessly. His son-in-law was perfect in every way except for this one stubborn habit, which no amount of persuasion could change. It wasn't that he was obstinate and refused to listen to advice, it was only regarding mealtime that he was so stubborn, insisting they eat first without worrying about him, as he kept watch over the shop. All right, husband. You mind the shop. Father, and I will go eat first. Li Qianro was not at all surprised by her husband's words. This had been their routine ever since they married, and it was his steadfast principle. Rather than argue with him, she preferred to finish her meal quickly, so he could take his turn. Since the weather was warm, the food wouldn't cool down easily, so she wasn't worried about him eating cold dishes. In winter, she was equally considerate. After her parents finished eating, she would reheat the meal and call her husband to eat while she tended the shop. This pattern had persisted for over a decade, and the couple had developed a deep understanding, perhaps the true essence of marriage. Shifu cloth shop was owned by Li Qianro's parents. The elderly couple usually watched over the shop when their children returned home, but most of the time it was managed by Li Qianro's father Li Dafu, and his wife Wang Xiaorong had only one daughter. At the age of 9, Song Jitsung was sent by his father to the town school. After 4 years of schooling, Song Jitsung realized he was not cut out for academics. He preferred commerce. With his parents' consent, he decisively abandoned his studies. At just 12 years old, he learned that Shifu cloth shop was hiring an assistant. He decided to try his luck and see if the shop owner would take him on. Li Dafu looked at the 12-year-old boy before him. With an upright appearance and an honest demeanor, the lad seemed no sly or deceitful person, leaving a favorable. He then asked Song Jitsung if he had studied, could write, and manage accounts. Song Jitsung replied that he had studied for 4 years, could write, and knew some abacus. Li Dafu's eyes lit up. Oh, this was exactly the assistant he was looking for, literate, skilled with numbers, and young enough to be trained. Clapping his hands, he exclaimed, "Perfect, perfect. He's the one." And so Song Jitsung became a shop assistant, helping Li Dafu manage sales and accounts, and occasionally offering business advice. Li Dafu found Song Zikong's suggestions excellent. Why hadn't he thought of these ideas himself? Following his advice, business flourished, and the shop expanded until it became the largest cloth store in the entire town. Li Dafu felt his initial judgment had been spot on, a true recognition of talent. He was filled with a desire to nurture this young man. Thinking that the lad was now 17 and should settle down, he glanced at his own daughter and wondered if he should take him as a son-in-law who would marry, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. What a brilliant idea, a perfect solution. But when Li Dafu proposed the idea, Song Jitsung flatly refused, stating that as the eldest son, he could not become a Livian son-in-law. He had to continue the family line and care for his parents in their old age. He made it clear that his parents would never agree to such an arrangement. Rejected, Li Dafu's face darkened like a storm cloud. The son-in-law he had set his heart on was slipping away. Song Jitsung, aware of Li Dafu's displeasure, offered his resignation, hoping to part on good terms before the relationship soured. Li Dafu accepted. Since the boy could not become his son-in-law, he saw no point in continuing to groom him. It would only be a waste of effort. Thus Song Jitsung left Shifu cloth shop. Before his departure, he arranged to meet Li Qianro one last time. Song Jitsung was 3 years older than Li Qianro. At 15, he finally acknowledged his feelings. He had fallen in love with her. He had always thought his affection for Li Qianro was brotherly, but as he grew older, he realized it was far more profound. He was deeply enamored with this girl. Song Jitsung dared not let her discover his feelings as she was still young. He decided to wait until she turned 15 to confess his love. From then on, he often bought small trinkets that girls liked and gave them to Li Qianro. He believed he had hidden his emotions well, but in the end she saw through him. At 14, Li Qianro regarded Song Jitsung as a kind older brother. He was literate, intelligent, resourceful, and gifted in business. He was also handsome, standing 1.75 meters with a slender build, a handsome face, and an aura of youthful vitality. Li Qianro was captivated by him. She felt spellbound, often sneaking peeks at him from behind doors. When he looked her way, she would hastily hide her heart, pounding wildly. As a girl, she matured earlier than boys. Having read romance stories, she understood the nature of love between a man and a woman. She knew she had fallen for this young man. Decisive by nature, she once confronted him directly when he gave her a hairpin asking if he liked her. Song Jitsung blushed, deeply stammering his hands, fidgeting, nervously unable to utter a single word for a long time. Seeing him like this, Li Qianruo understood everything. If she couldn't discern his feelings from this, she wouldn't be a girl. She took his hand, looked into his eyes, and said with utmost seriousness that she liked him. Overwhelmed with joy, Song Zikong's eyes sparkled like starlight as he embraced her. The romance between the young boy and girl began from that moment. Song Jitsung asked Li Qianruo to meet him by a small river in the town. He dared not look at her, fearing he would see disappointment in the young girl's eyes. He was afraid. Li Qianruo looked at her little brother, bewildered by his sudden change. Just yesterday he had been fine with her, and now he was like this. Something must have happened. Seeing that Song Jitsung remained silent for a long time, Li Qianruo directly asked him if something had happened between them. Song Jitsung raised his head to look at Li Qianruo, his eyes filled with pain. He tried to speak, opening his mouth several times, but no sound came out. Li Qianruo grew anxious, urging Song Jitsung to speak frankly and not remain silent. She was very worried and did not want to waste any more unnecessary time. Seeing Li Qianruo's expression turn sour, Song Jitsung knew that what must come would come. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, and told her that Li's father had demanded he become a Livian son-in-law, but he refused. Song Jitsung said he was sorry to Li Qianruo, but he could not be her Livian son-in-law. He could not violate his family's ancestral teachings, and as the eldest son his parents would never agree. Li Qianruo was shocked. No wonder her father's face had looked so grim today. So this was what had happened. Li Qianruo felt that she did not necessarily have to find a Livian son-in-law. Finding a husband willing to live with her and take care of her aging parents was also acceptable. As long as the two loved each other, she believed this was not a problem. Moreover, her parents' business would eventually be handed over to her, and they had their own income, so the man would not need to spend money on their care. Li Qianruo asked Song Jitsung if she married him, would he be willing to take care of her parents together with her. Song Jitsung excitedly repeated that he was willing. Except for being a Livian son-in-law, he was willing to do anything else no matter what it required. Li Qianruo heard his willingness and saw the sincerity in his eyes. She could tell it came from his heart without any reluctance. She let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. Li Qianruo believed that as long as she and Song Jitsung were committed to each other, no matter the difficulties ahead, they would face them hand in hand, their hearts steadfast in being together. With this decision made, there was no time to waste. Li Qianruo took Song Zikong's hand and knelt before her parents, declaring that they had already pledged themselves to each other for life. Her love for Song Jitsung was as deep as the ocean, and their bond was stronger than gold. They had chosen each other. Although Song Jitsung could not be a Livian son-in-law, he had promised to live with her and care for her parents in their old age. Song Jitsung also pledged on the spot to fulfill these promises and swore to treat Li Qianruo well for the rest of his life, to honor Li's father and mother as his own parents. Wang Xiaorong was moved to tears on the spot. She approved of the young couple's marriage. However, Li Dafu glared angrily, displeased that his daughter had been secretly stolen away by this brat. Only today did he realize the young man's wolfish ambition. He had even planned to take him as a Livian son-in-law, but the boy had already stolen his daughter's heart. How infuriating. He was truly furious. In the end, unable to withstand his daughter's earnest pleas, he agreed to the marriage. What else could he do? He had only this one daughter, and naturally wanted her to marry into a good family. He knew Song Zikong's character well after all these years. He could rest assured marrying his daughter to him. He demanded that Song Jitsung continue working at the cloth shop after the wedding. He would not withhold wages just because Song was his son-in-law. Wages would be paid as usual, and his daughter must also work at the shop. Li Dafu believed that after marriage his daughter should not confine herself to the domestic sphere. She needed to have her own pursuits, as the family business would eventually be passed to her. From now on, his daughter should work at the shop to understand its operations, supply channels, and the art of business. Even if things went sour with her husband in the future, she could cast him aside without being helpless and ignorant. Otherwise, no matter how good the shop was, it would decline. Once his daughter mastered the business, he believed her husband would not dare to harbor ill intentions. She could live well by managing the shop. She should not place all her hopes on others. True strength lies in oneself. Thus Song Jitsung and Li Qianruo were successfully married. They later had 3 sons. After the 3rd son was born, Li Dafu handed over control. He entrusted the shop to his daughter and son-in-law, making Song Jitsung the manager. Over the years, he had seen clearly that his son-in-law truly treated his daughter well and was skilled in business. He felt at ease handing over the shop. Even after becoming manager, Song Jitsung devoted himself entirely to the cloth shop, elevating it to new heights. Yet he did not feel overly proud, and only took the manager's monthly salary. All the shop's earnings were handed over to his parents-in-law, with accounts kept clear and transparent, never embezzling a single coin. This made Li Dafu even more satisfied, and he regarded Song Jitsong with newfound respect. He called him son-in-law and good boy constantly. Their relationship was so close that sometimes after drinking at night, they would even call each other brothers. Husband, go inside and eat. Li Qianro quickly finished her meal and came to the shop urging Song Jitsong to go to the inner courtyard for dinner. Ruer, I've told you many times to eat slowly and not rush, but you never listen. Song Jitsong knew his wife cared for him, and he cared deeply for her too. She always ate quickly, afraid he would have cold food. With a wife like this, what more could a man? Song Jitsong felt that the greatest fortune in his life was meeting such a considerate wife. He hoped to be with her in the next life and the one after that. Good boy, you're here. Hurry, Ruer has served your meal. Eat quickly. Yes, father. Mother's cooking today is truly delicious. Her culinary skill is exquisite, the best I've ever tasted. Song Jitsong praised Wang Kairong's cooking. Haha, son-in-law, stop flattering me. You're making this old woman blush. Now eat your meal. Wang Qiaorong laughed heartily, unable to close her mouth. Her son-in-law had a silver tongue, praising everyone he met. Son-in-law Ruer told me your niece has recovered, is that true? Li Dafa was very curious. A child who had been simple-minded for 6 years had suddenly gotten better. Yes, father. Bauer is blessed. Heaven has favored her, and she is fully recovered. Good. She is indeed blessed. Bring Bauer to visit when you have time. Your mother likes that little girl very much. Yes, father, I will remember. Song Jitsong was delighted that his niece was so well-liked. He felt honored by it. After lunch, the elder brothers went to school, leaving Song Ziluo as the only child at home. She felt incredibly bored. Days without her brother's company were lonely, and the adults were all occupied with their own affairs. Sigh. Then an idea struck her. She could go up the mountain to play. Perhaps she could find medicinal herbs there to sell for money, supplementing the family's finances. Even if there were none on the mountain, didn't she have plenty in her space? Song Ziluo felt she was quite clever and owed a debt of gratitude to the novels she had read in her past life. Wasn't this exactly how many time travel story? Many heroines traveled back to ancient times, landing in extremely impoverished families, then heading to the mountains to find ganoderma and ginseng, finding them every single time. Selling them for hundreds or thousands of taels, their family's circumstances instantly improved. Why didn't that feel exhilarating to read? Song Ziluo was now heading to the mountain to see if the settings in those novel plots were real. Today was the day she would verify the miracle. Setting off, Song Ziluo called for her mother, who understood medicinal properties. She believed her mother would be delighted, and so the mother-daughter pair happily decided to go to the mountain together. Lu Jiaojiao felt suffocated during the 3 years since she had traveled through time. She had to imitate ancient women, refraining from doing anything out of line, staying at home to raise her children and assist her husband. In short, this wasn't allowed, and neither was that. Oh, she didn't want to think about it anymore. It only made her heart more stifled. Only every night, lying in bed with Old Song, could she vent her grievances. Old Song and she were in the same boat. Truly a perfect match as husband and wife. The tormented couple suffered together. Every night, they comforted each other and cheered each other on. Thinking back, this was how they had gotten through these 3 years. Now things were finally better. Their daughter had also traveled through time. The daughter they had worried about most was now by their side, and they could finally set their hearts at ease. Now she could also try to let her true nature loose. With their daughter by their side, as long as their family was together, they feared nothing no matter what they did. During these 3 years, she had only occasionally practiced medicine, and only on family members. Fortunately, the Song family knew she had medical skills, otherwise they would surely have been suspicious of her. The more Lu Jiaojiao thought about it, the more grateful she felt. She was deeply thankful for her maternal family in this life. Her ancestors had all been doctors, and she had been personally taught by her father since childhood. Her parents ran a medical clinic in the town. Thinking of them, Lu Jiaojiao now wanted to take Bauer to visit her elders. Bauer longed so much for the presence of elders. As her mother, how could she not know her daughter's little thoughts? In her past life, whenever she saw other children acting spoiled around their grandparents, the longing in her daughter's eyes, as she stared wistfully at them, it had pained her deeply. Other matters were manageable, but for things she couldn't accomplish, she was powerless. She couldn't conjure up elders for her daughter, could she? Nor could she dig up the ancestral graves. Now things were different. Her daughter had grandparents and maternal grandparents. In these past few days, she could see that her daughter radiated contentment from the inside out. She reveled in this life, surrounded by elders. As a mother, she was happy for her daughter too. In short, if her daughter was happy, she was happy. If her daughter was unhappy, she would be unhappy too. How pitiful are the hearts of parents under heaven. Lu Jiaojiao believed that her daughter would be overjoyed to meet her maternal grandparents. Moreover, her current parents doted on this only granddaughter immensely. Mother, do you know the way up the mountain? Song Ziluo had never been up the mountain and didn't know the path. In this world there was no navigation, and she had a bit of a poor sense of direction. What could she do? Bauer, your mother rarely goes there, either at most to the foot of the mountain. How about we ask your father to come along? Mother, isn't father working in the fields? Grandfather said he's watering the crops in the family fields. Song Ziluo also wanted her father to come with them. The three of them as a family hadn't had time alone together in a long while. She missed those days. Mother, let's go find father in the fields and ask grandfather if he can let father accompany us. Song Ziluo felt her plan was almost certain to succeed. Grandfather doted on her the most, as long as it wasn't something too excessive he would generally agree. The mother and daughter went to their family's fields and found Song Jida. They saw the three men, father and sons, all carrying water to irrigate the crops. Song Ziluo's heart ached. Her grandfather was so old and still had to work in the fields, and her father and second uncle, two strong men, were panting from exhaustion with large beads of sweat dripping down. This wouldn't do. Not only would her grandmother worry, but she herself was extremely distressed. She decided to secretly use the water from her space to irrigate the family's fields so the crops would grow well. However, using the water from her space required testing. It couldn't be too much or too little, or it would arouse suspicion. Song Ziluo had thought of the simplest method: directly take out the gold and silver treasures from her space and use them. That way the family could live a good life. With money they could hire workers, and the family wouldn't have to work so hard. But that wouldn't work. She could only think about it. Without a normal and reasonable justification, she couldn't use those assets. It would attract too much attention. The only reliable source she could think of now was through medicinal herbs to change the family's circumstances. Once the idea came, she had to act without hesitation. Grandfather, mother, and I want to go up the mountain to gather herbs. Can father come with us? We don't know the path up the mountain and could easily get lost. Old Master Song saw his precious granddaughter approaching and was about to ask if she missed her grandfather. He hadn't expected that this old fool had been overthinking. How heartbreaking. Bao, why do you want to go up the mountain to gather herbs? Hearing that his granddaughter wanted to go gather herbs on the mountain, Old Master Song was also curious. What did his precious granddaughter want to do? Grandfather, I want to go pick herbs on the mountain with my parents. If we sell them for money, we can buy so many things, and grandfather's second uncle and father won't have to work so hard. Song Ziluo displayed her extraordinary acting skills, performing with genuine emotion. Her big eyes were filled with concern for her elders, and her voice was soft and sweet. Old Master Song Jiming and Song Jidao were deeply moved after hearing this. Bauer was so young yet understood how to care for them. How touching. Truly, she was the little girl they doted on endlessly. Their affection had not been in vain. All right. Bauer, if you want to go gather herbs on the mountain, go ahead. Make sure to be careful, stay close to your parents, and don't get lost. And also, father'll take Bauer and the others to the mountain then. Please trouble you and second brother with the work in the fields. Song Jidao interrupted Old Master Song's speech. He had to interrupt. Who knew how long the old man would go on giving instructions about this and that? It wasn't as if he and his wife were useless decorations. With them around, could Bauer possibly get hurt? He knew it was just the old man worrying about his daughter, but he was really too long-winded. Song Jida carried his daughter on his back and led his wife to the foot of the mountain. Lu Jiaojiao carried a bamboo basket on her back, holding a sickle and a small hoe in her hands, fully prepared. Wife Lala, let's take this path up. I often go into the mountains to cut branches for firewood, so I'm quite familiar with this area. With me around, we won't get lost. Song Jida felt proud. Before his wife and daughter, he could finally regain some dignity. This time he was their guide. The more Song Jida thought about it, the more pleased he became, his smile growing increasingly exaggerated. Song Ziluo and Lu Jiaojiao exchanged a glance. They understood each other's look. As for Song Zida's sense of pride, the mother and daughter found it somewhat baffling. What else could they do? Praise him lavishly. Men need face too. The mother and daughter gave Song Jida plenty of face, filling him with a sense of pride. Father, you're so amazing. With such an incredible father, I feel so happy. Husband, I admire you. Knowing so many places, you're truly remarkable. Today your daughter and I rely on you. Song Ziluo and Lu Jiaojiao were both skilled actors, their voices and eyes brimming with adoration for Song Jida. They wondered if he was satisfied now. Indeed, Song Jida was immensely satisfied. He reveled in the adoration from his daughter and wife, feeling as though he were floating on clouds. All right, old Song, lead the way. It's getting late. My daughter and I still have things to do. Song Jida was jolted from his fantasy by his wife. He stared at her in bewilderment. Hadn't she just been... Why was there such a drastic change? And she even rolled her eyes at him. Whoa. Song Jida felt utterly defeated, like a rooster that had lost a fight, dejected and crestfallen. Father, my mother and I are counting on you up the mountain. Go for it. I believe in you. Seeing her father turn into a defeated rooster, Song Ziluo had to cheer him on. She and her mother didn't know the way, so they truly relied on him. Hearing his daughter's words, Song Jida was instantly revitalized, brimming with fighting spirit. Men, after all, never give up easily. He had only been teasing his wife and daughter earlier. Song Jida led the mother and daughter to the middle of the forest and asked his wife to look for medicinal herbs. If none were found, they would move elsewhere. Lu Jiaojiao observed that the forest was abundant with herbs, mostly common varieties. She guessed that the people of Song family village didn't recognize them, so few ventured up to gather them. However, there was one exception, Dr. Zhou. With his exceptional medical skills, people from far and wide sought his treatment, and he only occasionally went up the mountain to collect rare herbs. Otherwise herb suppliers provided him with stock. Song Ziluo took a quick glance at the herbs in the forest, spotting philodendron magnolia, officinalis, magnolia flower, pinellia, Ternata dioscorea, Niponica, Erycema, Astragalus panax, Nota ginseng, and others. For this vast mountain, having so many herbs was quite good. Over the next period, the family of 3 could gather herbs on the mountain. After a careful search, why hadn't she seen any ginseng as described in novels? Well, ginseng wasn't a radish to be found at every turn. It seemed the plots in novels were just for entertainment, not to be taken seriously. Ginseng has specific growth requirements, strong cold resistance, preference for cool and moist climates, love for oblique and diffused light, aversion to strong light and high temperatures, and a need for well-drained, loose, fertile soil with a deep humus layer, such as brown forest soil or mountain gray-brown forest soil. In the forest of Song Family Village, the conditions were entirely unsuitable for ginseng growth. Song Ziluo's ginseng plan fell through. No matter, when they returned, she would take a small young plant from her space. Song Ziluo felt too hot. The sun was scorching, making her want to sleep. From the foot of the mountain to the middle, her father had carried her on his back, yet she still felt the heat. She took out an ice cream from her space. She hadn't had one in a long time and missed it. Today she could indulge. Father, mother, what would you like to have? Song Ziluo asked Lu Jiaojiao and Song Jidao what type they wanted, since everyone's tastes differed. Dear, get me a cup of green tea, milk tea. I've been craving it. Lol, I want a lazy ice cream taro flavor. Hearing what her parents wanted, Song Ziluo took them out from her space and handed them over. It's been so long since I had milk tea. My beloved green tea flavor, how I've missed it. Lu Jiaojiao sighed deeply. After coming here, she could still enjoy the milk tea from her past life. She used to dislike green tea milk tea, but later, after watching a TV drama. That drama featured a female lead using a green tea approach to deal with a scheming White Lotus villainess. In the end, the White Lotus lost, and she found it very satisfying. Since then, she had fallen in love with green tea flavor. Song Jida finished his ice cream in a few big bites, still unsatisfied, and asked Song Ziluo for another chocolate one. The family of 3 sat on rocks in the forest, utterly relaxed, enjoying the warm, leisurely afternoon. Song Ziluo thought for a moment. Something seemed missing. Oh, she knew. Song Ziluo took out a table and chairs from her space. The rocks were too hard and uncomfortable. Then she brought out hamburgers, fried chicken fries, and iced cola, placing them on the table. Feeling it wasn't enough, she added some barbecue. Her father was a die-hard fan of spicy food. The barbecue she bought came in 2 flavors, one numbing spicy and one aromatic spicy. Her mother preferred the aromatic spicy, while she liked both. Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao were astonished to see their daughter produce these items. Although she had said her space contained anything they could name, they hadn't felt its impact then. Seeing it now truly stunned them. It seemed their daughter's space was indeed well-stocked. They would have good food ahead. They sighed with emotion, feeling immensely satisfied to enjoy food from their past life in this world. Song Ziluo used her divine sense to check on Little White. Huh. Song Ziluo genuinely laughed. Little White was lying on a blanket, clutching an unfinished piece of beef jerky in its paws, sound asleep, with drool dripping out. She wanted to capture this image of Little White. Got it. She'd use her phone. In the villa area of her space, phones could automatically charge, so she didn't worry about running out of battery. Song Ziluo took several photos of Little White from different angles. She planned to save them and show Little White later to tease. Song Ziluo wondered if she could bring Little White out of the space. And so, Little White opened its eyes, startled. It had clearly been sleeping. How had it ended up here? Song Ziluo's family of 3 all stared at Little White, especially Lu Jiaojiao, who was utterly charmed by its adorable appearance. Father, mother, this is Little White, the spatial spirit pet I told you about. Isn't it cute? Song Ziluo had intended to test if she could bring Little White out of the space, and to her surprise she succeeded. Now she could finally introduce it to her. Bao Bei, so this is Little White. How adorable. Mother loves it so much. Seeing her mother like this, Song Ziluo smiled. It was exactly how she had felt when she first laid eyes on Little White. Both mother and daughter were helplessly drawn to fluffy things, especially small, delicate, and endearing animals. Look, didn't you say it was because of Little White that you could travel to this world? Yes, father. Our whole family should thank Little White for allowing us to meet in this world. Song Jida felt immense gratitude toward Little White for bringing his daughter to this world and reuniting their precious child with him and his wife. Little White, I am Luoyuo's father. Thank you for bringing her here. Our family is deeply grateful, and we hope you will accept our thanks. Little White was somewhat bewildered. Had sister brought it to the outside world? Were these sisters father and mother? Its eyes looked at Song Ziluo in confusion. Seeing Little White's clueless expression, Song Ziluo thought it looked utterly foolish, no, adorably foolish. She realized she had forgotten to explain her relationship with her parents to Little White. Little White, the 2 people before you are sisters, father and mother, the parents of this. Little White finally understood. So these were sisters' parents. But why were they here too? Sensing its confusion, Song Ziluo continued. Little White, after our parents died in a car accident, they transmigrated here. It wasn't until I arrived that our family of 3 was reunited. This time Little White truly comprehended. Father and mother were sister's parents, and now it had met them. How joyful. Little White's eyes sparkled as it looked at sister's parents. It liked them. The couple carried sister's scent. Little White, I am Baobei's mother. Baobei is your sister's pet name. Baobei loves you very much, and her father and I adore you too. We have long looked forward to meeting you, and now that we have Baobei's father and I are immensely grateful. Thank you for bringing sister's father and mother. You need not thank Little White. Little White itself doesn't understand how it brought sister here. Little White senses that sister's soul belongs to this world, so she was destined to arrive here. Little White truly didn't know how it happened. It could perceive that when sister first arrived there was another small soul which sister absorbed and merged into one, forming a complete entity. It believed that sister's state was akin to missing a few of her 7 souls and 6 spirits, and only after her past life traversed here did she become whole. Little White, regardless of the reason, we are grateful. Thank you for accompanying Luo during her darkest hours, and for your presence which allowed our family to reunite across 2 lifetimes. Song Zida's gratitude toward Little White was sincere and heartfelt. Sister's father, please don't say that. You are making Little White shy. Little White should thank sister instead. Without sister, Little White would have spent countless more years alone in the space. Little White despises loneliness. Watching her father, mother, and Little White exchange endless thanks, Song Ziluo felt her head spin. Alright, enough. Let's stop thanking each other. We're all one family now. No need for such formality. Yes, sister. Little White will listen. Little White was obedient. Sister's words were law. Little White, from now on please call me and Baobei's father and mother, just like Baobei does. Lu Jiaojiao adored Little White, its soft childlike voice and petite adorable form. She itched to hold it and feel its texture. Little White was overjoyed. Now it could call sister's parents father and mother too. Father, mother. Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao responded in unison, yes. Little White was ecstatic. Had it not been in sister's arms it would have rolled around in joy. Lu Jiaojiao gazed longingly at Little White. Song Ziluo handed it to her mother, who accepted it with delight. She held Little White, stroking its fur, then smoothing it back and forth. Little White lay in her mother's arms, purring contentedly. Little White reveled in the sensation, soothed into drowsiness. Eventually it succumbed to the comfort and fell asleep. Seeing this, Song Jida gestured for his daughter to return Little White to the space. It was time to work. Song Ziluo sent Little White back into the space and cleared away the leftover food from the table, saving it for later. Wasting food was shameful. Then she packed up the table and stools. Though few came to the mountain, caution was still wise. While eating, Song Ziluo had scanned the surroundings. Confirming no one was within 3 li, she had felt safe to bring out the items. Now with the meal and rest done, they were no longer needed. Song Jida helped Lu Jiaojiao gather herbs while Song Ziluo tidied up, also digging up the youngest ginseng root from the space. She wondered how much this ginseng was worth. The ginseng in her hand was over 200 years old, a supreme specimen. Grown in the space's spirit field, it radiated spiritual energy. Could anything from the space be inferior? Lu Jiaojiao's eyes lit up at the sight of the ginseng. It was truly fine, and her daughter's space was wondrous. As a medical practitioner, Lu Jiaojiao was drawn to fine herbs. She hurried over to take the ginseng and examine it. Mother, this ginseng is 230 years old. How much do you think it's worth? I plan to sell it to the town's pharmacy. Lu Jiaojiao was curious when her daughter said the ginseng was 230 years old. How did her daughter know the age of the ginseng? Bao, or have you learned medicine? Yes, mother. I have mastered medicine. I studied diligently in the space for 30 years and have finally achieved this level of skill. Lu Jiaojiao was stunned. 30 years. 30 years. How? How could this be? Song Jida, digging herbs a short distance away, overheard the conversation. When his daughter mentioned 30 years of arduous study, his heart churned like a stormy sea, unable to find peace. His hands mid-motion froze as if pressing a pause button. Song Ziluo, seeing her words had startled her parents, quickly explained, Father, mother, don't be alarmed. My space can manipulate time. 1 year inside the space equals 1 day outside. That means in my past life I used 1 month to learn 30 years of medical knowledge. I not only learned medicine, but also martial arts. When I demonstrate my martial skills, please don't be too surprised. I'm telling you now so you can prepare yourselves mentally and won't be shocked unexpectedly. Song Ziluo's words opened a new world for the couple. The end of science is metaphysics. Many inexplicable metaphysical phenomena are real, like their daughter's extraordinary space. They were overjoyed and gratified that their daughter had grown to such a level in ways they couldn't see, and they felt immensely proud to have such a capable child. Good. Good, Luo. Your mother and I have weathered many storms. Your words won't frighten us. Just astonish. Rest assured we won't make a fuss. Even if you were to pierce the heavens, your mother and I would accept it calmly. Ha. Lu Jiaojiao looked at her husband helplessly. He would say anything. Pierce the heavens. Why don't you just ascend to the sky? Father Mother am relieved. With the space you'll encounter new things anytime. You'll adapt quickly without shock, and I won't have to explain everything each time. Song Ziluo felt weary. She had to explain this, and that every time afraid of startling her parents. Yet their ability to accept was quite strong. Bauer, do you have many ginseng plants in your space? The one you took out is a top-quality specimen. Mother, do you want it? I have plenty in my space. I can give you one if you wish. This one is the youngest. Lu Jiaojiao steadied her mind. Her daughter had told them not to be shocked. She had to stay calm. It was just ginseng after all. It wasn't such a big deal. Bauer, tomorrow we'll go to town to sell herbs and visit your grandparents. Then you can take out another ginseng root to give to your grandfather. All right, Mother. I'll pick a 500-year-old ginseng for grandfather. Song Ziluo eagerly anticipated meeting her grandparents tomorrow. Joy bubbled within her, and she hummed a tune unconsciously. Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao, seeing their daughter in high spirits, understood the reason. They smiled, their faces brimming with affection as they gazed at Song Ziluo. The family worked together and gathered a basket full of herbs. As dusk approached, they prepared to head home. Song Ziluo picked some apples, pears, and grapes from her space, placed them in another basket, and brought them home for the family to enjoy. Song Jida carried the herbs on his back, while Lu Jiaojiao carried the fruit covered with a few herbs for concealment. Song Ziluo walked behind them as the trio set off on the path home. On the way they encountered some villagers and exchanged greetings. Seeing the weeds on Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao's backs, the villagers didn't pry. They were not the gossiping type. Song Ziluo nodded repeatedly at these simple villagers, inwardly sighing that they were all kind-hearted souls. She then discussed with Lu Jiaojiao about checking the herb market in town. If feasible, they would share the idea of herb gathering with the villagers. After all, they were all from the same village. Her grandfather, as the clan chief of the Song family, was a man of great righteousness, always worried about the village's livelihood. When they had the means, helping others would bring extra income to every household. Currently, a severe drought persisted with no rain in sight. The river water was dwindling, and the crops in the fields were suffering greatly. Only by carrying water from the river could they barely salvage some harvest. Otherwise, with the drought so dire and no solution, the fields would yield nothing. Most villagers relied on farming for survival. Without a harvest, every family would face starvation. After walking for a while, they heard a commotion ahead. A crowd had gathered to watch a spectacle. Mother, I beg you, don't sell Pundi. I'll eat less from now on, I beg you. Grandmother, little Chow begs you, don't sell my sister. I'll eat less and work harder every day, please. A young woman and a girl of about 10 years old knelt on the ground, clutching an old woman's calves, weeping and pleading. This old woman was none other than old Madam Song, who had been under the banyan tree that day. Get lost, you worthless things. Don't cling to my legs. You're dirtying me. Let go, you wretched woman. You vile wench, release me now, or I'll teach you a lesson later. Old Madam Song shouted, and cursed, her eyes venomous as she glared at the kneeling pair. She yanked at her trapped calf, but couldn't free it, fueling her rage. Eldest son, younger son, come quickly. Help your mother drag these two vile creatures away. They'll flay their skin off if they don't obey. I want rest. And old Madam Song's eyes hardened as she spat threats, looking at the mother and daughter as if they were already dead. Coming, mother. Leave it to me. Old Madam Song's eldest son, Song Debeo, grinned as he responded to his mother. Rolling up his sleeves, he strode over and began pulling the mother and daughter with force. The kneeling pair clung desperately to old Madam Song's legs, refusing to let go. With a sudden pull from Song Debeo, old Madam Song toppled forward, landing with a thud on the ground. As old Madam Song fell, the mother and daughter quickly released their grip and scrambled aside. Seeing old Madam Song about to crash into him, Song Debeo let go of the mother and daughter and swiftly dodged. The result was that old Madam Song sprawled face down on the ground with a loud thud, sending dust flying into the air. The onlookers burst into laughter at the scene before them. The villagers held no fondness for the old Madam Song's family, and they seized every chance to mock her family's embarrassment. Old Madam Song lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move for a long while, groaning, "Io, Io," incessantly. Her two sons stood dumbfounded, staring at their mother on the ground. Wu Xiaotsue, old Madam Song's eldest daughter-in-law, held her youngest son's hand. The child was only 5 years old, but exceedingly plump, his eyes squeezed into mere slits from the fat. Seeing his grandmother on the ground, he pointed a chubby finger at old Madam Song and burst into loud laughter. Grandma fell down, ha. Whether such a grandson was a blessing or a curse for old Madam Song remained uncertain. She cherished him as a treasure, yet he mocked her in return. Wu Xiaotsue held her youngest son's hand without stopping his ridicule of old Madam Song. Her eyes, dark and brooding, fixed on the prostrate woman, brimming with triumph, as if she had finally vented her grievances. Behind Wu Xiaotsue stood her two daughters, their clothes tattered and patched repeatedly. Their faces were sallow, their bodies skeletal, clearly suffering from severe malnutrition. The sight tugged at one's heart, yet a glance at their expressions made one swallow any sympathy. The two sisters, like their mother, wore expressions of pure smugness. They sneered at the mother and daughter, kneeling on the ground, their eyes filled with disdain. Old Madame Song had lost her husband early in life. She had 2 sons and a daughter, the latter sold to a landlord's family in her youth. Whether she was alive or dead now remained unknown. Her eldest son was Song Dabao, and the second was Song Erbao. Song Dabao married Wu Xiaozue, and they had 2 daughters and a son, Song Zhaodi 14, Song Lady 10, and Song Yinzi 5. Song Erbao married Zheng Ahong, and they had 2 daughters and a son, Song Pundi 15, Song Jinzi 14, and Song Xiaocao 10. The one Old Madame Song intended to sell was Song Pundi. The mother and daughter kneeling on the ground were Song Pundi's mother and younger sister. Song Erbao and Song Jinzi were cut from the same cloth, true father and son in their vices. Both indulged in drinking, gambling, and whoring, loafing around all day and frequenting casinos and brothels. Song Jinzi surpassed his father in depravity. Despite his youth, he wasted his days in dissipation, ruining his health. He often gambled, and when he lost, he resorted to theft and petty crimes. Sometimes he stole from the villagers. When they came to demand restitution, Old Madame Song would throw tantrums, roll on the ground, deny everything, and curse their ancestors for generations. Helpless, the villagers could only count themselves unlucky and try to steer clear of the Song family. Song Jinzi mingled with a gang of hooligans skulking around the town, harassing virtuous women. He never did a good deed, but committed every evil imaginable. Song Dabao and Song Erbao had been spoiled rotten by Old Madame Song since childhood. Both brothers were thoroughly corrupt at heart. Their selfishness and venom learned from their mother. Old Madame Song despised daughters. She routinely beat and scolded her own daughter, assigning her all the dirty, heavy chores. She barely fed or watered her, keeping her alive by a thread, only to sell her off like a piece of pork to a landlord when she grew. Thus both brothers followed their mother's example. They treated their wives like servants, beating and kicking them at will. The 2 wives were often covered in bruises black. They called their daughters money-losing wretches and little sluts, abusing them like animals. In their eyes, daughters were merely commodities to be sold, devoid of any fatherly affection. But for their sons, it was a world of difference. They cherished them like treasures. That was why the 14-year-old Song Jinzi was so despicable, and the 5-year-old Song Yinzi showed no filial piety, openly mocking his own grandmother. Song Jinzi and Song Yinzi never called their sisters by name, only damned girls, money losers, little bitches. All learned from their grandmother and father. They even addressed their own mother as dead woman. Thus the entire family was rotten to the core, perfectly inheriting selfishness and malice, treating girls as less than human. Old Madame Song lay on the ground, groaning incessantly. Seeing no one come to help her up, she cursed in fury. "You little slut, you damned girl, aren't you coming to help me up? Are you dead? If it weren't for you 2 bitches, would I be on the ground? Just wait until I get up. I'll beat you to death." Zheng Ahong and her daughter stood up, trembling, their hands shaking, as they helped Old Madame Song to her feet. Once upright, Old Madame Song felt a warm liquid trickling from her nose. She touched it and found blood on her hand. Her nose had been her rage flared instantly. It was all the fault of those 2 little hussies. If not for them, she wouldn't have fallen or been injured. With that thought, she raised her hand to strike, but it froze midair. The fall had shattered her old bones, and pain racked her entire body. At that moment, Old Madame Song was fuming, nearly ready to explode. She thought since she couldn't move herself, she had her sons. She would make them beat these 2 bitches to death. "Son, come over and help your mother beat these 2 sluts to death. Hit them hard." Song Erbao sauntered over slowly, thinking he couldn't kill them. Dead, they'd yield nothing, and that would be a loss. "Mother, we can't kill them. I can beat them until they're barely breathing, but if they die, where will I find a new wife? And who will serve you then? This damned girl is worth money after all." Hearing her son's words, Old Madame Song came to her senses. Yes, she couldn't kill them. Dead, there'd be no profit. She had been too angry just now. That wouldn't do. She couldn't make a losing deal. "Son, you're right. I spoke rashly. Hit them hard, but don't kill or cripple them. They still need to be sold for money." Having received Old Madame Song's instructions, Song Erbao grinned wickedly and replied cheerfully, "Sure thing, mother. They'll carry out your orders perfectly." With that, he strode over to the mother and daughter. Zheng Ahong and Song Xiaoqiao were terrified, trembling all over, their faces twisted with fear as they stared at Song Erbao. Zheng Ahong pulled Song Xiaoqiao behind her. A mother's instinct made her strong. She knew she was cowardly, but she couldn't let her daughter take the beating. If someone had to suffer, let it be her, the mother. Wu Xiaozue and her daughters watched with gleaming eyes, almost wishing Song Erbao would beat the mother and daughter to death. They were jealous of Zheng Ahong and her 2 daughters, who were prettier and lived better than them. After all, they were all daughters-in-law and granddaughters of the Song family. Why should the trio be superior? Wu Xiaozue and her daughters harbored deep, twisted darkness in their hearts, unable to bear seeing others fare better than them. Jealousy disfigures the soul. Some hearts are steeped in eternal shadow, never turning toward the light. Zheng Ahong trembled violently, shielding Song Xiaoqiao behind her with all her might. Her face was drained of blood from terror, and her lips quivered. Huss. Husband beat me instead. Don't hit. Hit Xiao Cao, I beg. Beg you, husband. Zheng Ahong pleaded with Song Erbao to strike her rather than their daughter. She was unafraid of the beating, but could not bear to see her daughter harmed. Once shut your mouth. I'll beat both of you, and I won't let a single one off. How dare you harm my mother? Watch me beat you two tramps to death. Song Erbao's face twisted with ferocity. He bared his teeth and spoke harshly to Zheng Ahong, his eyes brimming with venom as he regarded the mother and daughter as if they were already dead. He raised his right hand high and delivered a resounding slap to Zheng Ahong's left cheek. The sound of the impact slap rang out loud and forceful. Zheng Ahong's face instantly swelled like a steamed bun. The force of the blow sent her staggering several steps to the right, and only Song Zikao's tight embrace from behind prevented her from collapsing to the ground. Hiss! The onlookers were startled by Song Erbao's slap. Just hearing the sharp sound made them wince in sympathetic pain, and they couldn't help but let out a collective hiss. The family of Song Ziluo, all three of them, was also shocked by the scene before them. They couldn't believe such cruelty existed in the world, and their hearts burned with anger. Then as Song Erbao kicked Zheng Ahong in the stomach, Song Ziluo could no longer restrain herself. She flicked a small pebble from her hand, aiming it at the knee of his kicking leg. Song Ziluo struck with ruthless precision. For a venomous wretch like Song Erbao, she would show no mercy. She was Song Ziluo, who despised evil as much as she cherished justice. Oh! Song Erbao collapsed to the ground, clutching his knee in agony. The pain was excruciating. His kneecap had shattered, the bone broken and crushed into fragments. Old Lady Song, ignoring her own aches and pains, hobbled over to Song Erbao's side and cried out, "My son, what happened to you? Tell your mother what exactly happened." Song Erbao seethed with resentment at his mother's words. How could she be so oblivious? Couldn't she see he was clutching his knee, that he was injured? Mother! Hurry! Call the doctor, my knee. It's broken, hurry. Song Erbao forced out these words through the pain, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. Beads of perspiration dripped down his face one by one from the agony in his knee. The bystanders were bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Their mouths hung open in astonishment as they watched, thinking to themselves that this was surely retribution for evil deeds. How satisfying. He deserved it. Old Lady Song grew frantic. How could her son's leg be broken? What was she to do? Call a doctor. Yes, call a doctor. Debao, go fetch Dr. Zhou quickly. Your brother's leg is broken. Hurry and bring Dr. Zhou to see him. Song Debao was also stunned. How had his brother's leg suddenly snapped? Was his leg really that fragile? Could he be faking it? Never mind. Had better listen to his mother and fetch Dr. Zhou. With this thought, Song Debao hurried off toward Dr. Zhou's house without a moment's pause. Wu Xiaotsue and her two daughters stared wide-eyed. This wasn't the scene they had hoped to witness. What a pity. The mother and daughter had escaped unscathed, and Song Erbao was utterly useless. Just then Song Pundi emerged from the storage room and walked over to Zheng Ahong and Song Xiaoqiao. She reached out to support them both, sensing how violently they were trembling. Mother, little sister, don't be afraid. He'll protect you, Song Pundi comforted them. Sister, you're awake. Woo. Xiaoqiao was so scared of losing you. You're finally awake. Song Xiaoqiao clung to Song Pundi's arm, sobbing with joy. Her tears were not only because her sister had awakened, but also because after the beating from their father, they had survived the ordeal. Pundi, you're awake. It's good that you're awake. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I won't let the Song family sell you off. Zheng Ahong wept silently. Her eldest daughter was stronger than she, the mother, had ever been. Zheng Ahong was timid and cowardly, but her daughter was the opposite, bold and unafraid to stand up to Old Lady Song and the men of the Song family. Over the years, if it hadn't been for Pundi holding her together, she likely would have given up on life long ago. Xiao Cao too had been raised by Pundi from a young age, and Pundi had protected her well. As for her son Song Jinzi, no, that wasn't right. She couldn't call him her son. He didn't acknowledge her as his mother, and she wouldn't claim him as her child. She had only two daughters. Song Jinzi had chilled her heart over the years, and she had seen through his true nature. Such a boy was not her son. Song Pundi watched Old Lady Song fluster around Song Erbao as he wailed in agony. A sense of deep satisfaction welled up inside her. Whether he lived or died was of no concern to her. Mother, little sister, are you willing to leave this family? Song Pundi pulled Zheng Ahong and Song Xiaoqiao aside and asked them with utmost seriousness. Sister Xiaoqiao wants to. I want to so badly. Song Xiaoqiao answered without a moment's hesitation, voicing her thoughts directly. She had been longing for this day for so long. Now that her sister finally had this idea, she was overjoyed, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Song Pundi. Zheng Ahong saw both daughters staring at her expectantly. How could she not know what they were thinking? She had harbored this wish for a very, very long time. Zheng Ahong's maiden home was in a village in a neighboring county. She had been strikingly beautiful since childhood, attracting the admiration of many young men. Later she had pledged her heart to a young man from the same village. They were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together and had agreed to marry once she turned 15. But fate was cruel. War erupted at the border, and there was an urgent need for soldiers. Imperial officials came to every village to forcibly conscript men, and the young man was taken away. Before leaving, he begged Zheng Ahong to wait for him. Zheng Ahong held on to that promise, remaining unmarried until she was 17. She had 2 older brothers, and was the only daughter in her family, cherished deeply by her parents. Her eldest brother, like that young man, had also been forcibly conscripted. She waited from the age of 14 to 17, but neither of them returned. Her family grew increasingly anxious. Seeing that their daughter was getting older and could wait no longer, her parents decided to arrange a marriage for her, hoping to find a good match. But unfortunately, a local bully from the town set his sights on her. This bully wielded great power, and no one dared to oppose him. Zheng Ahong's parents, unwilling to see their daughter fall into the bully's hands, packed some belongings overnight and gave her most of the family's silver, urging her to flee to another place and never return. Zheng Ahong refused to run away, weeping and begging to stay. She knew that if she left, the bully would not spare her family, and she could not bear to see them suffer because of Zheng Ahong's parents. Under the threat of death, forced her to leave immediately. Ultimately, unable to defy them, Zheng Ahong wept bitterly. After casting one last deep gaze at her parents, she fled with tears streaming down her face. Zheng Ahong stumbled all the way to Pingan town, where she encountered old Madame Song. With honeyed words, old Madame Song deceived Zheng Ahong into coming to her home. She forcibly intended to make Zheng Ahong the wife of her second son. The young girl, innocent and naive, had never experienced the bitterness of the world and knew nothing of the darkness of human nature. Thus she was duped by old Madame Song. Powerless against the stronger force, Zheng Ahong was eventually forced to become the wife of Song Erbao. She initially tried to escape, but old Madame Song kept a close watch on her. If she was discovered, she would suffer a severe beating. Only after becoming pregnant and giving birth to a daughter did Zheng Ahong abandon the idea of escape. As a mother, her heart was tender. For the sake of her daughter, she decided to accept this cruel fate and stay. Later, she gave birth to a son and another daughter. Up to now, she harbored no affection for Song Erbao. Her remaining in the Song family was solely for her children. Now that both daughters wished to leave this home, she was more than willing. Pundy mother is willing, very willing. You sisters both know why mother has stayed in the Song family for so long. But how can we leave? Zheng Ahong truly had no idea how to escape the Song family. She had long thought of a divorce, but the moment she uttered those words, she was brutally beaten and confined to bed for days. She was terrified. In the years that followed, she dared not mention divorce again, knowing that the Song family would not easily let them go. Mother-daughter asks you, if you leave the Song family, will your heart ache for Song Jinzi? Song Pundy deeply disliked Song Jinzi. This younger brother was rotten to the core, never treating their mother and sisters as family. Pundy mother can let go. Over the years I have seen through it all. I can only say that Song Jinzi came from my womb, but he is not my son. He is a child of the Song family, with no connection to us three. Seeing her mother's sincerity and complete lack of reluctance, Song Pundy felt relieved. She had feared her mother might be unable to part with him. She herself wished her brother dead. It was Song Jinzi who had devised the plan to sell her this time. Knowing her great strength, he conspired with old Madame Song to knock her unconscious, preventing resistance. Then while she was unconscious, they would drag her to town and sell her to a brothel. She would never acknowledge such a venomous brother. Mother, take little grass into the room and rest. Remember to bolt the door from inside. Don't open it for anyone but me. They'll handle things here. Song Pundy's words were heeded by Zheng Ahong and Song Xiaoqiao, without question. They trusted her completely. Song Pundy watched the chaotic scene before her, paid it no mind, and walked directly towards Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo, Lu Jiaojiao, and Song Jidao watched Song Pundy approach them with puzzled expressions. They exchanged glances, wondering what was happening. Song Ziluo found the girl to be upright and noble, with delicate features, clear eyes, a straight back, and a bearing that carried the aura of a chivalrous maiden. Song Ziluo's first impression of the girl was very favorable. She liked this clean and capable older sister. After greeting Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao, Song Pundy crouched before Song Ziluo. Little sister, could we go to a quiet place? I have something to tell you, Song Pundy asked gently, her gaze filled with profound respect. Song Ziluo thought for a moment, then nodded, and said to her parents beside her, Father, mother, you go home first. I have matters to discuss with this elder sister. She will see me back later. Hearing their daughter's words, Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao asked no questions. Their daughter was grown and had her own thought. As parents, they should not interfere. They only urged her to return early lest her grandparents worry, and then went home carrying their belongings. Elder sister, let's go. To the foot of the mountain. It's deserted there. I just came from that direction. All right, little sister, as you say. Song Pundy felt great trust in this young girl before her. She knew that Song Erbao's broken leg was her doing, and she was deeply grateful. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Song Pundy knelt directly before Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo's expression remained calm as she accepted the elder sister's gesture of obeisance, silently watching her. Miss, thank you. Thank you for saving my mother and us three. I am eternally grateful. Please accept my bow. After speaking, Song Pundi knocked her head heavily on the ground before Song Ziluo. When she looked up, her forehead was red and swollen. Song Ziluo thought this elder sister is too hard on herself. Oh dear. She's almost disfigured. Elder sister, you don't need to be so polite. I simply abhor evil. I happened to encounter this today, so I acted. Song Ziluo urged Song Pundi to rise from her kneeling position, but Song Pundi remained on her knees, showing no intention of standing. Song Ziluo thought, is there something else? Oh, I'm just a little baby. I can't handle things that are too difficult. Miss, I wish to acknowledge you as my master. Please accept me. Song Pundi's voice was filled with utmost devotion, her eyes sparkling, as she looked at Song Ziluo, their savior. When Song Erbao kicked their mother, if not for Song Ziluo, she believed that kick would have cost their mother half her life. Since Song Erbao's leg was broken, he naturally couldn't beat little grass, sparing her from physical pain. As for herself, when she was unconscious, she heard the young girl's voice by her ear, and instantly woke up. All her pain vanished, as if she had consumed a miraculous elixir. Leaving the room and scanning the crowd, she recognized Song Ziluo as their savior at first glance. The young girl stood out from everyone else like a celestial child who had strayed into the mortal world, radiating spiritual energy. Song Ziluo thought to herself, do people here all like to pledge allegiance? I just accepted one follower, and now an elder sister comes along. Too much charm is a problem, what can I do? She hadn't actually done much, only what she believed was right. To her it was a small matter, but to others it was monumental. In the crowd, she overheard people whispering about old Madame Song's family, saying the eldest granddaughter Song Pundi had been knocked unconscious and would be sold to a brothel when Song Jinzi returned home. Hearing this, she thought, how could this be? She was a kind-hearted person and detested the practice of selling one's own children. She had to save this elder sister. She also heard from those around her that Song Pundi and her mother and sisters were completely different from the rest of old Madame Song's family. All three were kind-hearted. Song Ziluo thought, oh dear, I must save this elder sister. So using her divine sense, she fed her a pill and whispered in her ear, wake up. Your mother and sister are about to be beaten to death. Why do you wish to acknowledge me as your master? Do you not know that I am only 6 years old? Young lady, you are the savior of our mother and daughter trio. I am willing to serve you as your maid in gratitude for your life-saving grace. Please accept my request. After some consideration, Song Ziluo thought that having a well-behaved young lady as her maid would not be a bad idea. She was still too young, and many things were inconvenient, so accepting Song Pundi as her right-hand maid would work well. Alright, I agree to take you as my head maid, but you must write a contract of servitude. It's for your own good, as Song Laopa is quite difficult to deal with. I'm not afraid myself, but I worry about disturbing my family. I am willing, young lady. This has always been my plan. Also, I will separate from Song Laopo's family with my mother and sister, causing you no trouble. Seeing her newly appointed head maid with such determination, Song Ziluo was pleased. It seemed this child could be taught. Song Ziluo's eyes turned cold as she spoke seriously. Remember, I despise betrayal the most. Once you become mine, you must never betray me. Otherwise, you know my methods. It would be easy for me to make you die. Quickly, Song Pundi knelt down, her tone firm as she said, young lady, you are my master. I will do whatever you ask, and I will never betray you. Please rest assured. Good, I believe you. One more thing, many miraculous events will happen around me. If you witness them, do not be alarmed, and do not tell anyone. Can you manage that? Song Pundi completely believed that many miraculous things surrounded Song Ziluo. Her quick recovery was proof that Song Ziluo was no ordinary. All she knew was that from this day forward, Song Ziluo was her master. In life, she belonged to her master, and in death, she would remain a ghost of her master. She would fulfill her duties as a maid. Young lady, I can do it. From now on, I will wholeheartedly serve my master and follow your arrangements, never betraying you. Song Pundi looked at Song Ziluo with unwavering sincerity. She willingly submitted to her. Song Ziluo was a ray of light in her life, illuminating her bleak existence. Song Ziluo was taken aback by the look in this young lady's eyes. Oh dear, how did she not realize how powerful she was? This young lady was filled with absolute trust in her. I heard that you are very strong. Song Ziluo questioned skeptically. This young lady appeared delicate and slender. Where could her strength possibly come from? Song Pundi's expression turned awkward. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she replied, young lady, I have always had a big appetite since childhood. My strength is innate and much greater than that of ordinary people. Really? Song Ziluo became interested. It turns out some people truly possess innate strength. How strong are you? For example, can you defeat Song Debo? Yes, I can lift him with one hand. If we were to fight, I could defeat both Song brothers. They are no match for me. Song Ziluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, this young lady is like a real-life version of Steel Barbie. Today we will sign the contract of servitude. Once signed, you will belong to me. If you and your mother and sister wish to leave Song Laopo's household, you can use your strength to make them submit. You need not fear. From now on you will no longer have to worry about filial piety. If your elders are unkind, just act freely without mercy. If you cannot handle it, I will clean up for you. Song Pundi looked at Song Ziluo with shining eyes. She felt that her young master radiated brilliance, warming her heart. At that moment her mind was filled with admiration. Song Ziluo took a healing pill from her pocket and handed it to Song Pundi saying, "Take this. It is a healing pill. After you take it, the injuries on your forehead and body will heal completely." "Yes, young lady." Song Pundi took the pill and directly placed it in her mouth. After a moment Song Pundi could clearly feel the pill slowly healing her long-standing injuries. After a quarter of an hour, she felt reborn, full of... These past years life had not been easy for the mother and daughter trio in Song Laopo's household. Her strong-willed nature could not bear to see her mother and sister suffer from beatings. Whenever she saw her mother and sister being beaten, she would take the blows for them. Due to her large appetite, Song Laopo would rather not feed her. Seeing her eat so much, she disliked her even more. When she was starving and had no choice, she would go to the mountains to find wild vegetables to eat, barely filling her stomach. Sometimes when pushed to the limit, she would resist just enough to intimidate them and stabilize things for a few days. Later, seeing that although she was strong they dared not truly beat her, they often used filial piety to pressure her. She truly dared not act rebelliously. At times, she wondered if such elders were worthy of her respect. Filial piety is the foremost virtue yet. They were a group of inhumane people. "Thank you, young lady. I am now filled with strength and fighting spirit. This time I will definitely make the Song family unable to get out of bed. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, young lady. I can finally beat them up fiercely and will no longer be suppressed by filial piety." Song Pundi said excitedly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Song Ziluo was fond of this type of person who dared to love and hate and not be constrained by the mundane. Song Pundi radiated a youthful glow, shining brightly. Song Ziluo smiled at Song Pundi saying, "Let's go. To my house, I'll have my third uncle write the contract of servitude." Song Ziluo took a few steps forward, then paused. Taking out 2 small porcelain bottles from her pocket, she handed them to Song Pundi saying, "These 2 bottles are for you. The black one contains poison that can silence people. Use it wisely. The green one contains a healing pill, a gift for your mother and sister." Song Pundi looked a bit stunned and quickly knelt down gratefully, saying to Song Ziluo, "Thank you, young lady. I will not let you down." Song Ziluo reached out to help Song Pundi up, saying sternly, "From now on my people should not kneel easily. Besides kneeling to heaven, earth, and parents, we are all equals. Though you are my maid now, do not kneel to me easily. I consider you as one of my own, and you should not refer to yourself as a..." Song Pundi was quite shocked. Her master regarded her as one of her own. She was very pleased. Having such a master was her honor. Song Pundi excitedly said, "Yes, young lady. Pundi obeys your command." Song Ziluo frowned. "Pundi is not a pleasant name. Since you are mine now, I will give you a new name. Please grant me a name, young lady." Song Ziluo blinked her big eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "As if reborn, your name will be Song Rushin, and your sister can be called Song Russian." The next day after breakfast, Song Ziluo, Lu Jiaojiao, and Song Jida prepared to head to the town. Song Jida sat at the front driving the ox cart, while Song Ziluo and her mother sat in the back. After bidding farewell to the family, the ox cart slowly made its way toward the town. The 5 brothers gazed longingly at their departing sister. They too yearned to visit the town, but the promise of treats upon her return brought them some solace. "Come, it's time for school," Song Zerui's voice rang out. The 5 brothers instantly wilted like frosted eggplants, trudging disconsolately behind Song Jae toward the school. Sitting on the ox cart, Song Ziluo mused that today's main purpose was to visit her grandparents and sell herbs. Soon she would see them, and her heart swelled with anticipation. The ox cart stopped at the Jisher Medical Hall. Song Jida turned to Song Ziluo and her mother and said, "Jiao Jiao Luo, go on inside. They'll take the cart through the back gate and park it in the courtyard." Lu Jiaojiao lifted Song Ziluo down from the cart and holding her hand led her into the medical hall. Lu Weisher, who was bent over grinding medicine, sensed someone enter and looked up to see his younger sister and niece. He promptly set down his work, rose, and greeted them warmly. "Little sister Bao Bao, you've come. Come in quickly. Father and mother are in the inner courtyard's main hall. Your second brother will take you in now." Lu Jiaojiao smiled at her second brother, then looked down at Song Ziluo. "Bao Bao, this is your second maternal uncle." Song Ziluo, her eyes bright, fixed her gaze on Lu Weisher and called out in a childish voice, "Second uncle." Lu Weisher responded with an emotional and asked in a trembling voice, "This little sister Bao Bao, is she? Lu Jiaojiao found her brother's reaction amusing and replied, "Yes. Second brother Bao Bao recently went through a great ordeal, but fortune came from misfortune, and now she is well." While speaking to Lu Jiaojiao, Lu Weiss's eyes never left Song Ziluo. Upon hearing his sister's confirmation, he excitedly scooped up Song Ziluo. He dashed toward the inner courtyard, shouting loudly, Father, mother, big brother, sister-in-law, wife, Bao Bao, is well. Bao Bao is well. Song Ziluo's mouth fell open and the corners of her mouth twitched. She thought to herself, it seems second uncle is just a big kid, not hiding his nature at all. He had startled her. Despite her inner complaints about Lu Weisha, a broad smile curled at the corners of Song Ziluo's mouth, reflecting her excellent mood at that moment. Lu Jiaojiao strolled leisurely behind, watching her second brother dash into the inner courtyard with her daughter in his arms. The smile on her face deepened. Oh, she was overjoyed to have such endearing family here. From the bottom of her heart, she regarded her parents and brothers here as her true kin. She felt fortunate to have a complete family in this place, and was grateful to heaven. Su Yunfeng was embroidering with her two daughters-in-law when she heard her second son's shouts. She turned her head to look at Lu Guangyin, who was seated in the place of honor. Look, this is your second son, spoiled rotten by you. He's not the least bit steady, and at his age he still shouts and hollers. Though her words were reproachful, Su Yunfeng's eyes were filled with affection. Lu Guangyin was engrossed in a medical text when he heard his youngest son's loud cries followed by his wife's scolding. He found it impossible to continue reading, so he set down the book with a sigh. He pursed his lips and said, "It's not just me who spoiled him, madam. You speak as if you don't dote on Xiaoshu yourself." The two daughters-in-law seated nearby listened to their parents-in-law's bickering, amusement shining in their eyes. Such scenes were almost daily occurrences, and they had long grown accustomed to them. Su Yunfeng was about to retort to her husband when she saw her youngest son panting, carrying a little girl into the room. Rubbing her eyes for a clearer look, she realized it was her precious granddaughter. Su Yunfeng suddenly stood up, causing the small basket of thread spools on her lap to tumble to the ground, scattering its contents everywhere. The two daughters-in-law were startled and immediately set down their embroidery to pick up the scattered spools. Su Yunfeng's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on Song Ziluo, her eyes brimming with tears. Trembling, she said excitedly, "My precious, you've come. You've come to see your grandmother." With that, she moved swiftly toward Song Ziluo, took her from Lu Weisha's arms, and held her tenderly. Lu Weisha was displeased. He had only just held his niece, and wasn't ready to let go. Pouting, he said, "Mother, how can you do this?" Lu Guangyin was also thrilled to see his granddaughter, and wanted to hold her, but his wife had beaten him to it. He decided he would wait for his turn. Hearing his youngest son complain about his wife, he grew annoyed and pointed at Lu Weisha. Go on, go on. Have you finished grinding your medicine? Is there no one attending the clinic outside? What are you doing here? Get back to the clinic at once." Reproached by his father, Lu Weisha felt quite aggrieved and sought comfort from his wife. He looked at Li Xiaoping, but she was still on the floor picking up thread spools, paying him no mind, and presenting only her back. Lu Weisha felt even more wronged. Pouting, he turned and trudged sorrowfully toward the outer clinic. He had been abandoned. Oh, how heartbreaking. When he reached the front courtyard, he encountered Song Jida, Lu Jiaojiao, and Lu Weishan, but he didn't spare them a single glance as he walked past in silence. Song Jidao remained in a bowing posture, ready to greet his second brother-in-law, but before he could utter a word, the man drifted past him like a lost soul. Song Jida, Lu Jiaojiao, and Lu Weishan exchanged helpless glances. Their second brother-in-law was truly one of a kind. Lu Weishan patted Song Jida on the shoulder and explained, "Ignore him. He's just childish at heart. He'll be fine soon enough. He's probably been scolded and is feeling hurt right now." Song Jida straightened up and let out a sigh of relief. He had feared his brother-in-law disliked him, but thankfully that wasn't the case. He glanced down at his attire, neat and proper, no issues, and deemed himself ready to visit his parents-in-law. Lu Weishan led the couple into the main hall. Before they even entered, they could hear cheerful laughter inside. It was lively indeed. Upon entering, Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao paid their respects to the elders and greeted their sisters-in-law. They then presented the gifts they had brought, placing them on Su Yunfeng, holding Song Ziluo, and laughing heartily said to Lu Jiaojiao and her husband, "Why bring anything? Don't waste your money. We lack nothing. Bringing our precious girl is more than enough to make your father and me happy." Lu Jiaojiao replied with a smile, "Father, mother, it's different. What I bring is a token of my filial piety. I'm happy to do it." Lu Jiaojiao lifted a brocade box from the table and handed it to Lu Guangyin. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she mysteriously said, "Father, guess what's inside. I'm sure you'll love it when you see it." Lu Guangyin was about to reach for his granddaughter in Su Yunfeng's arms, but his daughter interrupted him before he could extend his hand. A flicker of displeasure crossed his mind, and his beard twitched. He longed to hold his soft, adorable granddaughter, but his efforts were thwarted. He shot a meaningful glance at his wife, who pretended not to notice. Frustrated, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Just as he prepared to act, his daughter interrupted again. Being a doting father, he could never bring himself to scold her. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Guangyin consoled himself. His daughter spoke with such mystery. What could it possibly be? He prided himself on having seen countless rare treasures in his lifetime, and doubted his daughter could bring anything extraordinary. Still, he wondered if he should feign shock and delight when he opened the box. He couldn't bear to disappoint her. Seeing her expectant face, he resolved to put on a grand performance. Exaggerated acting it would be. Lu Guangyin took the brocade box from Lu Jiaojiao, cradling it in his left hand while lifting the lid with his right. Good heavens! This! He cried out in astonishment, and the lid slipped from his fingers, clattering to the floor and stirring up a faint. The room once filled with laughter fell into dead silence. Everyone stared intently at Lu Guangyin, wondering what momentous event had occurred. Su Yinfeng found her husband's antics exasperating. His acting was far too over-the-top this time. He needed to tone it down. Crying out mother-like that would make their daughter and son-in-law suspect his past sincerity. The older he got, the more useless he became. Back in the day when he was young, Lu Guangyin had been a master of performance before her parents. He had spun tale after tale before them, playing the part of the obedient, clever son-in-law, showering them with honeyed words until they beamed with joy, calling him their good son and fine son-in-law. Humph. But with her he was a completely different man, prone to mischief and shamelessly persistent. But that was all in the past. Su Yinfeng said to Lu Guangyin, "What's all the fuss about? Did our daughter and son-in-law bring something that truly surprises you?" She kept signaling him with her eyes to rein in his dramatics. Lu Guangyin snapped back to reality, catching his wife's persistent glances. He felt helpless. This time it was genuine, not an act. He decided she had to see for herself to believe his astonishment was heartfelt and sincere. Lu Guangyin extended the brocade box to Su Yunfeng, but she was holding Song Ziluo and refused to take it. Her hands were busy with her granddaughter. Nevertheless, her eyes drifted to the box in his hands. Inside lay a plump ginseng root. Good gracious. It was truly enormous. Was this a ginseng sprite? Su Yinfeng took a deep breath, managing not to cry out and startle her granddaughter. She was the dignified Mrs. Lu and must not shatter her image. Steady. She must remain steady. Forcing composure, Su Yunfeng turned to Lu Guangyin and said, "This ginseng is a gift from our daughter. I've never seen anything so fine. You must treasure it well." Lu Guangyin chuckled inwardly. He hadn't missed the shock in his wife's eyes, even if she hadn't cried out. She was hardly any better off than he was. He took back the box and examined the ginseng closely, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Stroking his beard, he said, "This root is thick, spindle-shaped, with many branches resembling a human head, hands, and limbs. It is a 500-year-old ginseng." Except for Song Jida's family, everyone in the room was stunned. A 500-year-old ginseng. They had only heard of such things. Today they were fortunate enough to see one with their own eyes. Lu Jiaojiao sat on a stool, smiling teasingly at Lu Guangyin. "Father, were you shocked? Do you like this ginseng? If not, I'll take it back." Lu Guangyin knew she was joking, but the mention of taking it back made him anxious. Having finally laid eyes on a 500-year-old ginseng, he couldn't bear to lose it. He quickly said, "No, Jiaojiao, you gave it to me, so it's mine now. I won't give it back. Don't even think about it." The others in the room saw him acting like a stubborn old child and suppressed their laughter. They finally understood why Lu Weisher was so childish. He had learned it from the old man. Lu Guangyin noticed everyone holding back their mirth. Oh well, let them laugh. He could bend when needed and stand tall when required. Besides, being teased by the younger generation for the sake of this ginseng was no loss. It was worth it, absolutely worth it. After a moment, Lu Guangyin frowned in confusion. Strange, very strange. This is clearly a 500-year-old ginseng, yet its form is like that of a 1,000-year-old one, radiating spiritual energy. A true treasure. Truly rare in this world. He turned to Lu Jiaojiao, curiosity piqued. "Jiaojiao, where did you get this ginseng?" Lu Jiaojiao replied calmly, "Father, I found it in the mountains yesterday with my husband and Bauer. We also found it 230-year-old ginseng." She glanced at Song Ziluo, her expression proud. "We have to thank our Bauer's luck. You wouldn't believe it. Ever since she recovered, good fortune has followed her. Thank the heavens for blessing her. Bauer is now our little lucky charm." The Lu family was dumbfounded, skeptical at first. But seeing Lu Jiaojiao's earnest expression, they believed she was telling the truth. Bauer had become a lucky charm. No wonder. No wonder the little girl seemed so different from before. Now she was fair, delicate, and adorable, radiating an innate spiritual aura like a celestial child beneath the bodhisattva. Good heavens. Could Bauer be a celestial being? A little immortal descending to the mortal world for tribulation. They felt they had stumbled upon the truth. Instantly the Lu family's eyes gleamed as they fixed their gazes on Song Ziluo, as if beholding a rare treasure. Song Ziluo was unfazed by the intense scrutiny. Today she could face their stares with calm composure, without a trace of nervousness. Why? Because last night she had faced a similar crowd, an even larger one in the same setting. She had been a bit flustered at first, but quickly steadied herself. After all, she was a big baby, not a real little one. Yesterday the fruits she had taken from the space had astonished everyone. They had bombarded her with questions until Lu Jiaojiao explained with the same words she used today. Thus their eyes glittered like wolves in the night, as if they could devour her. What could she do? She simply had to endure it. Song Ziluo cradled her belly with both hands, strolling leisurely behind her older cousins. Her elder cousin Lu Guagua, noticing her little cousin had not caught up, turned to look back, and saw her clutching her small stomach, walking with excruciating slowness. Had she eaten too much? Lu Guagua burst out laughing. Her little cousin looked utterly hilarious, like a pregnant woman. She scolded herself inwardly for such nonsense. Such words must never be spoken, or if the adults found out she would be slapped. Little cousin Lu Jinjin, hearing her elder sister's laughter, felt puzzled, and turned to see her sister laughing at their cousin Bauer. She furrowed her brows. This would not do. An elder sister must protect her younger sister, not bully her. She shot a disapproving glance at Lu Guagua, then hurried to Song Ziluo's side, asking with concern, "Cousin, does your stomach hurt badly? Is it a stomachache?" Song Ziluo looked at her little cousin, who acted like a miniature adult, and felt a surge of emotion. She marveled inwardly. Little cousin was only 8, yet so mature, knowing to care for a younger relative. When she herself was 8, she was still throwing tantrums in her parents' arms. Song Ziluo felt a pang of shame, her expression slightly awkward. She flashed Lu Jinjin a bright smile, and said, "Little cousin Bauer is fine. I just ate too much. A few more steps, and it'll be better. Don't worry." Lu Jinjin, relieved that her cousin had merely overeaten, wrapped one arm around Song Ziluo, and gently rubbed her small belly with the other, hoping to ease her disgust. Song Ziluo stared at her little cousin in a daze. Apart from her parents, who had rubbed her belly when she was very young, little cousin was the first person. It felt so wonderful. Her belly seemed to revel in the touch. She adored her little cousin, feeling a warmth envelop her entire being. Deeply moved, Song Ziluo gazed at Lu Jinjin with her big watery eyes, and said, "Little cousin, thank you. Bauer likes you so much." Lu Jinjin continued her gentle motion, looking at her cousin. She found her incredibly cute and endearing. Her heart melted. So this was what it felt like to have a little sister. She now wished she could bring all her favorite things before her cousin and let her choose. She felt her cousin deserved the finest thing. Lu Jinjin's gaze grew increasingly tender, and she asked softly, "Cousin, is your stomach feeling better now?" Song Ziluo stared wide-eyed at her little cousin. She felt her cousin's expression was becoming strangely intense. That look belonged to a grandmother, not an 80-year-old. She wanted to shout, "I am your cousin." Despite her inner turmoil, Song Ziluo kept her composure and flashed her little cousin a sweet, adorable smile. "Little cousin Bauer feels much better now. Your rubbing made my tummy so comfortable. Thank you, cousin." Lu Jinjin, hearing her cousin's soft, sweet voice, felt her heart grow even softer. Her eyes brimmed with laughter as she said gently, "You're welcome, cousin. This is what an elder sister should do." Lu Shangxi also gathered around Song Ziluo, asking with concern, "Cousin, if your stomach is uncomfortable, we don't have to go shopping. We can stay home." Song Ziluo looked up at her male cousin and smiled. "No need, cousin. Little cousin rubbed my belly, and I feel fine now. Let's set off." "Well, all right then. But if you feel unwell, you must tell us. Don't keep it to yourself, understand?" Lu Shangxi reminded her, still uneasy. Song Ziluo blinked her big eyes and nodded repeatedly. Lu Guoguo walked over, scooped Song Ziluo up in her arms, and said cheerfully, "Cousin, I'll carry you. You won't have to walk, so you won't feel bad. Cousin, you don't need to carry Bauer. Bauer can walk on her own. I'm very heavy, you'll tire you out." Song Ziluo looked at her cousin helplessly. Her cousin was just a child too, and she didn't want to burden her. Lu Guoguo laughed heartily, her voice bright and cheerful. "Don't worry, cousin. I'm very strong. Carrying you is nothing." Lu Shangxi and Lu Jinjin, standing nearby, exchanged a resigned glance. They knew that once their elder sister stepped out of the house, she was like a bird freed from. Song Ziluo had 2 uncles. Her eldest uncle Lu Weishan and his wife Song Jinling had a daughter, little cousin Lu Jinjin, who was 8 years old. Her second uncle Lu Weisher and his wife Li Xiaoping had a son and a daughter, cousin Lu Guogua 11, and cousin Lu Shangxi. Song Ziluo had overeaten at lunch today at her grandparents' house. She hadn't meant to, but her grandparents and uncles and aunts kept piling food onto her plate. She couldn't bear to refuse the elders' kindness, so she had to accept it. Finally, when she could eat no more, her father finished the leftover food on her plate. She had heard of people starving to death, but never of anyone dying from overeating. Today she had almost become the first. There would be no next time. Song Ziluo had been looking forward to meeting her maternal grandparents' family since yesterday, and today she finally did. She adored her grandparents' family. She felt that her grandparents doted on her with great affection. Her uncles and aunts were very kind to her, and her cousins took good care of her. In both her past and present life, she finally had grandparents, uncles, and aunts. She reveled in the love they showered upon her. Thus she couldn't refuse their kindness, and this was the result. Her mother Lu Jiaojiao even teased her, saying, "Haven't your parents spoiled you enough? Why do you act like you've never seen affection before?" Song Ziluo didn't want to be this way either, but she truly had never experienced such warmth before. She was so overwhelmed by her grandparents' affection that she had to let her poor little stomach suffer. A single pill afterwards would solve the problem. It was no big deal. She had intended to secretly take a pill, but her cousin caught her. The pill remained untouched, and she had to endure the discomfort a little longer. Now Song Ziluo was heading to the market with her cousins to buy some snacks to take home. She had promised her brothers she would bring them treats. Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao had gone to sell herbs as the clinic at her grandparents' house couldn't take so many. Her grandfather was friends with the owner of the largest clinic in town, which had many branches and specialized in the herb trade. Thus no matter how many herbs there were, that clinic could absorb them all. Her grandfather could act as an intermediary, asking the owner for the fairest price, paving the way for a long-term business relationship. After they returned home, they would teach the villagers to identify herbs, and their family would act as the middleman. But they wouldn't help the villagers unconditionally. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. Sometimes kindness cannot be dispensed recklessly, lest some insatiable people develop ever-growing appetites. The family of 3 Song Ziluo returned home fully laden, and it was already dark by the time they arrived. They moved the goods from the ox cart into the house, and her 5 elder brothers gathered around Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo rummaged through the snacks she had bought from the town that day, laying them out one by one on the table. Seeing her brothers staring at her with eager eyes, Song Ziluo felt amused, realizing that no matter one's age, everyone enjoys snacks. Song Ziluo said to her brothers with a smile, 6th brother, 7th brother, 8th brother, 9th brother, little brother, help yourselves. I've put all the snacks on the table. The 5 brothers eagerly gathered around the table, fixated on the snacks. Little brother Song Ziling exclaimed dramatically, wow. Little sister has brought back so many treats. There's my favorite mung bean cake, the candied hawthorn sticks that 8th brother and 9th brother love, and the red bean cake that 7th brother likes. And there's the sugar figurine that 6th brother enjoys, the 1,000-layer crisp that both 5th brother and I love, and so many more. Unable to identify the other snacks, Song Ziling turned to Song Ziwen beside him. 6th brother, do you know what these are? I've never seen them before. Song Ziwen examined them carefully and shook his head. I don't know either. Perhaps only little sister knows. Song Ziong suggested nearby, why not ask little sister? Meanwhile, Song Ziluo was being held by old Master Song, listening intently as he recounted the affairs of old Madame Song's family, her eyes sparkling with interest. Grandfather, what has become of that old Madame Song now? Old Master Song frowned, deeply disliking old Madame Song, but then smiled at his precious granddaughter. That old woman can no longer speak. Ooh, she's turned mute. Truly fortunes have reversed. Now it's her turn to suffer. Yesterday his granddaughter had taken on another maidservant, which startled him. When she had previously taken Song Xiaohu as her little follower, they had dismissed it as childish play. But taking Song Pundi as her maidservant yesterday had shocked the entire family. This was no game. They even had third uncle draft a deed of indenture. Oh my, they were nearly dumbfounded. Only after Song Pundi earnestly and sincerely insisted on becoming her senior maidservant did the family reluctantly agree. Though it wasn't quite right, since it was his granddaughter's wish, what could they do? The little one had a mind of her own now. Once she made a decision, they couldn't change her mind. What could they do but follow her lead? After all, she was the only girl in the family, and they all adored her. In short, their own girl, they would spoil her. Old Master Song looked at his granddaughter with a complex expression. Bower Song Pundi. No, now she's called Song Ruxin. That girl asked me to tell you she'll come to serve you tomorrow. Song Ziluo was taken aback and pouted. Didn't I tell her yesterday to sort out her family matters first, and come to me only after settling things? How can she be ready so soon? Old Master Song hadn't expected this. His granddaughter had grown up and had her own secrets now. The old man felt heartbroken that she wouldn't share them with him, but he maintained a composed expression and spoke in a tone seeking praise. Bower, this morning the village head and I went to old Madame Song's house to preside over the divorce of Song Erbao and Zheng. After the divorce, the 2 daughters went with Zheng Ahong, and the son stayed with Song Erbao. They are now free of each other, and all the money Zheng Ahong brought with her was returned. Later, seeing that the mother and her 2 daughters had no place to live, I took the liberty of giving them our old house along with the deed. Since you took Song Ruxin as your maidservant without paying her family, giving them the old house counts as our family's payment, easing my conscience. Song Ziluo's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Song Ruxin to break free from old Madame Song's family so quickly. It caught her off guard. She had thought it would take at least a few days, but Song Ruxin had acted swiftly. Good, truly the one she had chosen. Song Ziluo beamed, raised her thumb, and said happily, Grandfather, you're the best. Old Master Song burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. His granddaughter's gesture delighted him. It seemed he had done the right thing. Old Madame Song, who had just been helping in the kitchen, sat down and overheard her husband seeking praise from their granddaughter and laughing heartily. She was displeased. Humph. Song Ziluo looked at her grandmother sitting nearby, wondering what was wrong. Zhou Taohua, seeing her granddaughter's attention, seized the opportunity to shine and straightened her back. She smiled at Song Ziluo and said, Bower, this afternoon I took your second uncle and 2 aunts to the old house. No, it's not ours anymore. I should say Zheng Ahong's house. We want to help clean the place. Since the house has been uninhabited for over a decade, it was somewhat dilapidated, so we repaired what needed fixing. The house is mostly sound, so it didn't take much effort. We got a few villagers to help, and the repairs were done in an afternoon. Now Ruxin can serve you without worrying about her mother and sister. We'll also give her a monthly allowance. Her mother got the money back from old Madame Song, and has some silver now, so life won't be too hard. She can take up embroidery to get by. Song Ziluo felt her grandfather was incredibly supportive, and her grandmother was equally so. Having family that considered everything for her made her truly happy. She gave a thumbs up and said excitedly, "Grandmother, you're amazing. I love you so much." Then she looked up at Old Master Song. "Grandfather, you're amazing too. I love you just as much." After speaking, Song Ziluo looked at her seated uncles and father, her mother, and aunts who had just brought dishes in from outside, and her brothers gathered around the table full. With tears in her eyes, she said emotionally, "I am so grateful to grandfather, grandmother, second uncle, and aunt, third uncle, and aunt, father, and mother, and all my brothers, and to eldest uncle and aunt, and their children who are away. Thank you for spoiling me unconditionally. It is my honor to have a family like you, and I will surely be good to you all in return." The whole family was deeply moved. That Bauer would say such things made them want to cry. Old Master Song held Song Ziluo tightly, and said with a choked voice, "Bauer is a treasure bestowed upon our family by heaven. Having Bauer in the Song family is our blessing." Zhou Taohua wiped her tears, and said, "Yes, Bauer, your grandfather is right." Everyone present had tears in their eyes. What a heartwarming scene. This is the warmth that only a loving family can foster. Zheng Ahong and her two daughters lay on the bed in their new home, dreaming of the life ahead. Genuine smiles graced their faces, having tasted several flavors of life's bitterness that left an indelible mark, yet they believed sweetness would prevail especially after the events of yesterday, and today their hearts had weathered great upheavals, finally settling, yet a sense of unreality lingered, as if they dared not believe the hardships of the past had finally drifted away, ushering in a new beginning. All three understood clearly that their current fortune was owed to the young girl Song Ziluo, and silently vowed she was their savior whom they would repay with unwavering devotion for a lifetime. Before sleep, they recalled the ordeal of escaping old Madame Song's household, a memory that filled them with immense relief. In recollection, Song Ruxin bid farewell to Song Ziluo, and returned home deeply worried that her mother and sister might have faced old Madame Song's wrath. Though she had instructed them to lock the door and not answer anyone, she feared the worst, that old Madame Song in her madness might break down the door, leaving her frail mother and sister defenseless. Moreover, the covetous Song Debao family lurked a despicable lot, eager to devour them whole at any opportunity. The courtyard was empty, but from afar came the agonized cries of Song Erbao, mingled with old Madame Song's soothing murmurs. With a stoic expression, Song Ruxin approached the storeroom, where her mother and sister dwelled, and knocked. "Mother, little sister, open up." Hearing their daughter and sister's voice, the two women sighed with relief, and hastened to unbolt the door. Song Ruxin scrutinized her mother and sister, finding no new injuries, just as she had left them. She exhaled, her heart gradually steadying. She led them to sit on the bed. Old Madame Song was so miserly that the room held nothing but piled clutter, and this single bed, not even a stool had been provided. "Mother, did the Song family trouble you while I was away?" Song Ruxin asked, her voice laced with concern. Zheng Ahong's face paled, her lips trembling as she spoke. "They did. Old Madame Song came demanding I take care of Song Erbao. When I refused, she sent Wu Xiaozue and her daughters to force the door open. They kicked the door with all their might, but Xiao Chao and I braced it with everything we had. Thankfully it held. In a rage, old Madame Song threatened to sell all three of us to a brothel." After uttering these words, Zheng Ahong looked helplessly at Song Ruxin, her eyes rimmed red, biting her lower lip as she asked, "Pundi, what do we do?" A chill settled in Song Ruxin's eyes. This matter must be resolved swiftly with no further delay, else her mother and sister would live in Pressing her lips together, Song Ruxin gazed at her mother and sister and declared, "Mother, leave this to me. I will handle it, and soon we will escape this misery." With that, she drew a green porcelain bottle from her sleeve, uncorked it, and poured out 2 pills, handing one each to Zheng Ahong and Song Xiaoqiao. A smile blossomed on Song Ruxin's face, her eyes gleaming brightly as she said to them, "Mother, little sister, my young mistress gifted these pills to you. Please take them now. Once consumed, all your injuries will heal completely." Zheng Ahong and Song Xiaoqiao were stunned. A young mistress? When had their daughter and sister acquired such a patron? They knew nothing of this. Bewildered, the two looked at Song Ruxin, who then explained with a smile. She recounted how Song Ziluo had rescued them, and how she had pledged herself as a servant, selling her bond to the girl. Mother and daughter listened dumbfounded, their mouths agape, and eyes wide with shock. Was this truly a 6-year-old girl? How could she be so formidable? They remained frozen for a long while, slowly absorbing the tale, and accepting this bewildering, astonishing. From that moment on, no matter how extraordinary the young girl might seem, they would harbor no doubt, knowing only that she was their benefactor, and all her deeds were beyond. In the eyes of the 3 women, Song Ziluo now appeared as a deity, one who had rescued them from the abyss, and they would never dare to blaspheme such divinity. Song Ruxin produced her own bondservant contract and handed it to Zheng Ahong. "Mother, this is my bond. My young mistress refused to keep it, telling me to hold on to it myself. She said that as long as I am loyal the contract matters little, but a faithless person would betray their master regardless. Zheng Ahong took the thin paper with trembling hands. This fragile document sealed her eldest daughter's fate, and she would guard it with her life. They harbored no regret in pledging allegiance to Song Ziluo. In fact, they felt fortunate. Had she and Xiao Chao not known their own limitations, they too would have sought to become the girl's servants. Now with her eldest daughter serving such a formidable young mistress, the path ahead would surely stretch far, perhaps to heights ordinary people could never reach. She felt proud that her daughter had caught the eye of such a noble benefactor. Seeing her mother and sister frozen in hesitation, Song Ruxin urged, "Mother, little sister, take the pills. Once you're healed, I'll need your help to teach someone a lesson." Only then did Zheng Ahong and Song Xiaoqiao snap back to reality, realizing the pills were still clutched in their hands. They quickly swallowed them. A quarter of an hour later, astonishment and joy burst from the two women's eyes as they exchanged glances. Their gaze, once lifeless, now sparkled with radiance, for they felt a complete renewal from within. They thanked the young girl for bestowing such precious pills, freeing them from their broken bodies. Now vitality surged through every fiber of their being. A profound shift occurred in their hearts. From this moment onward, they yearned for the days ahead, finally finding the drive to pursue a new life. They would slay any Buddha or god that stood in their way. Nothing could hinder their resolve. Song Ruxin felt deep satisfaction seeing her mother and sister rekindle their will to live. A family must stand united, for unity was paramount. Fighting alone was a weary path. A bright smile spread across Song Ruxin's face as she said, "Mother, little sister, my young mistress has renamed me. I am now Song Ruxin. Please remember that from now on. Don't call me by the old name." The young mistress also said that little sister can be called Song Ruxin, meaning we are reborn, destined to take root, like grass and Upon hearing she had a new name, Song Xiaoqiao exclaimed joyfully, "Mother, sister, I love this name. I never want to be called Xiaoqiao again. From now on you must call me Song." Zheng Ahong laughed through her tears, nodding eagerly. Yes, yes, yes. You sisters will be Song Ruxin and Song Rushing. Such beautiful names. The young mistress chose well. After a moment of laughter, the three discussed how to break free from the Song family. They were not versed in schemes or deceit, and finally decided on a simple approach: direct force. For such venomous people, reasoning would be futile. They would beat them until they felt pain and fear, leaving them no choice but to submit. Having settled their plan, the three exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with eagerness and a fierce, excited anticipation for the impossible. Song Ruxin strode into Song Erbao's chamber, flanked by Zheng Ahong and Song Rushing. Her posture proud, her step resolute. Song Erbao lay sprawled on the bed, groaning in feigned agony. Ai yo, while his mother sat beside him on a stool, wiping sweat from his brow. The Song Debao household had vanished without a trace. Cowardly, self-serving, utterly despicable. Upon seeing Zheng Ahong and her two daughters enter, the old matriarch's face darkened, her gaze turned venomous. She spat viciously. "You three wretches, have you turned to stone? Were you not commanded to tend to my second son? Do you dare resent it? Filthy sluts. Shameless harridans. Mark my words, you'll pay tonight. My eldest grandson will bring men tomorrow to sell you off, to brothels where you'll lie beneath 1,000 men and be ridden by 10,000. Song Erbao glared at the three women with malignant hatred baring his teeth as he snarled, "Whore, why haven't you come to serve me yet? Do you secretly wish me dead? Have you forgotten my methods? You'll wait. Once I recover, I'll make you suffer. And those two brats you bore, vile little sluts, just like their mother. I'll sell you all. I'd kill you now if silver weren't at stake." Zheng Ahong and Song Rushing stared incensed at the mother and son, whose vulgar tongues dripped with malice, whose intentions were nothing short of monstrous, to sell them all into slavery. Their hands trembled with fury, yet they held back, awaiting their elder sister's command. Song Ruxin stood motionless, her expression glacial, her eyes frozen with icy disdain. In a voice like wind over frost, she said, "Have you finished speaking?" Song Erbao and his mother sensed something different, something unsettling, in the three women. A chill gripped them. Song Ruxin's gaze pierced them like a blade. They froze in place. The old woman who only bullied the weak recoiled in sudden terror, her voice quavering, "Finished? Or what? Finished or what?" She stammered again. A soft, chilling laugh escaped Song Ruxin's lips. "Huh?" Her eyes hardened as she fixed them upon the matriarch. Her voice, clear and frigid, cut through the silence. "If you've finished, then we begin. If not, we have no patience left for your noise. It grates. And since your tongue is so foul, have you forgotten you are a woman yourself? If you relish hurling insults, then let your tongue fall silent forever. Let you taste the torment of hearing others curse you, while your own mouth remains sealed, powerless to answer. Savor that agony, slowly." Song Ruxin advanced toward the old woman, who instinctively shrank backward, only to tumble backward off her stool, landing hard on the floor. Terrified, she cried out to her son, "Son, save me. Hurry, son, save your mother." Song Erbao too was stricken, his mind reeling at what horrors awaited him next. His leg was broken, he could neither rise nor flee. He curled upon the bed frantically searching for a weapon, but found only blankets and pillows. His own survival eclipsed all else, even his mother's peril. His life alone mattered. Zheng Ahong and Song Rushing watched Song Erbao's panic with cold satisfaction, eyes sharp, vigilant, ready to counter any move he might make. Song Rushing stepped before the old woman, seized her cheeks, forced her jaws apart, and dropped a muting pill deep into her throat. The matriarch writhed, trying to push the pill out with her tongue, but Song Rushing struck her face, sharply driving the dose down with brutal finality. The force jolted through her jaw, propelling the pill into her gut. She shrieked, then fell mute, her eyes wide with horror, as she scrambled backward, desperate to escape. Song Rushing gestured coolly to Zheng Ahong and Song Rushing, strike without restraint. They needed no urging. Gripping their wooden rods, they lunged, striking the old woman with savage, precise fury. The matriarch screamed, but no words emerged. She flailed, dodging wildly, yet frailty betrayed her. Two young women overwhelmed her with ease. Zheng Ahong swung her rod with full force, venting years of pent-up rage. She loathed this woman. Had she not been deceived by her life would never have crumbled into ruin. Song Rushing observed silently, letting her mother and sister purge their bitterness. Some wounds required personal retribution to heal. Only then would they feel no regret for having withheld their fists. Now her focus shifted to Song Erbao. Her gaze locked onto him, glacial, unblinking. He trembled, pleading, "Pandi, I am your father. You cannot do this. This is unfilial. Please, spare me. I swear, I'll never sell you again. And I'll treat you and your mother well. I swear it." "Pandi." Song Rushing laughed, a brittle hollow sound. "Father, you abandoned us, me and Xiao Chao, refused to claim us as daughters. We shall never call you father. You want mercy? Very well, I'll grant it, after I've vented my wrath. Do you agree?" Song Erbao shook violently. "No. Please, spare me. Refusal is irrelevant. Now, enjoy your reckoning." With that, Song Rushing seized him by the collar and dragged him from the bed, kicking him hard onto the floor. "You love striking faces. Then take this, one kick to the jaw. Pain. Stop. You beg me to stop. I strike harder." She kicked him like a mangy dog, back and forth, almost amused by the spectacle. His screams tore through the air, raw, unrelenting, echoing across the Song compound. The Song Debao family cowered indoors, paralyzed by fear. Their blood ran the same, selfish, ruthless, blind to all but themselves. Indeed, theirs was a lineage steeped in selfishness. Each soul consumed only by its own survival, indifferent to suffering beyond its own skin. Half an hour later, when his cries had dwindled to ragged whimpers, Song Rushing turned to her mother and sister. "Mother, sister, there's one more. Come, continue. Just don't kill him." They shifted their assault, swinging their rods against Song Erbao, who could barely moan. Each blow lifted a weight from their hearts, purging years of suffocating resentment. When exhaustion claimed them, they ceased. On the floor lay the matriarch and Song Erbao, broken, breathless, groaning, like corpses barely clinging to life. Song Rushing dragged the old woman beside her son, then seated herself calmly on the stool. "Now, we settle matters of consequence. My mother demands divorce from Song Erbao. Do you consent?" The pair on the floor nodded frantically, eyes wide with terror. "She also claims the dowry she brought upon entering your household. Do you object?" They shook their heads violently. Song Rushing smiled, a serene, almost sorrowful curve of the lips. "Had you feared blows this much, we should have acted sooner. Alas, so much time wasted." She rose and addressed her family. "Let us go. Mother, sister, we'll slaughter a few chickens. A celebration deserves proper fare." A quiet, radiant joy settled upon their faces as the three women walked out of Song Erbao's chamber, shoulders straight, steps light. Inside, only the broken bodies of Song Erbao and his mother remained, bruised, bleeding, shattered, silent testimony to vengeance. "Young lady, where are we heading now?" A crisp, childish voice slowly rose. "We're going to the big banyan tree in the village. The village chief has summoned everyone there for a discussion. Let's go see." Song Ziluo had never witnessed an ancient assembly before. Today she could broaden her horizons and see how it differed from modern gatherings. Ahead, a clamor arose. Nearly every household in the village had come, elders, children, women, and men, all bustling with lively energy. Song Ziluo led Song Rushing to Zhou Taohua's side and took her hand. Zhou Taohua, seeing her granddaughter approach, asked with a beaming smile, "Bao Bao, why are you here? Did you greet your second and third aunts before coming?" Song Ziluo looked up at Zhou Taohua, revealing a sweet smile, and said coquettishly, "Grandma, I missed you. So I came to find you. I already said hello to my aunts when I left." "Haha. Oh my precious darling, you have the sweetest tongue. My heart feels as if it's been drenched in honey, so blissful." Zhou Taohua laughed heartily. Her granddaughter said she missed her, and the moment she left, the child followed. It seemed her granddaughter truly couldn't bear to be apart from her. "Look," She came chasing after her just a moment after she left. Just then village chief Song Yuzin picked up a brass gong and struck it a few times, instantly silencing the crowd. The village chief and old master Song stood on the stone steps while the villagers gathered on the level ground below. The chief set the gong down, and seeing everyone quiet, he clasped his hands behind his back and cleared his throat. He said, "Everyone quiet down, no more talking. I've called you here today for a matter that benefits us all. You all know these past months without rain the crops in the fields can only be irrigated by each family fetching water from the river, yet even that may not yield much harvest. Our village is made up of farming households. Our family sustenance relies mostly on the harvest from the fields. Now it seems a drought is upon us. If this continues with a poor harvest, many in our village will go hungry this year." The people below all wore expressions of sorrow and worry on their faces. If the heavens still refuse to send rain, what would they do about their grain this year? Worry. Such worry. The village chief continued, "Let me lay it out plainly, you must prepare yourselves mentally." Previously, clan leader Song had already informed each household to prioritize the river water for the crops in the fields. But what clan leader Song didn't say is that if the drought persists, our village's harvest will dwindle, and we will also face a water shortage. When that time comes with both water and food scarce, our situation will become even more dire. If it truly reaches that point, we must consider fleeing the famine to seek a way to survive. I'm only laying out the worst-case scenario now. It may not come to that. But we all must be prepared. Whether we flee or not, our first priority is to stockpile more grain. Second, we must conserve water and avoid waste. I know most families in our village are not well off. To stockpile grain, one needs money to buy it. Now an opportunity lies before you. Clan leader Song has always had the villagers' best interests at heart, and he's racked his brains to improve your lives. This time he's finally found a solution to our greatest predicament. He plans to have his fourth daughter-in-law teach you to identify medicinal herbs. Just the day before yesterday, she went to the mountain and discovered that our back mountain is rich in medicinal herbs. Isn't that so? As soon as she returned, Song Lushur informed clan leader Song. The people below stared eagerly at the village chief, anticipating his next words, hoping it was what they imagined. Clan leader Song clapped his hands and said, "Excellent. With so many medicinal herbs, we can alleviate the villagers' current plight." So he promptly sent Song Jida and his wife to town to learn about the herb market. The village chief paused, then asked the crowd with a smile, "What do you think happened?" The crowd below erupted into a chaotic chatter, everyone speaking over one another. The village chief raised his hand to signal silence, and everyone immediately stopped, daring not to speak further. The village chief continued, "Our entire village must thank clan leader Song for his great kindness, and thank his family for being willing to teach us to identify herbs without holding anything back." The villagers' faces bloomed with smiles. The Song family were all good people. Just when they were on the verge of not being able to afford food, they were given the chance to earn money by gathering herbs. What a selfless family. The villagers were deeply grateful to clan leader Song's family, their hearts brimming with excitement. They finally had a source. The village chief signaled Old Master Song to speak. Old Master Song, hands clasped behind his back, said in a booming voice, "We are all from the same village. As the clan leader of the Song family, it is my duty to lead my people to a better life. My fourth son and his wife will teach you to identify medicinal herbs. Starting tomorrow morning, you can follow them up the mountain to dig for herbs. Once you all can recognize them, you may dig on your own. Here I must make a few things clear. First, it's best to form groups when digging herbs. After all, the mountain is vast. If you encounter wild beasts, there's safety in numbers. But if someone gets hurt, you must not come to our family seeking compensation. We won't be held responsible. Second, my fourth daughter-in-law will teach you how to process the herbs. Alternatively, you can choose not to process them and sell them fresh. Fresh herbs fetch a much lower price. Whether you sell them fresh or process, the quality must be up to standard. Otherwise, our family will not accept them. The pharmacy owner has made it clear poor quality herbs will not be taken. If substandard quality is found, 3 times cooperation with our village will be terminated immediately. So you must ensure the quality of the herbs. When you're taught how to handle them, you must follow the same steps precisely. Third, the herbs you dig must be sold to my family. We will deliver them to the pharmacy in town on your behalf. Let me be clear, for every gene of herbs you sell to us, we will charge 2 copper coins as a handling fee. If you feel my family is taking advantage of you, you are free to take them to town and sell them yourselves. But whether you'll get the same price we're offering, I cannot say. As for the price we're offering, you won't get that in town. It will be much lower. The reason we can negotiate such a high price is thanks to my fourth daughter-in-law. Her father is a longtime friend of the pharmacy owner. The owner agreed to this high price out of respect for him. We must be grateful." Old Master Song finished speaking, and the villagers all agreed with him. They felt the Song family were truly kind-hearted, teaching them to identify herbs, helping them earn money, and providing support. How could they repay kindness with ingratitude? Their gratitude only deepened. In recent days, the household had been bustling with activity as they gathered medicinal herbs, keeping the entire family in a whirlwind of motion. Song Ziluo, accompanied by Song Rushin, inspected the quality of the herbs while her second uncle handled the weighing, and her third aunt managed the accounting and payments. Second aunt and grandmother were tasked with processing and drying the herbs. Some villagers, finding the processing troublesome, simply dug up the herbs and sold them as they were. Grandfather tended to the crops in the fields while Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao led the villagers to dig herbs in the mountains. Though busy, the family relished this rhythm of work, for the more herbs they collected, the greater their income. With the drought persisting, the sun blazed daily. The herbs laid out under the sun dried within a few days, and soon they had amassed a cartload of medicinal materials. Today Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao did not go to the mountains, as they had already taught the villagers everything about the herbs they needed to know. There was no further need for them to go. The couple's main task for the day was to transport the dried herbs from home to the town and sell them. Song Ziluo pestered her parents to let her join them, leaving Song Rushin at home. Over the past few days, Song Ziluo had taught Song Rushin how to inspect the quality of herbs, and she had learned so well that she could now handle the task on her own. Song Jida drove the ox cart, and an hour later it came to a stop in front of a pharmacy. Song Ziluo jumped off the cart and stood before the pharmacy, observing it closely. Above the pharmacy's door hung a large plaque inscribed with bold flowing characters, Famine Pharmacy. The strokes were vigorous and unrestrained, exuding a sense of majesty tempered with restraint. Song Ziluo silently admired the calligraphy, wondering who had written it. She suspected that the owner of this pharmacy must have an extraordinary back. A young attendant emerged from the pharmacy, and upon seeing Song Jida and his wife, said with a smile, "Brother Song, you've arrived. Are you here to sell herbs today?" "Yes, we've brought a cartload of herbs." "Is the shopkeeper in?" "He is. He'll go fetch him right away." With that, the attendant turned and went inside to call the shopkeeper. Before long, a shopkeeper around 30 years of age emerged. Shopkeeper Wei noticed the young girl accompanying Song Jida and his wife, and asked curiously, "Brother Song, Madam Song, who is this young lady?" Song Jida took Song Ziluo's hand and said, "Shopkeeper Wei, this is my youngest daughter, Song Ziluo." Shopkeeper Wei looked at Song Ziluo, his eyes filled with admiration, and praised, "Brother Song, Madam Song, you are truly blessed to have such a beautiful and obedient daughter." Song Jida and his wife were overjoyed to hear their daughter praised. They couldn't help it. Their daughter was indeed stunning, and everyone who saw her complimented her. Song Jida grinned broadly, his pride evident, and said, "You flatter me, you flatter me. My daughter is indeed quite lovely." Shopkeeper Wei's mouth twitched. Shouldn't he have said something modest like, "My daughter is nothing special"? It seemed Brother Song was a straightforward man lacking in humility. Shopkeeper Wei glanced at the herbs on the ox cart outside, and said with satisfaction, "Excellent, excellent. In just a few days you've amassed so many herbs. Tell the villagers to keep digging. They'll take as many as you can bring." Song Jida quickly bowed to the shopkeeper in gratitude. "Thank you, Shopkeeper Wei. Rest assured there are still plenty of herbs in the mountains near our village. I was worried you might stop accepting them if we brought too many. With your assurance I can rest easy." Shopkeeper Wei laughed heartily. "Am not afraid of too many, am afraid of too few. The more the better. Let's go inside and sit. They'll tally up the quantities." Two attendants weighed the herbs, checking their quality as they went while another recorded the amounts. It took a while before all the herbs were weighed. Two attendants weighed the herbs, checking their quality as they went while another recorded the amounts. It took a while before all the herbs were weighed. An attendant entered and handed the ledger to Shopkeeper Wei. He glanced at it, then passed it to Song Jida. "Brother Song, take a look. Does the tally?" Song Jida did not stand on ceremony. He took the ledger and examined it. The numbers matched what they had weighed at home. He smiled and said to the shopkeeper, "Yes, it's correct. Thank you for your trouble, Shopkeeper Wei." Shopkeeper Wei clapped Song Jida on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "No need for formalities, Brother Song. We're cooperating for mutual benefit." At that moment, Lu Jiaojiao handed a brocade box to Shopkeeper Wei. "Shopkeeper Wei, this is a ginseng we dug up in the mountains. Please take a look. If it meets your standards, we'll sell it to you." Shopkeeper Wei took the box and opened it. His hands trembled, nearly dropping it, but he managed to steady himself. This ginseng was an exception. It was exactly what he needed. His master had long instructed that if any premium ginseng was found, it was to be acquired at any cost. Song Jida and his wife were truly his lucky stars. He had sent people far and wide searching for premium ginseng, and now, after all this time, it had fallen into his lap effortlessly. A genuine warmth crept into Shopkeeper Wei's expression. Excitedly he said, "Excellent. This ginseng is truly remarkable. I'll take it. Madam Song, name your price." Lu Jiaojiao furrowed her brow and replied, "Shopkeeper Wei, my husband, and I trust you. We know you won't shortchange us. Please offer a fair." Lu Jiaojiao thought to herself that she had no idea how much ginseng was worth here, especially such a premium one. Naming too high or too low a price would be awkward, so it was better to leave it to Shopkeeper Wei. She believed he wouldn't offer too low a price. Shopkeeper Wei carefully took the ginseng out of the box and examined it closely, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. "This ginseng is 230 years old. It is imbued with spiritual energy. I have never seen such a spiritually charged ginseng before. Truly rare. Song Jidao, his wife and daughter exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a meaning only they understood. The ginseng had been grown in the space, so it was naturally infused with spiritual energy. Shopkeeper Wei carefully placed the ginseng back into the brocade box, and said with a smile, "To be honest, I am in great need of such premium ginseng right now. If you manage to find more ginseng like this in the future, I hope you will sell it to me. I will offer you the highest price. Rest assured you will not be at a loss." Lu Jiaojiao smiled gently, and shook her head. "Shopkeeper Wei, this ginseng was found deep in the mountains after much effort by my husband. Moreover, such a rare and fortuitous find is not something one encounters every day. To have found this one is already a blessing from the heavens. If we are fortunate enough to come across another premium ginseng, we will certainly sell it to you. Rest assured." Shopkeeper Wei knew he had been too eager. Such premium ginseng was indeed hard to come by. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a specimen in all his years. After a moment of consideration, he asked, "For this premium ginseng, I offer 1,000 taels of silver. What do you think?" Song Jida and Lu Jiaojiao exchanged a glance. Song Jida smiled, and said, "Very well. Thank you, Shopkeeper Wei. Please pay us in a mix of silver ingots and smaller coins." Shopkeeper Wei was slightly puzzled as to why they wanted silver coins and ingots instead of banknotes, but he didn't ask. It was their business, and he would simply fulfill their. Had Lu Jiaojiao and Song Jida known of Shopkeeper Wei's confusion, they would have explained that it was a family decision. Silver held its value, whereas banknotes could become worthless if the court ever faced turmoil. After the family of three exited the Qiming Medical Hall, Song Ziluo stored the silver coins into her space. Lu Jiaojiao turned to Song Ziluo and said, "Bauer, it has been a long time since we mother and daughter went shopping. Now that we have money, let's buy something." Song Ziluo agreed wholeheartedly. Although there was gold and silver in her space, she couldn't take it out brazenly. Having sold the ginseng, she now had a good excuse and wouldn't miss such a wonderful opportunity. Both mother and daughter were full of excitement. Song Jida looked helplessly at his wife and daughter. Since arriving here, they had truly been cooped up. Today he could be considered as risking his life to accompany his ladies. After all, he was a big man who didn't enjoy shopping. There was no choice but to follow slowly behind the mother and daughter in the ox cart. Song Ziluo held Lu Jiaojiao's hand and inquired, "Mother, how about we buy gifts for everyone at home?" Lu Jiaojiao also had this thought, nodding and saying, "Good, let's pick out gifts later." They came across a jewelry store ahead and entered. The shop assistant greeted them warmly, displaying a professional smile, and enthusiastically said, "Welcome, Madam Miss, please come in." After ushering in Song Ziluo and her daughter, the assistant continued, "Madam Miss, my jewelry store is unique in Pingon Town with a wide array of accessories for you to choose from. Please feel free to select, and if you find anything you like, just call for me. I will be right here." Lu Jiaojiao nodded at the assistant, holding Song Ziluo as they admired the accessories in the display case. This dynasty lacked glazed pottery, and the display case resembled a modern jewelry showcase, just without the glass separating them. After browsing around, the mother and daughter decided to pick silver hairpins and jade bracelets for the women at home, and gold hairpins and gold bracelets for Granny, as she loved shiny golden items. They chose jade pendants for the men and boys, and a jade ring for the old master. Song Ziluo thought about getting a nice set of tea utensils from her space for the old master when they returned. He had no other hobbies, but he enjoyed sipping tea during his leisure time. Lu Jiaojiao picked out a pair of hollow silver bangles for her daughter, along with 2 pairs of exquisite flower hairpins, thinking happily that her daughter would look lovely wearing them. Song Ziluo considered her little brother and the big maid, feeling that they shouldn't be treated unfairly. So she chose a jade pendant for her little brother, a jade hairpin for Song Ruxin, and a pair of flower hairpins for her sister, along with a silver hairpin. Song Jidao was sitting on the ox cart, nearly dozing off, grumbling inside, "I really don't understand why women enjoy shopping so much. Aren't they tired?" The mother and daughter finally finished selecting and called the assistant to settle the bill. The assistant was quite astonished internally, realizing he had encountered a big customer today. Luckily, it was his turn, and selling all these would earn him quite a commission. The assistant wore a broad smile, rapidly tapping the abacus. After a while, he finally spoke to Song Ziluo and her daughter. "Madam Miss, 5 silver hairpins, 4 jade bracelets, 1 gold hairpin, 1 gold bracelet, 1 jade ring, 1 pair of silver bracelets, 3 pairs of flower hairpins, and 15 jade pendants. Does that sound right?" Lu Jiaojiao nodded and asked, "How much do these cost?" The assistant immediately replied, "Madam, the total is 167 taels. Given that you made such a large purchase, I'll consider the last 2 taels as a discount for you. Thank you for your patronage. The total is 165 taels." Lu Jiaojiao estimated in her mind that this price was reasonable. The jade pendants were the most expensive, while the others were quite fair. "All right, please wrap them up for me. Pack each item separately. These are gifts," Lu Jiaojiao instructed the assistant. The assistant replied enthusiastically, "Of course, madam. I will use the most exquisite gift boxes from my store to wrap them, ensuring your—" Song Ziluo took out 2 tintal gold ingots from a small pouch she had hanging in front of her and handed them to Lu Jiaojiao. These were taken from her space's tray. Lu Jiaojiao handed the 20 taels of gold to the assistant, who quickly accepted it with both hands, carefully weighed it with a scale, and after confirming its accuracy, returned 35 taels of silver to Lu Jiaojiao. Lu Jiaojiao placed the silver into the cloth bag she carried. The assistant packed each accessory in different exquisite silk boxes and placed them all into a wooden chest. Madam, here is your shopping list. Please keep it safe. I will carry this small chest outside and place it on the ox cart for you. Lu Jiaojiao took the list, glanced at it, and thanked the assistant. Thank you, little brother, for your trouble. Outside the store, Song Jida finally saw his wife and daughter coming out, followed by the assistant carrying a large wooden chest. He wondered just how much they had bought. The assistant placed the chest on the ox cart, smiling, and said, Master, Madam, Miss, please take care. If you need anything next time, come find me, and I will definitely give you the best price. Song Jida was taken aback by the assistant's enthusiasm and merely nodded without speaking. Lu Jiaojiao smiled at the assistant, saying, All right, little brother, I will remember you. Your service is excellent, and I am very satisfied. The family of three continued to the next store, preparing to buy some paper, ink brushes, and inkstones. Before long, they arrived at the bookstore, which was very close to the Qingjing Academy. The bookstore was large with 3 levels. Even before entering, they could smell the scent of ink wafting from inside, a fragrance only books could emit. The scent was somewhat enchanting. Song Ziluo loved this inky aroma and couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Lu Jiaojiao chuckled at her daughter and pulled Song Ziluo's hand into the bookstore. Song Jida was waiting outside the bookstore with the ox cart, as there were still many things on it. It was noon now, and many students dressed in academy uniforms were quietly reading inside the store. The shop assistant noticed Song Ziluo and her mother entering, and was a bit surprised. A very few women came into their bookstore, which mostly catered to men such as academy students and literati. Seeing that the mother and daughter had a unique temperament, neither overbearing nor servile, the assistant didn't dare to be negligent and quickly approached to inquire, Ladies, what can I assist you with? Song Ziluo and Lu Jiaojiao looked simultaneously at the shop assistant, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old with charming features. The shop assistant suddenly felt shy, a hint of pink coloring his cheeks. He found it awkward to be stared at by such beautiful women. Song Ziluo noticed the young man's shyness and smiled, speaking in a sweet voice, Little brother, my mother and I are planning to buy some paper, ink brushes, and inkstones for the brothers at home. Could you help us with some recommendations? The young shop assistant was utterly charmed by the little girl before him. She was truly adorable, far more endearing than his own. A bashful smile graced the assistant's face as he spoke gently, Madam, little miss, please follow me. The writing materials are this way. They'll be happy to recommend some durable and suitable brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for you. Song Ziluo and Lu Jiaojiao followed the assistant to the section dedicated to writing materials. The young man inquired of Lu Jiaojiao, Madam, what grade of writing materials do you require? Song Ziluo looked up at the assistant, her large eyes blinking in confusion. Big brother, what are these grades? Could you please explain them to us? Mother, and I don't really understand. Seeing the innocent, trusting gaze in Song Ziluo's eyes, the assistant's heart softened. He patiently explained, the writing materials are divided into 3 main grades: superior, medium, and inferior. There's also a substandard grade, which is of the poorest quality with many flaws and consequently the cheapest. The superior grade uses the finest materials, so its price is naturally high. The medium grade is made of slightly less refined materials and is more affordable than the superior. The inferior grade is of lower quality than the medium and is significantly cheaper than both. Song Ziluo nodded, pondering for a moment. She decided against the cheapest and the most expensive, settling on the medium grade. Big brother, I'd like to buy the medium grade. Please prepare 21 sets of writing materials for me. Among them, 1 set should be suitable for me and 5 sets for an adult woman. 5 sets for an adult man, 3 sets for a 9-year-old boy, 2 sets for an 11-year-old boy, and the remaining 5 sets for scholars aged 12 to 15. Having stated her requirements, Song Ziluo left the young assistant momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure. He found this little girl truly remarkable. She had just ordered 21 sets of writing materials, yet her mother stood by with a gentle smile, offering no objection. It seemed this girl was deeply cherished at home. The assistant promptly responded, Of course, little miss. He'll select them for you right away. Song Ziluo and Lu Jiaojiao sat down on the stools, waiting for the assistant to prepare their order. Just then, 5 or 6 scholars aged between 13 and 16 entered the shop. The 5 scholars clustered around one of their own, a plump, overweight boy who looked overnourished. He was adorned with gold and silver, the very picture of a new... The plump scholar grumbled curses under his breath. This is driving me crazy. I got scolded by the teacher again today, all because of those 2 Song brothers. That little one set me up in front of the teacher. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been reprimanded. One of the scholars, who had a shifty-eyed look, suggested, Brother Wang, your father dotes on you so much. Why not ask him for help? Another, a thin and weak-looking youth, chimed in, Right. Brother Zhang's idea is excellent. A dark, brooding look settled in the plump scholar's eyes. He was the son of the wealthiest man in peaceful town. Everywhere he went he could have whatever he desired. But then he had to run into those two Song brothers. They had brought him nothing but frustration. He constantly schemed, dreaming of tearing them apart limb from limb to soothe the hatred in his heart. In academic matters, Song Ziren always held the top spot, and the teacher constantly praised him. As for him, a poor student, the teacher frequently scolded him, always comparing him unfavorably to Song Ziren. This infuriated him. If his father hadn't insisted he respect his teachers in the academy, threatening to cut off his allowance if he didn't, he would have loved to give that teacher a beating. He was spoiled at home and wasn't used to taking such abuse. That damn Song Ziren. It was all his fault. If not for him, he wouldn't have been scolded. He didn't dare hit the teacher, but he could beat up Song Ziren. Beat him until his own mother wouldn't recognize him. He had gathered his cronies to ambush Song Ziren, only to have Song Zicheng, with his extraordinary martial skills, appear and beat his gang into a groveling mess. For the past 2 years he had tried every trick to humiliate them, but the two brothers had countered each one. He couldn't outshine Song Ziren in academics, nor could he overpower Song Zicheng in martial arts, and it made him seethe with rage. Only last month did he discover that the two brothers had 3 younger siblings also studying at Qingjing Academy. Unable to touch the older two, he decided to go after the younger ones. But those 3 little ones were cunning and evaded his traps. When Song Ziren found out, he began to sabotage him in front. Since then the teacher either punished him by making him copy texts or scolded him in front of the whole class. Didn't he have any dignity? He couldn't take it anymore. He would tell his father, surely his father would help him get revenge. The more the plump scholar thought about it, the more pleased he became. A sly, triumphant smile spread across his face, a look of pure scheming that revealed his wicked nature. The group quickly headed to the 2nd floor. Song Ziluo, lost in thought, wondered, 2 people with the surname Song. Could they be my brothers? Song Ziluo stood up and walked briskly to the young assistant, flashing him a sweet smile. In her most honeyed voice she asked, "Big brother, do you know which academy those people just now are from?" The assistant paused his work and lowered his voice. "Little miss, keep your voice down. Those people are all scholars from Qingjing Academy. The one leading them is the son of Squire Wang from our town. He's very spoiled. His family is the wealthiest in town. Even the county magistrate has to show his father some respect. So that young Master Wang is a typical playboy, arrogant and tyrannical, stopping at nothing. The ones with him are the other idle rich kids from town. They're not as rich as his family, but they're still very well off." Song Ziluo blinked her big eyes, feigning understanding. Pretending to be curious, she asked, "Is his house very big? With all that money they must live in a huge..." The assistant replied immediately, "Squire Wang's estate is indeed enormous. You won't find a residence that big anywhere else in peaceful town. It's located in the southwestern residential area. His is the only house they're occupying an entire street." Song Ziluo's mouth formed a perfect O as she pretended to be astonished. "Wow, that's so big." The assistant chuckled as he looked at her, finding her utterly adorable and feeling a strong urge to pinch her cheeks. Seeing that Song Ziluo had fallen silent, the assistant busied himself with selecting the writing materials. After a good while he finally finished. He carried the items over to where Lu Jiaojiao was sitting and asked, "Madam, little miss, please take a look at these. Are they to your satisfaction? If not, I'll pick out new ones." Song Ziluo and Lu Jiaojiao examined the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones placed in the box, impressed by the assistant's meticulous care. The Xian paper had been divided into 21 equal portions, stacked neatly and crosswise. The remaining brushes, ink, and inkstones were each packed in 21 separate wooden boxes. A bright smile spread across Song Ziluo's face as she praised him. "Big brother, you've chosen so well. I really like them. Thank you, big brother. How much silver is it in total?" The assistant looked down at her and replied with a smile, "Little miss, the total is 38 taels of silver. I can't give you a discount on the price, but I'll throw in a wolf hair brush and a small stack of Xian paper as a gift. How does that sound?" Song Ziluo nodded happily. "That's wonderful, thank you, big brother. Could you please help us carry them out to our ox cart outside?" With that, Song Ziluo took a 50 tael silver ingot from her little pouch and handed it to the assistant. He took it, went to the counter, and returned with 12 taels in change for her. Song Ziluo took the change and passed it to Lu Jiaojiao. The two of them then left the bookstore. The young assistant followed behind, helping to load the writing materials onto the ox cart. Song Ziluo, along with her parents, visited a pastry shop and purchased some refreshments. Lu Jiaojiao and Song Ziluo carried several boxes of pastries and a basket of spatial fruits as they made their way to the 10 Blessings cloth store. Song Jidao parked the ox cart outside, choosing not to enter as he needed to watch over their belongings. Inside the store, Song Jitsong and Li Qianro were pleasantly surprised to see Lu Jiaojiao and her daughter arrive. Song Jitsong lifted Song Ziluo into his arms, bursting into hearty laughter. "Bao Bao, have you missed your uncle? You've come to visit me?" Song Ziluo giggled, her childish voice ringing out. "Yes, uncle. Bao Bao missed you so much, and I missed Annie too." Li Qianro took Lu Jiaojiao's arm, smiling as she asked, "Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Just the two of you? Why isn't fourth brother accompanying you?" Lu Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with mirth. Sister-in-law, my husband, is outside watching the cart. Bao Bao and I came in to see you and pay respects to uncle and auntie. We plan to buy some cloth on our way back to make new clothes for everyone in the family. Li Qianruo was fine with the first part, but was taken aback when she heard about buying cloth to make clothes. Sister-in-law, if you need clothes for the family, your brother, and I can bring some cloth when we return. There's no need for you to make a special trip to buy it. Lu Jiaojiao disagreed. Sister-in-law, your business doesn't yield much profit. Most of the family's clothes are made from cloth you and your husband bring back. We can't always let you cover the cost. Seeing her sister-in-law about to speak again, Lu Jiaojiao quickly interrupted, leaning close to whisper in Li Qianru's ear. Moments later, Li Qianru's eyes lit up with surprise. Really, she exclaimed. Lu Jiaojiao nodded with a smile, and Li Qianru was delighted, understanding why her sister-in-law was being so generous today. Song Jitsung, curious about the secret, asked, "What's really?" Li Qianru and Lu Jiaojiao exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Song Jitsung grew even more puzzled, his eyes filled with curiosity. Since his wife and sister-in-law wouldn't tell him, he felt too embarrassed to ask further. Lu Jiaojiao said to Song Ziluo, "Bao Bao, get down now. Let's go inside to visit Grandpa Li and Grandma Li." Song Jitsung had no choice but to gently set Song Ziluo down. He couldn't follow them inside, and had to mind the shop. Li Qianruo helped carry the fruit basket while Lu Jiaojiao held Song Ziluo with one hand and carried several boxes of pastries with the other. Entering the inner courtyard, Li Qianruo said to Li Dafu and Wang Xiaorong, who were sitting inside, "Father, Mother, look who's here." Li Dafu was smoking his pipe and Wang Xiaorong was sewing. When they heard their daughter's voice, they both looked outside. Lu Jiaojiao and Song Ziluo, mother and daughter, bore a strong resemblance, with Song Ziluo being even more delicate. Both possessed natural beauty and radiant features that were a delight to behold. Wang Xiaorong admired the mother and daughter's appearance, quickly setting aside her work and rising to greet them. Li Dafu hastily extinguished his pipe, thinking that his son-in-law's niece disliked the smell of smoke, and he shouldn't bother her with it. Wang Qiarong's face crinkled into a smile. "Jiao Jiao, Bao Bao, you're here. Come in and sit down." Wang Xiaorong had a close relationship with Lu Jiaojiao's mother. They often spent time together, so she held great affection for Lu Jiaojiao as well. Wang Xiaorong gently ruffled Song Ziluo's hair, then lifted her onto a stool. She turned and hurried to another room. Lu Jiaojiao exchanged greetings with Li Dafu, then placed the pastries she was carrying on the table. Li Qianruo set the fruit basket on the table, as well, smiling. "Father, these are gifts from sister-in-law for you and mother. Especially these fruits. I've never seen such beautiful ones before. I don't even know their names." Li Dafu looked at the fruits in the basket. He didn't recognize them either, but they looked delicious. Jiao Jiao was truly thoughtful. He chuckled. "Jiao Jiao, next time you come, don't bring anything. It's too extravagant. These fruits are so rare, I haven't seen them in town. They must not have been easy for you to get." Lu Jiaojiao replied with a smile. "It's no trouble, Uncle Li. As long as you and Auntie like them, I'll bring more next time." Li Dafu grew more curious. "Have you given some to your parents yet?" "Yes, I have. Don't worry. If you enjoy them, just have sister-in-law send me word, and I'll bring some over." Li Dafu laughed heartily. He and his wife had been close friends with Lu Jiaojiao's parents for years, and the two families shared. Wang Xiaorong returned holding a bundle in her left hand and a large plate piled with sweets in her right. She warmly beckoned to Lu Jiaojiao. "Jiao Jiao, come over here and sit." Wang Xiaorong offered the plate of treats to Song Ziluo, her eyes full of anticipation. "Bao Bao, look, do you like these? They're all your favorite sweets. Try." Song Ziluo took the plate with both hands and placed it on her lap. Grandma Li was so enthusiastic. She flashed a big smile at Wang Xiaorong and said sweetly, "Thank you, Grandma Li. I really like them. You're so kind." With that, she picked up a pastry with one hand and began to eat, looking up at Wang Xiaorong with a contented smile as she chewed. Wang Xiaorong was charmed by Song Ziluo's adorable demeanor. Bao Bao's voice was so sweet and childish. It had been years since she had heard such a little lisp. It stirred nostalgic memories of her own daughter's childhood. Li Dafu looked at Song Ziluo, a trace of astonishment still lingering on his face. He smiled at Lu Jiaojiao. "Little Bao Bao is doing so well now. She seems so full of spiritual energy. You and Song Laosi are truly blessed." Lu Jiaojiao beamed with pride, teasing herself. "Indeed, after Bao Bao recovered, her father and I have been overjoyed every day. We've even been eating much more, to the point where I worry my mother-in-law might call us gluttons." Li Dafu and Wang Xiaorong burst into laughter, saying that Lu Jiaojiao's hearty appetite was a sign of good fortune. Li Qianruo sat nearby, helping to hold the plate of treats for Song Ziluo, watching her eat with tender affection. Occasionally, she used a handkerchief to wipe away the pastry crumbs stuck to Song Ziluo's lips. Wang Xiaorong opened the bundle she was holding, revealing a little girl's dress. The crimson skirt was embroidered with exquisite crabapple blossoms, so lifelike they seemed to dance. Wang Xiaorong asked Song Ziluo with a smile, "Bao Bao, this dress is a gift from Grandma Li. I made it myself. Do you like it?" Song Ziluo had been staring ever since Wang Xiaorong opened the bundle. She was captivated. The dress was so beautiful. She exclaimed, "Wow. Grandma Lee, your craftsmanship is amazing." "Thank you, Grandma Lee. I love this dress so much." Song Ziluo beamed with joy, unable to contain her smile. She truly adored the dress. Outside the main gate of Qingjing Academy, Lu Jiaojiao and Song Ziluo stood under a large tree waiting for the students inside to finish their classes. The academy's scholars gradually emerged carrying their bags, and soon they spotted Song Ziqing and his group of 5. Song Ziluo waved her little hand and called out joyfully, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, look over here. I'm right here." The 5 brothers thought they heard their sister calling them, but deemed it impossible, as their sister should be at home and not in town. They shook their heads and continued walking. Song Ziluo felt a little disappointed. She believed her voice was loud enough, yet none of her brothers even glanced her way. She pouted displeased. Lu Jiaojiao watched her daughter with amusement, rarely seeing her act so childishly. It seemed she as the mother would have to step in. Ziqing, your mother is here. Come over quickly." Lu Jiaojiao called out to Song Ziqing. Song Ziqing stopped in his tracks. It was his mother calling. He looked toward the source of the sound and saw her waving at him. His sister seemed to be there too, but blocked by the crowd of scholars. She was too small for him to see. So the voice he heard earlier wasn't a hallucination. Song Ziqing turned excitedly to his 4 brothers and said, "Brothers, our mother came to pick us up. And our sister is here too." The 4 brothers' expressions showed a flicker of surprise, which quickly deepened into smiles laced with delight. "Where is our sister?" Song Ziqing's deep voice rang out, filled with urgency. "Over there." Song Ziqing pointed to where Lu Jiaojiao and Song Ziluo stood, then dashed toward them. Song Ziqing followed closely behind, with the other 3 brothers trailing just a step behind him. "Mother, sister, you came," Song Ziqing said happily. He was truly overjoyed. In the year since he came to Qingjing Academy, it was the first time his mother and sister had come to pick. Lu Jiaojiao looked at Song Ziqing with immense affection and said with a smile, "Your father came too. He's waiting at the intersection ahead. There's too many carts here to stop, so he had to park further up." "Oh, father came too." Song Ziqing couldn't quite believe it. His father was not as easygoing as his mother, and was always strict with him and his younger brothers. The 4 younger brothers who followed quickly paid their respects to Lu Jiaojiao. Song Ziqing scooped up Song Ziluo and asked joyfully, "Little sister, your big brother missed you. Did you miss me?" "Yes, I missed big brother, and I missed the other brothers too." Song Ziluo's cheerful voice rang out, accompanied by giggles. The other 4 brothers vied to say they missed their sister too, creating a lively scene. Lu Jiaojiao glanced around and noticed many scholars looking their way. She sighed inwardly. Their group was too conspicuous. She quickly urged the young lads, "Let's hurry to the intersection ahead. Our family's ox cart is parked there." With that, she led them toward the road. At the academy gate, 6 scholars stood staring intently at Song Ziluo's group until they disappeared from sight before withdrawing their gazes. The other students kept a wide berth from them, afraid to get close. "Brother Wang, who would have thought those country bumpkins have such a beautiful sister?" one scholar said lecherously. A corpulent scholar's eyes flashed with malice, and he spoke wickedly, "What a waste for them. A heavenly fairy like that should belong to me." The other scholars also smirked wickedly, flattering the corpulent one, praising that someone like him truly deserved such a lovely beauty. The group of 6 exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with eager excitement before erupting into lecherous laughter. Lu Jiaojiao quickly led the youths to where their family's ox cart was parked. Upon seeing Song Jida, the lads promptly bowed and paid their respects. Song Jida said cheerfully, "All of you get on the cart quickly. We're heading back now, it's getting late." Song Ziqing placed Song Ziluo onto the ox cart before jumping on himself. The other youths also climbed aboard. Song Ziluo retrieved the baked flatbreads she had bought earlier, 10 in total, still warm to the touch, and handed them to her brothers. "Brothers, I bought these flatbreads especially for you. They're still hot. Eat them while they're warm." Song Ziluo urged her brothers to eat the flatbreads quickly. Song Ziqing took the flatbreads from her, wrapped in 5 separate oiled papers. He took 1 pack for himself and distributed the rest among his 4 younger brothers. "Bao Bao, thank you for the flatbreads. They're delicious." Song Zisher ate ravenously, his words muffled as he thanked Song Ziluo. "Bao Bao, mother, have you eaten?" Song Ziqing asked with concern, looking at Song Ziluo and Lu Jiaojiao. Lu Jiaojiao smiled at Song Ziqing and said, "You go ahead and eat. Your sister, your father, and I already had some when we bought them." Song Ziqing nodded, then unwrapped the oiled paper and began to eat. Song Ziren and Song Ziji ate with remarkable grace. Song Ziluo watched her 2 brothers eat, finding their mannerisms very pleasant to observe. Song Zicheng devoured his 2 flatbreads in a few large bites. He then pulled a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe his mouth and the grease from his hands. He grinned foolishly at Song Ziluo and said sheepishly, "Bao Bao, your big brother isn't full yet. If you buy flatbreads next time, get me 2 more. No, just 1 more." After speaking, Song Zicheng's face flushed with embarrassment. He scratched his head, immediately regretting his words. As the eldest brother, how could he ask his little sister for food? It was truly improper. Song Ziluo noticed her eldest brother's awkwardness and said sweetly, "Big brother, I'll remember. Rest assured next time I'll buy you 3 more. I have plenty of money on me." As she spoke, she patted the little pouch hanging in front of her with her small hand. Lu Jiaojiao took out the pastries they had bought today, handed a box to Song Zicheng, and said with a smile, "Zicheng, don't be shy. Your little sister really does have money now, more than anyone in our family. If you want to eat or buy anything, just tell your sister. She'll be happy to get it for you. The same goes for all of you. Don't hesitate to ask. Your sister adores you brothers. We're all family. There's no need to stand on ceremony." The young lads felt warmth in their hearts, as sweet as honey. They marveled at how wonderful it was to have such a sister. Song Zicheng took the pastries from Lu Jiaojiao and said with a simple smile, "Thank you, fourth aunt. Thank you, little sister." He then opened the box and began to eat. "How delicious. Fourth aunt, why did you come to town today?" Song Ziren asked after finishing his flatbread, daintily wiping his lips and slender fingers with a handkerchief. Lu Jiaojiao hugged Song Ziluo and replied with a smile, "We came to town mainly to sell some herbs and buy a few things. Your eldest aunt mentioned you all would be finishing school today, so we decided to wait and bring you back together. Usually after school you go to your eldest aunt's place and return home with them. Since we were in town today, we came to pick you up directly." Song Ziren and his brothers finally understood. So that was the reason. They felt a twinge of disappointment, having thought it was a special trip just for them. But the feeling vanished quickly. It was still their sister's first time picking them up from school, filling their hearts with both joy and excitement. By the time Song Ziluo and her companions returned home, dusk had already fallen, enveloping the entire Song family village in an orange-hued glow that filled the heart with contentment. Song Ziluo alighted from the ox cart and was instantly surrounded by her younger brothers Song Xiaohu and Song Ruxin, who chattered incessantly. "Big sis, why did you go to town today? I came looking for you, but missed you. Still, I worked hard and helped grandma and second aunt with lots of chores. I was amazing." Song Xiaohu babbled on seeking praise from Song Ziluo. Amused, Song Ziluo clasped her hands behind her back and said, "I'm not bad. I commend you, little brother. Keep up the good work." Hearing Song Ziluo's praise, Song Xiaohu jumped for joy, shouting that he would continue to strive and not let his big sis down. Seeing her mistress had returned and the ox cart was laden with goods, Song Ruxin sought permission. "Miss, may I help unload the items?" Song Ziluo nodded. Receiving her mistress' command, Song Ruxin immediately set to work moving the goods from the cart. The younger brothers pulled Song Ziluo into the house, while the older brothers stood frozen outside. Wasn't that Song Pundi? What was she doing here? And why were they calling their little sister Miss? Perplexed, the brothers headed home, but Lu Jiaojiao had only spoken about the herb gathering in recent days, so they remained in the dark. The brothers stared in astonishment as a slender girl effortlessly carried a large wooden crate into the house. They had intended to lift that crate together, having found it too heavy for one person. Was she even a girl? How could she be so strong? Song Zicheng's hands itched. He yearned to arm wrestle her to see who was stronger, for he prided himself on his own strength. Zhou Taohua smiled at the dumbfounded boys and teased, "What are you gawking at? Hurry and move the things. Aren't you embarrassed to let a young girl do all the work?" Embarrassed, the youths snapped out of their stupor and swiftly began carrying the goods from the ox cart into the house. Inside, Song Ziluo opened the jewelry box and found the gifts she had specifically bought for Song Xiaohu and Song Ruxin. Handing them over, she smiled. "These are my presents for you. Go and open them at home." Song Xiaohu was thrilled. His big sis had bought him a gift. Whatever it was, he was overjoyed and couldn't wait to go home and share it with his family. "Thank you, big sis. I love it. They'll head home for now and come find you tomorrow." Before Song Ziluo could reply, Song Xiaohu dashed off home. Though Song Ruxin didn't know what was inside the box alone suggested the contents were precious. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Song Ziluo with gratitude. "Ruxin, the 3 boxes in your hands. One is for your mother, one for your sister, and the last is for you. You'll know when you open them at home." Song Ziluo continued, "Go home for today. Come back tomorrow. My brothers don't know about your situation yet, and they're a bit uneasy. They'll explain everything to them tonight." Song Ruxin replied respectfully, "Yes, miss. They'll head home now." With that, she turned and left. Lu Jiaojiao and Song Ziluo unloaded everything, and the whole family gathered in the main hall. Song Ziluo addressed her second brother, Song Ziren. "Second brother, this chest is full of brushes, ink sticks, paper, and inkstones. 1 set for each of us. You're meticulous, so please help distribute them." Hearing his sister's words, Song Ziren's heart surged with emotion. A whole chest of such stationery was no small expense, and his sister had bought 21 sets. A truly lavish gesture. Song Ziren called Song Ziji, and the brothers distributed the stationery to each family member according to the specifications. Meanwhile, Song Ziluo and Lu Jiaojiao handed out jewelry boxes, each one different, requiring careful matching. Everyone in the room was first handed a set of stationery, and then a jewelry box, their faces a mix of shock and delight. Zhou Taohua couldn't help but worry. Spending so much on such valuable items, the money from selling herbs in town today wouldn't be enough. They still had some savings, but would it suffice to cover the shortfall? She sighed watching her family's genuine smiles and satisfied expressions. Then she looked down at the gold hairpin and bracelet in her hands, a smile slowly spreading across her lips. Who could resist such beautiful gifts? As for her, this old woman loved shiny things. It suited her perfectly. Li Qianruo took Lu Jiaojiao's hand and asked in surprise, "Fourth sister-in-law, you bought gifts too? You didn't tell me. What a pleasant surprise." Lu Jiaojiao laughed it off. It was meant to be a surprise. If I'd told you beforehand, it wouldn't be one. Big sister-in-law, just say it. Li Qianruo replied eagerly, like it. Of course I do. I especially love this bracelet. You picked it out, didn't you? Lu Jiaojiao said smugly, naturally. I chose all of ours for the sisters-in-law. I know your tastes, so I picked styles you'd love. Huang Wanqin and Li Qianruo both thanked Lu Jiaojiao, and the sisters-in-law chatted about the jewelry, laughing together. After a while, Lu Jiaojiao asked Li Qianruo, "Big sister-in-law, did you distribute the fabric I bought today?" "Yes, you can count on me. Your big brother and I handed it out as soon as we got home." "Yours is in your room," Li Qianruo replied promptly. The four Song brothers were also examining each other's jade pendants, each boasting that their own design was the best, and the other's inferior, all of them smug. The 10 Song boys crowded around Song Ziluo, chattering ceaselessly, occasionally grabbing pieces of pastry to eat. Ever since their little sister had recovered, their family's fortunes had improved day by day, with new surprises every day. Their sister was truly a little lucky star. Old Master Song and Zhou Taohua discussed quietly for a moment. Then Old Master Song asked Song Jida, "Fourth son, did you have that much money? How did you buy so many things?" At Old Master Song's words, the room fell silent. Except for Song Jizong and his wife, everyone else looked curious. Song Jida had no choice. Since his wife and daughter wouldn't explain, he had to. "Father, mother, didn't you know that Bayer dug up 2 ginseng roots in the mountains? One was a gift from my father-in-law, and the other was sold in town today." Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder they had the silver to buy these things. Lu Jiaojiao immediately said, "Father, mother, I'll hand over the remaining silver from the ginseng sale to you later." Old Master Song and Zhou Taohua objected. They wouldn't take their granddaughter's silver. Old Master Song said very seriously, "This ginseng was dug by my precious granddaughter, so it's hers to decide. The silver goes to her, and she can use it as she pleases." Turning to his sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren, he warned sternly, "The silver belongs to Bayer. None of you are to complain or object. If anyone is greedy, let them have the skill to dig ginseng themselves. I swear I won't take a single coin from their sale." Everyone in the room quickly assured him they had no such intentions. Bayer was their beloved little girl, and they doted on her. Why would they covet her silver? Only then did the elder's expression soften. After all, such words had to be spoken to prevent discord in the family. Seeing her parents-in-law in good spirits, Lu Jiaojiao handed over the money from today's herb sales. The elders finally accepted the silver with a chuckle. In a resplendent palace at the head of the hall sat a golden dragon, throne intricately carved and uniquely designed. Upon the throne lounged a corpulent emperor, cradling a beautiful concubine in his left arm, while embracing a petite and charming beauty with his right. Seated in 2 rows below were the noble families and ministers, engaged in jovial conversation over drinks, while the emperor was in high spirits. The atmosphere was lively, a splendid scene indeed. At this moment, a minister clad in a purple robe adorned with a golden fish pouch, along with a Taoist dressed in a long robe, entered the hall and bowed to the emperor. The emperor beckoned the 2 kneeling men to rise quickly. The purple-robed minister stood up, cupping his fists, and bowed towards the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, Taoist Xianxian has refined the latest batch of pills. This batch took a full 81 days to produce, and the effects are exceptional. Your Majesty need only consume 1 pill daily, and by the time the pills are finished, I believe you will look 20 years younger, forever preserving your youth and achieving immortality." The emperor eagerly exclaimed, "Quick, bring them to me. I want to eat one immediately." After receiving the order, the eunuch hurried over to the Taoist, took the pill box from his hands, returned to the emperor, knelt down, and held the pill box aloft with both hands. Another eunuch opened the box, and the emperor pushed aside the 2 beauties he was embracing, leaning forward to take a closer look. Inside the box lay a total of 60 pills, deep red and perfectly round, exuding a potent medicinal aroma laced with hints of a... The emperor was filled with joy, took a pill, and savored it slowly, as if indulging in a heavenly delicacy. Only after swallowing the last remnants did he stretch out comfortably, leaning back against the dragon throne, eyes closed in reminiscence. After a long pause, he opened his eyes and addressed the 2 men standing below. "My ministers, Taoist Xuanchen, this batch of pills is quite well made. I shall reward you handsomely." He then ordered, "Bring forth the decree to reward the prime minister with 10,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, and 10 boxes of... Appoint Taoist Xianxian as the national teacher, grant him an estate, reward him with 5,000 taels of gold, 5,000 taels of silver, and 5 boxes of jewels, and command the national teacher to construct a temple for longevity." The eunuch received the command and the two men below quickly knelt down to express their gratitude for the emperor's rewards. The Prime Minister and Taoist Xinshan exchanged glances, both sharing a knowing smile of triumph. The emperor, still embracing the two beauties lazily, said, "You two please rise quickly. My longevity pills depend on you both. Be sure to handle this matter well, and I shall reward you greatly." The two men knelt and replied in unison, "Yes, your majesty, we shall not fail your kindness." After the Prime Minister stood up, he cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "Your majesty, I have matters to report." "What matters?" the emperor asked impatiently. The Prime Minister remained in his position, head bowed, and replied, "I report to your majesty that there is urgent news from the frontier. It is said that soldiers from the Eastern Tai Kingdom are gathering at the border, seemingly intending to attack our lands." "What? Has there been a confrontation?" the emperor gasped in shock. The Prime Minister responded, "Not yet, but the ambitions of the Eastern Tai Kingdom are glaringly evident, and we must be on guard." The emperor's heart calmed slightly as he arrogantly replied, "Our great nation need not fear such a small Eastern Tai Kingdom." "Prime Minister, what preparations do you suggest?" "Your majesty, we need a substantial number of soldiers, ample supplies, and weaponry for the border." The emperor, having consumed the pill, seemed somewhat weary, and said irritably, "Prime Minister, I entrust this matter entirely to you. I believe you will handle it well." "Yes, I will not disappoint your majesty's trust." The Prime Minister bowed in acknowledgement. The emperor waved his hand, unwilling to be troubled by such mundane matters, and instructed the officials, "I shall be entering seclusion to cultivate. All affairs in the court will be arranged according to the Prime Minister's plans." The ministers quickly stood up, cupping their fists, and bowed in response, "We will faithfully obey your majesty's orders." The emperor, seeing such obedient ministers, was very pleased, and smiled as he said, "I am going to enter seclusion, now you may enjoy yourselves." With that, the emperor left, embracing the two beauties, followed by a throng of eunuchs and maidens. The people in the hall called out, "We respectfully send off your majesty." Once the emperor departed, some ministers rushed to congratulate the Prime Minister and toast him. "Congratulations, Prime Minister, on receiving the emperor's trust with court affairs." "Congratulations, Prime Minister." "Prime Minister, if you have any tasks, just command us, and we will fulfill your orders." "Prime Minister, I am willing to serve you to the best of my abilities. I am willing to devote myself to your service until my last." Listening to the flattering words of the ministers, the Prime Minister felt an immense sense of enjoyment, and laughed heartily, saying, "There is no need for such formality. As long as you all obey my commands, I will not mistreat any of you." The ministers quickly responded, assuring they would follow the Prime Minister's arrangements without any second thoughts. The Crown Prince raised his cup in a toast towards the Prime Minister, who reciprocated. The two exchanged glances from afar, engaging in a silent battle of wills back and forth for hundreds of exchanges. Ultimately, the Crown Prince was defeated, his face darkening as he forcefully waved his sleeve and exited the palace. Following behind him were some ministers and noble families aligned with the Crown Prince. They all arrived at the Crown Prince's residence in the discussion hall. The Crown Prince sat at the main seat, slamming his left hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "That old bastard, infuriating." The others in the hall tensed up, not daring to breathe, bowing their heads, and avoiding the Crown Prince's gaze. After a while, the Crown Prince calmed his emotions, surveyed everyone present, and asked, "Does anyone have a good plan?" A close aide to the Crown Prince replied, "Your Highness, there will surely be conflict with the Prime Minister. His ambitions are well known to all except for the current emperor. The Prime Minister currently holds significant authority in the court. We cannot confront him directly, but must consider a delaying." The Crown Prince pondered for a moment and acquiesced, asking, "What delaying strategy do you suggest? Please share your insights." Another close aide spoke, "Your Highness, our current situation is not favorable. The only option is to wait for the right opportunity to strike a heavy blow against the Prime Minister, ensuring he cannot rise again. First, what this prince needs most now is military strength. Although we already have tens of thousands of troops, it is far from enough. We must find a way to increase our forces. Second, we need financial resources. To support so many people, we will require a substantial amount of silver. Currently, I need all available personnel, and resources the more the better. You are to issue orders sending people to various locations to recruit soldiers and gather supplies. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. From now on, you must devise a comprehensive strategy, avoiding any public declarations, proceeding in secrecy to keep it hidden from the court, ensuring no one notices." The Crown Prince glanced at those present, narrowing his eyes with a smirk, asking, "Do you understand what this prince means?" "Reporting to your Highness, we understand." After lunch, Song Ziluo and Song Jida escorted her 5 elder brothers to Qingjung Academy in town. Song Ziran lifted Song Ziluo onto the ox cart and placed a large straw hat on her head, which was so oversized it completely covered. As Song Ziluo reached up to remove it, Song Ziran stopped her, saying, "Little sister, keep the hat on. The sun is too strong now. Uitll, keep you cool and protect your skin from the sun." Song Ziluo withdrew her small hands, understanding that her second brother was looking out for her. The midday sun was indeed harsh, and she disliked being tanned. A warmth filled her heart. How wonderful it was to have such gentle and caring brothers. Song Ziqing handed a straw hat to Song Jida, who upon receiving it mused that his own son truly knew how to care for. He then gave Song Ziqing a broad smile and a look of approval. Song Ziqing was taken aback, rarely praised by his father before he now received such acknowledgement, and a smile slowly spread across his face. He was still in a daze until Song Ziqing gave him a tug, snapping him back to reality, and he quickly climbed onto the ox cart. Song Ziqing, carrying 2 large bundles on his shoulders, jumped onto the cart, with a grin, his face beaming with such joy that his lips couldn't close. These bundles were the snacks their little sister had prepared for them, one filled with fruit, the other with various treats. He had no idea where she got them, but they were unlike anything they had ever seen and tasted absolutely delicious. In any case, when it came to gifts from their sister, there was no need to question. Just accept them and enjoy the bounty. Song Jida, sitting at the front of the cart, turned to the boys behind and said, "Hold on tight, we're setting off now. Giddy up." The ox cart slowly started moving toward the town. Lying in Song Ziqing's arms, Song Ziluo felt drowsy under the sun. Song Ziqing adjusted her to a more comfortable position, telling her to just sleep and that he would wake her when they arrived. Just then, Big Brother isn't that ox cart carrying the Song family. The eldest brother, lounging on the grass with his legs crossed, had a fierce, brutish face full of menace with a large black mole on his chin sprouting 3 long coarse hairs. He chewed on a blade of grass, then sprang up with a jolt, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching ox cart. He scrutinized it closely. On board were 5 youths and a little girl. He clapped his hands together. Perfect, all in one place without any effort. He had planned to take his men to eliminate the scholars today and then devise a way to snatch the little girl tomorrow, but here they all were at once. What a Excitedly, he ordered his men, "Brothers, get your weapons ready. Our target is here. Wait for my command." The master and young master have said no matter the casualties, you hit hard and show no mercy. But don't harm the girl. She's reserved for the young master. Understood. The dozens of men crouching on both sides of the road immediately replied, "Understood." Song Ziluo's drowsiness vanished instantly. She sat up, removed the straw hat, and stared coldly at the woods flanking the road ahead. Seeing their sister suddenly sit up, her 5 brothers thought she was uncomfortable and looked at her with concern. Song Ziluo thought to herself that this must be the force sent by the obese student she had encountered at the bookstore to deal with her brothers. During the brothers' break at home, she had asked them if they knew Magistrate Wang's son. Their expressions of disgust told her everything. Clearly there was a conflict between her brothers and that obese student. At the bookstore, his eyes had been full of scheming, and she couldn't stop worrying about her brothers, so she had insisted on coming along. Thankful for her intuition, she was glad she had come, otherwise she could hardly bear to imagine her brother's fate. Song Ziluo's hands itched for action. As the former captain of the strongest combat team in the apocalypse, she was ready to unleash a massacre today. She wondered how killing humans would differ from killing zombies. But she needed a new blade. The one that had accompanied her for 3 years in the apocalypse was left behind when the zombie king. Song Ziluo felt a twinge of regret. That blade was a top-tier cleaver she had painstakingly selected from her space. Still, it didn't matter. Her space held many more cleavers. She scanned the armory with her spiritual sense. Perfect, this one would do. The cleaver radiated a chilling aura, its blade gleaming with a terrifying sheen. Song Ziluo said to her brothers, "Brothers, I'm fine. I just need to relieve myself." Her 5 brothers relaxed, though a bit embarrassed by her request. Song Ziluo called out to Song Jida, who was driving, "Father, please stop the cart. I need to go." Hearing his daughter, Song Jida pulled the ox cart to the side of the road and said, "Look, go ahead and take care of it. Well, wait here." Song Ziqing asked, "Little sister, do you want me to come with you?" Song Ziluo smiled at him and replied, "No need, big brother. They'll go into the woods ahead. It might take a while, so don't rush me." "I'm going to." She placed her hands on her stomach, looking embarrassed. Her 5 brothers understood and blushed, urging her to go quickly and take her time. Song Ziluo jumped off the cart and walked straight toward the woods ahead. A man with a sharp face and a pointed mouth stammered to the mole-faced big brother, "Big brother, did they spot us? Why did they stop the cart? Are you stupid? If they'd spotted us, wouldn't they be running? They're just sitting there." The mole-faced big brother smacked the stammering lackey hard on the head. He glanced at the lackey with disdain, thinking how such a wise and brilliant leader like himself could have such a dim-witted follower. It would be embarrassing to be associated with him. Rubbing his sore head, the lackey whined, "Big brother, could you stop hitting my head? If this keeps up, he'll be knocked senseless." The mole-faced big brother smacked him again, exasperated. "You're already senseless. A few more hits might knock some sense into you." The lackey dared not complain further, afraid of another blow. He cowered to the side, not daring to meet his big brother's eyes. "Hawk." The mole-faced big brother spat at the lackey and muttered, "Useless coward." "Big brother. Behind you." The lackeys on this side of the woods pointed in shock behind the mole-faced big brother. He snapped, "What now?" Seeing them all pointing behind him, he turned to look. "Mother of mercy. Uncle, what are you all doing here?" Song Ziluo asked, feigning innocence. The mole-faced man patted his chest to steady his nerves, wondering how the girl had ended up behind him, startling him. Little girl, since you've come to us willingly, don't blame us for being rude. The mole-faced man leered. Song Ziluo blinked her big eyes and asked, what does rude mean? Rude means, well, it means we're going to capture you. The mole-faced man nearly stumbled over her question, but recovered quickly, refusing to be outdone. Song Ziluo put on a terrified expression and asked fearfully, why? Why do you want to capture me? I don't know you. The mole-faced man stroked the coarse hairs atop the mole on his chin and said, it's because you're so beautiful that our young master has taken a liking to you. Being favored by our young master is your fortune. We're here to take you to a life of luxury. I have a family. Why would I go with you for a life of luxury? Song Ziluo blinked her big eyes, puzzled. Growing impatient, the mole-faced man bellowed, why so many questions? You'd better behave, or I'll beat you to death. His ferocious expression was accentuated by the quivering flesh on his face. Song Ziluo took a step back in fright, tilting her head at the mole-faced man, and said, didn't you say your young master has taken a liking to me? Then do you dare to hit me? Aren't you afraid your young master will blame you? The mole-faced man was left dumbfounded. He truly dared not strike the girl, only threatening her verbally. He hadn't expected the girl to be so clever, using the young master to threaten him. He couldn't tell if she was genuinely naive or feigning ignorance. Seeing the mole-faced man silent, Song Ziluo continued, did you bring all these people just to capture me? Of course not. Do you think would bring so many just for you? Don't flatter yourself. The mole-faced man's eyes were full of contempt. Song Ziluo glanced at the men around, all wielding machetes. It seemed they had come well. Are you their leader? Then what did you bring all these people here for? Song Ziluo asked with wide, innocent eyes full of curiosity. The mole-faced leader felt pleased the girl had sharp eyes to recognize him as the boss. In light of her perceptiveness, he decided to be kind and tell her. After all, once captured, she wouldn't survive 3 days. He might as well do a good deed before her death. My brothers and I are here on orders from our master and young master to ambush and kill your 5 older brothers. They offended our young master, so our master sent us to eliminate them to vent his anger. As the mole-faced man spoke, his eyes were ruthless, his tone as casual as if chatting. It was clear these men had killed many. Song Ziluo lowered her head, her long lashes concealing a flash of cold light in her eyes. When she looked up, she had masked her emotions well. Please don't kill my brothers. My family is large, and we're not afraid of you. The mole-faced man burst into laughter, then snorted contemptuously. What good is a large family? Do you have more people than my brothers here? These men of mine are assassins specially raised by our master. We are merely the blade in our master's hand. Over the years we have killed countless people without ever knowing fear. Our master handles everything. If your family behaves and doesn't make trouble, we might spare them out of good humor. But if they dare to cause trouble, we'll kill them all. The mole-faced man grew more arrogant with each word, and his subordinates wore equally insolent expressions. Song Ziluo lowered her head and asked, so does that mean your master Squire Wong rules this town with an iron fist, and no one dares to cross him? Of course. Our master is a formidable figure. The mole-faced man's face brimmed with pride at the mention of Squire Wong. Well, today I'm going to cross him. Song Ziluo's voice rang out coldly. The mole-faced man didn't catch what she said and asked, what did you? But the words never left his lips, for he could no longer speak. He had already met his maker. The surrounding subordinates were stunned into shock. The young girl had decapitated their leader with a single swing of a large machete. Before they could react, they too were beheaded, their bodies and heads separated, left in pieces. Like an avatar of slaughter, Song Ziluo wielded the machete twice her height, reaping lives one by one. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen men in this part of the forest had met their doom. Channeling her lightness skill, Song Ziluo appeared in another part of the forest in an instant. Raising the machete, she struck down one foe after another, leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. After the carnage, Song Ziluo looked at the machete. It was filthy, covered in blood. She recalled that the blood of zombies was a foul mix of decay and stench, while human blood was merely rank, somewhat more bearable. Gripping the large blade, she wiped it back and forth against the clothes of the dead, cleaning off the bloodstains. Once the blade was free of blood, she fetched stream water from her space, rinsed the machete, then took a cloth from the space, and meticulously polished the weapon. She loathed having such filthy blood on her blade, and found it repulsive, so she had to clean it thoroughly. She was after all a bit of a neat freak. Returning the machete to her space, Song Ziluo retrieved a bottle of corpse-dissolving liquid from her alchemy pavilion. She had brewed it herself based on an ancient recipe, and she felt immense pride in having successfully created the legendary solution. To verify its potency, she had used many livestock from her space farm, conducting numerous experiments before finally perfecting the formula. She regretted the loss of those animals which could not be consumed, but then reflected that throughout history medical breakthroughs were achieved through countless trials on various samples. Holding the small porcelain bottle of corpse-dissolving liquid, Song Ziluo carefully dripped a single drop onto each corpse. Severed heads received just a tiny droplet, not out of stinginess, but because the solution was exceedingly potent. She feared that using too much might render the land barren, unable to sustain plant life, turning it into a wasteland. She had no intention of poisoning the bodies touched by the corpse-dissolving liquid quickly melted, gradually turning into pools of blood that seeped into the soil, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the scent of blood and decay lingering in the air. Focusing intently, Song Ziluo carefully applied the liquid. There were 38 corpses across the two groves, only a few remained in this one before she could move to the other side. She quickened her pace. Suddenly a sound reached her ears. Song Ziluo demanded sharply, "Who's there?" Song Ziluo turned her head toward the source of the noise. Good heavens, what a mortifying scene. There stood Song Jida and several elder brothers, wooden clubs in hand, eyes wide and mouths agape, frozen in shock. Song Ziluo felt a pang of dismay. Ever since she had transmigrated to this place, she had grown complacent after a few days of peace, letting her guard down. Back in the apocalypse, she could only relax within her space. At all other times her nerves were taut alert to the slightest rustle. Song Ziluo silently reproached herself. What was she to do now? In her brother's eyes she had always been a delicate, adorable little sister. Now with such a stark contrast, she wondered what they must think of her. She had already told her father she knew martial arts, though he had never witnessed her skills. She trusted her father's ability to accept the truth. Forget it, she would deal with it later. First finish the task at hand. Song Ziluo continued dripping the corpse-dissolving liquid, and soon all three bodies were treated. Song Ziluo walked past Song Jida and her brothers without a change in expression. In truth, her heart was in turmoil like a stampede of 1,000 horses, but she showed nothing on her face. Her brothers and Song Jida watched helplessly as their sister-daughter passed by, without sparing them a glance. What was happening? Was she disappointed in them? Or did she no longer want them? The six of them froze, their movements halted as if paused, their eyes tracking Song Ziluo, until she disappeared into the opposite woods. Only then did they snap out of it. They dropped their wooden clubs and immediately rushed toward where Song Ziluo had gone. When they reached the opposite woods, the six were once again stunned by the sight before them. They had thought there were only a few corpses in the previous woods, but here there were far more. Ignoring her father and brother, Song Ziluo continued her work. She had already planned many tasks for the day and could not afford to waste time here. Song Jida quickly accepted the fact that his daughter had killed people. After all, she had warned him and his wife not to be too shocked when she demonstrated her martial arts. His daughter would not kill without reason. These people must have done something to provoke her, forcing her hand. She was right to do so, and he supported her. Song Jida ran over to Song Ziluo and asked, "Law, do you need your father's help?" Song Ziluo looked up at Song Jida and saw his eager, ingratiating expression. She smiled. See, this was her own father with such strong acceptance. She mentally gave him a thumbs up. Thinking this, she actually made a thumbs-up gesture at Song Jida. Song Jida was overjoyed. It seemed he had not disappointed his daughter and had earned her approval. Song Jida grinned broadly, looking a bit foolish. Song Ziluo found it both amusing and exasperating. Where had her shrewd, capable businessman father gone? Song Ziluo took a bottle of corpse-dissolving liquid from her space and handed it to Song Jida, instructing him to apply it to the bodies in the same amount she used, warning him of the consequences of using too much. Song Jida watched intently as his daughter used the liquid and quickly learned. Father and daughter worked in perfect sync, and soon all the bodies in the woods were treated. Before long, the corpses vanished without a trace. Song Jida repeatedly told himself not to overreact, not to let his daughter look down on him. Yet facing this spectacle, he could not contain his inner turmoil. His heart pounded wildly, and he suspected his blood pressure had spiked. Steady, he had to stay steady. Father, brothers, let's return to the ox cart. We still need to go to town. Song Ziluo called out to Song Jida and her brothers. This was not the place to talk. Song Ziluo led the way out of the woods with Song Jida close behind. The five brothers followed, mechanically moving like zombies. Once everyone was on the ox cart, Song Ziluo spoke. I killed those people today for a reason. They were assassins sent by Squire Wang and his son. The five brothers' expressions changed instantly, their eyes fixed on Song Ziluo, filled with urgency. Song Ziluo looked at her brothers and continued. One goal was to kill the five of you. The other was for Squire Wang's son to abduct me. I don't need to spell out what he intended to do. You know his son and are aware of his character and peculiar tastes. Upon hearing this, the five brothers and Song Jida were filled with fury, their faces burning with rage, yearning to kill him on the spot. Moreover, if we were all killed or captured, our family would surely demand justice. The lead assassin said that if our family made trouble, they would eliminate everyone. When Mother and I were buying stationery at the bookstore, we encountered Squire Wang's son and his cronies. His face was full of scheming. I overheard them mention two brothers named Song, and I wondered if it might be eldest brother and second brother. Song Ziren belatedly realized. So that's why you asked us if we knew Squire Wang's son. Song Ziluo nodded. Yes, it was just a guess at the time. I needed to ask you to confirm. I was uneasy today, so I followed you deliberately. It's a good thing I did. Song Jida felt his daughter was truly remarkable, so observant. If not for her vigilance, they would all have met their end today. He believed in his daughter's ability to avenge them, but after revenge the family would forever be mired in the pain of losing loved ones. Besides, he cherished his life now. This was his second life, and there would be no third or fourth. After today's event, Song Jidao realized he had to become strong himself. This world was full of violence. One must master martial arts to have the ability to protect oneself. From today on he would learn from his daughter, and he would bring his wife along as well. Only by being strong could they deter others. Song Zicheng was filled with regret and self-blame. He took Song Ziluo's hand and said, "Sister, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I was shocked when I saw you disposing of the bodies and thought you had been traumatized. I failed to care for you in that moment. Please forgive me. From now on, no matter what you do, I will have no doubts. I won't be like this again. I will always stand by your side." Song Ziluo found Song Zicheng's words quite gallant and replied with a smile, "All right, brother, I believe you." Song Ziluo looked at her brother seriously and said, "Brothers, I know you are shocked. You must be wondering why I know martial arts or why my methods are so brutal. Now I will tell you." The five brothers stared at Song Ziluo with palpable tension, uncertain what earth-shattering words their sister might utter. Yet no matter what she said, they would accept it, for she was the cherished sister they doted upon. "Brothers, I was born foolish and mute because several of my 3 souls and 7 spirits had wandered to another realm. Lacking those spirits, I could not be considered a normal person." The 5 brothers suddenly understood. So that was it. Their sister had been elsewhere. No wonder the physicians had always declared her body healthy, yet could not explain her condition, guessing it was congenital. Song Ziluo sighed and continued, "In that place I learned vast knowledge and skills, including martial arts. When I returned with my spirits whole, my foolishness and muteness vanished, and I became a normal person." Song Zicheng scratched his head somewhat embarrassed and said, "Sister, I wish to learn martial arts too. Could you teach me? I once thought my fist techniques were impressive, but now I realize that was sheer arrogance. Your meager fist skills are nothing before you, sister. I want to learn your profound martial arts. Should such trouble arise again, I will handle it without your involvement. Let us brothers deal with the filth so your hands remain clean." Song Ziluo approved of her eldest brother's ambition. She hoped every family member could protect themselves, for she would not always be by their side. Should something happen, regret would be too late. Smiling at Song Zicheng, Song Ziluo said, "Brother, your aspiration is commendable. I support you. I possess many martial arts manuals. I will select a suitable one for you. Practice on your own and ask me if you have doubts." Song Zicheng beamed with excitement and said, "Thank you, sister. I will cultivate diligently and never let you down." Song Zisher asked in astonishment, "Sister, did the food and fruits you brought out come from that place?" Song Ziluo nodded. "Yes, it is a celestial realm. Only I can retrieve items from it, no one else can." The 5 brothers were curious about the celestial realm their sister spoke of, but they refrained from asking further. That realm was hers alone. They must protect her and ensure no one discovered her uniqueness. At the same time, they resolved inwardly they were far too weak. In a situation like today's, they would have been slaughtered. Had it not been for their sister, they would likely have already met the king of hell. How shameful to be shocked by her transformation. They deserved a beating. They must become strong, not weak. Song Ziji looked at Song Ziluo with eager anticipation and said somewhat shyly, "Sister, third brother wants to become a strong warrior. Could you also give me a martial arts manual? I wish to train." Song Ziluo readily agreed. "Of course. Brothers, do not hesitate to ask me for manuals. I hope everyone in our family can practice martial arts and possess the ability to protect themselves. Nothing is more important than that." Song Jida quickly added, "Oh, your father wants one too. When we return home today, we'll gather the whole family. I don't expect them to master supreme martial arts, but at least they should have some self-defense. Otherwise, like today, they'd only be beaten." Song Ziluo nodded. "All right. When we get home, we'll tell them what happened today. Those willing to learn I will teach, those who are not I want force." Song Jida thought that after today's incident the family would surely want to train hard in martial arts. After all, no one wished to be a burden to their loved ones. Song Ziluo no longer felt the need to hide. Since she had already spoken openly with her brothers, she could now retrieve items from her space in their presence. She trusted that her brothers would not covet her space, instead they would keep it secret from outsiders. From her space, she selected martial arts manuals suitable for each brother, took them out, and handed them over. "Sister, are these the manuals from the celestial realm? Is this summoning objects from thin air?" Song Zisher stammered in shock. Song Ziluo smiled and nodded. Song Zicheng, his face etched with concern, asked solicitously, "Sister, does retrieving things from it cause you any discomfort? Or are there any conditions to be met?" Song Jida looked at his eldest son with admiration in his eyes. This boy was indeed his son. His first concern was whether it would harm. It seemed this lad truly cared for his daughter, placing her above all else. From now on he would treat him better and be less strict. Song Ziluo felt a warmth in her heart. Her own brother was different after all. Not that the other brothers were unkind, but since they were not from the same parents, there was always a slight distinction. Song Ziluo said with a smile, "Brother, don't worry. I feel no discomfort, and no conditions are required. The only downside is that once an item is taken out it is gone from the space." Song Zicheng felt relieved. As long as it did not harm his sister it was fine. A celestial realm was something ordinary people dared not even imagine. For his sister to possess one, what immense fortune she must have. The other brothers also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their sister was unharmed their worries eased. Song Ziren frowned, his expression grave. "We cannot let our guard down. Sister has dealt with the assassins, but we still face Squire Wang and his son. Brothers, don't worry. I have already devised a plan for Squire Wang and his son. I will take care of them. You focus on your studies." Song Ziluo reassured her 5 brothers. "Lol, I'll let your father come with you. I want to see how you handle them." "I wish to broaden my experience," Song Jida said with eager anticipation. "Father, aren't you afraid you'll have nightmares? I'm going to take their lives. Do you dare to watch me kill?" Song Zida's face stiffened for a moment, then he immediately said, "I can. If my daughter dares, why wouldn't her father dare?" The other 5 brothers also looked at Song Ziluo with eager expectation. Song Ziluo's smile faded. She had originally planned to deal with the Wang family alone. "Sister, we want to take revenge ourselves. Especially Squire Wang's son. For daring to harbor such thoughts about you, I must kill him with my own hands to appease the hatred in my heart." Song Ziren said indignantly. He usually controlled his expressions well, but this time, he was truly enraged. They had touched his reverse scale. They could go all out against him, but they must not lay a hand on his sister. Song Ziluo, observing the fury etched upon her father and brother's faces, understood that they all yearned to partake in this matter personally. After a brief contemplation, she deemed it acceptable a family should advance and retreat together. They had never confronted the scene of taking a life, and with the imperial court now in turmoil, war could erupt at any moment. It would be better for them to face such realities sooner, allowing them to adapt more readily to the harsh circumstances. Song Ziluo nodded and said, "All right, you may accompany me, but you must not act impulsively. You must obey my commands in all things." Song Jida and her 5 brothers beamed with joy, readily promising not to cause Song Ziluo any trouble, declaring they would do exactly as she instructed. Song Ziluo retrieved 6 marrow cleansing pills from her space and handed them to Song Jida and the others. Song Jida asked, "Lolo, what are these?" "Father, these are marrow cleansing pills for you to consume. After taking them, your martial arts training will become twice as effective with half the effort. Your 5 senses and 6 faculties will become keener, akin to having your conception and governing vessels unblocked." Song Ziluo paused, then said with concern, "Father, brothers, consuming this pill will be extremely painful. If you cannot endure it, you may lose your lives. But if you withstand the process, you will be reborn. Consider carefully whether you wish to take it." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Zicheng immediately declared, "Little sister, big brother will take it. I am a martial arts fanatic. To better cultivate my martial skills, I am willing to consume anything." He then prepared to pop the marrow cleansing pill into his mouth, but Song Ziluo with keen eyes and swift hands halted his action. She said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "Big brother, don't rush to eat it yet. Taking the marrow cleansing pill requires a quiet environment, and you must prepare bathwater, as it will expel impurities from your body. Filthy substances will emerge from your body. The more impurities you have, the more grime will surface. Do not be afraid, this is a normal effect." Song Zicheng blushed, realizing his rashness. He glanced sheepishly at his younger brothers, relieved that their expressions remained normal. As the eldest brother, his dignified image must not be compromised. Song Ziluo asked, "Father, brothers, when do you plan to take the marrow cleansing pills? It would be best if I am by your side to protect you during the process, ensuring your safety." Song Zicheng frowned and said, "Little sister, I wish to take it right now, but I am unsure where to go." Song Ziren spoke slowly. 500 meters to the left of the fork ahead, there is a small stream. Although the drought has reduced its flow, there is still enough water for us to wash up. "All right, let's go now. All of you sit tight, I'll drive the cart." Song Jida commanded. The distance was not far, and they soon reached the fork in the road. Everyone alighted from the ox cart and observed the surroundings. The path to the stream was narrow, unsuitable for the ox cart. "Little sister, can your immortal realm store things? Is it very spacious inside?" Song Ziluo smiled and said, "Third brother, no need for such trouble. Each of you bring a change of clothes. Leave the rest on the cart, I'll store them in my immortal realm." "Little sister, can your immortal realm store things? Is it very spacious inside? Can it hold anything?" Song Zicheng fired off a series of questions, a rarity for him, driven by sheer curiosity. Song Ziluo had always felt her brother was mature for his age, unlike a typical 12-year-old boy. Now he was finally showing a bit of childishness. She smiled and said, "Brother, rest assured. My immortal realm is vast, it can store anything except mountains and seas." Song Zicheng beamed with joy and said to Song Ziluo, "Little sister, from now on, whenever I come across something good, I'll give it all to you. You can keep it in your immortal realm where no one can take it. That way I won't worry about it being stolen. Song Jida lightly tapped Song Ziqing on the head and said with exasperation, "What good things could you possibly have? I'm still the one supporting you." Song Ziqing was not offended. He chuckled and said, "Father, I may have nothing now, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future. I vow today that whenever I encounter good things I will bring them to my little sister, hopefully filling her immortal realm to the brim." Song Jida laughed and said, "You rascal, you have ambition. Your sister's immortal realm depends on you to fill it. You must work hard. I have faith in you." He then patted Song Ziqing on the shoulder. The other brothers also expressed their commitment, vowing to give their little sister anything good they found in the future, ensuring she would never worry about food or clothing for life. Consequently, they all became hoarders, always thinking of their little sister whenever they encountered fine things. Song Ziluo thought, "I've long been free from worries about food and clothing. My brothers want to fill my space, that might take a lifetime. Their ambition is grand, but I like it. I love hoarding like crazy." The group soon arrived by the stream. Song Ziluo took out an oversized carpet and spread it on the ground, asking her father and brothers to lie on it. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, the pain would make them writhe. Lying on the carpet would be more comfortable. Items from the space were meant to be used especially on her own family. Song Ziluo felt no reluctance at all. When dirty, she could have Zibai wash them, and they'd be as good as new. Perfect. Song Ziluo gave each person a bottle of spiritual spring water, instructing them to drink half before taking the marrow cleansing pill. When the pain became unbearable, they should drink the remaining water. Though it wouldn't cure the root cause, it could slightly alleviate the agony. After everyone had taken the pill, they were fine at first, but soon their faces contorted in pain. Song Ziluo stood anxiously by watching them. The effects of the marrow cleansing pill could only be overcome by their own endurance. Although she had pain-relieving pills in her space, consuming them would greatly diminish the cleansing effect. Unless absolutely necessary, she advised against using them. Song Jida and his 5 brothers, unwilling to cry out in pain, clenched their teeth tightly. Only muffled groans escaped their throats while sweat poured down their faces. They all held a single conviction: they must persevere, they must endure. Since their little sister-daughter possessed such pills, it meant she had taken them herself. If their little sister-daughter could endure it, they too must. They could not lose face before her. Song Ziluo's heart ached. She stood aside, averting her gaze from her father and brothers, yet she still observed them with her divine sense. Should their lives be in danger, she could take immediate countermeasures. During such agonizing times, time seemed to crawl. After half an hour, Song Ziluo felt as if days had passed. Finally, her father and brothers had endured. Congratulations to them. Song Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. After the marrow cleansing, the 6 looked at each other. They were all covered in black filth, resembling mud figures. Everyone burst into hearty laughter, tears of emotion streaming down their faces. This was a laughter of joy born from the depths of their souls. A joy that came after teetering between life and death, ultimately embracing rebirth and reaching another realm. "Sister, what shampoo are you using? It smells so wonderful." Song Ziqing held a bottle of shampoo, his hair still dripping wet and cascading down his back as he approached Song Ziluo, asking as he walked, "Brother, the shampoo in your hand is the lemongrass-scented one. Boys usually like this fragrance, so I specially picked it out for you all." Song Ziluo sat leaning against a large tree, seeking shade, holding an ice cream bar and eating it, as she replied to Song Ziqing's words. "Brother, then I'll keep this bottle of shampoo for myself." Song Ziqing thought to himself that anything his sister brought out was no ordinary item. Things that didn't exist in this dynasty. He liked it very much and planned to use it sparingly. Song Ziluo nodded and said, "Brother, go ahead and use it. When it's finished, just ask me for more." Song Ziqing in a cheerful mood teased, "Sister, then I won't hold back. Don't be stingy with me." Song Ziluo shot a glance at Song Ziqing, pouted her lips, and pretended to be displeased, her voice sweet and playful as she said, I won't be stingy at all. I'm not petty, I'm very generous." Song Ziqing quickly flattered her. Yes, my sister is the best sister in the whole world. My sister is especially generous, especially to her brother." Hearing her brother's flattering words, Song Ziluo's lips curled up high, and her eyes were filled with laughter, thinking to herself, "My brother is so easy to tease." Song Jida and the other brothers quickly changed into clean clothes and sat down beside Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo took out ice cream bars and distributed one to each person. Everyone sat under the big tree eating the ice cream bars. It was the brothers' first time having them, and they couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The ice cream their sister brought was truly delicious, cold and refreshing, leaving a sweet fragrance in their mouths. Song Ziluo noticed that all 6 of them had undergone tremendous changes. The most striking was the aura each person now exuded, clearly revealing their unique temperaments. Next was their appearance. After washing away the impurities on their skin, it became smooth, fair, and radiant, making them exceptionally handsome. Especially father. He had become heroic and imposing, tall and mighty. She believed mother would surely be very pleased to see him. After everyone finished their ice cream, Song Ziluo took out internal strength pills from her space and handed one to each person. She didn't have many in her space. These were the ones originally stored in the alchemy pavilion. Once they were used up, they would truly be gone. She couldn't refine them like other pills. She herself had taken a 100-year internal strength pill, and she only had that one. The rest were 10-year internal strength pills. Each person could only take one out. Taking a second would be useless, and would only waste the pill. Having internal strength pills in the space was already quite fortunate. After all, such good fortune couldn't be taken for granted. Relying on one's own efforts was the best path, and people should learn to be content. Song Ziluo said to the 6 father brothers, "This is an internal strength pill. One pill grants 10 years of internal energy. After you take it, it'll teach you how to use it. Each person can only take one. A second pill won't have any effect, so don't think about asking me for another. From now on, you'll have to cultivate your internal energy on your own. The internal strength pill is extremely precious, and I don't have many. After you take it, combined with the martial arts manuals I've given you, the two will complement each other, and even ordinary masters won't be able to defeat you." The 6 people present stared at the internal strength pills in their hands, their eyes burning with fervor, a deep yearning to become strong. With these pills, they could finally draw closer to the realm of true power. As for Song Ziluo's words about only being able to take one and not a second, they never even considered taking another. Having one internal strength pill was already an immense blessing for them, and they were more than satisfied. Their sister held nothing back from them. Having such a wonderful sister was their fortune. The 5 brothers silently vowed to protect their sister for life, to never let anyone bully her, and to never let anyone discover her secrets. From now on, they were willing to be the blade in their sister's hand. Wherever she pointed, they would strike, without hesitation, following her orders to the letter. Thus a brother complex was born. Song Jidao was thrilled, thanking his daughter. He could finally become a martial hero like those on TV. After the 6 took the internal strength pills, a thick, potent energy swirled around their bodies. A steady stream of internal force surged into their dantian, which originally the size of a soybean slowly began to expand. Song Ziluo taught them the internal cultivation technique, guiding them to channel the internal energy. Half an hour later, with her instruction and guidance, everyone gradually explored, absorbed the energy, and finally gained full control. Fortunately, they had the expert Song Ziluo to teach them, otherwise ordinary people would never have been able to wield internal energy so quickly. The 6 acted like children striking a large tree with their internal energy. With a crack, the tree snapped. Still not satisfied, they felled several more trees, gazing reluctantly at the remaining ones standing. They were eager to try again, but Song Ziluo stopped them, and instead taught them how to use lightness skills. And then, you could see 5 young men and 1 grown man leaping and flying among the treetops, chasing each other, having the time of their lives. Song Ziluo's forehead was covered in black lines. Her father and her brothers had all regressed to the mental age of a 3-year-old, even younger than her. They were chasing and playing in the air like toddlers. Good heavens! Who could come to her rescue? Her mature and composed brothers, her steady and reliable father. They had all vanished. The 5 brothers thought, "This is so much fun, sister, don't bother us, we haven't had our fill yet." Song Jidao was overjoyed. Finally, I can move as freely as a martial hero. In the end, Song Ziluo forcibly grabbed the 6 like catching chicks, pulling them down. The captured brothers looked terrified. How many more abilities did their sister possess that they didn't know about? Right now she was holding him by the collar, dragging him through the air. The scene was quite picturesque. Imagine a 6-year-old girl carrying a teenage boy as she sped through the sky, only to toss him to the ground like a piece of trash. Song Ziluo's face was cold, her small hands clasped behind her back. Opposite her stood her 5 brothers, and a humble father lined up in a row, all shrinking their necks, too afraid to speak. Humph! Song Ziluo let out a cold snort. The 6 shivered in fright. Don't provoke her, don't provoke her. The one before them was a little tyrant, unbeatable, and must be worshipped. Seeing that the 6 were behaving well, Song Ziluo took out weapons she had selected from her space. Based on each person's personality traits, she had specially chosen weapons suited to them. Clang! 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 6 weapons were tossed one after another in front of their respective owners. The 6 stared at Song Ziluo in panic. What was she up to now? Sister, are you? Are you asking us to kill ourselves? Night fell, the moon hung high, and the courtyard was utterly still, broken only by the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Beneath the eaves, bathed in moonlight, 7 figures stood. Little sister, as you instructed, we have drugged the entire Wang family into unconsciousness. Song Zicheng lowered his head to look at Song Ziluo, reporting that their task was complete. Song Ziluo nodded slightly and turned to Song Ziren, asking, "Second brother, have you thoroughly surveyed the layout of the Wang family estate?" "Little sister, I have already drawn a map of the estate marking the locations of the master's family and the servants." Song Ziren handed the hand-drawn topographic map of the residence to Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo took the map, studied it carefully, and committed it to memory before returning it to Song Ziren. Turning to Song Zisher, she asked, "Fourth brother, have you gathered the information? Who among the Wang family's household are innocent, and who are the ones who have committed evil deeds?" "Little sister, rest assured I have made inquiries. From top to bottom in the Wang family, aside from a few young maids who were bought in and are innocent, the rest are all birds of a feather." As Song Zisher spoke these words, his eyes were filled with loathing and hatred for the Wang family. Song Ziluo spoke with solemn gravity. "Tonight we come for vengeance, and to rid the people of a scourge. We will spare only those few maids, but all others shall be slain." Song Ziluo paused, glanced at the expressions of the six, and said sternly, "Tonight your hands will be stained with blood. Do not be soft-hearted. There must be no fish that slip through the net." After the killing, check again to ensure not a single breath remains. The 6 men surrounding her gripped their weapons tightly, their faces solemn, and eyes fixed unwaveringly on Song Ziluo. With her large blade in hand, Song Ziluo gave the command, "Move out." The 7 divided their tasks. Song Jida and Song Zicheng took the lead. Song Ziren guided the way. Song Zisher identified the people, pointing out the innocent maids, while Song Zicheng and Song Ziji followed behind Song Ziluo. They arrived at the first room, a communal bunkhouse for the male servants. The drugged servants lay on the beds. Song Ziluo signaled the 6 hesitated, their weapons trembling in their hands, unable to strike. Song Ziluo barked sharply, "It's either them or us. If you dare not act tonight, tomorrow they will be the ones killing us. If you admit to being cowards, then leave." Provoked by Song Ziluo's words, the 6 changed their expressions. They were not cowards. Stealing their resolve, they tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for battle. "Kill." At the command, the 6 charged with their weapons at the people lying on the beds. With a single swing of a large blade, a head rolled to the ground with a crack. With a thrust of a sword, it pierced straight through the heart. This was the killing technique Song Ziluo had taught to deliver the most lethal blow in the shortest time, leaving no chance for counterattack. A gratified smile spread across Song Ziluo's face. Her father and brothers had bravely taken this step, and she was delighted. She recalled how when she had killed her first zombie, she too had hesitated for a long time. In truth, killing humans was like killing zombies. Once you did it enough, it became a habit. Song Ziluo withdrew her blade and watched, hands behind her back, as her brothers finished off everyone in the room. Those who had used swords even checked for breath with their hands, obeying Song Ziluo's orders to the letter, not daring to slack off. With a glance, Song Ziluo signaled them to search for supplies. The 6 acknowledged the order and began ransacking the place, turning over boxes and cabinets to find anything valuable or useful, anything that could be of use. Song Ziluo collected all the supplies they found into her spatial realm and proceeded to the next room to continue the sweep. The wealthy Squire Wang, reputed as the richest man in Pingon Town, truly lived up to his name. There were 20 granaries alone. Song Ziluo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the granaries piled high with various grains. Food is the foremost necessity of the people. At this moment, grain was what the common folk lacked most. Song Ziluo wondered just how many heinous deeds Squire Wang had committed to amass such a fortune. Now it all fell into her hands. Song Jida and her brothers gazed at the granaries before them, swallowing hard. Fortunately, their sister-daughter possessed a mystical realm, otherwise they had no idea how they would transport everything back. With a wave of her hand, Song Ziluo stored the grain from room after room into her space. After clearing the granaries, she moved to the storehouses, gathering anything usable into her space. Soon every storeroom had been swept clean. "Ah, little sister, come quickly." Song Ziking's voice rang out from outside, laced with a hint of shock and disbelief. Song Ziluo dashed over. For her brother to call her like this, it must be urgent. When she arrived, she saw the 6 men with lingering terror in their eyes, their faces marked with regret and fury. She looked into the room. Heavens! What kind of scene was this? It was a shocking and horrifying sight. Inside were a dozen young girls aged around 5 to 10, completely naked. Their bodies bore the wounds of brutal abuse, and their backs were covered in lash marks from savage whippings. It was a scene too tragic to behold. This was the work of a beast. The son of Squire Wang, you are truly vicious. Just wait until I deal with you. It'll make you taste the suffering these girls. Song Ziluo approached and checked for breath. Not one of them was alive. Judging by the state of the bodies, they had died before the group arrived. There were cuts on their wrists, clearly from bloodletting. Song Ziluo frowned, sensing something amiss. There was an inner chamber in the room. As she stepped through the doorway, a thick, cloying smell of blood and medicinal herbs hit her. She sniffed carefully, identifying a large amount of nourishing and yang-strengthening herbs in the concoction. Looking around, she found it was a pill-refining chamber. In the center was a vessel filled with blood. So that was it. The girl's blood had been used to refine pills. It was utterly heinous and devoid of conscience. Her eyes locked onto a middle-aged man lying on the floor, dressed in a Taoist robe. A sanctimonious hypocrite. Perfect. So you are the one. Song Ziluo produced a cleaver, and with a slap across the void woke the man on the ground. The man groaned, clutching his slapped face in pain, and cursed, Who dare strike me? Do you have a death wish?" Song Ziluo pressed the large cleaver against the man's neck, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. It was me. Do you dare to kill me? Terrified by the cleaver, the man fell silent, trembling all over. Tell me, why did you use the blood of young girls to make medicine? What is your purpose? Intimidated by Song Ziluo's icy aura, the man dared not move. His voice quivered. Miss, this is an aphrodisiac I was making for Squire Wang. After speaking, he glanced away, guiltily unable to meet Song Ziluo's eyes. Song Ziluo chuckled softly, her tone frosty. You're lying. That's not being up. The man's screams of agony rang out as he begged through his tears. Please spare me. I'll tell you everything. Song Ziluo had severed one of the man's arms. He curled up on the ground, clutching the wound with his other hand, letting out pained moans. Song Jida and his 5 companions entered the room, drawn in by the harrowing screams. They surveyed their surroundings, taking in the blood vessels, medicinal herbs, and alchemical furnace, and quickly grasped the situation. With righteous indignation, they glared at the man lying on the ground. This scoundrel held human life in utter contempt, and they itched to slay him on the spot. Speak. Tell me everything plainly and truthfully. My patience wears thin. Song Ziluo drove the cleaver deep into the floorboards. The man on the ground, cowed by the cleaver's menace, dared not lie. Gritting through the pain, he confessed, We were ordered by the Grand Chancellor and Master Xinshin to scour the land for virgin girls between 5 and 10 years of age. Their blood is used to concoct pills offered to His Majesty. Song Ziluo and her group were stunned. This touched upon matters of court officials and the Son of Heaven, rendering it no trivial affair. She demanded sternly, Speak. How many men like you are there? The man on the ground, trembling, dared not conceal the truth. Across the kingdom of Nanyang there are many like me. We all follow orders from above. My base is at the home of Squire Wang in Pingon Town. He too serves the Chancellor. We work in tandem. Song Ziluo pondered briefly, then asked, Does the Emperor know the pills contain the blood of young girls? Are all the other bases likewise in the homes of wealthy merchants or high officials? Are the pills from all these bases solely for the Emperor? The man hesitated, then said, Miss, we lowly ones dare not inquire into the Emperor's affairs, but I suspect he knows. The pills bear a bloody scent. The Emperor could not. His Majesty places great trust in the Grand Chancellor, who stands second only to the sovereign in Nanyang. The Emperor often secludes himself for cultivation, leaving state affairs to the Chancellor. Thus our bases are all in the homes of nobles and wealthy merchants. We are the Chancellor's men, no one dares bully us. Over the years our people have become the wealthy and powerful. The Chancellor is our master behind the scenes, so we fear no one. As for the pills, we supply not only the Emperor, but also in secret ministers and aristocratic families who crave it. Song Ziluo's eyes turned icy as she barked, Fool. There has never been an elixir of immortality in this world. Those who seek eternal life fail to see that this is a death sentence. Your pills contain a slow poison, do they not? The man, now more terrified, replied hastily, Yes, there is a slow poison. Is there anything else you haven't confessed? Cold sweat streaming down his face, the man stammered, No, that's all. I've told you everything. Please, miss, spare me. I will never commit such heinous— The man kowtowed, begging for mercy. Song Ziluo curled her lips in disdain, drew her cleaver, and said to the groveling man, Since you have nothing left to say, then descend to the 18th level of hell. Go and beg forgiveness from those you have slain. With a flash of the blade, a head rolled to Song Ziluo's feet, its eyes wide in death. She kicked it away in disgust, sending it tumbling across the floor. Song Jida approached his daughter, his heart pounding. Lualua, this is shocking. For the sake of so-called immortality, they have sunk to such inhumanity. A sovereign and court like this are doomed to fall. The 5 brothers nodded in agreement. They knew the court was chaotic, but they had never imagined it had rotted to such a degree. Song Ziluo said resolutely, With an unrighteous emperor and corrupt ministers, I suspect great upheaval is imminent. Our priority now is to strengthen ourselves and ensure our safety. When that day comes, we must face it with calm and composure. We will not be the ones to stick our necks out. We must know how to preserve our strength. But neither are we sheep to be slaughtered. If bullied, we will strike back. Song Jida and the 5 brothers nodded solemnly. Yes, daughter, sister, we understand. Song Ziluo felt a wave of weariness. What a mess this was. She had barely enjoyed a few days of being the family's darling when this disaster struck. Yet there was a silver lining. It served as a warning. With the court in turmoil, they needed to prepare accordingly. Let's go. We have unfinished business and time is running short. The 6 followed Song Ziluo out of the room and into the main courtyard of the Wang residence. Inside the courtyard, Squire Wang and his family of 3 lay on the ground, their limbs, tendons severed. The brothers had dragged them there like dead dogs, and Song Jida revived them with a splash of water. The 3 slowly regained consciousness, crying out in agony from the pain in their limbs. Silence. Too noisy. Song Jida roared. Squire Wang's son, hearing the voice, looked up and saw the 5 Song brothers. You. How are you in my house? Guards. Seize them. Song's iron sword in hand sneered, Shout all you like. No one will hear you even if you scream your lungs out. The son's eyes widened in terror. What have you done to them? Killed them, of course. Were you looking for them? Don't worry. You'll join them in the underworld soon enough. Song Ziran swung his sword, severing one of the son's feet. Ah, it hurts. Father, mother, save me. Squire Wang was taken aback. These country bumpkins had breached his home. They were no simpletons. The hunter becomes the hunted. I need to find a way out. Squire Wang quickly dissembled heroes. It was my son who ordered the attack on you. I knew nothing of it. If you seek vengeance, take him. I hand him over to your mercy. Hearing this, Lady Wang's face turned pale with disappointment. She sobbed bitterly, husband, he is your own flesh and blood. How can you abandon him? Silence, you ignorant woman. What do you know? Shut your mouth. Squire Wang glared at her venomously, barely containing his rage. Song Ziqing burst into mocking laughter. You old scoundrel, you're truly ruthless. To save your own skin, you'd throw your only son under the bus. Isn't he your precious heir? Aren't you always doting on him? Squire Wang's expression shifted. These people were no pushovers. How could he escape? Song Zisher noticed the squire's shifty eyes, a clear sign of his relentless scheming. He said bluntly, brother, why waste words on such a villain? Just kill him. It's a waste of breath. Song Ziqing thought for a moment. He was right. They couldn't afford to waste time on this man. They had a household to ransack. Cleaver in hand, Song Ziqing advanced menacingly toward Squire Wang, who recoiled like a worm, dragging himself backward in terror. Desperately clinging to life, the squire shouted, I am the Grand Chancellor's man. Kill me, and he will show you no mercy. Song Ziqing scoffed. The emperor is far away, and Pingan town is a remote backwater. It would take a month or two for anyone to get here. Who are you trying to scare? We are not afraid. Die, you old wretch. Ah, crack. Ah. Wang Yuanwei's son huddled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He had witnessed his parents being killed, and he was terrified, regretting ever provoking the Song family. You beast, you dare to lay a hand on my daughter. Let's see how I deal with you, Song Jida snarled, tightening his grip on the large knife. Ah, it hurts. A blood-curdling scream erupted. Song Jida severed Wang Yuanwei's son's left hand, thinking that if it weren't for needing to spare his life for his daughter, he would have finished him off with a single stroke. With another swing of his sword, Song Ziran caused another scream as he severed the right hand. It hurts, it hurts. Please just give me a quick end. Wang Yuanwei's son could no longer bear it, and screamed in desperation. Song Ziqing with a grim face mocked. Oh, how dare you ask us to spare you? Those girls you harmed. Did you spare them? Wang Yuanwei's son immediately fell silent, for he had relished seeing those girls kneel and weep, begging for mercy. Seeing the guilty look on Wang Yuanwei's son's face, Song Ziqing said with disgust, It's your turn now. With that, he swung his sword and struck the last remaining foot. Ah! Wang Yuanwei's son collapsed to the ground like a dead pig, letting out a horrific wail. He had lost all his limbs. Song Ji held a long whip and handed it to Song Ziluo, saying, Sister, here you go. Song Ziluo took the whip and cracked it a few times on the ground, feeling quite sad. Wang Yuanwei's son was terrified, repeatedly begging for mercy, writhing his body to avoid, scared to the core. He wanted to bite his tongue to end it all, but he lacked the courage. He recognized that whip, it was the very one he used to torment others, and now it was being used on him. Song Ziluo was furious at someone so vile. Scum, don't you love using whips? Today I'll show you the mercy of letting you experience the taste of being whipped. You better scream your heart out. The louder you scream, the more stimulating I'll make it for you. Song Jida and his 5 brothers unconsciously took a few steps back, scared. This was the little devil. Song Ziluo swung the whip and a loud crack echoed. Song Ziluo laughed maniacally. Though she was smiling, her eyes held no warmth. Scum, are you ready? Here I come. No. Please. I'm not ready, no please. Wang Yuanwei's son kept writhing, retreating in terror, his eyes filled with pleading. Song Ziluo sneered coldly, saying, You have no choice, you loved it, didn't you? Crack, crack, crack. Ah. Song Ziluo's face remained cold as she whipped the scum on the ground, thinking, You loved tormenting young girls, didn't you? Now that it is in my hands, I won't let you off easily. The whip continued to strike, accompanied by the man's screams of agony. Soon the cries grew fainter, leaving only weak whimpers. Wang Yuanwei's son was left in tatters, his body a canvas of wounds, not a single piece of unscathed flesh. Song Ziluo, in disgust, tossed the whip aside, looking at the dead pig on the ground. Mockingly, she said, How useless you are. You couldn't even last a moment. I expected you to endure longer. Unfortunately, I'm not done having fun yet. By the way, there's still an important part coming up. Don't rush, it will start soon. The man on the ground muttered a faint no, his eyes wide with terror. Song Ziluo pulled out a large cleaver from her space, pointing it at Wang Yuanwei's son. Mockingly, she said, Scum, you violated human ethics. If I cut this off, you'll never be reborn as a human. In your next life, you'll become a beast, paying for the sins you've committed. With a swing of the cleaver, something fell from his lower body, and blood gushed out instantly. Song Jida and his 5 brothers unconsciously tightened their legs, recoiling slightly. Song Ziluo expressed a hint of regret, saying, I still wanted to enjoy you being subjected to Lingxi death by 1,000 cuts. Do you know what that is? It's the slicing of your flesh piece by piece. Sighing Song Ziluo said, Alas, who told me to be kind-hearted? There are more important matters to attend to, so I'll let you off this time. As Song Ziluo and her group exited the room, a head rolled to the doorstep, mixed with a trace of relief. Song Ziluo said to the 6 father brothers, Go check every room in the main courtyard to see if there are any secret compartments. There's hardly any gold or silver in the resources we collected. They must be hidden in the secret rooms. The 6 nodded and dispersed to search. Song Ziluo went to the stable in the back courtyard to gather horses and carts. There were quite a few horses lying on the ground dazed. Upon inspection, there were over 100 strong horses, an excellent haul. Song Ziluo stored all the horses in her space's farm. There were also many horses here. She smiled with satisfaction. I who would complain about having too many. More is always better. In the back courtyard, there were over 30 carts, 3 of which were luxurious. These should be the carts used by the 3 masters of the Wang family, and Song Ziluo stored them all in her space. Soon Song Ziluo had thoroughly searched the back courtyard. Notably, there were several storerooms filled with hay, which was a precious resource during this drought, as it provided food for cattle and horses. Sister, we found something. Come quickly. Song Ziqing excitedly called to Song Ziluo. They discovered a secret chamber in Wang Yuanwei's. Upon opening the secret chamber, they found it filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jewels. He had never seen so much wealth before. Today, he gained new insight, making the trip worthwhile. In the storeroom, Song Jida and the other brothers looked at the gold and jewels with excitement, their faces showing not greed but shock. Song Ziluo entered the storeroom and glanced at the treasures inside. Indeed, there was a lot she hadn't expected to stumble upon such a significant fortune, making her quite happy. Everyone should share in the joy, so Song Ziluo took out 6 travel backpacks from her space and handed them to the 6. Smiling, she said, Father brothers, go see if there's anything you like. Feel free to pack up what you want, on hold back. Whatever is left I'll store in the fairy realm. If you need anything in the future, just ask me for it. The 6 didn't hold back, rushing toward the items they liked, stuffing them into their bags. Before long, they had filled a backpack. Who doesn't like gold and jewels? Song Ziluo and her group quickly ransacked the Wang family. Before leaving, they moved the few pitiful maidservants to safety, giving each some silver enough for the rest of their lives. As for the Wang family, they doused it in oil and set it ablaze. Dirty people and dirty places do not deserve to exist in this world. They burned it all to ashes. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed, and during this time, every family member lived a fulfilling life. After the incident at Squire Wang's residence, Song Jida promptly informed his family and also shared the news of the turmoil within the imperial court. The 5 elder brothers had also withdrawn from the Qingzheng Academy in town, having already dropped out. They believed that with the court on the verge of collapse, continuing their studies was meaningless, and they were unwilling to waste any more time. Their sole focus now was to intensify their martial arts training. The family unanimously agreed with their decision to drop out. After all, in chaotic times, only the ability to protect oneself could offer a sliver of hope for survival. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Song Ziluo also immediately planned to have the other family members practice martial arts, not requiring everyone to excel, but at least to be capable of self-defense. The entire family actively cooperated with Song Ziluo's plan, completing the training tasks she assigned each day. Now their household lacked neither food nor money. The only thing they needed was to enhance their combat strength. Thus, everyone worked with great diligence. Each person had taken the marrow cleansing pill. After the cleansing, Song Ziluo gave everyone a 10-year internal strength pill and taught them how to harness internal energy. Subsequently, she carefully selected suitable martial arts manuals for each individual and urged everyone to intensify their training. For time waited for no one. Song Ziluo also performed marrow cleansing and tendon purification on her personal maid and younger brother, giving them the 10-year internal strength pill as well, and taught them martial arts. Song Ziluo was never stingy with her own people. Only when everyone was strong would others dare not bully them, and they could better intimidate their enemies. At this moment, the village head arrived at Song Ziluo's home, seeking out Old Master Song to discuss matters. The village head sat on a chair with a worried expression and said, Clan leader Song, today the county issued a notice requiring each household to provide soldiers and grain. Every family must send 1 person, and families with more men must send 2. The village head sighed and continued, Now with the drought, our village can only irrigate the crops by carrying water, barely harvesting any grain. Every household is going hungry, yet the court directly demands 500 caddies of grain tax from each family. Anyone who resists will be taken for hard labor. Upon hearing the village head's words, Old Master Song frowned, his expression darkening. He had learned of the court's secrets over a month ago and had anticipated that unrest would soon follow. However, he hadn't expected the turmoil to arrive so quickly, with the court violently oppressing the common people. It was utterly unjust. Old Master Song said indignantly, In times like these, many can barely survive, yet they demand soldiers and grain. Isn't this adding insult to injury, driving us common folk to our deaths? The village head nodded repeatedly, feeling that clan leader Song had voiced the sentiments of many. Old Master Song rubbed his brow and asked, "What are your plans?" The village head's eyes reddened as he said bitterly, "I have only one son. I cannot let him go to his death. Not long ago the border was breached, and the court was powerless. They just want to fill the gaps with human lives." The more the village head spoke, the more helpless he felt, tears streaming down his face. It was a disappointment in his country, resentment toward those in power, and an infinite sorrow for the life ahead. Old Master Song reached out and patted the village head on the shoulder, comforting him. "The border has fallen. Enemy soldiers may soon reach us. We live in a remote area close to the border. A court like this holds no regard for us common people. Our lives are like ants in their eyes. Why should we continue to serve such a court? We must live for ourselves." Old Master Song's words sparked a glimmer of hope in the village head's eyes. Who wouldn't want to live well? The key was how to carve out a path to survival. The village head looked at Old Master Song with anticipation and asked, "Clan leader Song, what is your wise counsel?" Feeling the weight of the village head's gaze, Old Master Song said solemnly, "I will not sacrifice my family for such a court, nor will I continue." The village head's eyes widened in shock. "Clan leader Song, are you planning to rebel?" Old Master Song cast a helpless glance at him and said irritably, "Rebel with what? I have neither soldiers nor grain. I would like to rebel, but I lack the means. Do you think I have that capability?" The village head shook his head foolishly and said no. Old Master Song chuckled at the village head's naive expression and said earnestly, "Since this place can no longer accommodate us, we shall go to another country or find our own way out. The world is vast, there must be a place for us." A flash of delight lit up the village head's eyes, and he clapped his hands saying, "Excellent. Whether we live or die to carve out a path to survival, I'll give it my all. Even if I die, I will have no regrets." Old Master Song was gratified that the village head shared this mindset. He despised ignorant people who foolish themselves still presumptuously lectured others. How shameless. Old Master Song said seriously, "The grain in the fields is almost ready for harvest. I plan to gather the harvest, and then take the whole family elsewhere to seek a chance to live. The water we drink is nearly gone. If we don't leave soon, we'll only be waiting for death." The village head quickly pleaded, "Clan leader Song, could you take my family along? Rest assured we are law-abiding people, and will not cause you trouble." Old Master Song had originally intended to ask the villagers. If everyone was willing to flee the famine, they would go together. Those unwilling would not be forced. Old Master Song said to the village head, "All right, go ask the villagers if anyone wants to flee the famine. If so, tally up which families are interested." The village head promptly replied, "Yes, Clan leader Song. They'll go ask right away. The sooner this is settled, the more time everyone will have to pack." After a moment of thought, Old Master Song said sternly, "I must make something clear. If you choose to follow me to flee the famine, it does not mean I am responsible for your safety, food, or shelter. Each family must take care of itself. There will surely be many incidents on the road. Don't come blaming me if you run out of food or water, or if someone dies in danger. I will not be held accountable." Old Master Song stared into the village head's eyes and asked, "Do you understand my meaning?" The village head nodded and said, "Clan leader Song, I understand. Rest assured my family is not like that. As for other families, I'm not sure. If anyone disobeys, well, expel them and let them find their own way." The village head felt his words were reasonable. In a chaotic world, to survive, one must first take care of one's own small family. Old Master Song smiled and said, "Could we share the same thoughts? When you ask the villagers, inform them of all these conditions. Fleeing a famine must have it." On that day, the entire village was drying grain under the sun. After days and nights of relentless effort, every household had brought in their harvest from the fields. Why such haste? Because the whole village had decided to follow Old Master Song's family in fleeing the famine. They had only 3 days left before departure. Disaster. The soldiers are here. Patriarch Song village head, the soldiers are here. Come quick, the soldiers are killing people. Help, help. Song Ziluo was teaching the women martial arts at home when she heard the commotion in the village. Her expression she immediately said, "Grandmother, the soldiers are here, and they're killing people in the village. Go inform grandfather and the brothers at once. Arm yourselves, and we'll confront the enemy. Come follow me to slay the soldiers." Song Ziluo instructed Song Rushin beside her. After the two left, the four sisters-in-law exchanged uneasy glances. Seeing her daughter leave, Lu Jiaojiao said urgently, "Let's go, sisters-in-law. We've trained in martial arts for so long. Today is the day to test our skills." "Good fourth sister-in-law, let's hurry. My hands have been itching. Now I can finally fight without restraint. Sparring with you all has grown tedious." Wang Xiaoxiao was more than willing, her face brimming with excitement. Li Qianruo gave Wang Xiaoxiao a wry smile and cautioned, "Fighting the soldiers is a real battle, with real blades. We must show no mercy. Since the soldiers kill without regard, we must do the same. Remember, hesitation is fatal. Let's go quickly. Time waits for no one. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can rescue the villagers." Huang Wanqin urged. Naturally gentle by nature, she had developed a chivalrous streak since learning martial arts. The force soon arrived at the village entrance. Soldiers were looting grain and valuables from the villagers. Some villagers were resisting, and the bodies of several villagers lay on the ground. The women's eyes burned with fury. These villagers had been chatting and laughing with them just that morning, and now they had been slain by these despicable soldiers. Enough was enough. They immediately drew their weapons and joined the fray. Meanwhile, Song Ziluo was at the grain-drying square. She and Song Rushin had already slain over a dozen soldiers on their way from home. These soldiers killed without discrimination. Old or young, they showed no mercy. Something was terribly wrong. These men were no ordinary troops. The imperial decree had only stated that those who refused to cooperate would be conscripted for hard labor. But this group of soldiers was clearly here to massacre and plunder. Sir, this is the home of Patriarch Song, the wealthiest family in our village. Song Jinzi pointed at the Song family residence, bowing and scraping before a man in a commandant's uniform behind whom stood over 50 well-trained soldiers. Alerted by Zhou Taohua, the men of the Song family rushed home to arm themselves. But as they were about to head out, they found their way blocked by soldiers at the gate. The two sides faced off, weapons drawn. Neither knew the other's strength, so neither dared to act rashly. The commandant narrowed his eyes, scanning the Song family members. What a pity. If they couldn't be used, they would all have to die. He had initially planned to capture more able-bodied men, but the people of this village were too unruly. What use were disobedient men? They would only cause trouble. Song Jinzi's eyes darted around. Bending low, he said fawningly, "Commandant, this family is nothing but a bunch of bumpkins. I've never seen them practice martial arts. The weapons they hold are just for show, all flash, no substance." The Song men glared at Song Jinzi, their eyes blazing with fury. It was he who had led the soldiers here, causing the deaths of innocent villagers. They would not let him. "Who are you? Why have you come to our village to kill?" Old Master Song demanded, his voice booming as he gripped his broadsword. A soldier standing behind the commandant sneered. "Who we are is none of your lowly business. As for why we're here to kill." "Huh." The soldier laughed wildly and continued, "We weren't planning to visit your village so soon. But thanks to this fellow here who tipped us off that your village was planning to flee. Oh no, we couldn't have that. Your villages are our prey. When the prey tries to escape, the hunter must catch it. We never let our quarry slip away." Old Master Song radiated a chilling aura, his eyes fixed like torches on the speaking soldier. The soldier's heart skipped a beat. That old man's glare was quite intimidating. It had startled him. He'd make an example of him first. How dare he frighten him? He'd be the first to die. Murderous intent blazed in the eyes of every Song man. They would eradicate these scoundrels. "Kill." The commandant signaled his soldiers with a gesture. The soldiers charged forward with their weapons. The Song men met them heated, and a fierce battle erupted. Apart from parrying blows, the Song fighters dispatched their opponents with a single fatal strike, a killing technique Song Ziluo had tirelessly taught them. Song Ziluo had insisted that every family member master it, warning them against flashy, useless moves that would only get them killed in battle. The Song family followed her instructions to the letter, so they swiftly eliminated their foes, turning the tide overwhelmingly in their favor. Song Jinzi, watching from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. He never imagined the Song family possessed such hidden skill. He regretted provoking them. The soldiers were clearly no match. Fear gripped him, and he began to slink away. The commandant, too engrossed in watching the Song men, didn't notice Song Jinzi's escape. For over a month, everything had gone smoothly for him. But today he had hit a snag, and his face darkened. Soon the Song men had killed all 50-odd soldiers, leaving only the commandant. Song Zicheng raised his broadsword and said to the others, "Leave this one to me. Go help the villagers." With that, he leaped at the commandant, who quickly drew his long sword to parry. Song Zicheng's strength was overwhelming. The commandant stumbled backward, barely managing to steady himself with his sword. Seeing this, the rest of the Song family rushed out to deal with the remaining soldiers in the village, confident that Song Zicheng could handle the leader, who was clearly outmatched. Meanwhile, Song Ziluo had killed over 60 more soldiers. Suddenly, a furtive figure caught Song Ruxin's eye. "Miss, isn't that Song Jinzi? Why is he coming from the direction of your house looking so guilty and panicked? He must have done something wrong." Song Rushin spoke with certainty. She knew Song Jinzi well. He only looked like this when he had done something bad. Song Ziluo also noticed him. She had been here for a while, but had never seen him before, so she didn't recognize him. She had found his behavior suspicious, and Song Ruxin's words confirmed her suspicions. "Go and capture him." Song Rushin received the order, leaping behind Song Jinzi, grabbing his collar, and throwing him in front of Song Ziluo. A piercing scream echoed as Song Jinzi was terrified. He was suddenly tossed into the air and landed hard on the ground. Song Jinzi was moaning in pain, touching his bruised backside as he sat up, only to find a small girl standing before him. This girl was quite pretty, with big eyes and a small nose, but she was holding a large bloody knife. Song Jinzi immediately dared not look at the girl anymore, hurriedly lowering his head and shrinking his neck, thinking this would lessen others' attention. However, that was just his assumption. Song Ziluo's target was him, and how could she let the turtle hide? "Lift your head and tell me what you have done." Song Jinzi dared not speak, lowering his head, even further frightened by the girl's cold aura, trembling uncontrollably. Miss people like him deserve to be beaten. Once he is hit hard enough, he will confess. Song Ruxin returned to Song Ziluo's side. Song Jinzi looked up in shock at Song Ruxin, wide-eyed and terrified, asking, "You, how are you here?" Song Ruxin ignored the turtle on the ground, looking at Song Ziluo, asking if she wanted to take action, barely able to contain herself. Song Ziluo nodded and Song Ruxin's face instantly lit up with excitement. She rubbed her hands and began to pummel Song Jinzi. Song Jinzi was screaming in terror as he was beaten. In no time, he was bruised and battered, looking utterly pitiful. Song Ziluo was secretly amused, realizing that if you can strike, do not hesitate to talk, was vividly illustrated by Song Ruxin. Ultimately, Song Jinzi was frightened into tears, begging for mercy and confessing everything. Song Ziluo and Song Ruxin were furious. The reason so many officials had come to the village was entirely due to Song Jinzi's action. Song Ziluo ordered Song Ruxin to tie him up and bring him to the large banyan tree in the village for public punishment. Afterward, Song Ziluo scoured the village for officials, slaying any she encountered, rescuing villagers in danger, and providing medicine to the injured. She also called all the surviving villagers to the banyan tree for an important discussion. As she moved forward, Song Ziluo encountered the women of the Song family, who were fighting against the officials with weapons. Seeing the blood on them, she knew they had killed quite a few, but upon closer inspection, she found no injuries on them, and felt relieved. The combat capabilities of these officials were generally low and not a match for her family, yet she couldn't help but worry as her family lacked combat. Now it seemed her worries were unnecessary. Song Ziluo joined the fight, and amidst a flurry of blades, all the officials present were swiftly defeated. The women of the Song family looked at Song Ziluo with shining eyes, amazed by her incredible fighting skills. They had been feeling proud of their own efforts until now. "Sister, I brought the leader here." Song Zicheng dragged the officer over to Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo looked down and the officer was still alive, but unconscious, covered in numerous wounds likely inflicted by her elder brother. She immediately understood her brother's intentions. He lacked real combat experience, and wouldn't miss the opportunity presented by an unconscious. Song Ziluo took out a bag of salt from her space, and handed it to Song Zicheng. Song Zicheng quickly accepted it, opened the bag, and sprinkled some salt onto the officer's wounds. "Ouch! It hurts so much." The officer was jolted awake by the salt, crying out in pain, weakly opening his eyes, and glaring at Song Zicheng with resentment. "What? You sent people to kill the villagers, and we aren't allowed to resist? How arrogant of you." Song Zicheng threw a handful of salt at the person on the ground. "You bastard, let me go, or I will make you regret it." The man on the ground cried out in pain, still threatening. "How dare you call my brother a bastard?" Song Ziluo glared sharply at the man on the ground, and slashed off both of the officer's arms. "On my arms. You little wench, how dare you?" The officer was in so much pain that he broke into a cold sweat, and trembled all over. It seemed he had lived a sheltered life, never encountering strong opponents. His arrogance was so high that even now, he couldn't see the reality of this. Song Ziluo couldn't be bothered to interrogate him. Such a person was not worth her effort. She took out a truth pill from her space, and flicked it into the officer's mouth. Soon the officer appeared as if hypnotized, staring blankly ahead. Song Ziluo asked, "Who are you? Why did you come to the village to rob and kill?" The officer replied, "I am an officer under the Great Prince tasked with conscripting soldiers and collecting supplies from various places. Those who do not comply will be killed without mercy. The food and people gathered will be secretly sent to the Great Prince's hidden base." The village chief and Old Man Song organized the villagers, burying the deceased on the hillside behind the village and piling the soldiers' corpses in the square where they were set ablaze. After taking stock, 16 villagers had perished and over 30 were injured. Had the Song family not arrived in time, the casualties would have been far greater. Lu Jiaojiao and her daughter Song Ziluo, along with Dr. Zhou, tended to the wounded. Song Ziluo possessed pills of remarkable efficacy, but she refrained from using them on outsiders save for their own people to avoid arousing suspicion. Song Ziluo never revealed her medical skills before strangers, always letting Lu Jiaojiao take the lead. Using a medicine chest as a facade, she retrieved scalpels, silver needles, gauze, alcohol, surgical sutures, silk, thread, absorbable stitches, and some modern medicines from her spatial storage. Dr. Zhou's eyes burned with envy as he gazed upon the items the mother and daughter produced, things he had never seen before, and Lu Jiaojiao's unique healing techniques. He was profoundly astounded. The method of stitching wounds with needles was something he had never heard of nor witnessed in his long life. His desire to learn was overwhelming. Were it not for the dire circumstances, he would have immediately sought to become their disciple. For a medical devotee like him, age and gender mattered not, only skill did. After all the wounded were bandaged, the entire village gathered under the banyan tree, where Song Jinzi's family of 8 was bound. The whole village encircled the tree, their gazes blazing with fury at the 8 individuals. Especially those who had lost family or been injured gnashed their teeth, their eyes burning with uncontrollable rage. Like provoked lions, they seemed ready to pounce and devour them. It wasn't me who brought them here, please let me go. Song Debeo begged the crowd, his face pale with terror. Don't claim you had no part. If you hadn't gone to your precious nephew to inform against us, why would our village suffer this calamity today? Old Man Song pointed his broadsword at Song Debeo. Song Debeo trembled violently, and a stream of urine soaked his trousers. The crowd looked upon Song Debeo with contempt, a useless man utterly spineless. Since he had betrayed the village, he must bear the consequence. Please can you spare me and my 3 children? We knew nothing, it was all Song Debeo's idea. We are innocent. Song Debeo's wife Wu Xiaotsue pleaded tearfully. Hearing her words, Song Debeo glared at her enraged. You wretched woman, wasn't it you who whispered in my— I wouldn't have gone to Song Jinzi. How dare you claim ignorance? A flicker of guilt passed through Wu Xiaoqui's eyes, but she quickly steadied herself and said pitifully, Husband, don't be like this. I know you want to drag us all to death, but the children are innocent. I must live to take care of them. At Wu Xiaoqui's sophistry, Song Debeo's eyes blazed with fury. Wretch, still trying to shift blame. What's with the feigned grief? Don't you know yourself? You said reporting them would get us a reward, and you'd become a wealthy lady. Wu Xiaotsue tried to argue, but Song Debeo spat at her. She attempted to block it with her hand, but bound as she was, the spittle landed squarely on her face. Ha ha ha. Song Debeo laughed wildly, his eyes bloodshot and crazed. I'm doomed anyway, but none of you will escape. Let me tell you. Everyone in my family knew. Yesterday we killed a chicken to celebrate our coming fortune. We all dreamed of a better life. None of them are innocent. All were shocked. How could this family be so black-hearted? The village chief was so angry he stammered, his hands trembling as he finally managed. Your whole family is vicious and treacherous. Our village totals 469 souls, including yours. You heartless beasts deserve to rot in the 18th level of hell. Pity those innocents who died so unjustly. After the chief's words, many villagers wept, especially those who had lost loved ones, wailing uncontrollably. They had planned to flee the famine, but before even leaving the village, tragedy struck. Who could understand the agony of losing kin? The entire village had reddened eyes, their piercing stares fixed on the bound 8, barely concealed fury burning within. The captives trembled in fear, and the youngest Song Inzi burst into loud sobs. What use were tears? Corrupted from childhood, they grew into scoundrels. A father's fault for not teaching. Blame the rotten roots of your family. May you be reborn into a good home and become kind souls. The bound old Madame Song could only whimper, having been poisoned, mute, tears of terror streaming down her face. Song Jinzi, beaten by Song Rushin into a swollen mess, could not speak, his eyes filled with regret. If only he had known. But how many if onlys are there in the world? Song Erbao glared at the villagers with venom, as if memorizing every face. A spiteful and vicious man, he blamed others for his own wrongs. What right had he to resent? Some people never reflect on their own deeds, always feeling wronged by others. What nerve? Villagers of the Song family village shouted, kill them, kill them, kill them. A surge of collective fury, well deserved. Their guilt was undeniable. For the Song Jinzi family, the villagers debated 2 execution methods: beheading or burning at the stake. Most, being kind-hearted, chose beheading to end their life. Burning was too cruel, alive in flames. They could not bear such a horrific sight. Old Man Song summoned the Song clan's men, his 4 sons, 3 grandsons, and himself, 8 in total, to execute the 8 members of Song Jinzi's family. The villagers fell silent watching the 8 beheaded. The village chief, with solemn ceremony, stood on the stone steps and commanded the Song men execute. Crack. Heads rolled. The villagers cheered. The Song Jinzi family had been a blight. Now that they were removed, joy abounded. Zheng Ahong felt relief at the deaths of old Madame Song and Song Erbao, but a pang of sorrow struck her as she looked at Song Jinzi, her own son. Yet he deserved his fate. No one was to blame. After dealing with the Song Jinzi family, the villagers hurriedly packed their belongings, preparing to flee under the cover of night. Since the soldiers were led by a commandant, they had all arrived at Songjia village on horseback. They had intended to plunder the village and return, but now their plans had vanished into thin air. They had already entered the underworld, so let them go plundering there. They could ask if the king of hell would permit it. Thus 300 horses, 50 wagons, 300 weapons, and some silver coins retrieved from their bodies were left behind. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise after the calamity. The horses and wagons would allow the villagers to flee much faster, sparing everyone the need to walk. The entire village comprised 45 households, totaling 445 people. The village chief and old Master Song distributed the silver coins equally among every family. Every adult received a weapon except for the children. Of the 50 wagons, 1 was allocated to each household. Old Master Song kept 3 of the remaining 5 for his own family. This was what the Song family rightfully deserved, and no one in the village objected. Without their family, they would have surely perished long ago. Moreover, the Song family was generous enough to share these spoils, filling the villagers with immense gratitude. The 2 extra wagons were left for the village chief to arrange. Families with more members could ride in these 2 wagons, which served as communal vehicles. Each of the 250 horses was distributed 2 per family. Those who had carts or flatbeds at home hitched them to the horses, loading them with grain, water, and other supplies. The remaining 160 horses were given to the village's able-bodied young men, who were selected to form the guard brigade. These horses were not granted for free. During the escape, the guards were responsible for the villagers' safety. Riding on horseback and wielding weapons, they encircled the villagers, forming a protective perimeter. Song Ziluo's family now had 4 wagons and 1 ox cart. Thinking they were short of hands, she took another wagon out from her spatial. Old Master Song and his wife shared 1 wagon, while each of the 4 smaller families had 1 wagon of their own loaded with their respective belongings. The ox cart carried grain along with pots, pans, and utensils for cooking. It was tightly covered with a rainproof tarp, and Song Zisher drove the ox cart. These were all for show to outsiders. Song Ziluo had stored everything usable from the household in her spatial space, so the family only needed to carry a few items in their hands. With so few belongings, the wagon compartments were quite spacious. Song Ziluo arranged each wagon to be very comfortable, allowing one to lie down and sleep, no less comfortable than a bed. She also packed a large bundle of snacks and fruits into each wagon. Fortunately, the compartments provided cover. If they got hungry during the escape, they could sneak a bite without being discovered. Song Jida and his 3 older brothers, along with the 3 eldest sons, were selected for the guard brigade. Old Master Song drove his own wagon, while the wagons of the 4 smaller families were driven by their respective sons. Speaking of driving wagons, many in the village didn't know how. Song Jida had to teach them the technique, and it took them quite a while to learn. As for the young men riding horses, they were extremely excited. To these commoners, horses were something they could only look at from afar. They might toil their whole lives and still not afford a wagon. Now horses were right before their eyes and had become their property. How could they not be thrilled? Song Jida had become a riding instructor, as he was the only one in the village who knew how to ride. The members of the guard brigade gazed at Song Jida with sparkling eyes. He had become their prized asset. This was thanks to his past life, where Song Jida loved going to the riding grounds. Sometimes when the mood struck, he would even race others, so his riding experience was top-notch. Song Jitsung and his 2 brothers were a bit puzzled. Having lived together for so many years, they didn't know their younger brother could ride. Song Jitsung asked curiously, "4th brother, when did you learn to ride horses?" Song Jidao raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Of course my daughter taught me." Song Jitsung and the other brothers nodded, thinking to themselves, so it was the little niece. That was no surprise. Nothing inexplicable that happened with their little niece would ever astonish them. Now night had fallen, and the village chief struck a brass gong a few times, signaling everyone to assemble. The entire village had packed up and drove their wagons and ox carts to the gathering point. Song Ziluo's family was at the rear, while the village chief's family led at the front. All the guards had also arranged themselves in formation, as instructed. The men unanimously voted Song Jida as the guard captain, so the guard brigade was under his command. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the village chief struck the gong in his hand and announced loudly, "Check if anyone is missing. Look around it." After a moment, a villager replied, "Village chief, everyone is here. Not a single family is missing." With tears in his eyes and a choked voice, the village chief said, "Villagers of Songjia village, take one last look. This is the village we have lived in for so many years. Now we are about to leave. In our lifetime, who knows if we will ever have the chance to return. We must remember Songjia village." Instantly sorrow enveloped everyone. A low, mournful atmosphere shrouded Songjia village. Many couldn't help but sob softly. This was all forced upon them. The road ahead was utterly uncertain, and everyone felt uneasy. Leaving the village they had inhabited for years was deeply painful. If not for the harsh times compounded by natural disasters and man-made calamities, who would ever think of fleeing their homeland? Born into chaotic times, one suffers misfortune. It could only be said that they were born at the wrong time. The village chief, tears streaming down, struck the brass gong 3 times with all his might. The deafening sound of the gong was a farewell to their homeland. Putting down the gong, he picked up a red cloth tied to a wooden stick and waved it forward. "Depart." The guards at the front began riding forward. The wagons followed closely behind, and the guards on both sides, and at the rear, tightly encircled all the vehicles. Soon they arrived outside Pingan town, where many wagons and ox carts were parked, along with people carrying large and small bundles on foot. These were the relatives and friends of the Songjia villagers, who also wanted to join the escape. Every family had relatives. After seeking Old Master Song's consent, they set the time for tonight, and arranged for them to wait outside Pingan town. Those who were late would not be waited for. Old Master Song got off the wagon, and called his own relatives to follow behind their family's wagons, so they could look out for each other. These included Zhou Taohua's natal family, Li Qianra's parents, Wang Xiaoxiao's natal family, Huang Wangxin's natal family, and Lu Jiaojiao's natal family. A month before old Master Song decided to flee, he had gone to ask these families. They all agreed to join the escape, which led to today's scene. These later arriving relatives were arranged to follow behind the Songja villagers. The guard brigade spread out their formation, encircling even those who had come later. After all, these were the relatives and friends of the villagers. Everyone was connected by kinship or acquaintance, so they didn't mind bringing them into the protective circle. The village chief told those without wagons or ox carts to squeeze in with their relatives from Songja village. If they walked on foot, it would slow down the entire convoy's progress. For Song Ziluo's side, it was fine. Their relatives all had their own wagons and ox carts, so there was no need for them to ride in her family's wagons. Once everyone was seated in their vehicles, the village chief waved the red cloth in his hand. Depart. After traveling all night and taking a detour out of Pingan town, everyone now stopped to rest in a secluded area. Brother, you and father should go sleep inside the carriage. You haven't rested all night and must be exhausted. We'll keep watch outside. Song Ziluo said to Song Jida and Song Ziqing. Song Jida dismounted his horse's legs so unsteady that he nearly stumbled. He barely managed to steady himself lest he end up sprawled on the ground like a turtle, which would have been a great embarrassment. Lu Jiaojiao stifled a laugh and asked with concern, "Husband, are you all right?" Song Jida bristled with displeasure. He straightened up, immediately thumped his chest, and declared solemnly, "Jiaojiao, a man can never be asked if he's all right in that way. I am perfectly capable. Would you like to test that?" This was a matter of male dignity, and Song Jida would tolerate no slight against it. Lu Jiaojiao averted her eyes, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, and said with playful reproach, "Hurry into the carriage. Our daughter has prepared some things for you and your son inside. Go and eat." Song Ziluo thought to herself, are they really flaunting their affection at every opportunity? I just want to roll my eyes. Is that allowed? At the mention of food, Song Zida's and Song Ziqing's stomachs began to growl in perfect harmony. The father and son exchanged a glance and scrambled into the carriage. Seeing several dishes laid out on the small table, inside a glint of delighted surprise shone. Song Jidao thought blissfully his daughter was so thoughtful. There were the meat buns, fried dough sticks, and congee with lean meat that he loved so much. What a pleasure to have such a breakfast early in the morning. Song Jida handed the bean paste bun to Song Ziqing. He didn't care for them himself, but they were his son's favorite. He wondered though how a boy could have such a sweet tooth. "Thank you, father. Sister is so good." She remembered, "I like bean paste buns," Song Ziqing said, cheerfully taking the bun. The father and son happily began their breakfast. The other members of the Song family were also eating the breakfast that Song Ziluo had taken from her space. After finishing his meal, Song Ziluo's younger brother went to join the other brothers to feed the cattle and horses and give them water. "Miss, have you eaten breakfast?" Song Rushin approached Song Ziluo and asked with concern. Song Ziluo smiled and replied, "I've eaten." "Have you?" "Miss, I just had some dry rations my mother made. I came to see if you have any instructions." Song Ziluo looked up at Song Rushin. She saw the weariness on her face and the dark circles under her eyes, presumably from driving the carriage all night with. "There's nothing for you to do here. Go back to the carriage and get some sleep," Song Ziluo urged her. Knowing Song Ziluo's decisive nature, Song Rushin could only nod and say, "Very well, miss." Watching Song Ruxin's retreating figure, Song Ziluo thought that this senior maid was in a difficult position, torn between attending to her and looking after her own mother and sister. She was not a harsh mistress. She would treat those loyal to her well. Song Ruxin's mother and sister were gentle-natured, and Song Rushin was their pillar of support. She had already instructed Song Rushin to focus on caring for her mother and sister during this time of famine and not to worry about attending to her. But the girl was quite stubborn. Some families in the village had few members, and having no use for the horses they were allocated gave them to others. Song Ruxin's family was one such case. They kept only one horse-drawn cart and gave the rest to those in need. Song Ziluo watched as many of the young men who had been riding lay collapsed on the ground, their faces pale, weak, and drained of all color. Some of the younger ones were crying out in pain, saying they never wanted to ride a horse again. These people had never ridden a horse before. Their first time was bound to be unbearable. The insides of their thighs would be chafed raw, their entire bodies would ache for days, and their backsides were probably jolted into several pieces. For a novice rider, an hour or two is plenty. The escort team had been riding for nearly 10 hours from last night until this morning. It was indeed a torment. The men of the Song family were faring better because Song Ziluo had filled their water bags with spiritual spring water. This water had the effects of healing wounds, strengthening the body, relieving fatigue, and granting immunity to poisons, effects that were precisely what was needed. So despite riding for the first time, they only felt a slight discomfort. Physically, they suffered no real pain or harm. The other 100 or so people couldn't go on like this. They had lost the novelty of riding, and many were probably unwilling to continue. Their bodies simply couldn't take. Song Ziluo frowned, pondering how to resolve this. Her father was the captain of the escort team. If some of them refused to work, wouldn't that embarrass him? That would make it very difficult for him to lead. "Mother, I need to speak with you," Song Ziluo called out to Lu Jiaojiao. Lu Jiaojiao approached her daughter wondering what she wanted to do. Song Ziluo motioned for Lu Jiaojiao to lean down. Lu Jiaojiao complied, crouching down. Song Ziluo whispered in her ear for a long while. Finally, Lu Jiaojiao nodded. All right, my treasure. Just watch your mother handle this. They'll get it done for you, Lu Jiaojiao said confidently. Song Ziluo gave her a thumbs up, and Lu Jiaojiao winked back, signaling, watch me. In no time, Lu Jiaojiao returned with Dr. Zhou, who was all smiles, his face creased with wrinkles. Dr. Zhou asked eagerly. Little master, where is the ointment you mentioned? Lu Jiaojiao looked at Dr. Zhou helplessly and said, Dr. Zhou, please don't call me little master. We're of an age, you'll do me an injustice. Dr. Zhou insisted stubbornly, no. You said you would teach me the suturing technique. That makes you my master. Since ancient times, passing on a unique medical skill requires kowtowing and formally becoming a disciple. Since you won't accept me as a disciple, calling you little master is hardly inappropriate. Song Ziluo, overhearing their exchange, roughly understood that Grandpa Zhou, my mother, is also very fond of medicine. How about you teach my mother, and my mother can teach you what she knows. The two of you can learn from each other and discuss things. That way there's no need for any formal kowtowing. Song Ziluo blinked her big eyes and gave Dr. Zhou a sweet smile. Dr. Zhou looked at the little one before him. How clever. Her words were a wake-up call. This was a good idea, mutual learning and discussion. He didn't need to dwell on the formalities of becoming a disciple. All right, little Luo is right. Then I won't call you little master. He'll call you little Lu. Dr. Zhou turned to Lu Jiaojiao and said. Lu Jiaojiao was taken aback, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Then she smiled and said, all right, Dr. Zhou, just call me little Lu. The name Little Lu was what her senior colleagues at the hospital had called her in her past life. She quite liked it. Song Ziluo handed the bundle filled with ointment to Lu Jiaojiao. She had just prepared this healing balm in her space, mixing it with spiritual spring water. Its medicinal effect was excellent. Lu Jiaojiao and Dr. Zhou took the ointment and went to find the escort team members who had been riding. Meanwhile, in Pingon Town. Someone please save me. I beg you, don't kill me. Ah, you evil people, you will die a miserable death. I curse you all. Ah, please let my daughter go. I beg you, please. Ah, mother. You despicable wretches, I'll fight you to the death. Ah. After a piercing scream, a young woman lay dead on the ground, pierced by a single sword. A group of men in enemy soldiers' uniforms looked down at her with disdain, spitting, tch, no fun at all. One soldier sneered, let's go, brothers. Let's find other women to toy with. How disappointing. We finally found a pretty one, and it ended before it even began. Another soldier chimed in, exactly. This woman was boring. The ones in the last town were far more entertaining, ha. The taste of it. A knowing smirk spread across their faces, their eyes brimming with lewd intent as they burst into laughter. After their laughter subsided, they shifted their focus, searching for the next target. The people of this town were their lambs, and no one could escape. By then, Pingon Town had fallen to the enemy. There were no defending soldiers, the invaders had swept in with overwhelming force. Ever since they breached the border, they had advanced unopposed, capturing several cities with ease. This was beyond their expectations. They had anticipated resistance, yet they stormed into Nanyang Kingdom without effort. It could only be said that Nanyang Kingdom was a mere shell, its core already decayed and fragile. Had they known, they wouldn't have wasted so much. Thinking back, they had lingered at Nanyang Kingdom's border for over a month, without a single soldier emerging to engage them. Fortunately, the general had made a decisive call, declaring that Nanyang Kingdom was nothing but a bunch of cowards. Otherwise, why wouldn't they come out to face the enemy? Their army had sent men daily to provoke outside the city walls, yet not a single response came. Not even a peep. What a pack of spineless wretches. They couldn't even talk back when cursed, yet they dared call themselves soldiers. Huffed, they had the audacity to claim the title. They despised these cowards of Nanyang Kingdom. Calling them soldiers only debased the very essence of a warrior. They held nothing but contempt for these so-called soldiers, a bunch of spineless. Pingon Town was drenched in blood and chaos, littered with severed limbs and countless corpses. This was an enemy force devoid of humanity. They killed everyone they saw, young or old, sparing none, and defiled any beautiful woman they encountered. Those women who fought fiercely to preserve their honor, unwilling to suffer humiliation, were met with a single slash of the blade that ended their lives. The common folk had no means to resist. They were systematically slaughtered by the enemy forces. Everything happened so suddenly, spiraling beyond. At that moment, a man clad in armor sat astride his horse, riding through the town to survey the situation. A chiliarch galloped over to the general, dismounted, and saluted with deference, saying, General, the people of this town have been annihilated by After a long pause, the general finally responded. Half his face was obscured by a thick beard, his eyes blazing with intensity, his body brimming with explosive power. A deep, gruff voice rumbled, Are you certain? The chiliarch trembled as he replied, Yes, General. I am certain. Have you sent men to all the villages in this town? The chiliarch panicked, lowering his voice. Two have not yet gone to the villages, General. I only dealt with the townspeople. I will immediately arrange for men to head to every village. The general fixed a piercing glare on the chiliarch and growled, "There's no need for you. I have already dispatched men. Do you think that because our army breached Nanyang Kingdom so easily, you can grow arrogant?" Hearing this, the chiliarch was so terrified he rolled off his horse, kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling. "General, I admit my fault. I became swollen-headed because we captured the cities too smoothly." The general drew the long sword from his waist and pointed it at the kneeling man. "Lift your head. Straighten your back for me. Don't act like a spineless coward." The kneeling chiliarch knew his end was near. His face turned deathly pale. He had violated the general's decree. Trembling uncontrollably, he slowly straightened his back, his eyes filled with the terror of death. He kept his head lowered, not daring to meet the general's gaze. The general snorted coldly, his icy stare locked on the chiliarch. He said in a low voice, "Have I not ordered strict adherence to my decrees? Do you know which one you have violated?" "To no. I violated the decree against indulging in pleasure and neglecting duty." The chiliarch stammered, unable to kneel, steadily swaying, as if about to collapse. Just then a centurion rode over and reported to the general. "General, I have discovered something and come to inform you." A note of surprise tinged his voice. The general frowned, his expression darkening. "What is it?" The centurion clasped his hands and bowed, replying, "General, the village I led my men to was completely empty. We only found a few headless corpses." "Oh, were there any signs of a struggle?" The centurion answered respectfully, "General, the entire village was stained with blood. I suspect a battle occurred there." The general's eyes turned cold as he stared ahead, a glint of menace flashing through them. "Take me to see it. This is strange. If the entire village was killed, where are the bodies? Why are there only a few corpses?" "Yes, General. I will lead you there immediately." The centurion replied with reverence. In his heart the general was all-powerful, and he held him in the highest admiration. The general glanced at the kneeling chiliarch, disappointment heavy in his eyes, then barked. "Everyone in the army knows that military orders are as firm as mountains. I have always detested those who disobey commands. You openly violated my decree. Do not blame me for making an example of you and taking your head." The kneeling chiliarch, still hoping for a last-minute reprieve, begged, "General, have mercy. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I will reform myself. I beg you, General, grant me this." Cold sweat poured from the kneeling chiliarch, his face twisted in terror, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Had the general not ordered him to keep his back straight, he would have already collapsed to the ground. The general looked at the kneeling man with disdain. It was because of men like him leading the troops that the soldiers had become undisciplined, thinking only of pleasure. He had no use for such soldiers. They violated a cardinal rule of the military. Those who fought on the front lines must always remain vigilant. They must never forget the essence of a soldier, otherwise a single lapse could cost them their heads. Today he would kill this man without hesitation. He had to make an example of him to intimidate the soldiers whose minds had already drifted. Without another word, the general swung his long sword fiercely toward the chiliarch's head. A thud echoed as the head hit the ground. The headless body slowly toppled forward. After the general slew the centurion, he swept his gaze across the soldiers watching nearby. A profound sense of satisfaction swelled within him. Excellent. Seeing their trembling, fear-stricken faces, he knew the tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey had effectively cowed them. Surely they would no longer dare to be arrogant, constantly reminding themselves that military orders were as unyielding as mountains. The general summoned 200 men and signaled the centurion with a glance to lead them to the village. The centurion acknowledged the order and rode ahead to guide the way. Half an hour later, the company arrived at the Song family village. The soldiers under the centurion's command quickly saluted the general. The general nodded, gesturing for them not to mind him as he went to inspect the area on his own. The general dismounted and began to wander through the village, examining it meticulously. The more he observed, the more alarmed he became. In the village square lay heaps of ashes, remnants of cremated remains. Judging by the amount, there must have been the ashes of 200 to 300 people. Inspecting the surroundings of the square, he noticed scattered fabric edges on the ground. These were clearly not the clothing styles of the villagers. Picking up a piece of cloth and scrutinizing it closely, the general's pupils widened slightly. This was the uniform worn by soldiers of the Nanyang Kingdom. He remembered it vividly. When battling the border troops of Nanyang, the soldiers wore exactly such attire. He could not be mistaken. Strolling into the villagers' houses, he touched the tabletops. There was no dust, indicating the occupants had not been gone long. Only a few insignificant items remained in the dwellings. Yet the homes were not in disarray, suggesting the villagers had packed their belongings and left voluntarily, not as a result of plunder by others. Walking to the site of a struggle, he examined the bloodstains on the ground, already blackened and dried. The ground was covered in chaotic footprints, the unmistakable scene of a clash between two opposing forces. Arriving under the large banyan tree, he saw 8 headless corpses lying on the ground. From the severed heads, it was evident this was a family, men, women, and children alike. The entire family had been beheaded, yet their bodies were left unburied. This signified that they had committed grave wrongs and were punished by the villagers deemed unworthy of a peaceful interment. The general had already surmised the situation, a flicker of interest gleaming in his eyes. It seemed the villagers here were quite formidable, daring enough to provoke a group of government troops. And in the end they managed to kill and burn those soldiers. The people of this village were no ordinary folk, a hidden dragon and crouching tiger indeed. They could contend with government troops and escape unscathed. Judging by the timeline, this likely happened yesterday. Those villagers must have fled under the cover of night. That explained why they had not encountered that group when they arrived at the town. The general's expression suddenly hardened. The soldiers of Nanyang Kingdom were nothing but a rabble utterly unworthy of being his opponents. He had a premonition that he was about to face a formidable enemy, and anticipation stirred within him. A spark of delight ignited in his eyes. It had been so long since anyone had kindled his fighting spirit, and his hands itched with eagerness. On the other side, a column of 500 men galloped past. If Song Ziluo were here, she would recognize them as belonging to the same group as the soldiers they had slain. The column of 500 halted at the crossroads leading to Song family village. A captain in military uniform studied the road ahead, then turned to look at his subordinate behind him. The subordinate quickly rode forward, clasped his hands and bowed, asking, "Captain, what are your orders?" The captain frowned deeply and inquired, "Are you certain the commandant would come to this small village?" His tone was filled with doubt. He had been dispatched a few days ago to other counties to conscript soldiers and collect grain. After completing his mission, he returned to Qingfeng County yesterday, intending to report to the commandant. But when he sought him out, a subordinate said the commandant had led 300 soldiers to a village. He was puzzled. Why would the commandant personally go to a small village instead of staying in the county to oversee affairs? The subordinate explained that the commandant had received a report claiming the village was preparing to flee en masse due to famine. The commandant wanted to see why the villagers were so audacious. The commandant had declared that his spoils could not escape. Those who disobeyed would be killed outright and their belongings seized. Logically, he should have returned soon. Yet the captain had waited the entire day yesterday, and the commandant never came back. A nagging sense of foreboding gnawed at him, something that had never happened before. Even if the commandant did not return personally, he would have sent word. After waiting anxiously, his heart filled with dread, he finally brought men to investigate, fearing the worst. If something happened to the commandant, their lives would become unbearable. After all, the commandant had a powerful father, and they, his subordinates, dared not provoke him. The commandant's father was a trusted confidant of the crown prince. If displeased, a whisper in the crown prince's ear could cost them their heads at worst, or leave them flayed at best. The captain shuddered violently. He dared not imagine, dared not think further, or he would break down. He still had a wife and children waiting for him at home. The subordinate replied with a worried expression, "Captain, I am certain. The commandant instructed me to handle affairs in Qingfeng County, and said he would return within the day. But yesterday he did not come back." The subordinate paused, his face etched with panic, and continued, "I know the commandant well. He always keeps his word and never changes his mind abruptly. If something came up, he would have sent someone to inform me." The captain gazed at the subordinate before him. He could see the man was not lying. The worry on his face was genuine. This subordinate was the commandant's right-hand man, and he trusted his words. So his suspicions were true. The captain said gravely, "Let's go. Regardless, we must find him, alive or dead. Giddy up." The soldiers behind the captain immediately followed. The long column kicked up clouds of dust as they passed. Soon they were a short distance from Song family village. The captain up ahead sensed something amiss and raised his hand to signal those outside Song family village. Soldiers stood guard, but they were not from Nanyang Kingdom. They were troops from another state. The captain sensed grave trouble and ordered his men to disperse to both sides and conceal themselves immediately. The soldiers obeyed, and the 500 men quickly vanished into the woods on either side. Once inside the forest, the captain's face turned ashen. He looked at his subordinate and guessed. It seems the commandant was killed by these enemy soldiers. No wonder they never returned. His expression grew even more somber as he wondered aloud. When did these enemy troops advance here? How are we completely unaware? Could it be that they have silently captured several of our border cities in Nanyang Kingdom? The subordinate said with deep grief and hatred, "I don't care how they got here. They killed the commandant, and we must slay them to avenge him." The captain patted the subordinate's shoulder and declared firmly, "Rest assured. We will set up an ambush on both sides and annihilate them. We swear to avenge them." With that, the captain beckoned his trusted man over and whispered something in his ear. The man nodded in acknowledgement, mounted his horse, and galloped back the way they had come. The general surveyed Songjia village and, finding nothing more of interest, ordered everyone to return. He had brought 200 men, and the centurion led another 100, totaling 300 troops. The general rode at the front, followed closely by the 300 soldiers. They soon reached the place where the colonel was lying in ambush. Seeing that the enemy forces were fewer than his own, the colonel breathed a sigh of relief, feeling confident of victory. He signaled to the ambushing troops on both sides to spread out and hold their long ropes tightly. When the enemy passed by, they were to trip them, waiting until all enemy troops had entered the ambush circle. Then they would pull the ropes taut, causing all enemy soldiers to fall. The colonel stared intently at the enemy, his nerves taut, his heart thumping loudly in his ears. Get ready. They're coming. A little closer. Almost there. Now. He made a gesture, and the troops on both sides immediately pulled. The horses' legs were caught by the ropes. Unable to steady themselves due to inertia, they pitched forward, crashing to the ground with agonized whinnies. The enemy soldiers on horseback also fell hard, their heads spinning, stars flashing before their eyes, utterly bewildered by what had happened. All the enemy troops were tripped, and chaos ensued. The general's horse was the first to fall, but he quickly and nimbly rolled to steady himself, avoiding a fall. His face was grim. He had been ambushed without even sensing it. How infuriating. He vowed to slaughter every last one of the ambushers. In all his years of campaigning, he had never suffered such a loss. The timing was perfect. The colonel raised his weapon, signaling everyone to charge and kill fiercely. The troops lying in wait on both sides immediately rushed at the fallen enemy, with their weapons catching them off guard. It was a classic case of strike while the iron is hot. Many enemy soldiers were killed before they could react, dying without understanding why death came so swiftly. The ambushers fought with gusto. Their 500 men were more than a match for the enemy's 300. Some quick-thinking enemies drew their weapons and fought back, engaging in a life-or-death struggle. The numerical advantage was clear. 2 ambushers fought each enemy soldier, making the battle less strenuous for them. The two sides clashed fiercely in a contest of life and death, each giving their utmost to slay the other. The colonel and his subordinate fought the general together as they had planned. The general was clearly a seasoned veteran, not to be taken lightly. They were the 2 best fighters among their troops, and they had to coordinate to kill him. They were uncertain if even the 2 of them could defeat the general. The general, his face dark, held his sword and looked at the 2 men surrounding him as if they were already dead. Judging by their attire, they were the leaders of this group. These 2 had made him suffer a silent defeat. He would cut off their heads and kick them around like balls to vent his fury. The battle erupted instantly, the 3 of them locked in combat. The colonel and his subordinate fought with perfect coordination, one attacking high, the other low, one from the front, the other from behind. The general's skin was cut in several places by their swords, enraging him. These 2 treacherous scoundrels wielded their blades with such cunning, always aiming for his vital points, making him unable to defend properly. It was infuriating. He had been careless, underestimating them. But now he would show no mercy. That earlier skirmish was just an appetizer. Did they really think he was a pushover? The general's aura shifted dramatically, now radiating a deathly killing intent, like the Grim Reaper himself. The colonel and his subordinate exchanged grim looks, their hearts sinking. This general was a formidable foe. They had exerted all their strength just to inflict a few minor cuts on him. Now that he was fighting at full power, they stood no chance. They exchanged glances, tightening their grips on their weapons, their eyes filled with determination. No matter what, they had come this far. It was kill or be killed. Even if they died, they would tear off a piece of his flesh, making him suffer for a while. That would be satisfying. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. But still, if they couldn't win, they wouldn't let him off easy. They would give it their all in one final desperate go. The colonel and his subordinate, their eyes blazing with murderous intent, charged at the general with their weapons. The general raised his long sword, blowing on it affectionately. My precious, you haven't tasted blood in days. Today you shall drink your fill. The 3 clashed in a blur of flashing blades, quickly accumulating wounds. The colonel and his subordinate were overwhelmed by the general's superior skill, forced back step by step. Soon they were beaten to the ground, their bodies covered in sword cuts. They struggled to rise, but couldn't find the strength. The general laughed heartily, taunting. With such meager skills, you thought you could kill me. Dream on. With trembling hands, the colonel pulled out his secret weapon from his bosom, a poisoned dart he had paid a fortune to have made, laced with deadly venom. It was meant for self-preservation, and now he had to use it, even though his own end was near. The general was still laughing, completely unaware of the colonel's movements. With a thud, the dart embedded itself in flesh. Seizing the moment of the general's inattention, the colonel used the last of his strength to shoot the dart into the general's lower abdomen. He himself coughed up a mouthful of blood, his time running out. He looked up at the sky, longing for his wife and children back home. I'm sorry I can't return to be with you. In the next life, may we be a family again. Take care. Live well. The colonel's eyes slowly closed, his head lolling to the side as his breath ceased. You despicable wretch. You dare use a hidden weapon against me. I'll slaughter you all. I'll slaughter you all. The general roared, his eyes bloodshot, nearly spitting fire. In a rage, he raised his sword and chopped off the colonel's head, then the subordinates. Seeing their leader slain, the colonel's men, burning with fury, charged at the general with their weapons, surrounding him, vowing revenge. By now, all of the general's men had been killed by the colonel's troops, leaving over 300 soldiers to besiege the lone general. He used his inner energy to slow the spread of the poison while fending off the attacking soldiers with his sword. Oh! The general let out a roar of fury. The general unleashed his combat prowess, channeling every ounce of strength to resist the soldiers surrounding him. He knew his time was nearly over. The poison was too virulent. Even if he slew all those encircling him, he could not instantly procure an antidote. Death was inevitable. Why not fight with fierce resolve before the end? For years he had waged war with unwavering prudence and meticulous caution, earning the title unbeaten general. Yet fate mocked him. He fell not on a grand battlefield, but in a nameless village. His lapse in vigilance was unforgivable. He had no memory of when, or how, he had been marked or ambushed beyond the village's edge. The irony struck him like a blade. He had long instructed his troops never to succumb to arrogance, yet he himself had failed to guard his own heart. Indeed, he deserved this end. Upon witnessing the scene within the village, he had felt a surge of anticipation. Eager to face a worthy adversary, his spirit ignited, his judgment clouded. Now no formidable foe had appeared, and yet death loomed at his threshold. Before crossing into oblivion, he would drag these men down with him. The Yellow Springs would be less lonely with more companions. When he arrived there, he vowed to demand of his unseen enemy, how had they tracked him so precisely? Clutching his sword, the general swung it with savage force upon the encircling soldiers. One stroke, one fall. Their numbers dwindled swiftly. His strength ebbed with each blow. His body fought desperately against the poison's creeping corruption. He could not yield, not yet. Driven by sheer will, he continued swinging his blade until only one enemy remained, whom he decapitated in a final shuddering strike. His arms collapsed, the sword slipped from his grasp. The blade clattered to the ground as his body toppled backward. Wounds gashed his flesh from head to toe. His limbs were utterly spent. The toxin had already flooded his veins. Realizing his sword lay beyond reach, he writhed onto his side and dragged himself forward inch by agonizing inch until his trembling fingers finally closed around the hilt. Death was imminent. Regret filled his gaze as he whispered, "My dearest, I shall hold you till my last breath. I go ahead of you." A gentle breeze stirred the air, then silence. The general perished, still gripping his beloved sword. The battle ended in mutual ruin, Meanwhile, Song Ziluo's party had reached the hour of shun, late afternoon, by which time even those who had ridden through the night had awakened. Families ate dry rations. Cooking was impossible. Haste was imperative. Only after crossing Anqing Prefecture would they dare breathe easier. For they knew not when the crown prince's pursuers might descend upon them, so they pressed onward without pause. "Cousin, this is delicious." "What is it?" Lu Jinjin gazed curiously at the strange food before her. Song Ziluo smiled and replied, "Elder cousin, this is a chicken leg burger. Do you like it? I'll bring more next time." Hearing this, Lu Guogua eagerly interjected, "Cousin, I want some too. I want some too," and tugged playfully at Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo chuckled softly at her cousin, a girl forever young, and gently withdrew her hand. "Very well, but you mustn't shout again." Lu Guogua promptly covered her mouth. Fortunately, they sat inside the carriage. No one outside could see. The elder Lu family members watched her with exasperated affection, eyes alight with quiet mirth. The Song family had already dined, warm meals drawn from Song Ziluo's spatial realm. For her grandmother's household, she provided burgers and dried meat. Hot dishes were too conspicuous, so she avoided them. Paired with their own pickles and steam bun rations, the grandmother's family enjoyed a hearty meal. Song Ziluo also filled a water skin with spirit spring water for each of them, to drink to fortify their bodies. Thankfully, her grandmother's family possessed both wisdom and discretion. They sensed the water's extraordinary nature, and kept its secret close understanding silently among themselves. Song Ziluo packed a large bundle of fruits, favorites of her grandmother's kin. As for her grandmother's and uncle's maternal families, she offered spirit spring water snacks and fruit, but left distribution to them. They were free to share, or withhold, as they saw fit. She trusted they would safeguard her secret, inventing plausible explanations if questioned. When Song Ziluo stepped from her grandmother's carriage, Song Xiaohu called out to her, "Eldest sister, my elder brothers wish to learn martial arts. May they?" He looked sheepish, hesitant. Song Ziluo glanced around her kinsfolk, trained diligently on the open ground, drawing crowds of onlookers, men, women, and children alike, whose eyes burned with yearning. Clearly the soldiers' massacre had awakened a collective desire for cultivation. And that was indeed welcome. After yesterday's tragedy, Song Village stood united, not fragmented as before. She hoped every villager would take up. Strengthening the entire village meant greater resilience against future threats, and lighter burdens on the road of exile for her extended family. At least they would no longer bear every danger alone, charging forward while others stood behind. Her family pledged protection, not just for kin, but for villagers, most of whom bore the Song surname, though a few families. Yet such dependence could not endure. Her family would grow exhausted if villagers might grow complacent, summoning them for every crisis. She refused to let that happen. True security lay not in perpetual guardianship, but in empowering her clansmen to stand strong, self-reliant, and sovereign in their own strength. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach him to fish, and you feed him for life. Song Ziluo nodded. Very well, I will teach them. Song Xiaohu leapt with joy, shouting thanks to his eldest sister. His two elder brothers stood at a distance watching intently. Seeing Song Xiaohu's elation, they exhaled in relief, and smiles bloomed across their faces. Song Ziluo paused thoughtfully, then said to Song Xiaohu, ask your brothers which path they choose. One strengthens the body, sufficient to overpower several soldiers at once. The other path is yours. I shall perform marrow washing for them, but they must swear fealty to me as their eldest sister, obeying my commands without question. Song Xiaohu nodded earnestly. Yes, eldest sister, I'll ask them right away. He dashed off to Song Xiaoling and Song Xiaoyong, relaying the choice. He could not decide for them. This decision belonged solely to his brothers. After hearing their younger brother's words, Song Xiaoling and Song Xiaoyong fell silent, then exchanged a glance, each seeing unwavering resolve reflected in the other's eyes. They refused to remain powerless. When soldiers came to slaughter them, they had stood defenseless. Had their younger brother not wielded martial skill to slay the attackers and save them, they would already have reported to the King of Hell. Song Xiaoling and Song Xiaoyong approached Song Ziluo. They knelt on one knee and pleaded, please, chief, teach us martial arts. We will obey your orders and never betray you. Song Ziluo reached out to help the kneeling pair rise, speaking sternly, rise. I hope you mean what you say. I demand absolute loyalty. Should you prove disloyal, I have my ways of dealing with you. They replied in unison with solemnity. Yes, we swear to the heavens that we shall never betray you, and will remain eternally loyal. If we break this oath, may we be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Song Ziluo nodded and said, good, I accept you. Many villagers watched their interaction, finding it baffling that two youths would submit to a 6-year-old girl. They knew well that the patriarch's youngest granddaughter was no ordinary child, daring enough to wield a blade against soldiers at her tender age. None dared underestimate her. Old Master Song's family had also paused their martial practice, observing Song Ziluo and her companions. Whatever decision their little girl made, the entire family stood behind her. Song Ruxing arrived with her younger sister Song Ruxing, who knelt before Song Ziluo. Miss, my sister wishes to pledge herself as your servant, so I have brought her here. Song Ruxing said, apologetically aware of the impropriety, yet it was her sister's wish, and she sought to advocate for her. Song Ziluo gazed at the kneeling girl, whose cheeks flushed crimson, with shyness, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. Song Ziluo asked, what can you do? Miss, I can do needlework and manage household chores. If there is anything you wish me to do that I cannot, I will diligently learn. It was Song Ruxing's first time speaking to Song Ziluo, and her heart raced with excitement. Song Ziluo was her idol. She had long wished to serve Song Ziluo as her sister did. Knowing she possessed few merits, she still dared to try begging her sister to bring her along. Song Ziluo pondered for a moment and asked, does your mother consent? Remember, your sister is already by my side. Song Ruxing nodded and replied, Miss, my mother knows and greatly desires for me to come and serve you. I beg you to grant my wish. With those words, Song Ruxing knocked her head heavily on the ground. Song Ziluo's lips twitched slightly, thinking these sisters both loved to kowtow, and with such force, it must hurt. Song Ziluo helped Song Ruxing up and said with a grave expression, if you acknowledge me as your master, know that I despise betrayal above all. You must be absolutely loyal to me. Can you do that? Song Ruxing's face lit up with excitement as she replied earnestly, Miss, I can. I swear I will never betray you. Please trust me. Song Ziluo nodded and said, I accept you. From today onward, you must also train in martial arts. I have no use for useless people by my side. Yes, miss, I will train diligently and never disappoint you, Song Ruxing vowed. As time grew short, old Master Song and the village chief instructed everyone to pack up. They needed to resume their journey. Everyone boarded the carriages, and under Song Zida's command the guard formed an orderly formation. The balm Song Ziluo had provided soothed their bodies, easing the pain from their wounds. The guards were deeply grateful to Dr. Zhou and Lu Ji. Song Ziluo quietly concealed her deeds. The village chief waved a red cloth strip, signaling the vanguard to advance, followed closely by the wagons, forming a vast lengthy procession. Before long, the road was crowded with people carrying bundles. Their faces were haggard skinned, sallow eyes vacant and listless as they trudged forward, as if drained of all vitality. Upon spotting the Song family village procession, they hastily fled into the thickets, terrified of being captured. The villagers were astonished. Were these also refugees fleeing famine? But where were their belongings? Each carried only a single pack. Why did they appear so frightened? Song Ziluo opened the carriage window and waved at Song Ziren, who was riding beside the vehicle. Song Ziren guided his horse closer to the carriage and asked, "Little sister, what is it?" Song Ziluo pointed at the people hiding in the woods and said, "Second brother, go ask them if they are refugees fleeing famine and why they are so terrified of us." Song Ziren nodded and replied, Alright little sister, I'll go ask now. He turned his horse and galloped toward the thicket. Some people remained motionless hidden in the grass, daring not to move. Seeing that Song Ziluo's group paid them no heed, they planned to stay put until the procession passed before emerging. To their horror, a youth on horseback entered the woods, sword in hand. Escape was impossible. They could only kneel and beg for mercy. Young hero, spare us, we beg you. Young hero, we are but worthless lives with nothing of value left. Please take these coarse grain buns, we have spare our lives. Song Ziren frowned, looking at the dozen or so people kneeling and pleading. He felt helpless. He had no intention of killing them. He only wanted to ask a few questions. Everyone please rise. I will not harm you. I merely wish to inquire about something. A man in his 40s looked up at Song Ziren. Seeing the sincerity in the youth's face, he asked hesitantly, You truly are not here to kill us. Song Ziren chuckled and said with a smile, Rest assured, I am not one to slay the innocent. Please get up. I just want to ask you a few things. Only then did the middle-aged man believe that the youth before him meant no harm. He signaled the others to rise, and the dozen or so people helped each other to their feet. Song Ziren dismounted, stood before the man, and asked, Uncle, are all of you fleeing from famine? At the mention of fleeing famine, sorrow filled the middle-aged man's eyes. If only they were famine refugees, at least their families would still be. His eyes reddened, voice choked with emotion, he said, Young hero, we are not fleeing famine. We are merely refugees escaping disaster. Song Ziren asked in surprise, Why do you say that? The man wiped his tears and said, We originally lived in a village 2 cities away from the border. Later the border was breached by enemy forces. We planned to pack up and flee. But then soldiers came to loot our property. Many strong young men from our village were taken away. When we resisted, the soldiers killed without mercy. At this point the man broke down in heart-wrenching sobs, his voice filled with grief and bitterness. The dozen or so companions wept along with him. Witnessing this, Song Ziren felt a pang of sorrow. Their plight was all too similar to his own family's. Had it not been for his little sister, they too would have been ruined. The middle-aged man and his group finally wept their fill, their emotions slowly beginning to settle. The man continued, Many people in our village were killed, and our families died tragically at their hands. We barely managed to escape thanks to our families covering our retreat from the Imperial soldiers. After we fled, we had no idea where to go. We wandered aimlessly until we reached this place. The Imperial soldiers show no mercy even to their own country's people. With the world so vast, where else can we go? The middle-aged man sighed, alas. With enemy forces approaching from behind, and the court unreliable, we can only live one day at a time. Song Ziren asked, Do you know how far the enemy forces have advanced? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before replying. Today we encountered people fleeing in horse-drawn carts and ox carts. They urged us to run, saying the enemy had already reached a town called Pingon. Song Ziren was greatly alarmed, his face turning pale. He hadn't expected the enemy to reach their town so quickly. Fortunately, they had fled during the night, or they would have crossed paths with the enemy. The more Song Ziren thought about it, the more anxious he became. They had to leave immediately, or the enemy would soon catch up. He quickly said to the middle-aged man and his group, You should leave too. Pingon town isn't far from here. Get as far away as possible. Having said that, Song Ziren mounted his horse. Just as he was about to leave, a pang of compassion stirred within him. He turned back and said, Our group doesn't know where to settle either. If you're willing, you can follow behind us. With that, he spurred his horse and rode back. The dozen or so people standing there were momentarily stunned before breaking into joyful expressions. They exchanged glances. Of course, they were willing to follow this group. One look at the group suggested they were formidable, and on this desperate journey, they could seek protection. The dozen people quickly dashed out of the woods and trailed behind the convoy of Song Ziluo and the others. Walking, they could never match the speed of the carts. They strained every muscle to keep up with the convoy, fully aware that only by following it could they have any hope of survival. Song Ziren returned to Song Ziluo's side and relayed everything he had just learned. Song Ziluo furrowed her brow. With 2 opposing forces looming, the situation was dire. They had to enhance the overall combat capability. Facing a few hundred enemies might be manageable, but what about thousands or tens of thousands? They would be overwhelmed. Lu Jiaojiao also spoke with concern. Bauer, what should we do? Perhaps we should first find a remote and secluded place to settle down. Song Ziluo nodded in agreement. Mother, I was thinking the same. Our priority is to teach everyone in the group martial arts so we can stand again. Our family can go anywhere, but now we have an entire village along with relatives and friends. With so many people, we can't rely solely on our family. Song Ziling asked excitedly, Little sister, really? Everyone in our village can learn martial arts. Song Ziluo looked at Song Ziling. Song Ziling exclaimed with enthusiasm, That's wonderful. My good brothers have been envying me and wanting me to teach them martial arts. I didn't know what to do, but now that you've said so, I can teach them. Song Ziluo smiled and said, Brother, don't worry. If they want to learn, teach them well. Song Ziling grinned widely. This was perfect. Now he wouldn't feel awkward facing his brothers. He could confidently remain their leader. Song Ziluo turned to Song Ziren and said, "Second brother, inform grandfather and the village head about this. Ask the village head to speed up. Let's take remote paths and avoid passing through cities." Song Ziren replied, "All right, little sister. They'll go now." After Song Ziren relayed the information to the village head, and Old Master Song, the convoy's pace quickened considerably. Along the road they saw countless refugees, gaunt and haggard, dragging their broken bodies along. Song Ziluo couldn't bear to watch, but she knew she couldn't help everyone. They themselves hadn't found stability, yet let alone had the capacity to assist others. Only when their own situation improved slightly could she extend help to those truly in need. Song Ziluo greeted her family in the carriage and then entered her space. Inside the space, Little White was harvesting grain from the spiritual fields. When it saw Song Ziluo enter, it joyfully leaped into her arms. Song Ziluo stroked Little White's fur, catching a whiff of a familiar scent. She asked with a smile, "Little White, why do you smell like beef jerky?" Little White blushed, glancing shyly at Song Ziluo. Somewhat guiltily it said, "Sister, I just ate some beef jerky. My storage pouch is full of it, so the smell is quite strong." Song Ziluo teased, "Little White eating beef jerky all day long. Aren't you afraid of getting heatiness?" Little White patted its little chest with its paw and said proudly, "Sister, I won't get heatiness. No matter how much beef jerky I eat, I won't suffer from it. I am a spatial spirit pet." Song Ziluo rubbed Little White's head and said with a laugh, "Look at you, so full of yourself. Eat as much as you like. Oh, I won't complain about you eating too much. When I bought it, I deliberately got a huge supply because I knew you loved it. You can indulge to your heart's content." Little White was overjoyed, its mouth wide open in a grin revealing its small, tender white fangs. Song Ziluo stopped teasing and got down to business. "Little White, do you have any maps here? Do you know of any place near here, outside the space, that has water, is well hidden, and can accommodate many people at?" Little White's round eyes darted around as it said, "Sister, let me sense it first." Song Ziluo dared not disturb Little White. The little creature closed its eyes and searched for a place that met Song Ziluo's requirements. After a while it found a suitable location and opened its eyes. "Sister, I found it. It's 800 kilometers from your current location, deep in an untouched mountain forest where no one has ever set foot." Hearing about such a place, Song Ziluo felt relieved. She said happily, "Little White, please draw a topographic map of the route to that place. With a map, you'll know how to get there." "All right, sister. Wait a moment, I'll draw it right away." Little White always tried its best to fulfill Song Ziluo's requests. It took quite a while for Little White to finish drawing the topographic map. The area was vast, and marking the location details took time. Song Ziluo picked up the route map and studied it. It was clear at a glance. Even for someone like her who had a poor sense of direction, the map made navigation straightforward. Song Ziluo scooped up Little White and said excitedly, "Little White, you're amazing. I give you a thumbs up." Following the route on the map, Song Ziluo and her companions had traveled for 3 days. Everyone was exhausted, and they decided to find a place to rest properly today. After days of continuous travel, they had passed through 2 county towns. Everyone was worn out, let alone the horses and oxen, which were panting heavily from fatigue. On average, these draft animals covered 30 to 40 kilometers each day while pulling heavy loads. This was their limit, as they could not compare to war horses. The village chief found a spot near a water source. Though the water was scarce, it would suffice if everyone conserved. Song Ziluo fed her horses and oxen water mixed with spiritual spring water. After several days of this, her animals remained spirited and energetic. The animals grew fond of Song Ziluo. They lowered their heads to eat hay, but when she approached, they would nuzzle close, seeking her touch. Song Ziluo noticed that the horses had become more human-like after drinking the spiritual spring water. She had only just discovered this remarkable effect. All right, I'll stop petting you. I have important things to do," Song Ziluo said with a chuckle as she patted the large horse bound. When no one was watching, she slipped an apple into the horse's mouth. The horse chewed happily, sneezing in delight at Song Ziluo, and gently rubbing its big head against. Song Ziluo giggled as the horse nuzzled her. The other horses and the ox grew discontented. Why didn't they get treats? They all trotted over to her. They stared at her with pitiful wide eyes. Helpless Song Ziluo secretly gave each horse and the ox an apple. Satisfied, they neighed and brayed joyfully. Now surrounding Song Ziluo were 12 horses and 1 ox. The horses that had been harnessed to carriages were unyoked, and the ox was freed from its cart. Since they planned to stop and rest here today, the animals were allowed to rest as well. "Miss, we've set up the pots. We can start cooking," said Song Rushing, approaching Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo asked, "What does mother plan to cook today?" Song Rushing replied, "Miss, the madam said she'll make cured meat rice and roast some potatoes and sweet potatoes in the fire." Song Ziluo nodded and returned to the carriage, entering her space to retrieve some fish and shrimp from the stream inside. She cleaned the fish first, as doing so outside was inconvenient. There were no fish to catch here, and they didn't necessarily need them. However, these fish had several practical benefits for her family, enhancing physical strength, relieving fatigue, and boosting immunity. Wasn't that perfect for her loved ones? Song Ziluo packed the cleaned fish and shrimp in a wooden basin, exited the space, and handed the basin to Song Rushing. Take this to my mother. She knows what to do, she said. Yes, miss, Song Rushing obediently replied. Song Rushing dutifully carried the basin to Lu Jiaojiao. The young lady often brought out things she had never seen before. Though curious, she would never tell anyone. She knew her place as a maidservant. Now both she and her sister worked for the young lady. Since the young lady worried about her mother cooking alone, she invited her to eat at their home as well. Her mother felt deeply embarrassed, so she always helped with the cooking, refusing to eat without earning her keep. The male members of the Song family were teaching the villagers martial arts. This had been their routine. Whenever they stopped, they spared time to instruct those eager to learn. On the first night after taking in, Song Rushing and her sibling Song Ziluo had performed marrow cleansing for them, and given each a 10-year internal strength pill. She found suitable cultivation techniques for the three of them, and began teaching them martial arts. Such matters could not be delayed, the sooner the better. Whenever there was free time, Song Ziluo instructed them. Bower, come eat. Zhou Taohua called out loudly. Song Ziluo replied, coming grandmother right away. Song Ziluo instructed the three practicing martial arts. You two brothers go back and eat. Come Rushing, let's go eat. Yes, boss, Song Zilong and his brother replied in unison. Song Rushing followed Song Ziluo to the cooking area, where the entire family gathered around the pot. Zhou Taohua ladled a bowl of fish soup and handed it to Song Ziluo, smiling. Bower, drink this. The fish smells wonderful. Li Qianro agreed. The fish we used to cook always had a fishy smell, but the fish Bower brought has none. It's fragrant with a subtle, pleasant aroma. Song the elder asked curiously, is that so? No wonder I smell such a delightful scent. It makes my mouth water. And what is this red thing? I've never seen it before. Lu Jiaojiao laughed and said, Father, these are shrimp. The meat is tender and delicious. You need to peel them, remove the head and tail, and eat the flesh inside. Have plenty later. Alright, I'll eat more then. I'm sure they'll taste good. Nothing Bower brings is ever bad, Song the elder said cheerfully. Song Ziluo addressed everyone. Drink plenty of fish soup, and eat lots of fish and shrimp. They're good for your health. I brought them specially for you all. Song Zicheng sniffed the fishy aroma and chuckled, since my sister says so, it must be something special. They'll have to drink several bowls. Zhou Taohua teased, don't worry, there's plenty for you. Bower brought out a big basin, enough for everyone. Eat to your heart's content. Everyone helped themselves to the fish and shrimp in the pot, sitting on the ground with bowls in hand. They took a sip of the soup. It was truly delicious. Each face bore a contented smile. They had never tasted such exquisite fish and shrimp. It was a true delicacy. After consuming the fish and shrimp, everyone clearly felt the changes in their bodies. They couldn't help but marvel at how beneficial this food was. Lu Jiaojiao invited Zheng Ah home, and her two daughters, smiling. Don't be shy or feel awkward. Make sure you eat your fill at our home. We have plenty. Go ahead. Zheng Ah home quickly thanked her. Thank you, madam. Rest assured we won't hold back. Lu Jiaojiao waved her hand helplessly. I've told you not to call me madam, but you insist. Why are you so stubborn? Zheng Ahong said solemnly. Madam, you are the young lattice mother. I must not forget my place. Lu Jiaojiao sighed. There was no helping it. Zheng Ahong and her daughters were deeply mindful of propriety. She had told them many times not to call her madam, but they wouldn't listen. She truly wasn't accustomed to being addressed that way. Lu Jiaojiao picked up the ladle and added some fish and shrimp to the bowls of the three women. She could see that they were holding back. Song Ziluo watched her mother interact with Zheng Ahong and her daughters, a smile in her eyes. She could also see their discomfort, but it didn't matter. Her mother was attentive and would take care of them when it came to meals. The family enjoyed a pleasant meal. After eating, they rested for a while before each returning to their own tasks. After days without proper rest, they decided to turn in early tonight, with Song Jida arranging a rotating watch. The young lads of the Song family slept on the ground first, laying down a layer of dry straw, then a thick blanket on top with a thin blanket to cover themselves, all in dark colors to avoid drawing attention. Though the weather was hot, the temperature dropped significantly at night, so a thin blanket was necessary. The 10 boys slept in a row beside their families. Old Master Song and his wife, along with their 4 sons and daughters-in-law, all slept inside the carriage. Song Ziluo was an exception. Every time she slept, she entered her space. When the time came, she would emerge from the space. She entered it daily, primarily for cultivation. Ever since her visit to Squire Wang's estate, she had gained insight into the court's dark and intricate schemes. She felt her strength was far from sufficient. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been slain by the zombie king. In her past life, she had only learned ancient martial arts, never the art of immortal cultivation. She had thought she would never need cultivation techniques, but after transmigrating to this world, she realized it was far from peaceful. Truly a chaotic era. If she didn't redouble her efforts, how could she protect her family? She needed to grow powerful enough to instill fear in all so her loved ones could live freely and unburdened in this turbulent world. Only within the space suffused with spiritual energy could she practice immortal arts. In the outside world, cultivation was impossible, for there was not a trace of spiritual energy to absorb. Moreover, immortal cultivation wasn't something one could simply choose to pursue. First, one had to test for spiritual roots. Without them, cultivation was out of the question. There were 8 types of spiritual roots in total: the 5 pure elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and 3 variant elemental roots, ice, thunder. Second, one's spiritual roots had to be pure or of a variant element, as these allowed for faster cultivation and greater power. Third, there were mixed spiritual roots, the worst kind, formed by combining several elemental roots. The more spiritual roots one had, the slower the cultivation. Those with 3 or more roots could not cultivate at all, and were destined to remain commoners for life. Fourth, there was the 8-element mixed root, combining all 8 types, also known as the allurement root, which was the best. Yet allurement roots were exceedingly rare. Even across an entire universe, fewer than 5 might appear. Not only did they enable cultivation at a speed surpassing ordinary individuals, but they also allowed mastery of all 8 elemental arts with immense power. When an allurement root emerged, it marked one chosen by the heavenly Tao, destined for great achievements. Yet the resources required for such cultivation were terrifyingly vast. Without sufficient support, one could never sustain the practice. Song Ziluo tested her spiritual roots using the testing stone brought out by Little White, and discovered she possessed the allurement root, filling her with both joy and concern. She rejoiced that she could cultivate, but worried whether the spiritual energy within the space would suffice to support her simultaneous practice of all 8 elemental arts. Regardless, her allurement root allowed her to cultivate, so every time she slept she entered the space to practice. The time flow within the space had increased further. 1 day outside equaled 2 years inside. For Song Ziluo, this was a timely blessing. What did she lack most? Time, of course. With this abundance, she could make excellent use of it. Immortal cultivation was a process of evolution and transcendence, like a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly, a slow, gradual metamorphosis requiring time. Martial arts training was far simpler, for no matter how one trained, a caterpillar remained a caterpillar, never becoming a butterfly. Song Ziluo was a novice in immortal cultivation, utterly clueless without a master to guide her. She relied solely on cultivation manuals, groping her way forward step by step. At last she reached the lowest stage, Qi refinement, which comprised 3 phases: early Qi refinement, mid Qi refinement, and late Qi refinement. Qi refinement, as the name implied, involved refining essence into Qi, transforming the Buddhist vital energy into true Qi. Song Ziluo had progressed from early to mid Qi refinement, and tonight, she aimed to break through to late Qi refinement within the space. Her body was brimming with spiritual energy which she had been forcibly suppressing. It was nearly beyond control, and today, with everyone resting in place, she seized the opportunity. She now had enough time to break through to late Qi refinement. Before entering the space, she had informed Song Jida and Lu. This time she would stay in the space for a longer period. If the caravan departed before she emerged, they were not to worry. She had entered the space from the carriage, so she would reappear there as well. Song Ziluo sat in meditation, channeling spiritual energy to continuously wash over her inner core. This inner core could only be refined upon reaching the Qi refinement stage. This differed from internal energy cultivation, which relied on the dantian within the body. Immortal cultivation, by contrast, focused on refining the inner core. Little White crouched nearby, guarding Song Ziluo, its large round eyes fixed intently on her, vigilant against any unforeseen mishap. In truth, the space was entirely under Song Ziluo's control, with no inherent danger. Yet out of devotion, Little White insisted on standing guard. To break through to late Qi refinement, Song Ziluo severed all connection to the outside world, silencing external sounds so she could focus without distraction. The gravest taboo in immortal cultivation was being interrupted during a breakthrough. Such disruption could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, only during breakthroughs did she cut off external contact. At other times, she remained attuned to the outside, aware of every rustle and shift. While Song Ziluo was inside the space, striving to break through to late Qi refinement, she remained unaware of events unfolding outside. Great King, I've sent brothers to drug that group into unconsciousness. A man with a shifty rat-like face reported, bowing obsequiously to the king before him. The king was ferocious in appearance, with fierce brows and glaring eyes, his towering, burly frame inspiring sheer terror. What's the quality of this batch? A harsh, menacing voice rang out. The underling quickly bent his waist, replying eagerly, Great King, our brothers, check them out. There are many women of superior beauty, along with some young girls. Each one delicate and lovely, truly a sight to behold. A perfect lackey, without a doubt. The king narrowed his eyes, a lecherous glint flashing within, and asked, How many people are in this group? Have you counted them? The underling chuckled, replying, Great King, with this batch our mission will soon be complete. I've already counted. There are 860 people in total, men, women, old and young. It's been a while since we pulled off such a big score. As he spoke, the underling's eyes gleamed with excitement. This haul was bountiful. They would return fully laden. The chieftain roared with laughter and commanded, "Excellent, excellent. Take them all to the stronghold." His underling immediately responded, "Yes, chief." I'll instruct the brothers to handle it at once. Unable to conceal his delight, the underling exclaimed, "Chief, these people are truly wealthy. We've seized numerous ox carts, carriages, and even more horses than our entire stronghold possesses. We've also plundered ample grain and valuables. This grain alone will sustain our people for months. Nowadays money can barely buy grain. This is truly..." The chieftain, concurring with his underling, said, "All their possessions now belong to our stronghold. Ensure you strip them clean." The underling immediately patted his chest in assurance. "Chief, can you doubt my diligence? As bandits we must do what bandits do. We owe it to the name. Now that they've fallen into our hands, they'll show no mercy. They'll strip them to the bone." The underling rubbed his hands together, snickering slyly, his entire demeanor lecherous and cunning. The chieftain cast an approving glance at his underling and burst into laughter, praising, "What a lad. Truly worthy of being my man. You've got it. I trust you." With that he slapped the underling on the shoulder, causing it to slump. "Chief, you are wise and mighty. I serve you willingly, and will always." Bearing the pain in his shoulder, the underling grimaced, yet flattered the chieftain, pretending to be delighted by the praise. The underling thought, "Chief, must you always be so rough? Have you no idea of your own strength? My poor frail body." Truly it was a trial for him. Life as a subordinate was far from easy. The chieftain reveled in the underling's adulation, and gleefully slapped his shoulder twice more. The underling thought, then said, "Chief will set to work immediately and guarantee your orders are fulfilled." Enduring the ache in his shoulder, the underling quickly made an excuse to flee, fearing that any further delay would leave him battered by the chieftain's blows. The chieftain watched his underling's hurried retreat with growing satisfaction, marveling at his own keen eye. This subordinate was truly remarkable. It seemed he should praise the man more often. See how much more efficient he became with a few kind words. The underling thought, "Chief, it's your beatings and fleeing, not your praise." The bandit chieftain led over 200 minions, and the underling directed them to gather the spoils. Brothers, search thoroughly. Strip these fat sheep of every last coin, especially those hidden in socks and shoes. Understood? The bandits shouted in unison, "Understood." The underling continued, "Load the people onto the carts, or we're taking them back to the stronghold. These are our goods. Handle them carefully, no bumps or bruises. The old ones, do what you will. But the young ones must be sold for money, so be gentle." The underling stood by, chattering incessantly, terrified the bandits would botch the job. The bandits thought, "Have mercy. Our ears can't take much more." After over an hour of toil, the 200 bandits finished stripping every one of their hidden valuables and loaded them all onto the carts. Astride his great horse, the chieftain surveyed the scene, and seeing his men had secured the goods, cheerfully commanded, "Move out, brothers. Let's head home and celebrate properly." The bandits, stirred by his words, let out excited whoops. The group hauled their spoils back to the stronghold, arriving at daybreak. The previous day they had spotted a large group camped at the foot of the mountain, and noting their numbers, dared not act rashly. They dispatched scouts to watch the group. Seeing many wielding weapons in martial practice, they grew even more cautious. If the group had been smaller, they might have surrounded and captured them outright. But this group was vast, outnumbering their stronghold several times over. They held no numerical advantage. Moreover, many were skilled in martial arts, brandishing their weapons with imposing flair. This was no ordinary company. A single glance they could only observe from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Just as they thought their prize would slip away, the group chose to camp at the foot of their mountain. A perfect stroke of luck. Wasn't this what they called a lamb walking into the tiger's den? Now the lambs were at their very jaws, just a bite away. Thus they devised a plan for a midnight raid. Once the group fell asleep, they would use knockout smoke to render them unconscious, a state from which none would awaken for 2 days. Speaking of their knockout smoke, they couldn't help but boast. It was the stronghold's treasured asset. Knockout smoke deployed, 1,000 foes laid low. Knockout smoke unfurled, not a trace left in the world. That was their slogan for the smoke. Catchy, wasn't it? Over the years, the smoke had been instrumental, securing countless victories for their stronghold, great and small. They would have enshrined it if they could. It was their little treasure, their money tree, more practical than any woman warming their bed. And so they waited, growing increasingly impatient, until the dead of night finally arrived. They sent their smoke squad of young bandits ahead, with the main force following close behind. To their surprise, the group had posted night watchmen. Quite cautious, weren't they? But those watchmen were all show and no substance. If you're going to keep watch, at least act the part. They were all posing, sleeping more soundly than dead pigs. Even the bandits scorned such negligence. Still, it worked to their advantage. They lit the knockout smoke, and within moments the entire group was unconscious. To be thorough, the smoke squad kicked the watchmen a few times. When none stirred, they knew. Perfect, a prize won without. Why specifically kick the watchmen? Because bandits though they were, they understood discipline. When given orders, they followed through earnestly, never half-heartedly. These watchmen, with their sloppy attitude, earned the bandits' contempt. Who else deserved the kicks? Had they known these people were mere posers, they wouldn't have spent the day in anxious dread, fearing they'd encountered formidable foe. Their hearts had pounded with terror, dreading a direct confrontation. Bandits, too, valued their own lives. In the end, with minimal effort, they reaped great rewards. The bandits hadn't felt such exhilaration in ages. Tell me, wouldn't your heart race with excitement? Song Ziluo finally broke through to the late stage of chi refining within the space. After stabilizing her cultivation, she opened her eyes. Checking the time, she realized it was already noon of the next day. No wonder her stomach was growling with hunger. Although she had taken a fasting pill during cultivation, it was still a medicinal pill. She preferred eating grains and other foods to satisfy her cravings. Sister Little Bai has prepared lunch. Come and eat. Little Bai was truly a considerate spatial spirit pet. Song Ziluo stood up and stretched her limbs. She had been sitting for over a year and couldn't help but sigh that cultivation was indeed not easy. If not for the abundant spiritual energy in the space, she wouldn't know when she would have reached the late chi refining stage. She was grateful for the space left by the Song ancestors. Song Ziluo flew to the dining area. Little Bai had already set the table. Glancing at the dishes, she shamelessly found herself salivating. It smelled so. Song Ziluo praised, Little Bai, you're amazing. You've become more and more capable. Now your cooking can rival that of a master chef. Little Bai said proudly, of course. Little Bai is an all-capable spatial spirit pet. I learned from gourmet tutorials. Song Ziluo gave Little Bai a thumbs up. Little Bai grinned widely, wagging its tail in sheer delight. Song Ziluo ladled a bowl of chicken soup and placed it before Little Bai, smiling. Come, great contributor. You've worked hard. Eat more. Little Bai stopped showing off. With one paw steadying the bowl and the other holding the spoon, it began to drink the soup. In the face of food, everything else was meaningless. Song Ziluo looked at Little Bai with affection. Little Bai was very small and sat on a high stool she had bought specifically for its convenience. Song Ziluo stopped watching Little Bai. Her stomach was already rumbling. She needed to eat quickly and then go out to check if her family had eaten. She figured they must have stopped somewhere to prepare a meal by now. Song Ziluo finished her meal, swiftly said goodbye to Little Bai, and left the space. Inside the carriage, Song Ziluo frowned. Something was wrong, very wrong. The items in the carriage were all gone. Outside it was eerily silent. What had happened? Extending her divine sense, she heard a noisy hall filled with people drinking and playing drinking games. Was this a Sensing carefully there were about 200 people inside. Song Ziluo took out a large cleaver from her space and flew out of the carriage. Outside she saw rows of carriages and ox carts. There were also many horses, all belonging to their village. But there were extra horses too, likely those of the people who had captured them. Song Ziluo flew into the air and looked down. She was on a mountainside, and the place she was in was this stronghold. The stronghold covered a large area with many rooms. The flat ground below was where they had rested yesterday. It was her fault for not observing the surroundings carefully. This stronghold was very hidden from the foot of the mountain. It was completely invisible, blocked by dense forests. Song Ziluo was filled with ferocity. Their group had been captured by bandits and taken into a bandit lair. But she also felt a bit doubtful. The Song family were all martial artists. How could they have been captured so easily? They would need to intensify their training in the future. Song Ziluo tightened her grip on the large blade. Now was not the time to dwell on this. She needed to find her family and see if they were injured. She had to find them quickly to feel at ease. Flying down from the air into the stronghold, she arrived at the backyard, which had over a dozen rooms. Using her divine sense, she sensed many people in several of the rooms. She guessed those rooms held the villagers. Hurrying to open one, she saw it was full of strong young men. Seeing they were unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. These people were lying on the ground, all drugged. Song Ziluo found her father, uncles, and her 5 eldest brothers. Song Ziluo took out a bottle of antidote incense from her space, opened the lid, and held the mouth of the bottle to the noses of the Song family members, letting them inhale the scent. Soon the Song men slowly woke up, confused about the situation. They looked at their young lady with a cold expression, then around at the other able-bodied men from their village, who were also fleeing the famine. Song Ziran rubbed his temples, and said to Song Ziluo, "Sister, we've been captured." Song Ziluo nodded. She really couldn't understand how her family, all skilled in martial arts with considerable power, could have fallen for someone's trick with no vigilance. She hoped this incident would teach them a lesson. A fall into a pit of gain and wit. Song Ziluo didn't want to talk to them anymore. She decided to give them the cold shoulder. They had been getting a bit too cocky from the villagers' flattery lately. She didn't want them to continue like this. She couldn't always be there to protect them. Song Ziluo threw 2 bottles of antidote to Song Ziran. She knew her second brother was clever and would understand her intention. Her other brother's father and uncles wanted to speak to her, but felt too awkward to initiate, standing there nervously. Song Ziluo was determined to give them the cold shoulder, so she ignored them and turned to leave the room. She went to the next room and opened the door. This room held the young women and girls. Song Ziluo found her mother, aunts, and Song Rushin and her mother. Taking out the incense, she administered the antidote. Lu Jiaojiao woke up first. Song Ziluo handed her 2 bottles of antidote and said, "Mother, give the antidote to the people in this room. I need to go to the other rooms." Lu Jiaojiao nodded. She was no fool. Glancing around, she understood they had all been imprisoned. Song Ruxin also woke up, found her mother, and felt relieved. She quickly said to Song Ziluo, "Miss, let me accompany you." Song Ziluo nodded. "All right, come with me." Song Ziluo led Song Ruxin to another room, which held the younger children. She found her own younger brother's little brother and 2 cousins. Song Ruxin found her sister Song Rushing. They both took a quick look. All the young boys and girls from the fleeing group were here. Exhaling in relief, they quickly administered the antidote to these people. Song Ziluo took 2 bottles of antidote from her space and handed them to Song Xiling and Song Xiaohu, who had woken up first, telling them to detoxify the others in the room. There were a few infants in the room. Song Ziluo quickly picked up the babies and handed them to the awakened ones. She checked their pulses. Fortunately, they were mostly fine. Carefully, she fed each infant some spirit spring water. The drug had caused slight harm to their bodies, mainly because the babies were too young and fragile. A little spirit spring water would erase the harm and restore them to normal. Song Ziluo instructed Song Rushing to go to the adjacent room and call the mothers of these infants as the babies were about to wake up. Song Ziluo grew anxious. She still hadn't found her grandparents, both paternal and maternal. None of the elderly were in the backyard. Song Ziluo steadied her mind. If her grandparents were not in the backyard, they must be in the front yard. Sweeping with her divine sense, she found them in a secluded room at the front. Song Ziluo flew to the door of that room and pushed it open. Inside, all the elders from the village lay sprawled on the floor. Beside them, a dozen or so elderly folk cowered in the corner. It turned out the bandits had kidnapped not only their villagers, but many others as well. Song Ruxin arrived just then. Song Ziluo handed her a vial of antidote, and together they began administering it to the unconscious elders. Song Ziluo revived old Master Song, and Zhou Taohua calling out, "Grandfather, grandmother, wake up." The 2 elders slowly opened their eyes, seeing their granddaughter's anxious face, and their minds cleared instantly. Seeing the village elders lying all around, their expressions darkened. They had fallen into a trap. Old Master Song asked in confusion, "Bower, what is happening?" "Grandfather, you've been captured by bandits and brought to their lair." "What?" Old Master Song and Zhou Taohua exclaimed in unison. The people on the ground gradually regained consciousness. Some overheard the news and were terrified into panic. Seeing everyone awake, Song Ziluo instructed, "Grandparents, please stay in this room for now. Don't go out until we have dealt with the bandits outside." Old Master Song refused outright. "No, Bower. I'm going with you to fight the bandits." He habitually reached for the weapon at his waist, but grasped only air. His eyes bulged as he bellowed, "Where is my great blade?" Song Ziluo was unsurprised by her grandfather's reaction. She knew how much he treasured that blade, polishing it several times each day. Zhou Taohua glanced at Old Master Song and said crossly, "Still asking about your great blade? The bandits must have taken it." Old Master Song knew his question was foolish, but he couldn't contain the rage burning within him. That great blade was a gift from his beloved granddaughter. Every night before sleep, he had to gaze upon it. Now it was gone, and he was frantic. He could lose anything but that blade. Seeing the fire in her grandfather's eyes, Song Ziluo comforted him. "Grandfather, don't worry. The bandits must have stored it somewhere. They'll retrieve it for you now." Old Master Song stood up and said earnestly, "Bower, I'm coming with you. I want rest easy until I see my blade." Song Ziluo nodded. "All right, grandfather, come with me." Zhou Taohua quickly rose and said, "I'm coming too. My sword is missing and I must fight." When Zhou Taohua declared she would join Lu Guangyan, and Su Yunfeng looked at Song Ziluo with hopeful eyes. Song Ziluo said helplessly, "Grandfather, grandmother, you don't know martial arts. Please stay here and wait. Your belongings won't be lost. I promise to retrieve everything for you." Turning to the elders in the room, she said, "Grandparents, rest assured and stay here peacefully. I will find all your possessions." Some elders quickly replied, "All right, Bower, we'll listen to you. Go on with your work. It's fine if you can't find everything. Just surviving is a blessing." Yes. Bower, don't push yourself too hard. Our lives are what matter most." Song Ziluo smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll go now." An old woman trembling in the corner stood up shakily and called out to Song Ziluo, "Young lady, I know where the bandits stored the goods." Song Ziluo was slightly surprised. "Grandmother, please tell me." The old woman raised a frail hand and pointed to the left. "The rooms on this side are the bandit storehouses. When they looted you today, they put everything in the second and third rooms on the left." Song Ziluo thanked the old woman solemnly. "Thank you, grandmother. You've saved us much trouble." The old woman quickly demurred. "You're welcome, young lady. It's nothing. Go attend to your affairs." Song Ziluo nodded. "All right, I'll go now. After I deal with the bandits, I'll return to thank you properly." The old woman waved her hands repeatedly, insisting that thanks were unnecessary. Song Ziluo led Song Ruxin and her grandparents to the second room on the left. The door was locked. With a gentle tap of her cleaver, the lock snapped in two. Pushing open the door, she saw a multitude of items inside. Several looked very familiar. They were from her own home. Old Master Song stepped past Song Ziluo and rushed straight to his great blade. He picked it up excitedly and exclaimed joyfully, "Wife Bower, my blade." Zhou Taohua cast an amused glance at her husband, entered the room, found her own weapon, and then retrieved the weapons of the entire family. Song Ruxin also found her weapon along with her sisters and the weapons of the young lattice 3 underlings. These were all weapons Song Ziluo had taken from her space. They were completely different from the soldiers' arms, making them easy. Song Ziluo instructed Song Ruxin, "Go and gather my family and everyone who has learned martial arts. Anyone else who wishes to join may also come. We are going to surround and kill the bandits." Song Ziluo took Zhou Taohua's hand and said, "Grandmother, you should stay here. I need you to oversee the situation." Zhou Taohua was initially displeased at not being allowed to join the fight, but perked up when she heard she was needed to take charge. She asked curiously, "Bao, what do you need me to do? Just tell me." Song Ziluo smiled at her grandmother and said, "Grandmother, I'll lead the group to eliminate the bandits. You stay here to guard these goods and return them to their rightful owners. Don't let anyone take what isn't theirs. I trust you to handle this well." Zhou Taohua felt a warm glow of pride, delighted to be entrusted with such a responsibility. "Bower, rest assured. I will do this properly." Old Master Song quickly encouraged his wife. "Wife, you're my partner. If anyone disobeys your orders, don't hesitate to scold or even strike. When I return, I'll expel the disobedient from our group. Anyone who disrespects you disrespects me. We have no place for such people." In the rear courtyard, most of the people gathered around Song Ziluo. She instructed them to take hold of their weapons. Some boys and girls, and a few men and women wanted to go kill the bandits. Song Ziluo told them to fetch whatever handy implements they could. Anything that could wound the bandits would do. When surrounding them, if you see a weapon in a bandit's hand, seize it and use it. Song Ziluo was slightly puzzled with such a commotion the bandits should have heard. It could only mean they were overly arrogant, probably drunk and stupefied by wine. When Song Ziluo saw everyone had found their tools, she led them to seek out the bandits. Inside the hall, the bandits sat intoxicated. At the doorway stood a 5 or 6-year-old girl, dragging a cleaver longer than herself. The clamor of gambling and shouting fell abruptly silent. All the bandits gaped eyes wide as they stared at Song Ziluo. After a few seconds of quiet, they burst into thunderous laughter. They laughed heartily. Some of the younger bandits clutched their bellies and laughed until tears streamed from their eyes. Song Ziluo watched the ruffians with a cold face. It mattered not how merrily they laughed now. Sooner or later they would wail in misery. She was oddly magnanimous, allowing them one last unrestrained laugh before their doom. When the bandit chief had had his fill of laughter, he pointed at Song Ziluo and snarled fiercely, "Where did this little brat come from? Are you charging into our den alone? Or do you intend to kill us?" A henchman glanced at Song Ziluo, and after checking confirmed that she was not one of the children from earlier. Frowning, he asked in confusion, "How did you get into our stronghold?" Song Ziluo remained silent, letting the bandits make a show of themselves, like perhaps there would be an unexpected discovery. The henchman, annoyed by her silence, rolled his eyes and offered a suggestion to the chief. "Chief, this little one is fair and tender and of the right age. We could capture her and sell her too." He gave the chief a knowing look. The chief immediately understood and replied with satisfaction, "Yes, you're right. I was already dissatisfied with the lack of children among these captives. Now one has come to us on a platter. Excellent. But..." The chief paused, shook his head to clear some of the wine, and continued, "A child so small could hardly have come alone. Was she brought by..." The henchmen agreed. They believed a little girl of such tender years could not have arrived at their stronghold by herself. Suddenly a thought struck them. This was bad. The chief and his subordinate exchanged a glance. Someone had infiltrated their lair. The chief hurriedly shouted to his brothers below, "Men, grab your weapons at once. Someone has breached our stronghold." At the alarm, the lower-ranking bandits sobered somewhat. They seized the weapons set aside, assumed defensive stances, and braced themselves for battle. Because many had drunk too much, some staggered and could not stand steady, one lurched and fell to the floor. The chief's face darkened with fury. He shouted at the prostrate men, "Get up quickly. Do you want to die?" Those standing nearby hastened to find water to splash on the fallen men's faces, hoping to sober them up. They searched, but found no water, only jars of wine on the table. So they decided to wake them with the wine. After all, wine is made from water and ought to do the job. They lifted the wine jars and poured them onto the faces of the men on the floor. The dazed men, seeing liquid poured over them, took several great gulps. Those who had not been completely drunk were now utterly intoxicated. Their heads lolled, and they collapsed into sleep, snoring. Before long, a dozen or more lay passed out, their snores booming like thunder. The men who had poured the wine were stunned. Their good intentions had backfired. The chief, witnessing the foolish scene, flew into a rage and smashed the table with a palm. He bellowed, "You idiots! Are you devoid of sense? How could you be so foolish? What use are you to me?" All the lower bandits stood trembling, shrinking away, and daring not to meet the chief's gaze. The henchman, trembling with fear, spoke cautiously, "Chief, calm yourself. Our priority should be the intruders at the gate. We can punish these fools after we deal with the thief. He smoothed the chief's beard and the chief gradually steadied. Nodding, he said, "You are right. Now is not the time to mete out punishment." Song Ziluo watched the farce before her and let out a bright, tinkling laugh. The little girl's laughter, clear as a bell, echoed throughout the hall. All the bandits stared at Song Ziluo with fury. She was mocking them. They could not believe a 5- or 6-year-old girl dared deride them. Humph, unbearable. The leader above all could not tolerate it. He fixed Song Ziluo with a murderous glare. He snarled viciously, "Humph, you little brat, shut your mouth. I will be the first to cut you down. I will kill you now. Oh, I do not intend to sell you." Song Ziluo stopped laughing. With a mischievous tone, she replied, "Very well. Let us see whether you kill me or I kill you." The chief roared, "Humph, arrogant child, do not be insolent. Crushing you will be like killing an ant." His eyes brimmed with contempt. "Fine, then I will wait for you to crush me. How terrified I am." Song Ziluo taunted, making a playful face. "You." The chief's eyes widened and his hands trembled with rage. He was speechless for a long moment. Never had he been so humiliated, scorned by a mere brat. He resolved to kill her and tear her flesh piece by piece to torment her to death. Song Ziluo snorted softly and said coldly, "The Catan mouse game is amusing. Now it is my people's turn to take the stage." The bandits exchanged bewildered looks. What did the child mean? Song Ziluo called to those hiding outside the door, "Come out. Bring out your ferocity. Don't hold back. Strike them to death. Do you all hear me?" "We hear you," came the reply. The chorus from outside answered in unison, their momentum immense, which sent a chill through the bandits inside the hall. Those outside stepped forward with weapons and took positions behind Song Ziluo, each of them sullen-faced and glaring angrily at the bandits. Some of the bandits recognized them as the very group they had robbed and stammered, "Chief, it's them. It's them." The chief's chest boiled like a cauldron of boiling water, fury surged, and his temples throbbed with anger. He was not blind. Of course he recognized them. He had not expected this group to be so capable that they could recover so quickly even after being drugged. A small smile curved Song Ziluo's lips. She raised the cleaver and cried a loud attack. Song Ziluo leaped and delivered a flying kick to the bandit chief's chest, sending him hurtling backward until he crashed into the wall. The wall, unable to withstand the force of the impact, shattered into a hole as the chief spat out a mouthful of blood. Those behind Song Ziluo charged into the hall to engage the bandits in combat. Dragging a large cleaver, she sauntered over to the broken opening, surveyed the scene, and let out a whistle of surprise. The hole was quite sizable. She measured it with her eyes. It was 3 times taller than her own height. The bandit leader must have been remarkably robust to create such a gap, though she couldn't help but admire him for that. Stepping through the hole, Song Ziluo circled the chief, clicking her tongue in mock pity. "Tisk tisk tsk. Oh my. How pitiful. Even this young lady feels heartache for you." With a playful and innocent demeanor, she appeared to the bandit chief like a demon incarnate. Clutching his injured chest, he glared at her with bitter resentment. As if oblivious to his glare, Song Ziluo taunted, "Oh dear. Didn't you say you'd crush me to death? Come on then. I'm right here waiting for you to do it. Hurry up. Don't lie there like a dead pig. I'm standing right here. Go ahead and crush me." Enraged by her words, the chief's blood boiled over, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Song Ziluo swiftly dodged disgust, wrinkling her nose. "Can't you be a little more refined? Couldn't you hold it in? You almost sprayed me. Ugh, how utterly revolting." She then pulled out a handkerchief to cover her face, pouting with displeasure. The chief was seething with fury, trembling all over. To think that he, the mighty lord of a mountain stronghold, would be driven to spit blood by a mere 5- or 6-year-old girl. He had never encountered such a formidable child. Was she even human? Seeing his face flushed crimson, eyes bulging, and hands pressed tightly to his chest, as he glared at her with indignation. Oh, so defiant was he. No matter, she would beat him until he submitted. The little devil approached the bandit chief, gently nudged his backside with her foot, and sent him flying into the air. Watching him soar, Song Ziluo felt the moment, cried out for a line. "He'll be back." A quote from the animated wolf. It was the perfect match for this scene. Those who hadn't joined the fight, hiding in their rooms, were startled by the sound of a wall breaking. They rushed out to see the bandit chief crashing through the wall, lying on the ground, clutching his chest, and then they spotted Song Ziluo wielding her cleaver. What followed was beyond their comprehension. They stared dumbfounded at the chief suspended in the air. This girl's strength was simply monstrous. The sight left them deeply shaken, and they silently resolved to avoid provoking Song Ziluo at all costs. Offending her meant nothing less than courting death. After a long moment, the chief plummeted heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust slowly settled, Song Ziluo approached him with her hands clasped behind her back, holding a thin switch, and paced leisurely to his side. She asked coldly, "Did you enjoy flying through the sky?" The chief was still lost in a daze, his mind adrift in the heavens, but her voice snapped him back to reality. His entire body felt like it was falling apart, every muscle numb with excruciating pain, as if it no longer belonged to him. After a while he turned his head with a creaking sound like rusted machinery and stared vacantly at Song Ziluo. She frowned. Was he so fragile that a fall had turned him into an idiot? That would be no fun. With a sly grin she said, "You don't like flying? Then let me try something else. A taste of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. I bet you'll love it." The chief was speechless. She showed him the thin switch in her hand. Finally regaining his senses, the chief took in the situation. The sight of the switch in her hand drained the color from his face, and his heart leaped into his throat. Though it was just a slender twig in the hands of this little demon, it was anything but ordinary. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He let out a panicked scream. No please. I was wrong, little ancestor. I shouldn't have provoked you. Spare me, I beg you." Lying paralyzed on the ground, only his head and mouth could move as he pleaded desperately with Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo covered her ears. The bandit chief's screams were so loud they hurt her eardrums. How could he sound so much like a woman? She rubbed her arms, feeling goosebumps rise. Once the chief fell silent, she lowered her hands, brandished the switch, and prepared to take center. Her voice rang out devoid of emotion. "There's a road to heaven, but you refuse to walk it. The gates of hell are unguarded, yet you insisted on barging in. Since you've fallen into my hands, I won't let you go." The chief's eyes were filled with terror, and he deeply regretted his actions. Why had he kidnapped these people? The chief's eyes were filled with terror, and he deeply regretted his actions. Why had he kidnapped these people? Why had he been blinded by immediate gains? He had never anticipated such a formidable opponent lurking behind them. Overwhelmed by fear for his bleak future, he burst into tears. Wah wah wah. Song Ziluo was speechless, staring at the burly, nearly 40-year-old man lying on the ground, crying. Yet she felt no sympathy. If she hadn't arrived in time, who knew what fate would have befallen her family? Seeing the elderly in those rooms, emaciated and hopeless, weighed heavily on her heart. These bandits never did anything good. How many atrocities had they committed over the years to build such a massive stronghold? She hadn't missed the exchange between the chief and his underling. Though unspoken, she read the meaning in their eyes. Her sharp instincts told her this was connected to the Prime Minister's alchemy affairs. Why else would they talk of selling her off? She would teach him a lesson, first venting her fury, then slowly pry open his mouth to uncover the truth. "Stop crying. It's an eyesore, and it's making my ears ache." Song Ziluo snapped impatiently. The chief immediately clamped his mouth shut, stifling his sobs. He dared not defy the little demon. Discretion was the better part of valor. Finally some peace. Now be a good boy, and let me give you a thrashing. After that I'll let you go. Understood? Her icy gaze bore into the bandit chief. The chief nodded, frantically afraid to hesitate even a second. Yes, I understand." Song Ziluo lashed the bandit chieftain's entire body with the thin switch in her hand. The chieftain yelped in pain, not daring to beg for mercy, fearing that any plea would only invite harsher punishment. As she struck, Song Ziluo asked, "Do you like bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat?" The chieftain was bewildered, unsure how to answer. He had no desire for such a dish, so he steeled himself and remained silent. Seeing his silence, Song Ziluo let out a displeased hum. The chieftain shuddered in terror and quickly replied, I like it. Song Ziluo was immensely satisfied, and said with a smile, "Since you like it so much, I'll let you have plenty. Don't worry, there's more than enough." The chieftain was terrified. He had said the wrong thing. He hastily corrected himself. No, I don't like it at all, truly." Song Ziluo snorted coldly. "Whether you like it or not, you will eat it. I insist that you have your fill this once." With that, she struck the man on the ground, fiercely controlling her strength. She couldn't kill him yet. This bandit had committed countless heinous acts, and she would not let him off easily. The chieftain endured the pain, no longer daring to speak recklessly. He clenched his teeth tightly, and sealed his lips, afraid to make a sound. He could only hope that this little demon would show mercy for his compliance. After a while, Song Ziluo stopped lashing and discarded the switch. Though it was just a thin rod, it inflicted great pain. Every strike drew blood, for she had infused the switch with her inner energy, leaving the chieftain's skin torn and bleeding. Song Ziluo paid no further attention to the man on the ground. She now needed to check on the situation in the main hall. She had no worry that her group would fail to overcome the bandits. Before confronting the bandits, she had specifically instructed her family to protect the others, as many of them were unskilled in martial arts, having only trained for a few days. Their combat ability was weak, requiring guardians to prevent injury. Her main purpose was to give these refugees practical combat experience, so that in future encounters they would not be timid, but could respond with composure. Song Ziluo arrived at the main hall, where fighting still raged. The floor was littered with dead bandits, their wounds inflicted by a variety of weapons. The surviving bandits were each besieged by several people. Some wielded axes and broadswords, others farm tools, clubs, or woodcutting knives. They attacked fiercely, with members of the Song family guarding them. The situation was favorable, and she was pleased with the outcome. Many in the hall hastened their efforts upon seeing Song Ziluo, eager to impress her and gain her recognition. They had come to realize that this young girl from the Song family was the most formidable among them. Despite her tender age, her martial skills and abilities were extraordinary. The Song patriarch and his family cherished her, and the entire family followed her arrangements. With such remarkable achievements at so young an age, she was destined for greatness. They were determined to cling to such a powerful ally. Soon, all the bandits in the hall were eliminated. The sleeping bandits were left to the younger children a task, without danger that could also steal their courage. Those sleeping bandits met their end at the hands of the children too drunk to resist, even as they felt the pain. Seeing that all bandits were dead, Old Master Song quickly ordered, "Move the corpses to an open space outside and burn them." Everyone in the hall obeyed, immediately carrying the bodies out in groups of several people. After a few trips the hall was cleared. Song Ziluo approached Old Master Song and said, "Grandfather, let's gather everyone for a meeting to discuss whether to stay or continue." Old Master Song was startled and asked, "Bower, do you mean to let them decide whether to remain with the group or flee on their own?" Song Ziluo nodded. Old Master Song pondered for a moment. The group was too large, and everyone had their own agendas. This could not continue. He instructed several young men of the Song family to summon everyone to the area outside the hall, which was spacious enough to accommodate them all. He couldn't help but marvel at the size of the bandit stronghold. It was truly vast and expansive. Song Ziluo turned to her brothers standing nearby and said, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, help me bring the bandit chieftain here. I need to interrogate him about." Song Ziqing immediately replied, "All right, little sister, well, go right away." The three brothers quickly brought the chieftain to Song Ziluo's feet. All the refugees arrived one after another along with the dozen or so elderly people from the rooms. Old Master Song counted, and seeing that everyone was present nodded to Song Ziluo. Song Ziluo looked at the chieftain, who was whimpering in pain on the ground. She stepped forward and kicked him, sending him tumbling 2 or 3 meters forward. Most of those present were dumbfounded, staring at Song Ziluo in shock. They knew she was formidable, but not to this extent. Those who had seen Song Ziluo kick the chieftain into the air were not surprised. They had witnessed even greater feats. A single kick was but a... Song Ziluo paced over to the chieftain and asked coldly, "Speak. What is your stronghold's main livelihood? Why did you kidnap so many people? What are your plans?" The chieftain, terrified by Song Ziluo's abuse, saw her as a demon. He was deeply fearful of her. Just hearing her voice made him tremble uncontrollably. He dared not withhold anything and stammered, "WWE, mainly deal in human trafficking. When we saw your large group, we planned to capture and sell you all for a great sum of silver." The refugees' hearts skipped a beat. It was fortunate that Song Ziluo had saved them all, otherwise they would have been sold off by the time they woke. Song Ziluo kicked the chieftain again and continued, "You must have a backer. How do you sell them? To whom? Tell me everything." The chieftain was in agony, all over, unable to bear it any longer. He screamed aloud, wishing for a quick death, but he knew this little demon would not let him die so easily. "Speak quickly. My patience is wearing thin." Song Ziluo slapped the chieftain from a distance. He cried out like a woman, which was unbearable to her ears, truly grating. The bandit chief, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, spoke in a trembling voice. "I kidnap people and sell them to 2 factions, having relied on the backing of these 2 patrons for so many years. So no one dares to lay a finger on our stronghold. Whenever trouble arises, my backers handle it. Essentially, I risk my life for them, but our dealings are purely transactional. Mutual benefit." "Oh, you serve 2 masters simultaneously. Haven't they discovered this? And who are these backers?" Song Ziluo demanded, her icy visage fixed intently on the bandit chief. "We're bandits. We survive by raiding and trafficking people. They don't care who I sell to as long as their demands don't clash. Our transactions are conducted in secret, so no one knows." As the bandit chief spoke, a smug sense of pride crept across his face. He fancied himself clever for dealing with 2 major figures without being... Song Ziluo's eyes sharpened, a chilling glare aimed at the bandit chief. Sensing the murderous intent, he quickly dropped his arrogance and continued, "The Guangping County Magistrate and the Anqing Prefecture Governor are my 2 patrons." Everyone present was stunned. No wonder this gang of bandits ran rampant. They had 2 officials shielding them, allowing them to act with impunity, fearing no one. The Song family's faces paled. They had stumbled upon yet another dark secret of the court, filling them with indignation. It was precisely such injustices that had forced them into exile. Now wherever they went they encountered the same corruption, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. With such a court and such officials in power, the Nanyang Kingdom would never know peace. They yearned for a righteous soul to rise and overthrow this regime. "Speak quickly. What kind of people do you sell to them?" Song Ziluo sensed something unusual, though she hadn't expected it to be so grave. The bandit chief broke out in a cold sweat, his hair standing on end. The little demon was about to erupt. Driven by a fierce survival instinct, he wasted no time and began to talk incessantly. "The magistrate wants girls aged 5 to 12, as well as some young and pretty women. The governor demands able-bodied young men, the more the better. He sets quotas and rewards us handsomely if we exceed them. As for the others we capture, the women are sold to brothels in the county, the handsome boys to houses of pleasure, and the unattractive ones become servants. The elderly and children under 5 are useless to us, they just waste food. So we kill them and bury them in the back mountain. Later we discovered through underground markets that some people have peculiar tastes. They enjoy eating these two-legged sheep. They particularly favor the young ones for their tender flesh, so we sell them at a higher price. The old ones are too tough and stringy, so they go for much less. From the moment she began interrogating the bandit chief, Ziluo had been using her inner energy to amplify his words, ensuring everyone present could hear. She had deliberately conducted the interrogation in public to make them aware of the dire reality, to instill a sense of urgency, and to remind them that relying solely on the Song family wouldn't guarantee their safety. Ziluo glanced at the crowd, noting the relief of having survived. At least they cherished their lives. Turning back, she continued, "Do you deliver the people yourselves, eh? Or do they send someone to collect them?" The bandit chief answered obediently. Both officials send their men to the stronghold to pick up the captives. Once we've captured someone, we notify their designated contact, and they handle the rest. As for the others, we transport them to the county for trade ourselves. After capturing our large group, did you send word to the 2 officials? Ziluo asked. No, not yet. We hadn't had the chance. I was planning to send someone tomorrow, but... The bandit chief cowered, afraid to finish his sentence. Ziluo snorted lightly. You didn't expect me to wipe out your entire stronghold, did you? The bandit chief nodded, then realized his mistake. He shouldn't have agreed. He quickly shook his head, terrified of angering her. Ziluo pressed on, asking more details about the bandits' dealings. Once she had exhausted all useful information, she had fully grasped the situation. The last shred of valuable intelligence from the bandit chief had been squeezed dry. He was now useless. Time to kill the donkey once it had finished grinding the grain. Big brother. Ziluo looked at Song Zicheng, gesturing toward the man on the ground. Song Zicheng understood instantly and replied, got it. Song Zicheng picked up his cleaver and strode toward the prostrate man. By now beheading had become second nature to him. The bandit chief struggled, pleading, no, please spare me. I'll give you all my gold and treasure. Just let me live. Song Zicheng said with a roguish grin. Once you're dead, well, find your hoard anyway. Why would we need your permission? Terror filled the bandit chief's eyes, bulging like brass bells as he watched the young man raise the broadsword and bring it down toward his neck. He was utterly incapable of resistance. With a wet thud, head and body were separated. The rolling head stared with eyes that would never close. Among the crowd of refugees, some covered their eyes in fear. Those who weren't from Songjia village had never experienced the horror of a military massacre, and some couldn't help but scream. The people of Songjia village, having endured such trauma, found nothing shocking about it. Besides, these bandits were heinous and deserved death. After a long while, the crowd finally quieted down. Old Master Song stepped up beside Song Ziluo, facing all the refugees gathered below. He announced, today I've called everyone together to discuss a matter. As you know, our group is hastily assembled. We lack unity, and everyone has their own agenda. At this, Old Master Song sighed, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. He continued, with more people come more conflicts. Seizing this opportunity, I want you to make it. You may leave the group and flee on your own. After we tally the bandits' loot, I'll give you a share. I've done my part. Alternatively, you may choose to stay with my group. But I must make it clear, I will not tolerate anyone who refuses to follow orders. Don't blame me for speaking bluntly. Anyone disobedient will be expelled without exception. Well, I've said my piece. Now I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Those who choose to leave the group, stand on the right. Those who choose to stay, remain where you... Upon hearing Old Master Song's words, the crowd immediately erupted into a clamor, with each family gathering together to discuss the matter of staying or leaving. The entire Song family clustered around Old Master Song and Song Ziluo, while Song Ruxin and her 2 daughters also positioned themselves behind Song Ziluo. Song Jitsong and his 3 brothers dared not face Song Ziluo. They were filled with self-reproach and shame, feeling they had failed their young lattice expectations. As the men of the Song family, they couldn't even support their own home, utterly lacking in responsibility. They had indeed been far too careless. After acquiring martial skills and slaying numerous soldiers they believed ordinary people could no longer, thus they became overly arrogant and complacent. Flattered by the villagers' praise, they grew conceited and forgot their original intentions. Consequently, they let their guard down and were captured by bandits and taken to their stronghold. Had Song Ziluo not arrived in time, they would have been sold off. The 10 young lads of the Song family also gazed at Song Ziluo with deep guilt, too ashamed to speak, wishing they could slap themselves. In truth, it wasn't just the men and boys of the Song family who were remorseful. The 2 elders and the 4 sisters-in-law were also engaged in self-reflection. Traveling abroad was fraught with countless dangers requiring constant vigilance. After this incident, they recognized their own shortcomings and resolved to correct them. Song Ziluo found it somewhat amusing to see her family looking so dejected. They had never experienced the harshness of human nature and were sorely lacking in awareness. She wasn't actually angry. What she feared most was harm befalling her family. She dreaded that one day, due to her negligence, some irreversible accident might occur, leaving her with nothing but regret. Thus, she fervently hoped her family would mature quickly and become capable of standing on their own. Even when she wasn't by their side, she wanted them to be able to extricate themselves safely from danger. Song Ziluo had originally planned to give her family the cold shoulder for a few days, but seeing their state, she decided to let them off the hook for now. Song Ziluo couldn't help but laugh. Seeing their young lady smile, the Song family knew they were forgiven. Their gloomy expressions turned bright, and everyone burst into laughter. Words flew back and forth, a lively cacophony of chatter. In the crowd, some had already moved to the right, while others remained still. Soon, Old Master Song stepped forward and asked, "Has everyone made their choice? If anyone still wishes to leave the group, step to the right. They'll give you a little more time." After waiting a while longer, and seeing no one move, Old Master Song turned to look at those standing on the right. None were from Song family village. They were relatives and friends of the villagers. Old Master Song felt deeply gratified. Not a single family from the village had left the group. It seemed they still trusted the Song family greatly. Since everyone placed such faith in them, he would take responsibility and do his utmost to lead each one to a place where they could settle down safely. Old Master Song counted the number of people and instructed the men and women of the family to lead the others in gathering the bandits' supplies to be pooled together and distributed later. Next, he arranged for the remaining people to burn the bandits' corpses and tidy up the stronghold. He also sent some women to the kitchen to prepare food, as it was getting late, and they hadn't eaten all day. Song Ziluo approached Old Master Song and said, "Grandfather, this place is spacious and secluded enough. Let's stay here for a while. I have important matters to attend to." Old Master Song didn't know what his granddaughter planned to do, but he agreed with her suggestion. There were many problems within their group. During this time, he needed to rectify those bad habits. If things continued as they were, they might lose their lives someday. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without norms or standards. Old Master Song smiled and said, "Good grandfather will listen to you. This is a perfect opportunity to establish the rules for our group." Hearing her grandfather mention rules, Song Ziluo immediately grew serious and said earnestly, "Grandfather, these rules must be set. After this unexpected incident, I believe you've also seen the flaws in our group." Old Master Song nodded and said, "Don't worry. Grandfather will carefully formulate the rules. I believe that after this, everyone will value their lives and abide by the regulations." There were many young children in the group. A preliminary plan formed in Song Ziluo's mind. She wanted to start cultivating her own people from now. Using people from Song family village was better since everyone knew each other's backgrounds. She was only 6 years old now, with a long road ahead. Song Ziluo shared her thoughts with Old Master Song. Old Master Song clapped his hands in full agreement and said with a smile, "Good Bower, this is an excellent idea. Grandfather supports you. If you need any help, just say the word, and I'll assist you." Song Ziluo did have something she needed Old Master Song's help with. She said, "Grandfather, please ask the villagers if any of their children are willing to follow me. Have them come to me at a set time tomorrow morning." "All right, Bower, I'll ask them later," Old Master Song said cheerfully. This was the first time his granddaughter had asked for his help, and he was determined to fulfill her request well. Song Ziluo quickly added, "Grandfather, no rush. Wait until everyone has settled down before asking. Everyone is busy now." Old Master Song snapped out of his eagerness. Had his granddaughter not reminded him, he would have gotten carried away. Now was indeed not the right time. The search party soon gathered all the bandits' belongings and stacked them outside the main hall. Seeing the substantial pile of goods, Old Master Song remarked that they were indeed bandits. Old Master Song called for the dozen or so elderly captives to retrieve their belongings. He didn't know how long they had been held in the bandits' lair, but from their appearance, they had suffered greatly, reduced to mere skin and bones. The bandits had likely starved them, leaving them in such a wretched state. Just being alive was a stroke of luck. Old Master Song sympathized with them and decided that when distributing the goods they would also be included, so everyone would get a share. Old Master Song called for the village chief to help him distribute the supplies. The silver and money would be divided equally among all families. When the bandits had captured this group, they had confiscated each family's grain and stored it together. This posed a bit of a challenge for distribution. After discussing with the village chief, Old Master Song suggested that the village's grain be pooled together for communal meals. When it ran out, they would find another solution. When asked for their opinions, the other villagers agreed, and thus communal dining began from that day on. Old Master Song instructed those leaving the group to retrieve their original belongings. Each household received not only their share of silver, but also an extra portion. After inviting them to share a meal, they were allowed to depart on their own. Of the original group of over 800 people, only 633 remained, with more than 200 choosing to leave. As for the dozen or so elderly individuals, they pleaded with Old Master Song to stay with the group. At their advanced age, they had nowhere else to go. Seeing the kindness of the Song family village folks, they harbored a desire to remain and flee the famine alongside them. They were willing to do anything if only they could stay. Old Master Song felt a pang of compassion. Since this was not a decision he could make alone, he sought everyone's opinion. The villagers all agreed. They had followed Patriarch Song and his family to escape the famine, and they had no objection to whomever he chose to bring along. Moreover, they felt deep sympathy for the elderly. Seeing that the Song family village folks had agreed to let them stay, the dozen elderly individuals knelt on the ground in gratitude, kowtowing and exclaiming that they had encountered. Old Master Song quickly had someone help them up. Life was hard for everyone, and they would help whenever they could. The world was not short of kind-hearted. There were also some small trinkets and bolts of cloth on the ground. Old Master Song distributed these among the households. The items varied, so each family received something different, but everyone was delighted. They considered themselves fortunate to have escaped with their lives. To also receive silver and these goods was beyond their expectations. Every family was immensely grateful to Old Master Song's family, especially to the young girl Song Ziluo, who had saved their lives. By then the meal was ready. Old Master Song invited everyone to eat, celebrating their survival against the odds. At the same time, it was a farewell feast. After the meal, the 200 or so people would leave. It might be difficult to meet again in the future, but it was their choice. Each person had their own fate, and he wished them a safe journey. After the meal, the 200 or so people packed their belongings and prepared to depart. The Song family village folks stood at the entrance of the stronghold to see them off. Many could not hold back their tears. These people were the relatives and friends of those 200 individuals. Knowing they would go their separate ways, they could not help but feel sorry. Song Ziluo felt indifferent about the scene before her. Since all her relatives had chosen to stay, she had no reason to grieve. She simply wished them safety and happiness in the future. After seeing off the 200 or so people, Old Master Song gathered everyone who remained to discuss matters. When everyone had arrived, Old Master Song announced loudly, "Now I have called you all here primarily to discuss the arrangements for our group going forward. I plan to temporarily settle in this stronghold. I have inspected the well water. There are 2 large wells here with ample water to sustain us for some time. During our stay here, I require everyone in the group, regardless of age or gender, to learn martial arts. Except for infants still in arms, everyone else must learn. I ask nothing else of you but to master martial arts so that you may all have the means to protect yourselves. Can you do this?" The crowd below immediately responded, "We can do it." Their voices resonated with determination. After the ordeal with the bandits, fear had taken root in their hearts. Learning martial arts was for their own good. How could they refuse? Moreover, unlike in the past when they had to worry about tending fields, earning a living, and wondering where their next meal would come from, now they had plundered the bandits' silver. Their purses were full enough to support their families for a long time. Having so much silver in hand was something they had never even dreamed of. It felt like a fantasy. They were content with their current life. Though they had no fixed abode, they looked forward to the future with even greater anticipation. Old Master Song looked at the people below with satisfaction. As long as everyone shared a common goal, their group would only grow stronger. Old Master Song continued, "Now most of this group are from our Song family village. I would like to seek the opinions of the others. If you are willing, you can merge into Song family village, and from now on we will all be one village. What do you think?" Lu Guangyan, quick to react, was the first to reply, "Excellent, absolutely excellent. In-laws, our family is very willing. Our town has been occupied by enemy forces, and we have become people without roots. Being able to merge into Song family village fills our hearts with joy." Lu Guangyan stroked his beard and continued, "Wherever Song family village goes, we will follow. From now on, we too are people of Song family village. In this way, we will no longer be rootless. Yes, that is our family sentiment as well. Wherever our daughter and son-in-law go, we the old couple will follow. Now to become members of Song family village, we are overjoyed and ecstatic." Li Dafu glanced at Lu Guangyan and snorted disdainfully, annoyed that this old fellow had spoken before him. Wang Xiaoxiao's father, Wang Dongtao, looked at Old Master Song with gratitude and said, "In-laws, if you hadn't let us out of the town, we would likely have perished under the enemy's blades by now. Your family has given us a new lease on life. Moreover, you have saved us all this time. Whatever you say, our family agrees and supports you." Huang Wangxin's father, Huang Buozai, seeing that the other 3 families had already expressed their stance, bowed unhurriedly to Old Master Song and said sincerely, "I, this old man, hereby solemnly thank the in-laws family. Your great kindness I shall engrave upon my heart. The grace of saving my life is beyond repayment. I can only pledge my life to follow you, my lord." Upon hearing Huang Bokai's words, the faces of the other 3 in-laws darkened instantly. They thought to themselves that scholars were indeed different, skilled in playing tricks and speaking in a refined manner. With just a few sentences, he had effortlessly outshone their own words. The 4 daughters-in-law of the Song family exchanged helpless glances. Their fathers were practically vying for favor. They were truly old children who never grew. Old Master Song said with a chuckle, "I thank all the in-laws for your support. From now on, we are all people of the same village. We are already bound by the marriage of our children, and now our bond is even closer. Henceforth we shall share joy and hardship alike. Seeing this, the others quickly voiced their agreement, declaring their willingness to merge into Song family village, and thanking Patriarch Song for his magnanimity in granting them a new identity. Everyone present was overjoyed. From now on their group would all be people of Song family village, a unified whole. Old Master Song then arranged for each household to select their rooms. The men of the Song family were tasked with teaching the village men martial arts, while the women of the Song family were to instruct the village women. The younger members of the Song family were to teach the children of similar age. Zhou Taohua and the village head's wife were put in charge of logistics, overseeing the women of each household and preparing 3 meals a day. Finally, Old Master Song specifically mentioned that his granddaughter Song Ziluo was looking for young attendants. Those interested were to report to her at the Chin hour the next morning. Hearing this, many of the children below clenched their fists in excitement, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They worshipped Song Ziluo, and their hearts were brimming with exhilaration.